Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Finally Removed His Mask and Showed His True Emotions movie. Before we start, please go support Tales-Of-Monogatari for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Naruto, after years of hiding behind a literal and emotional mask, finally decides to reveal his true face, both physically and in terms of his real feelings. The mask here is symbolic of the walls he's built to endure pain, rejection, and loneliness throughout his life. In this emotional story, he faces people from his past and present, confronting those who hurt him and surprising those who never truly knew him. Allies and former rivals alike see a vulnerable, genuine Naruto for the first time, leading to moments of shock, regret, and heartfelt reconciliation. The narrative focuses heavily on healing, self-acceptance, and emotional closure, while also exploring how Naruto's openness changes the relationships around him forever. Chapter 1. November 1st, Year X 107. On the wave bridge after the fight with Zabuza and Haku, we see Team in front of their rivals' graves. The blonde boy is found looking at the graves very thoughtfully next to his sensei, the copy ninja Kakashi Haddock. "Sensei, is this how life ends for us ninjas?" asks the young blonde man, looking up at the sky. Kakashi looks at his little genin for a moment. "Most of the time it's like that," Naruto the silver-haired man answers. Naruto turns to look at his sensei. "Kakashi-sensei, could you train me?" the blonde asked. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused by the blonde's question. "I'm your sensei Naruto, that's what I've been doing since we formed Team," the silver-haired man replied. Naruto frowned for a moment and then his face lost all trace of expression, something strange about him. "Do you know anything, sensei?" the blonde asked. "When I entered the ninja academy, I realized something after the first few months of studying," the blonde answered without waiting for his sensei's answer. Kakashi looked at the blonde in surprise, his lack of expression and that monotonous tone in which Naruto spoke was not normal for him. "And that's it?" the silver-haired man asked curiously. "But they were sabotaging my learning. My exams were harder than the others, so I decided to ask one day. When sensei looked at the exam, he said it was the same as the others. That's when I realized the exam wasn't the problem, it was that I was underage in jutsu," the blonde young man explained. Kakashi continued listening to Naruto with more curiosity. "I tried to find a way to fix it, but it was simply impossible for me. After the first year, without realizing it, I stopped trying to fix it. I stopped caring about the academy. I only attended because the old third kept enrolling me in the academy, but it was more than obvious that they didn't want me to become a ninja. Their intentions of sabotage were increasingly more obvious and much more notorious," the blonde sighed. "The truth is, sensei, I have no reason to defend the people of the village. Honestly, I don't give a shit what happens to them," explained the blonde very seriously. Kakashi looked at the blonde in surprise, he narrowed his eyes ready to question Naruto. "What's your point, Naruto? Wasn't it your dream to be Hokage?" the silver-haired man asked. "You are wrong, Kakashi-sensei, if you remember, my dream was to be Hokage, to be recognized, but to tell the truth, I am not interested in the recognition of the village. They have always pushed me aside, they ignore me and tell their children not to associate with the devil," the blonde lamented with a touch of sadness in his voice. "Unfortunately, they hate me for something that is out of my control. I wasn't wrong, sensei didn't hold a grudge against the Leaf Village or the villagers, it's just that today Sasuke almost died because of my lack of power, because of my naivety, thanks to that mask I adopted of being the class clown, the Joker, because of my complacency, because of my lack of courage to face the difficulties that were imposed on me," the blonde sighed tiredly, covering his face with both hands. Kakashi looked at the blonde, he honestly didn't expect him to answer in such a profound way. He didn't look anything like the hyperactive boy he met during his genin test, but he was more like his younger self. "Naruto, you said," the silver-haired man as he watched the blonde in front of him. Naruto sighed again. "Sensei, sometimes I wonder if dad would seal the Kyuubi in me. If he knew how things would end, would he do it? He would do it, there's no doubt about it," the blonde said with regret, but a small smile appeared on his face. Kakashi was very surprised by the words said by the blonde. "Narrate, when," said the silver-haired man, but Naruto interrupted him. "When did I find out?" asked the blonde. "Come on, sensei, I've been in the Hokage's office many times. Since I was little I looked at the portraits of the previous Hokages. Honestly, I'm surprised that no one has noticed until now, but I think that your own hatred is blinding. I mean, I'm practically a clone of the fourth Hokage," laughed the blonde. "On the other hand, when I asked the old man about my doubt, he got very tense and evaded the question. That was all I needed to confirm it," said the blonde while nodding several times. Kakashi was very surprised at how sharp Naruto could be in deducing all of that with just a photograph and a reaction from the third. "So if you don't want to be Hokage and you don't care about the villagers, why do you want more power?" he questioned the blonde while narrowing his eyes. To protect what's important to me, the blonde replied with a look full of determination. And what could that be? The silver-haired man asked curiously once again. When I entered the academy I met a person who caught my attention. That person was nothing special, but as time went by I started to notice that person more and more, said the blonde as a small smile formed on his face. The way that person worked to get what he wanted, even though it never worked no matter how many times he tried and failed. He always kept trying to get it, he never gave up. Explained Naruto with a nostalgic smile. I started to notice that I wanted to be the same, to try to pursue a dream in the same way. For a moment I felt jealous of that person who had a goal, a dream. Without realizing it, those negative feelings changed. I began to long for a dream that would make me feel that intensity, but what dream could that be? I began to question myself, until one day we happened to be in the same class, and as I entered the classroom on the first day I accidentally slipped and crashed into sensei's desk. Everyone laughed at me. It was at that moment where I decided what my dream would be. The moment I looked at his smile, at that moment I decided that I wanted to protect that smile, said the blonde with longing while smiling in a very radiant way, not those fake smiles that he always used. Kakashi continued listening to the blonde when he noticed that small difference in his smile that he normally had. Then I met Haku and he asked me if I had people I wanted to protect. I started thinking, and many faces came to my mind. Iruka-sensei, the old third, Ayame, old Tucci, Konohamaru, Sasuke team, Sakura-chan, and you Kakashi-sensei, said the blonde, then his smile disappeared and a serious expression replaced it. But after finishing our fight today and seeing that I almost lost a partner, and with that what I wanted to protect. I don't want to lose my dream, it took me a long time to find it, said the blonde with regret in those last words. Kakashi noticed that and immediately knew who the person Naruto was talking about was and who was part of that dream. Naruto looked into his sensei's eyes. Kakashi noticed in those blue eyes that looked at him with such deep intensity a very great determination. Without a doubt he was the living image of his sensei and his wife. Please sensei, help me become stronger so I can protect the people I care about, said the blonde without taking his gaze off his sensei. Kakashi looked at the blonde and released enormous killing intent. Well Naruto. I hope you're ready for what you ask of me. I will train you until I'm exhausted and more. Believe me when I tell you it will be hell. But at the first complaint, if you question what I say, or if you are below my expectations, I will stop doing it. I do not intend to waste my time. Understood? Said the silver-haired man very firmly and without stopping, giving off that thirst for blood. Understood Kakashi-sensei, the blonde responded instantly, without any doubt and without hesitation. Excellent, we'll start tomorrow at him in the forest, the silver-haired man replied, stopping releasing that murderous aura, completely changing the atmosphere and giving the blonde his characteristic one-eyed smile. Naruto wondered how his sensei could change the atmosphere like that. After all, it wasn't the first time he'd experienced it, the only difference was that this time his killing intent was much more intense. But didn't we finish the mission already, sensei? The blonde questioned, somewhat surprised. Our mission is to take care of the client until the bridge is finished, the silver-haired man replied. By the way, Naruto, don't tell me the smile you want to protect is Sakura's. He mocked his student a little when he discovered whose smile the boy wanted to protect. Naruto turned crimson from being discovered so easily. Please don't tell anyone, sensei. I'm afraid of what Sakura-chan could do to me if she finds out, the blonde begged as a shiver ran through his body. Don't worry, I won't mention it. It's better if we leave before the others get worried, the silver-haired man suggested. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, the blonde nodded as he ran to Tasuna's house. Okay now, the silver-haired man whispered as he disappeared in a flash. You know, it's rude to listen to other people's conversations, he said in a serious tone. Why, I scream at being discovered and the surprise of him appearing out of nowhere. So what did you hear? The silver-haired man questioned, at least he didn't faint this time, he thought. Not much, just since the academy, he said uneasily and somewhat embarrassed. I see, how about we pretend you were never here and not tell anyone what you heard today? Kakashi suggested seriously. Okay, sensei, he said with a little doubt. Then we'll see each other at Tasuna's house and don't forget, not a word to anyone, Sakura, Kakashi said, giving the girl an eye smile as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto, Sakura murmured, placing her hand near her chest. The girl sighed as she began to walk towards Tasuna's house. November, year X 107. The next day in the forest were Kakashi and Naruto. Okay, sensei, what will you teach me today? Naruto asked eagerly. First of all, we will work on your chakra control, which due to your enormous chakra reserves is very poor. We also have to improve your Jujutsu, which is practically non-existent, and I will teach you jutsus so that you have a more complete arsenal. We will work on your concentration, your speed to organize a strategy in battle, and your physical prowess, the silver-haired man told the blonde. Okay, what shall we start with first, sensei? The blonde asked excitedly upon hearing his training plan. Tell me, Naruto. How many shadow clones can you make at once? The silver-haired man asked. I don't know. Why does sensei ask? The blonde questioned. Kakashi looked at Naruto in disbelief, seeing Naruto's face that had written all over it that he didn't know what he was planning, he decided to ask. You haven't noticed yet, right? He questioned the perplexed blonde. Notice what? Sensei said the blonde while shaking his head from side to side and putting a hand on his chin, as if he was thinking something very deeply. Kakashi sighed heavily and wondered why he agreed to do this. It's easier if I show you, make a shadow clone Naruto, I'll make one too, he told Naruto. Naruto, without asking why, simply crossed his fingers forming his characteristic cross seal and created the clone just like Kakashi. Okay, now we'll send the clones to an area where we can't see them and after a while we'll make them disappear, he said, while signaling the clones to go to another area. After a moment Naruto's face lit up and he started laughing. Haha sensei, you owe me a meal at Ichiraku's, said the blonde, very happy when he noticed that something strange was happening. Wait, that wasn't us because I have these memories, said the blonde, very surprised and confused by what just happened. So it wasn't my imagination, he whispered to himself, but it didn't escape Kakashi's ears. That is one of the functions of the shadow clones, they were originally designed for espionage, since the original recovers the experiences of the clones, mentioned the silver-haired man. Now we will use that for your training, that way it will take us less time to get you up to speed. We will use the clones to train your chakra control and study the jutsus that I am going to show you. They will also train basic taijutsu katas. While the clones work on that, you will dedicate yourself to your physical skills, since the clones do not affect the physique for obvious reasons, explained Kakashi. The blonde just nodded several times. Okay, let's see how many clones you can make, he said, looking at Naruto. Yes, sensei, crossing his fingers in the form of a cross. Multiple shadow clones jutsu, said Naruto as a large cloud of smoke spread across the area. When the smoke cleared, 200 clones were in the area. It never ceases to amaze me how many clones you can make, said the silver-haired man. Okay Naruto, we'll divide the clones into groups, we'll send 50 clones to practice tree walking for your chakra control, another 10 will be meditating to increase your concentration and perception. Kakashi created clones. 3 groups of 25 clones will go with my clones, so I can show you the 3 jutsus and practice them, another 25 will go with my other clone, and I'll show you other training for chakra control, and the rest will train the taijutsu katas with my 2 remaining clones, explained Kakashi. And what will I do, sensei? Naruto asked as the clones headed to different areas. You have to do 3 sets of 50 squats, 50 push-ups, run for 30 minutes, and once you finish you have to disappear the clones for periods of 30 minutes and replace them with more, but not all at once, since it is too much of a burden for your body and mind. Then you will repeat the sets, it will be like this for 7 days, explained Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what jutsus will you teach me? The blonde asked expectantly. The 3 jutsus that I will teach you are Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu and Body Flickering Jutsu Shunshin. Also, the other method of chakra control consists of holding 10 leaves, 1 on each finger, and trying to balance them and prevent them from falling with your chakra. He explained to the blonde what each one consisted of and also told him that he had to master them by the end of the 7 days if he wanted him to continue training him. That was his goal for his first week. November, year X 107. 7 days later. We see a group of blondes in their training. For the past 6 days, Kakashi had been sending a group of 2 clones to oversee Naruto's training. This also meant keeping the Uchiha's training a secret as Kakashi didn't want to have to work anymore. He told Naruto to leave a clone at Asuna's house every day. During those days he gave the 3 of them more training, but lighter than Naruto's. The training consisted of perfecting the tree walk, the water walk, and improving their physical dexterity, since the pinky one was really lacking it. Naruto steadily improved more and more each day, and his chakra control leaped to Chunin level control, giving him more stamina in battles, since he doesn't waste chakra on his jutsu. He mastered the Shuriken Shadow Clones Jutsu and the Flickering Body Jutsu to a level acceptable to Kakashi. He can also perform substitution without hand seals, giving him better maneuverability in battle. Kakashi taught him the basic katas of a style of taijutsu called Strong Fist. This style of taijutsu is both an external style and a hard style of martial arts. The external style of martial arts is a fighting style characterized by an emphasis on quick, explosive movements and the development of the practitioner's physical strength and agility. Training regimens for external styles center around speed, muscular power and application, developing the user's muscle memory and endurance, and building the entire body to a hard level of physique for actual combat. The hard style of martial arts is a fighting style characterized by a focus on intercepting and countering force, and countering an opponent's incoming force with equal and/or greater force. In these styles, the user either directly blocks the incoming attack with an attack of their own or by cutting through the attack at an angle. These styles rely on external power. In the case of a strong-fisted practitioner, it is the user's superior strength and physical conditioning that create success. The combat practitioner goes head-on with the offense, and their offense becomes their defense. Naruto has been practicing chakra enhancement as it would help him improve his speed and give him a use for those large chakra reserves. Naruto can sustain a fight with his enhanced body for 15 minutes at full power. Kakashi wanted to focus Naruto's style on speed and strength as he possesses a considerable amount of superior strength for his age. Our favorite blonde is in a tree stuck to a branch using chakra and doing push-ups to improve his body and mind, giving him better concentration. Is something wrong, sensei? Asked the blonde without turning to look at the silver-haired man who had just arrived. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto noticed his presence since he was hiding it to surprise the boy. I just came to give you the next part of your training, she said with a shrug. By the way, Naruto, how did you know it was me? She asked the blonde. These last few days while my clones were meditating after changing the clones, I noticed that they were picking up small signals. I realized that they were from the people of the town, and from Tasuna's house. I understood that they were chakra signals. Since then it was more frequent and much easier to locate them, and the range expanded a bit, explained the blonde. So it's a sensor type, Kakashi thought. Okay Naruto, and what is the range of what you can perceive? He asked curiously. Naruto took a thoughtful pose. Let's see, I think my limit is up to the bridge, Naruto said with some doubt. That's a distance of approximately kilometers, Kakashi thought. Seems like a good range. It's time to change your training, said the silver-haired man. Naruto, very excited, came down from the tree and sat in front of Kakashi in the lotus position. Naruto, you will continue improving the basic katas that I taught you until you perfect them, he told the blonde. Kakashi-sensei, may I ask, why did you only teach me the basic movements? The blonde asked curiously. I only showed you the basics so that you can create your own style of Jujutsu. If you manage to perfect the basics, you will be able to mold it and adapt it to your own style. That way your rivals won't be able to read your movement so easily. Just remember that whenever you feel that you're reaching a limit, go back to the basics, he said in a serious tone. Naruto nodded and waited for his sensei to tell him the rest of the training regimen. For the tree walk we will now use half of the clones to climb, and the other half will throw senbons at them. This way we will improve your concentration, your chakra control, and you will train the throwing of senbon. I will also tell you the vital points where you should hit to hurt, kill or knock out an enemy. The clones that are meditating we will increase by 5. The water walk we will now use, while you train the basic katas of your Jujutsu style, and you will have sparring partners. So you get used to fighting while concentrating your chakra until you do it unconsciously. Also your physical training you will do in the water, explained Kakashi, while Naruto just nodded. Okay, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto, standing up to do what his sensei told him when Kakashi stopped him. Wait Naruto, put these seals on your wrists and ankles, she said while showing him the seals and giving them to him. What are these seals for, sensei? The blonde asked as he placed them on his body. They're weight seals. They increase your weight. You just have to adjust them with your chakra. We'll start with 20 kilos in each one, for a total of 80 kilos. Every third day, you'll gain 5 kilos in each one, Kakashi told him. Understood sensei, I will begin the training, said Naruto, making a military salute, created a clone, and undid it to send the new information to the clones. Kakashi gave Naruto 200 senbon to practice with, and that would be Naruto's training for the next month and a half. December 24th, year X 107. A month and a half later. Near the lake, Naruto and Kakashi are standing in front of each other. It's their last day on the wave, and Kakashi wants to test the blonde's progress, so they'll have a training match to measure Naruto's level. Are you ready? Naruto asked the silver-haired man. Yes, the blonde replied, putting himself on guard. We'll start now, said the silver-haired man, disappearing as soon as he finished. Naruto stood still, he closed his eyes to improve his perception. Kakashi watched him from a tree. It seems he's improved. Before he would have despaired and screamed, Kakashi thought, looking at the blonde when he disappeared. Here he comes, he said to himself mentally. Kakashi dodged 2 senbon that passed by where his head was a moment ago. That was good, he thought. Then he felt someone stand behind him. Suddenly a hand with a kunai buried itself in a log. Since Kakashi used substitution at the last moment, I think I'll have to take this more seriously, the silver-haired ninja thought. Naruto looked at the trunk in which his hand stuck the kunai. Damn, he's fast as always, sensei, thought the blonde. That was when he felt a kunai pressed into his neck from behind. I think it's checkmate, Naruto, said the silver-haired man in a monotonous tone. Not today, sensei, said the blonde, smiling, as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The clone, Kakashi thought. And then a shuriken headed towards him. Kakashi jumped to dodge it when he heard another shuriken being thrown. He turned to see it when the shuriken went from to. Kakashi watched, and taking out a kunai from his kunai holder, he used it to deflect the shuriken falling on a branch. That was close, it caught me by surprise, Kakashi thought. Don't get distracted, sensei. The blonde's voice was heard as he kicked his sensei, which Kakashi blocked with his forearm, but due to the power of the kick, he was sent to another branch. Its power has increased, it seems that it is using the chakra reinforcement, concluded Kakashi, taking out a kunai. Okay Naruto. First Jujutsu lesson, said the silver-haired man. Using the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker, he stood behind the blonde and using the kunai directed a cut to the blonde's neck. Naruto took out a kunai to block the cut, colliding both kunai. The two struggled for a moment. The blonde jumped back, putting some distance, leaning on a tree, then he propelled himself towards his sensei, giving a direct cut to the silver-haired ninja's chest. Kakashi grabbed the blonde's wrist to stop the cut. Naruto used the momentum to direct a kick to the silver-haired ninja's head with his left leg, which Kakashi blocked with his right forearm. Naruto was in an awkward position. Using his right leg, he leaned on the silver-haired man's chest and propelled himself backwards, turning his right wrist a little to free himself from the silver-haired man's grip, managing to get out of that disadvantageous situation. Naruto, you have certainly improved your thought process a lot in battle, and your reflexes are much better, also your speed. Now let's see how your chakra control and your taijutsu are. Let's see what you have achieved this month. Let's go to the lake and have a sparring session, he said to the blonde, who nodded and followed the silver-haired man. Arriving at the lake, they stood in front of each other and both took their respective taijutsu positions. They stared at each other without any unnecessary movement for a few moments, looking for any opening in the opponent. Kakashi smiled when he saw that Naruto improved a lot compared to when he met him at the academy. The old Naruto would have charged without thinking twice. Kakashi blinked for a second, and Naruto took the opportunity to attack. He began to run towards the ninja at a very high speed, hovering around the mid-chunin level. Due to his chakra reinforcement, even though he has his weight seals activated, without them he could be much faster. Naruto closed the distance in a matter of seconds. He gave a high kick aimed at Kakashi's head, which Naruto blocked with his right forearm. The puff was heard behind him, and after a puff of smoke a Naruto clone appeared. That surprised Kakashi since he didn't use any hand seals. The clone tried to sweep Kakashi's feet, who jumped to avoid the sweep and pushed the Origina's leg while being in the air. Naruto took advantage of the momentum and broke his body, giving another kick to Kakashi, who couldn't dodge, so he blocked the kick with both arms, which made him back a couple of meters. He spun in the air and managed to land on his feet. Before he could recover, Naruto was already landing a right hook to his ribs. Kakashi blocked the blow with his left forearm and aimed a kick at the blonde's ribs, who blocked it with his left forearm. Another puff was heard, and another Naruto clone appeared sweeping Kakashi's feet again, but this time he managed to sweep his foot, unbalancing Kakashi. Naruto tried to punch the Jonin's chest, but Kakashi, showing off his experience and superior speed, grabbed Naruto's arm with his legs and applied a twist lock, throwing him towards his other clone. The two Narutos crashed and both disappeared in a puff of smoke that surprised the Jonin. Kakashi looked up and a Naruto was coming down, giving an axe kick towards the Jonin, who blocked the blow with both arms. Naruto used his free leg and using Kakashi's arms, he propelled himself to keep some distance from his sensei. Naruto, you have improved a lot, but you forgot that you are not the only one who can use clones, said the silver-haired man to his little genin. Shit, I thought I had this covered, the blonde said as a Kakashi clone had his fingers pointed at the blonde's neck from behind him. I was surprised by the way you mixed the clones into your taijutsu style, also your power behind each blow increased and your speed is undoubtedly superior. I see that you can make clones without hand seals, it seems that your chakra control and your resistance increased, praised the Jonin to his blonde genin. Haha, thank you very much sensei, I owe it all to you for dedicating time to my training, Naruto thanked with a big smile. You must continue training like this for a while longer. Perfect what you have, and we'll move on to the next part of your training once we arrive in Konoha, he told the blonde. Yes Kakashi-sensei, said the blonde. Let's go with the others, we have to leave soon, he told her. Sensei, can we go somewhere before we go back? Asked the blonde. Sure, where do you want to go? Asked Kakashi. I want to say goodbye to them, he said to his sensei. Kakashi nodded and they both disappeared in a shunshin. In front of a sword and a Kiri hunter mask, we see a blonde man and a silver-haired man. Hello Haku, I came to say goodbye. Don't worry, I'll come visit you from time to time. Thank you very much for those words you gave me. Thanks to them, I know what my ninja path is. And also, thank you Zabuza. Thanks to you, I know that our destiny as ninjas is ours to decide. Thank you very much. I will never forget what I learned from you, and I will never forget you, said the blonde. Naruto bent down and took Haku's mask, he bit his thumb and with his blood he wrote something inside the mask. When he finished he put it back in place. It's a lifelong promise, and Naruto Uzumaki always keeps his promises, said the blonde and looked at his sensei. Kakashi nodded and they both disappeared in a shunshin. On the wave bridge are Team 7 and all the villagers ready to say goodbye to the heroes of the wave. Thank you very much, Team 7. Thank you for taking my request. The wave will always be grateful. Don't hesitate to come again. You're welcome here whenever you want. Tsuna said to Team 7 on behalf of everyone in the village. Don't worry Tsuna-san, it's our mission, and the whole team agreed to go on the mission, Kakashi replied in his usual monotonous tone of boredom. Naruto Nyasan, will we see you again? Asked Inari somewhat sadly. Of course Inari, remember to take care of Tsunami-san and the old man Naruto told the boy. Have a good trip, guys Tsunami wished them. Thank you very much Tsunami-san said Sakura and Naruto. Sasuke just nodded and a small smile appeared on his face. Then Team 7 continued on their way to the leaf after saying goodbye to the villagers and to Tsuna's family. Tsuna-san, now that I think about it, the bridge doesn't have a name yet a villager told them. Now that you mention it, you're right, said Tsuna. What shall we name it? Asked Tsuna. What do you think of the Great Naruto Bridge? Suggested Inari. All the villagers nodded in agreement and celebrated their new bridge and their great hope of reviving their village. In Zabuza and Haku's graves we see a blood-stained mask with a message inside. I will protect those who are precious to me. The wind blew and the leaves of the trees swayed, a soft breeze was felt in the place, and for a moment 2 laughs were heard in that beautiful place. Chapter 2. December, year X 107. 2 days later in Konoha we see Team 7 arrive from their mission in the land of the wave. The Eternal Chunin Katetsu and Izumo greet them at the village gates. Good morning, Team 7 is returning from a mission, we will report to the Hokage, said the silver-haired Jonin. Oh but it's Kakashi-san, so you're returning from your mission, I see said Katetsu. Good morning Kakashi-san Izumo greeted. Team 7 greeted the Chunin and continued on their way to the Hokage's office. Team 7 reporting to the Hokage Kakashi told the Hokage's secretary. Good morning Haddock-san, the Hokage will see you shortly said the young secretary. Team 7 entered the Hokage's office. Good morning Hokage-sama greeted the members of Team 7. Good morning, old man said the young blonde man of the group. Naruto, be more respectful to the Hokage, Sakura scolded him and lightly hit him on the head. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, the bubblegum-haired girl apologized. How? Sakura, why did you do that? The blonde questioned childishly. The Hokage smiled at the Genin's act. Good morning Hokage-sama, had a Kakashi reporting that the mission was a success, I come to give the mission report, Kakashi gave the report to the Hokage to read. The Hokage read the report and smiled. So the mission has been upgraded to A rank after former missing nin Zabuza Momochi and his pupil Hakuyuki attempted to eliminate the client, the Hokage said. Okay, Team 7, your pay for the mission will be A rank, the Hokage smiled at the Genin. The 3 Genin were happy because they would be paid like an A-rank mission, especially the blonde of the team, because he would have a lot of money for ramen. You may leave and rest, the Hokage told them. Yes Hokage-sama said the 3 Genin and left the office. Hokage-sama would like to speak with you said the silver-haired man. The Hokage nodded. Could we talk alone? Asked the Jonin. The Hokage gave a signal and the Anbu left the room. What's wrong, Kakashi? Sarutobi questioned. It's about Naruto Hokage-sama Naruto knows about his father said the Jonin in a serious tone. The Hokage opened his eyes in shock. But how did he find out? Who told him? Sarutobi asked in a threatening tone, narrowing his eyes. Apparently he discovered it a long time ago when he asked you Hokage-sama about your doubt about whether the 4th Hokage was your father. It seems that he deduced it from your behavior and believed that I finished giving him the statement when he told me said the Jonin after realizing that he practically confirmed his suspicions to Naruto when he asked him. Sarutobi was surprised and sighed. Well, I would tell him when he came of age or when he became a Chunin, and how did he take it? Sarutobi asked in a guilty tone. It seems that he doesn't blame anyone for what happened and understands why the information was hidden from him. He doesn't agree with his decision, but he understands that he was looking out for the village. He is smarter than Hokage-sama thinks, and he thinks that what hurt him is that he won't trust him, said Kakashi shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. Sarutobi nodded, feeling a little guilty about the kind of life Naruto had lived these past few years. Well, that boy is truly special. He has the strong will of his parents and their determination. He also has sensei's cunning. He will undoubtedly be an excellent shinobi, said the Jonin proud of his student. After the fight on the bridge, he asked me to train him. He informed the Hokage. Sarutobi looked at Kakashi strangely since the Jonin was the sensei of Team 7, so it was normal for him to train them. Kakashi noticed the Hokage's gaze so he continued with his explanation. He asked me for a more difficult training than what we normally offer our genin, so I'm giving him the training I did in Anbu, explained the Jonin to his Hokage. Sarutobi opened his eyes in shock after Kakashi's explanation. "Kakashi, what level is Naruto currently at?" the Hokage questioned authoritatively. "At first we focused all our time on improving his chakra control and basic skills like Taijutsu, Ninjutsu and his shuriken throwing. I also want to integrate Kenjutsu, but that would be after improving the basics," Kakashi commented. "For now, Ichigo can use Shunshin without hand seals. He is at a Jonin level in the mastery of his Shunshin. He adapts very quickly to ninjutsu, he is like a sponge, it takes time to learn it, but once he understands the fundamentals he improves at a surprisingly fast level. I also told him that he had to master substitution Kawarimi, and he is also capable of using it on an unconscious level, so his reaction time is monstrous, his reflexes if we polish them, would be at the same level as Minato-sensei. I showed him the Shuriken Shadow Clones Jutsu, Shuriken Kage Bunshin, and he has mastered it. As for Taijutsu, I only showed him the basic katas of the strong fist style, Ken, since I really do not know any style of Taijutsu that I can teach him that will benefit him, so I let him experiment," explained the silver-haired man. He added the use of shadow clones to his Taijutsu, giving a very good combination. His style consists of using clones to complement his weak points and exploits them to force the opponent to attack and leave them vulnerable. He attacks, and as he uses the Kage Bunshin without hand seals, he attacks from several directions once he is cornered and the opponent is able to counterattack. He uses the Kawarimi and is replaced with the clone, then the opponent attacks the clone and Naruto has a better attack position. It is very brilliant how he came to that fighting style. It is very difficult to face him in a Taijutsu battle, but it depends a lot on his reflexes and reaction time, so if he faces someone who surpasses him in speed and cannot react, he will be in trouble. If I gave him an average level currently, he would surely be in high Genin or low Chunin, Kakashi informed Sarutobi, who was very surprised by the blonde's progress. "So maybe he's at the Chunin level," Sarutobi pondered for a moment. "Kakashi is still training, maybe he'll want to train Naruto now that he's back in the village," Sarutobi said with a smile. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in confusion at the Hokage's words, but after a while he understood who the Hokage was referring to. "So he's back after all this time? He's no doubt very happy with Naruto's progress," Kakashi smiled. "Kakashi entrusted you with Naruto's training, I'll send for him to see if he'd be willing to train Naruto, no doubt he'll agree, after all he absolutely refused to leave him alone in the village, but the council wouldn't allow him to stay in the village," Sarutobi sighed. "You may go, Kakashi, thanks for completing the mission. I expect a lot from your team, by the way, an old friend of yours has been very impatient to pit his students against yours." The Hokage laughed at the thought of Kakashi's self-appointed rival. "Please Hokage-sama, don't tell him that we returned from the mission or he'll go crazy," begged the silver-haired jonin with an anime-style drop of sweat on his head. Kakashi said goodbye to the Hokage and left the office. "Anbu," said the Hokage in a firm tone. "Yes, Hokage-sama," said a violet-haired Anbu wearing a cat mask, appearing in front of the Hokage, bowing politely and respectfully. "You know what to do, tell him that you needed to talk to him about something important," Sarutobi said to the Anbu in front of him. "As I ordered, Hokage-sama," said the Anbu and disappeared in a Shunshin. Meanwhile, with the rest of Team 7. As soon as they left the Hokage's office, they headed to collect the reward for their mission. "Wow, Gama-chan is very full," said the blonde very happily while shaking his toad-shaped purse. "Does that thing have a name?" Sakura asked with an anime-style sweat drop. Naruto turned around, his face doubtful. "That's what it said on the note I received when I got it," the blonde replied. Sakura looked at the blonde with a curious expression, but let it go for the moment. "So what will you do?" he asked the two boys. "I'm going to Ichiraku to eat ramen since I haven't been able to eat during the mission," said the blonde very happy and salivating uncontrollably while imagining a good bowl of ramen. "I'll go train," said the Uchiha in a disdainful tone and left without caring about his teammates' response. "What a big idiot," said Naruto. "Naruto no la digas así a Sasuke Rige no la Rosadita." Okay, Sakura-chan, then we'll see each other later," said the blonde, turning around and starting to walk in Ichiraku's direction. Sakura was somewhat surprised that Naruto didn't try to ask her out on a date, since that was usually the pattern. She would try to do something with Sasuke and he would reject the idea, and Naruto would try to ask her out, she would refuse, hit him or simply ignore him. Sakura simply shrugged and headed home to rest. She didn't have much energy to think about that right now. Naruto arrived at the ramen stand he liked so much and entered the place that from a few blocks back gave off a heavenly aroma for the blonde Uzumaki. "Old man, 4 orders of extra-large miso ramen," the blonde said to the owner of the place. Gucci heard the voice of his #1 customer and smiled. "Long time no see, Naruto, your order will be out soon. How was your first mission outside the village?" Tucci said to his #1 customer. "Okay, old man. It was really hard, but the experience was very helpful. I'm sure I've become stronger than before." said the blonde enthusiastically, adopting his old personality since it was so ingrained in him that it would be difficult to change. By the way, where is Amni? Asked the blonde. Am went to buy some ingredients that are needed, she will be back soon, Tucci said in a happy tone. Naruto smiled as he missed his almost sister. Then someone else entered the premises. Hey Tucci-san, a bowl of miso ramen, the stranger said. By the way, where is your beautiful daughter? He asked in an amused tone. Naruto turned to see the stranger. He was a tall man with a ninja headband with the kanji for oil. He had long white hair and 2 red lines on his face. Huo. But if it's Jiraiya-san, it's an honor to have you here, Tucci said happily. Haha, I couldn't come to Konoha and leave without trying your delicious ramen, said the white-haired man. Naruto watched the interaction between the 2 older men with curiosity, wondering who this man was that old Tucci spoke to with such respect. The man noticed Naruto and looked at him for a moment. Huh? You look familiar, brat, said the white-haired man to the blonde genin. The vein popped out on Naruto's forehead at the nickname the strange man gave him. Brat, Naruto repeated in an annoyed tone. I'm not a brat, old man, the blonde said while pointing at him with his finger. Who are you calling old, shorty? Jiraiya asked in an annoyed tone. This annoyed the blonde even more, driving him crazy. That was all, stupid old man, do you want to fight? Said the blonde, very angry since the subject of his height was very sensitive for him and it always bothered him greatly. Naruto stood up and challenged the white-haired man to a fight. You're 100 years away from being able to fight me, brat, he said to the blonde while signaling him with his hand to leave. Naruto was boiling inside, then Tucci appeared with the ramen dishes. Naruto sniffed the ramen and seemed to forget everything around him. He even ignored Jiraiya's comment, and as if he was dragged to his place by an invisible force that seemed to make him float, he took his chopsticks and began to eat his ramen in a voracious way, as if he hadn't eaten in decades. Wow. The brat really eats, at a surprised Jiraiya. Haha, Tucci laughed. It's not for nothing that he's our #1 customer, he said proudly. Naruto finished his first bowl of ramen. When he put it on the counter, Tucci already had another full bowl right in front of the blonde. Thanks, old man, as always it's delicious, nothing more worthy of the food of the gods, said the blonde with stars in his eyes. Jiraiya and Tucci laughed at Naruto's comment. Jiraiya couldn't help but remember his former student and his young wife, as a big smile appeared on his face. Jiraiya finished eating his second bowl of paid ramen and left the place saying goodbye to Tucci. Hey, old man, who is that man? The blonde asked curiously, sounding annoyed as he remembered the comment about his height. He is one of the legendary Sannin, literally Sannin means, I don't know how to put it here, hahaha, Jiraiya the wise toad of Munmyaboku, said Tucci with admiration. What is a Sannin? Asked a confused Naruto. Sannin is a title given to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru for facing off against a fearsome shinobi named Hanzo during the Second Shinobi World War and surviving to tell the tale, Tucci explained. So the old man is strong? Naruto mused. Naruto nodded a couple of times and paid. After eating his 5th bowl of ramen, he said goodbye to Tucci and said hello to Am, who was still away with her shopping. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha heading to Training Camp 7 to continue his training regimen since he didn't want Kakashi-sensei to stop training him because he started to slack off in his training. Having arrived at the training ground, Naruto began to warm up by running 30 laps around the training ground and stretching his muscles. After 20 minutes of stretching and 30 laps, he was ready to begin his training regime, so he prepared 10 clones to simulate a fight since he wanted to perfect his basic katas, remembering what Kakashi told him to always review the basics, also that way he would not draw attention for his use of clones since Kakashi recommended that he not use his clones for the moment if he did not want to draw attention. After 2 hours of combat with the clones, Naruto climbed a tree, stood on his head and began his physical training. This way he would train his physical strength and also his chakra control at the same time, having to stay attached to the tree by means of his chakra. After 5 sets of 250 squats, push-ups and sit-ups each, Naruto created 3 clones and they began to throw senbons at him while he went up and down the tree, switching with clones that he made every time a senbon would hit the target. Sometimes he was not fast enough to create the clone and use the kawarimi, so he would receive the senbon in some areas of his body, cutting off the function of some limb for a period of time. After an hour it was time for meditation. He had to learn to stay calm and keep his temper under control, since Kakashi had told him that he had to learn to think things through and plan instead of jumping headfirst into any situation and hoping for the best. Naruto really enjoyed this part of the training as he felt really comfortable being still and calm for a moment. Lately he began to experience something strange. He felt as if everything around him stopped and his senses expanded greatly. He could feel the people in the village, the animals and some very small and very subtle presences. At first he did not know what these presences were, but then he understood that they were from the plants and trees that surrounded him. They were small but they were there, he felt a great peace that put him in a state of trance. Naruto was meditating very quietly, the wind blew and left him with a feeling of peace, which made him feel very comfortable. Suddenly all traces of sound went out, the wind stopped, and the sound of a drop of water falling reached his ears. The sound of the drop falling over and over again for 5 minutes caught the attention of the blonde. He opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in training camp 7, instead he was in some sort of sewer. It was very dark and somewhat eerie, the wind was not blowing in any direction. Then he noticed a small very subtle current of wind. The wind current had a kind of rhythm, as if it were breathing. This caught the attention of the blonde who began to walk in the direction where said breathing was coming from. After a moment of walking it was heard more clearly that it was indeed breathing that was causing said current of wind. After 5 more minutes of walking Naruto came across a large barred door, like some kind of cage or prison with a paper with the kanji for seal on it. "So my jailer finally came to see me," a sinister voice was heard that made the whole place rumble. Naruto's skin crawled at the strong presence and the enormous instinct to kill, and he hated that he had the voice. Naruto just watched the huge door with curiosity, although inside he felt a tremendous desire to get out of there, since the pressure was suffocating him even more than when they faced Zabuza. It was when huge blood-red eyes began to open behind the bars and turned to look at him. Those eyes reflected great hatred and a deep instinct to kill, but what caught Naruto's attention the most was another very deep emotion in those crimson eyes, a feeling that the blonde knew very well: loneliness. "You must be the Kikbi no Imko, tailed demon fox," said Naruto calmly. The fox looked at Naruto analyzing the boy in front of him. He was quite calm, any other person would be trembling in his presence. The boy certainly had guts, he had to give him credit for that, it was that or he was just too stupid. "That's right, I am the most powerful Biju, the king of the Bijus, the great Kikbi no Imko, my name alone predicts death, all tremble before my presence, filthy mortal," said the fox proudly. The entire area rumbled with the beast's roar. The blonde looked curiously at the act of the enormous fox, but rather than inspiring fear in him, it was amusing to see the childish behavior of the self-proclaimed great king of the Bijus. Naruto tried to hold back the laughter that was about to come out and put a hand over his mouth, trying to stifle it, failing splendidly. The boy couldn't help but laugh until he was rolling in the water on the floor, since his stomach hurt from laughing so much, which made the huge fox angry. "What are you laughing at, human?" the demon fox asked indignantly. I'm sorry, it's just that PFFF," said the blonde between laughs, but he couldn't hold it in and continued laughing out loud, drawing a drop of anime-style sweat from his tenant. The fox quietly mentioned something about stupid blonde kids who don't respect him. Once the blonde stopped laughing and sat in the lotus position, the atmosphere changed again. The fox's killing instinct became stronger than at the beginning. He was quite angry because his jailer made fun of him. His hatred for humans was very great, and here was this stupid brat making fun of him. Naruto looked at him with curiosity, studying the fox's behavior. Despite being an ancient demon and possessing a great amount of knowledge, he had a childish attitude, but the foxes were cunning, so all this could be an act to get him to come down from his lair. "I want to propose you a deal. Sorry, I don't know what your name is. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Naruto," said the blonde in a serious tone. The fox looked at him for a moment, contemplating what the brat had said, which made him curious. "What are you talking about, human? You just said who I am just by seeing me," said the fox in an annoyed tone. "I doubt Kikbi is your name, isn't that what the humans decided to call you? If that is really your name then I would seriously question who named you," said the blonde with disdain. The fox looked at the blonde in shock, since no one in his life had ever asked him his name, they simply decided to call him whatever they wanted and locked him up because according to them he was dangerous. "Shut up, human, you just want my power just like all the damned of your species," said the fox angrily. "I'm not really interested in your power, the deal I want to offer you is for your knowledge, since it seems I lack that," said the blonde in a calm tone. "Knowledge?" the fox said, pondering what the blonde brat in front of him had said. "And what do you have to offer me, human?" he questioned. "I know what it's like to be alone, but I have no idea what it's like to be locked up for years, so I thought maybe you'd be interested in sharing my feelings," he said, hoping for a positive response. The fox pondered the blonde's offer for a moment. "And what meanings would it have? I ask." "Everything except the pain, I guess," said the blonde thoughtfully. "What kind of knowledge are you seeking?" the fox asked, somewhat interested in the brat's proposal. After all, he would be tied to the human until he died or lost control. On the other hand, he could gain the brat's trust and take over his body. Naruto looked at the fox and noticed a peculiar glow in his crimson eyes, a glow similar to that of the old man when he plans or hides something. "Techniques or anything that will help me train," the blonde said without hesitation. He would be attentive to anything the fox could plan. "Sounds like a good deal to me," the enormous demon said with a smile. After all, this was a win-win for him. The brat didn't know that by linking their senses, he could have greater control over him and influence him more easily. "So that's all you wanted?" the enormous fox demon said. Wait, the blonde man said. I want to know, why did you attack the village years ago? I doubt that after freeing yourself, you decided to attack the village only to be locked up again, the blonde man questioned his tenant. What makes you think that, human? The fox asked in a bored tone. Before returning from the wave, Kakashi-sensei told me that I had to study, that this was another part of my training, since knowledge is power. The first thing I did was look for information about you, and I found in the history books that I am not your first Jinchuriki, and there are no other records throughout history until that day, so you were sealed all that time, said the blonde with a little doubt. After all, that was the conclusion he came to after thinking about the matter. The Kikbi was surprised by the intelligence of his host. It seems that he was not an idiot as he thought at first. This was getting interesting. It seems that he would not get bored for long with this brat, he thought. I was controlled to attack this stupid village, as if these stupid humans were worth my time, said the fox with disdain. I see, said the blonde, and without further ado he got up from the floor, turned around and started to walk away. The Kikbi watched the brat get up, assuming the conversation was over. The blonde didn't question the fox, he simply believed his word. He didn't judge him or blame him for the life he was forced to live. Wait, human, aren't you going to blame me for what you've been through? The fox asked curiously. Why would I? The blonde asked. After all, you're just like me. You were just forced into a life you didn't choose to live, the blonde said with conviction. The fox was surprised by the brat's response. He never expected that kind of response. In his many years of life, no human treated him like this brat. He could only remember someone, and that was his father. Kurama, said the fox. You? The blonde said, confused since he didn't understand what the fox was referring to. That's my name, don't forget it, human, said the fox in an annoyed tone. I understand, I won't forget it, I promise, and I never break a promise. That's my ninja way, said the blonde with conviction and a huge smile on his face. Good, now go, I want to sleep, said the fox and roared. Naruto felt as if he was being dragged out of his mind, a very peculiar sensation as Kurama apparently expelled him from his own mind. The blonde opened his eyes and looked at the training field, smiled and stood up. It's time to continue training. Naruto stood up with a small jump. It seemed like things were going to get very exciting from now on. He couldn't wait for what was to come. If he remembers correctly, Kakashi told him that the Chunin exams were a couple of months away. He would be ready for them, so he had to train very hard during these 2 months. Chapter 3. After his little chat with his tenant, Naruto set out to continue with his current training and review the basics, since he was stuck with what he had learned, and he remembered that Kakashi-sensei told him that when he felt that he was stuck in his training, he should go back to the basics and start over. That way, he could improve his movements and find the flaws in them. Naruto periodically undid the clones to gain their memories and begin training again for the remainder of the day. December 27th, year X 107. The next day, Naruto went to visit his old sensei Iruka Yamino at his old school since he wanted to ask him a favor. Naruto entered his old classroom and found Iruka sitting at his desk sorting some papers. Good morning, Iruka sensei, greeted the blonde with a big smile. Hello Naruto, good morning, Iruka answered. By the way, you don't have to tell me, sensei, you know that, right? He questioned the genin. Naruto laughed a little. Sorry, sensei, it's just habit, the blonde said, somewhat embarrassed, scratching the back of his neck. Iruka sighed as Naruto called him sensei again, and he didn't even notice, so he realized it would be useless to dwell on it, so he let it go. And what brings you here, Naruto? The blonde genin asked. I want to ask you a favor, Iruka sensei, said the blonde. And what is that favor? He asked, curious about the blonde's request. I need to learn everything I'm supposed to know already, said the blonde with a tone of doubt in his voice at the end. You? So basically you want me to teach you what you're supposed to know if you paid attention in class, said Iruka in an amused tone. Basically, I guess, said the blonde, sadly. Iruka gave a sigh of resignation and nodded to the blonde. Thank you, sensei, now, said the blonde with a big smile and put his fingers in the shape of a cross, creating clones. Okay sensei, I'll leave you with your new class, said the blonde and jumped out the window while waving goodbye without turning to see Iruka, who was in shock in the classroom looking at the Naruto's waiting for his class. After leaving Iruka, Naruto was looking for a training field that Kakashi recommended for his training, and this was one not used much by the other genin and chunin of the village. If he remembers correctly, it was training field number. He doesn't know why, but it sounds familiar as if he had been there before. After minutes he arrived at training camp number. Said training camp is a little far away since it is outside of Konoha, and when he saw the training camp he couldn't help but remember his graduation exam. He couldn't believe he forgot about this camp, but then he remembered that at that moment he wasn't paying attention and was more focused on other matters like being an idiot. Naruto shook his head remembering how he behaved at that moment and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He really couldn't blame his classmates when he remembered his dark time. Even he would have been upset himself. Haha no, I really agree with you brat, you were disgusting back then, if it weren't for this seal, I would have definitely beaten you to death, Kurama mocked. Hug even you mock damn stupid fox you could have said I was really pathetic, I could have saved a lot back then said the blonde in exasperation. Kurama laughed out loud for a moment making Naruto even more irritated and squirming in embarrassment. Okay, enough of the nonsense haha said Kurama, wiping away a tear while trying not to keep laughing at the blonde's past. Naruto just covers his ears as if to stop the sound of Kurama's laughter in his head. Brat, the first thing I'm going to teach you is an element that exists in this world, but very few people use it, he said in a more serious tone. Tell me, what do you know about the yin-yang element Kurama asked. Yin-yang element? Naruto asked with a question mark all over his face. Ugh this is going to be harder than I thought Kurama thought, listen brat, the yin release, 4a, inten, literally yin release, is an element based on spiritual energy that governs the imagination, it is used to create forms out of nothing, and the yang release, 3a, imten, literally yang release, is an element based on physical energy that controls life, and is used to give life to forms, when combined it allows the use of the yin-yang element. The sage of the paths had full mastery over the yin-yang element since he used the yin to create forms out of nothing and then the yang to give life to the forms he had created. But we will focus on the yin element explained Kurama. Naruto nodded his head several times listening to Kurama's explanation. If I remember correctly in this village there is a clan that uses the yin element to use a shadow control jutsu said Kurama. Now we will do something better than simple shadow control well then come Brad I have to show you, but you better be prepared because it is very dangerous, there is nothing like free and risk-free power in this life, all power has a price to pay or risk, you wanted knowledge to obtain power, I hope you are prepared to pay for what you asked for, said Kurama in a dark tone. Don't try to scare me at this stage of training. If I didn't have the determination, I wouldn't have made that deal in the first place. The blonde said without a hint of doubt in his voice, sitting in the lotus position and preparing to enter his mental space. Inside Naruto's mental space, Kurama was waiting for the blonde, then the brat's figure began to be visible and stood in front of the cage. Well it seems like you're already getting used to entering your mental space. Thinking that it would take you years to be able to enter here, but after your first attempt you could enter consciously Kurama thought. Come here, Bratty said to the blonde. Naruto approached the enormous fence in front of him and looked at Kurama, he was truly enormous and gave off an ominous feeling from him, he was undoubtedly a being of great power. What I will do now is guide you to feel the yin element and the basis of what I want to teach you, if you manage to master it, it will depend on you and your determination, human after those words, Kurama took out his claw and with it, he touched the blonde's forehead. After Kurama touched his forehead everything went dark, an infinite darkness, an icy sensation ran through Naruto's body, this space was really total darkness, that darkness made his skin crawl, an ominous sensation ran through his body, it was truly macabre, something creepy. From all that darkness something took a humanoid form, and for a moment Naruto felt that someone was watching him, his skin prickled and a feeling invaded him, that feeling was fear, a fear he had never felt before, this darkness was terrifying, you felt like it was consuming you from within, the humanoid form began to walk towards Naruto. Naruto tensed the moment that thing began to walk, he didn't know what it wanted, and that feeling made him afraid, something normal in humans, the unknown always inspired fear. What do you want? Asked the blonde. But it only stopped for a moment and continued walking towards Naruto, noticing this Naruto got into a combat stance and waited to see what it would do, step by step time felt eternal, for Naruto the situation really made him tense, it stopped meter from Naruto and seemed to be watching him, then he made the first move. He started trying to sweep the blonde's legs, but Naruto jumped, it spun around and used the momentum of its sweep to support itself on its hands and kick Naruto while he was in the air. Naruto seeing the action of it, used his arms to cover himself from the kick that came from below and used the kick to propel himself backwards and put some distance between them. Now that Naruto knew that it wanted to fight, he was already prepared and mentally prepared for it, so it was his turn to start the fight. Naruto put his fingers in the shape of a cross, but nothing happened, no shadow clone appeared, something was wrong, something went wrong, but he didn't know what it was, it noticed Naruto's doubt and took advantage of Naruto's moment of hesitation and launched an attack, taking the blonde by surprise again, but this time he charged head-on and faced Naruto in a taijutsu battle. It made contact with the blonde and they engaged in a battle of pure taijutsu, after exchanging a series of punches, feints and kicks, Naruto began to feel pressure, he couldn't keep up with it and little by little it began to overwhelm him, he could only keep up with it thanks to his reflexes and his incredible reaction time, but it was starting to be more difficult to continue the fight because he only knew the basic katas and was limited to a certain number of movements. Naruto still didn't know why his clone jutsu wasn't working. In fact, he began to realize that he couldn't feel any chakra from it, he couldn't even feel his own chakra, and that was very disturbing. Since it was the first time he had that feeling, he tried to use the clone jutsu again, but nothing. He also tried to use a shunshin, but nothing either. Due to his distraction, it hit him with a right hook on his chin, sending him meters away, shaking his world for a moment. Naruto focused his vision again, moving his head from right to left in a quick movement, trying to shake off the feeling. He stood up again. He remembered that Kakashi-sensei told him to always stay calm during a fight, and that way he could fight and think much more rationally, since during the start of the fight, and when he noticed that he couldn't use his chakra for a moment, he panicked, and it cost him that strong right hook to the face that almost left him unconscious. Naruto takes a deep breath and exhales to calm his mind. Remembering his meditation training, he was able to calm down and think things through better. Meditating for a moment but without stopping observing his opponent, Naruto began to analyze his situation, and remembering that this was a kind of test that Kurama told him he had to pass in order to use the yin element. Remember what Kurama said about the yin element, thought the blonde. Mini flashback. Listen brat, the yin element is an element based on the spiritual energy that governs the imagination. It is used to create forms out of nothing. End of mini flashback. So he wants me to use the yin element to win this fight, but how do you use the yin element? The blonde meditated without having any idea what to do. Wait, right now I can't feel my chakra, so there's no energy to distract me. Maybe this environment is designed to help me capture the yin element, thought the blonde excitedly. Well, let's get to work, said the blonde more to himself than to his enemy. He closed his eyes in what seemed like a suicidal move in a battle, but he also expanded his perception in the environment, and to improve his result, it was necessary to cancel all his other senses. Then when everything went completely dark, he could see and feel something. The feeling was very vague, but there was that something. It was very difficult to keep it in sight, but it was there. It stood still as if watching Naruto, then stiffened for a moment as if noticing something. It ran towards the blonde. Naruto still had his eyes closed. It closed the distance in the blink of an eye, prepared his fist and hit his solar plexus, but the blonde, without opening his eyes, dodged the blow, moving sideways without moving from the same place, and took the wrist of it with his left hand, and with his right, he gave a palm blow to the chest of it, sending him meters back. It turned around in the air, landing on his feet holding his chest. Naruto stood on guard and opened his eyes. In them there was a peculiar glow. His blue eyes seemed to shine with an intense blue that would have frozen your blood. His gaze changed. It was intense in an inexplicable way, as if he were a totally different person. It was much more serious, that gaze no longer overflowing with the naivety that characterizes him. This time it was that of someone who was totally focused on the battle, as if he was saying that he would not give up until he was the winner, as if the only result of the encounter could be with him as the winner. He exerted great pressure. Naruto reaffirmed his stance. He began to run towards it, then it began to run towards the blonde as well. They were prepared for what both could feel would be the outcome of the encounter. Now only a battle open to decide the winner. There would be no truce. It would be a battle without quarter, giving the best of both. They were already less than meter away, and their fists met, beginning the Taijutsu combat. Naruto directed a low kick to the calf of it, hitting successfully. It retaliated by directing his fist to the upper part of the blonde's arm, to which the blonde dodged by leaning back slightly. Regaining his balance, he took the wrist of it and lifted it above him, slamming it on the floor as if it were a sack. It placed a hand on the floor, and using it as a support point, he turned, and with the speed accumulated by its rotation, he directed a kick to Naruto's ribs, to which the blonde blocking with his left forearm. It quickly moved away from the blonde, using his foot, leaning on the blonde to propel himself. Naruto looked seriously. He put his hands in the form of a cross, and a cloud of smoke appeared next to him, revealing another blonde. Naruto smiled with satisfaction, having understood the rules that govern this place. Only the yin element exists in this place, and nothing else can exist. Apparently it is a special area created by Kurama in his subconscious for his training in the mastery of the yin element. So he could only use said element to fight in this place, and apparently it is not the only special thing about this place. There are also a series of rules to follow, since you can only create things as your imagination allows you, but you can only create something that you know how it is made and its constitution. For example, you cannot create something that you have not seen or know how it feels or is created, so it is limited to your current knowledge. He looked closely at it, then he and his clone took out a pair of shurikens from their kunai holders and threw them, then they went through some hand seals, and the shuriken multiplied, going from 2 in an instant. The battle began to rise in intensity when the blondes went to it. Naruto, having returned the use of his known jutsu until now, began to turn the tides of the battle in his favor quickly as he put his skills to the maximum, resuming his way of fighting with his substitution style with his clones during the battle, beginning to overwhelm it in the fight. After a series of feint blows and more, Naruto managed to corner it without letting him more movements. Naruto stood behind it while his clone fought head-on, exchanging a couple of blows. The more the fight progressed, the more Naruto got used to his rival, thanks to the memories obtained from the clones that were destroyed during the confrontation, so the times the blonde had to use the Kawarimi was drastically reduced. Naruto began his assault, running towards it from the back, taking out a kunai and preparing to attack. When he was at a distance of meters, he accelerated drastically and moved the kunai towards his opponent's neck. It blocked the clone's blow and quickly turned to block the blonde's incoming attack, but when he turned around, he found himself again with the blonde's clone. The clone grabbed his wrist and placed his leg behind his, blocking his movements. Then the blonde blocked his other leg, placed his arm over his head and put the kunai on his neck from behind. He pressed him lightly and said, "It's over, you lost," but it only stopped for a moment and tried to turn around, to which the blonde cut his throat in the next moment. Naruto felt the sensation of his kunai sinking into its neck and was greatly surprised at the feeling of skin, flesh and bones being torn apart by his kunai. It was a chilling sensation, it really did seem totally like a human body. That punishment is something he would not forget. After all, it was the first time he experienced such a sensation. For a moment he was in shock, but after what felt like an eternity, everything began to disappear. The marks of the battle, discarded weapons and his remaining clone disappeared. He felt as if he was being pulled somewhere and a feeling of falling came over him. Naruto opened his eyes and then looked at Kurama in front of him, looking at him impassively. "What was that all about?" the blonde asked. "It was a test, and at the same time you're training to master the yin element," Kurama answered in a monotonous and bored tone. "I don't mean that, more like that feeling at the end," said the blonde, looking at his hand. Kurama looked at the blonde. "It was necessary. One day you'll have to kill. That's the way of the shinobi. I simply adjusted it so it wouldn't take you by surprise in the future. So I manipulated it so you could associate it with a human," he told Naruto in his same bored tone. Naruto clenched his hand into a fist a couple of times and nodded. "I understand," the blonde said, looking at Kurama. "What did you want to teach me after learning about the yin element?" the blonde asked curiously. "I will teach you a jutsu that in ancient times was used by a clan of assassins," said Kurama with a tone of superiority in his voice. "The clan of assassins?" the Uzumaki asked. "It was an ancient clan, and they were part of an organization called the Shadow Assassins. In fact, that clan that is in Konoha are descendants of that ancient clan, hence their innate ability to control shadows, only their heritage was lost over time, and they are no longer what they were in those times," explained Kurama. Naruto looked expectantly at Kurama, waiting for him to finish his explanation and tell him what jutsu that was. Kurama, noticing that he had piqued the Uzumaki's interest, continued. "It's a powerful jutsu, but it also contains a risk, so it's best if you master it completely before implementing it in battle, since the slightest mistake could cost you your life, and I don't want my vessel to die in a stupid way. It would be the laughingstock of everyone," said Kurama, staring at the blonde. Okay, I understand. I won't use it in battle until Kurama-sensei says I'm ready." "Okay, mom," said the Uzumaki sarcastically. Kurama rolled his eyes and ignored what the blonde said, since he seemed to understand the message. "The name of the jutsu is Shadow World, Kage no Sekai. The jutsu creates a connection with the shadows and allows you to travel in the shadow dimension. While you are in said dimension, no one will be able to see, hear or even touch you. At the same time, you will not be able to interact with the objects or beings of this dimension, since they are completely different planes. Just as a two-dimensional being cannot interact with a three-dimensional being, it is the same with this jutsu, but its uses are many, and it is excellent for infiltration and assassination missions," explained Kurama. The Uzumaki was very excited about the jutsu he would learn next, and it was totally reflected on his face. He was no longer the silly boy he pretended to be, but his naivety came to the surface when it came to knowledge, and of course being years old also made him easily impressionable. "Pay attention, these are the hand seals needed for the jutsu, memorize them, and once you have it, I will tell you how to use the jutsu. Now go," roared Kurama, expelling the Uzumaki from his mental space again. Outside of Naruto's mental space. "You damn fox. Who do you think you are, to kick me out of my own mind?" the blonde cursed his tenant. "What did you say, you thick brat?" Kurama roared. "Nothing, Kurama-sensei," said the blonde, standing up and forming a military salute. "TCH," said Kurama and returned to his daytime nap. "Damn well, I have work to do," he said to himself, since he couldn't even insult the fox in his mind because he would hear it because of his contract. Before Naruto headed to the training camp at the Hokage Tower, a meeting was taking place. "Jiraiya, it's good to have you back," Sarutobi greeted his former disciple. "It's good to see you too, Sarutobi-sensei," said the white-haired man. "I suppose you'll be in Konoha for a while?" the Hokage asked. "Yes, I'll be here for a while, at least until the Chunin exams are over," said Jiraiya in a serious tone. "In contrast to your information network?" asked the Hokage. Yes, I found some clues about Orochimaru and it seems he's planning something big this time, but I still don't know what it is. I'll keep an eye on him for a while, said the Toad Sage. Sounds good to me, let me know if there is any additional information. Now I would like you to do me a favor, said the Hokage in a serious tone, but a smile formed on his face. What favor are you talking about? Jiraiya questioned. I want you to train a genin before the Chunin exam, said the Hokage. Sensei, I've already told you that I won't have any other equipment, said Jiraiya in an annoyed tone. I'm not asking you to take a team of genins, Jiraiya, I just want you to train a genin. I assure you that you will have fun, after all it is very important, said the Hokage with a smile. What if I refuse? Jiraiya questioned. I understand how you feel, Jiraiya, but how about you take a look at it and then give me your answer, Sarutobi said confidently. Well, I'll take a look, but that doesn't mean I'll accept it, said Jiraiya without interest in the subject. Then I will wait for your answer, said the Hokage in an amused tone, as if he already knew the Sanin's answer. With Naruto after his practice with Kurama. It's time to continue training and learn the hand seals for the jutsu that Kurama wants to teach me, Naruto said to himself. He formed his signature cross-shaped seal and created clones to begin their training routine and instructed them to begin training. He walked over to one of the nearest trees to begin his physical training and placed one foot on the tree bark, but as soon as he placed his foot on it, he was thrown backward and the tree bark exploded into splinters. He fell on his butt and looked at the tree in surprise, then similar memories of his clones came to him. It seemed that most of them had similar accidents. Naruto wondered what was happening, since he hadn't had that problem before. He stood up again and tried once more, but the result was the same. Damn, what the hell is going on? The blonde wondered. Hey Kurama, do you have any idea what's going on? The blonde asked his tenant. Damn brat, I didn't tell you I was going to take a nap right now, why are you bothering me over something silly? Said Kurama quite annoyed. Sorry Mr. Busy, I'm sure you have better things to do, but I really don't know what's going on. Do you have something to do with this? Naruto asked doubtfully. You didn't even notice, you damn idiot, said Kurama, annoyed with the blonde. Realize what? Naruto asked. DCH, why do you have to be so annoying? Look brat, when I made the contract I stopped trying to destroy the seal that imprisons me inside you, so the chakra that was diverted to keep me in check has stopped doing that function. Now only a minimal amount is diverted to keep the seal activated, so your current amount of chakra is at least double what you had, explained Kurama in an annoyed tone, because his host was sometimes a complete idiot. You're telling me that all my effort to increase my chakra control has gone down the drain, said the shocked blonde. Basically, but the good side is that you already know how to improve it and it won't take you that long, said Kurama, seeing the blonde's mortified face. Ooh. All my work was wasted, Naruto shouted, falling to his knees and placing his hands on the floor while a cloud formed above him and it began to rain. Ahaha, you really are an idiot, human, Kurama laughed, wondering how the blonde made such a small cloud appear. Was it a genjutsu? As Naruto lay lamenting on the ground, he felt someone watching him from the trees. Well, you've had your fun, don't you think? What do you think if you show yourself? Said Naruto, standing up and looking in the direction where he felt the presence. After a brief moment, a violet-haired cat mask Anbu appeared in front of him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you, the Anbu apologized, bowing his head in a sorry tone. If not, why are you here? When is this training camp so far from the village? Naruto questioned the female Anbu. I'm here at Senpai's request. He asked me to continue your training. The Anbu explained. Senpai? Naruto asked. The Kashi Haddock sent me, said the Anbu. Sensei is your senpai? Said Naruto. He was my superior when I was part of the Anbu ranks, said the cat mask Anbu. Naruto nodded. So Kakashi sensei sent you to continue my training? He asked. That's right, but from what I see, you have some problems, the Anbu commented, looking at the clones in the training camp. It seems so, but it's nothing I can't fix. In fact, I'm working on it. Naruto told him, somewhat dejected by his deteriorating chakra control. The Anbu nodded and looked at Naruto again. Then I'll tell you I'm here for your Kenjutsu lessons, the Anbu said, taking out a tanto, a short sword used by the Anbu to carry out assassinations, and offering it to the blonde. Naruto looked at the tanto and grabbed it carefully, appreciating it. Despite being simple, he liked the design. The handle was white with a black stripe, and in the middle of the stripe it divides. Since the symbol of the Uzumaki clan is there, the sheath is the same color, and the black stripe extends to the end. Naruto unsheathed it, and a matte black blade without any shine was seen. It was really very good, he liked the design a lot. That will be your sword, courtesy of senpai. We will start by teaching you the basics of the Anbu style. Once you have it, we will see how to proceed from there. The tanto combines with the user's taijutsu style due to its size, making it versatile and very efficient in hand-to-hand combat, said the violet-haired girl. Naruto placed his hands in a cross shape and formed shadow clones. "I'll leave you with them," he told the Anbu. Naruto turned around and started walking to the trees again. He began to attempt tree walking, looking for that comfortable spot to climb again. It took him about minutes to be able to climb with difficulty, but he began to undo the clones and replace them, accumulating the experience learned, and it became easier for him to climb, but walking in the water was still impossible. They could only last about minutes before falling into the water and starting again. He noticed the Anbu approaching. "Did something happen?" Naruto asked. "It's nothing. I left a clone teaching your clones, and I was curious to see your training and the large number of clones you can handle. Senpai mentioned it before, but it's really something else. Your chakra reserves are really large," he said with a tone of surprise in his voice. "You?" "Yes, that's right, the problem was that they grew suddenly, and that's why my current state regarding chakra control," said the blonde with regret. "Did they grow?" asked the Anbu. "It seems like it was being diverted for a different use. But since it was no longer needed, it stopped serving that function, so it was added back into my usable chakra," Naruto reasoned. The Anbu nodded, but another doubt arose in her head. Although the way the blonde evaded answering suggests he's not willing to talk about the subject. "So you're part of the Anbu Special Forces, you know I'm very interested in knowing what the requirements are to join," Anbu said the blonde excitedly. That personality created by him would be a problem to correct. The Anbu looked at the blonde curiously for a moment. "Do you want to join Anbu?" she asked. "If I manage to become Chunin I will try, of course if a higher rank is not required," said Naruto. "If you can become a Chunin you can try to enter Anbu, you just have to take a test. If you manage to pass it without a doubt they will let you be part of Anbu, but do you know what is done in the Anbu Corps?" she explained. "Yes, I read about the special assassination and tactics squad called Anbu Special Forces, don't worry, I know what I do and what they do," answered the blonde seriously. He knew the reason for the Anbu woman's words, it was because of what was done in the Anbu forces, and she was giving him a warning. He appreciated the gesture of kindness. She nodded, her curiosity piqued by the boy in front of her. He wasn't the same prankster she remembered. Something must have happened for him to change like that. Naruto looked at her for a moment, she really had a great physique. He found himself appreciating the curves of the woman in front of him for a moment, then he had a funny idea. "So you'll be supervising my Kinjutsu training these days?" I asked the Anbu in an innocent tone. "Yes, I'll come here for a week to train since I'll have free time, but if a mission comes up I'll have to leave your training temporarily," mentioned the violet-haired girl. Naruto nodded and began to use his Joker mind to use it against the Anbu during these days to kill time. A smile formed on his face, it would be a fun week at least for him. Chapter 4. After his talk with the Anbu, Naruto continued his training for the next days and had a blast, playing pranks on the Anbu, even though he had to run for his life afterward. She was truly dangerous once she got angry. Especially when she used a principle of substitution jutsu to steal his panties in the middle of their training. After she caught him, she showed him a world of pain and fear. It was truly terrifying. Even though she didn't know how she did it, he just said it was pretty simple. After that incident Naruto only limited himself to painting her, filling her with glue and bathing her with feathers, sabotaging her bentos, sabotaging her weapons, but he never stole her underwear again. On the 10th day, she didn't know what was waiting for her. She was on guard all day. She kept an eye on Naruto the whole time, but he didn't do anything, which was driving her crazy, so she approached Naruto. "I see you took your training very seriously. I really can't believe you still had time to play those pranks on me," the Anbu said with an anime-style bead of sweat. "The Joker's secret. I'm sorry, it's just really boring being alone all the time, so I think I overreacted a bit. Especially with that," Naruto said as a blush appeared on his face. "I still don't understand how you did it," said the Anbu in an annoyed tone since she already knew what the blonde was talking about. "Sorry, Nico-chan, trade secret. But I can show you one more time and you can try to figure out the trick," said Naruto in a playful tone. "I think I'll stop by for now," she commented. "Okay, now that I've mastered the basic katas, what's next?" Naruto asked. "That'll be all for now, since I've been assigned a mission and won't be in Konoha for the next 2 weeks. It seems Senpai has something planned for you," the Anbu told her. "So Kakashi-sensei will be taking over my training?" Naruto asked. She nodded. "Well, Naruto. I had fun during our time together. Remember to keep up the Kinjutsu, because once I'm done with the mission, I'll let Senpai know if I can train you longer," she said. Naruto could imagine her smiling behind that mask. "Thanks, have a nice trip, Nico-chan. By the way, you wear very childish panties, Nico-chan. These will be a reminder of you when you're gone," Naruto told her, showing her a pair of purple panties with a small bow on the front. She looked at them and he started running toward the forest. She stood there in shock as he did it again and again, she didn't know how he did it. She closed her eyes searching for the blonde's chakra signature, and when she found it the signature split into multiple points, then they separated in different directions. She sighed in tiredness and annoyance, as she knew that she wouldn't be able to catch Naruto anyway, unless he wanted to be caught, which could take a long time since they were both sensory types. "You'll pay for this, you heard Uzumaki Naruto," she shouted. And her response was only the blonde's laughter, heard from different directions. She disappeared from the training ground with a shunshin. "So what do you think?" asked a silver-haired man. "Damn it, tell the old man I'll do it," he said in an annoyed tone, since the old man knew he would end up accepting. "Then I'll leave it to you," Jiraiya-sama Kakashi said to the Toad Sage, disappearing in a shunshin. Jiraiya muttered something about decrepit old men setting traps for their students. "Well, there is still a lot of time, so I will continue with my investigation," Jiraiya said to himself as a drop of saliva came out of the corner of his lips and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Then he headed to the hot springs. Naruto knew that the Anbu Nico would not follow him, and since he was tired from training, he decided to head to the hot springs to erase the fatigue from his body. After all, these last days were quite hard because of the training and how he had to run for his life every time he played a prank on Nico-chan. Naruto headed to his apartment where he stored his tanto and took a new change of clothes. Once ready, he walked straight to the hot springs. Walking through the streets of Konoha, he noticed that the streets were a little more crowded than usual, perhaps because they were preparing for the Chunin exams, since there were a month and a half left, so the participants would start arriving next month. Naruto arrived at the hot springs and headed to the locker room, where he took off his clothes and wrapped a towel around his waist. Once he was ready, he entered the baths. Upon entering, he saw that no one was there. He proceeded to wash his body, and once he finished, he headed to enter the hot springs. The temperature was good, and he immediately felt the sensation of relief in his body. He lay down and closed his eyes, but he noticed a very small presence, which means that there was someone else in this bathroom, but when he entered there was no one. The blonde concentrated and located where the chakra was coming from and opened his eyes. He began to head to where the chakra signal was. When he arrived, a man was crouching in front of him with binoculars, occasionally chuckling and muttering while writing in a small notebook. Naruto moved closer and stood next to the man to see what he was doing. Looking at the direction the man was looking through the binoculars, he immediately noticed it was the women's bathroom and some girls were in it. Naruto watched for a few moments, recording the image in his mind, then he turned in the direction of the man and noticed it was the same one as that time in Ichiraku. As old Tucci said his name was Naruto thought about the name of the old pervert in front of him. "If I remember correctly, his name is Jiraiya." Naruto nodded, remembering the pervert's name. He walked away and returned to the waters. He submerged himself once more and created a shadow clone. The clone went to where Jiraiya was, stood behind him and pretended to sneeze, then disappeared in a puff of smoke, and Naruto waited patiently. Angry women's voices were heard, along with the wails of a man who seemed as though he might die at any moment. It was truly pitiful. A loud bang was heard, as was something falling towards him. Naruto moved slightly, and after a few moments, an old man crashed headfirst into the water. Ouch, that must have really hurt, Naruto thought. After a few moments of waiting and the pervert not coming out, Naruto got up to check, thinking he had drowned, but suddenly he shot out, surprising the blonde, spun around and landed gracefully on the floor. She looked around and noticed the blonde in the water looking in her direction. You seem familiar," Brat said Jiraiya, repeating the same phrase with which they met. Naruto wasn't bothered by the comment anymore. After all, he'd already gotten revenge for the previous comment. So he let it slide. "We met at the Ichiraku ramen stand," Naruto said, looking at the pervert. "Fine then. And tell me what you're doing here," he said to the blonde. "It's a hot spring, let me think. Hell, I don't know," said Naruto in a sarcastic tone. "Okay, kid, I understand. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my research," Jiraiya said in a perverted tone. "Your research, and what are you researching?" Naruto asked. "I gather information from my books," the white-haired man answers. "You're a writer. What do you write?" Naruto asked. "He," said Jiraiya, taking out an orange book with the name Ichiha on it. Wait, are you the one who writes the Ichiha series?" asked Naruto. Do you know her?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "I've read some, in fact that's what I base my personal jutsu on," said Naruto, puffing out his chest with pride. "Do you have a jutsu that you invented?" Jiraiya asked. "That's right, look." Then Naruto formed a hand seal and shouted. "Warik no jutsu, hexi jutsu," and a cloud of smoke appeared. When the cloud began to disappear, a cute naked blonde appeared, and only some light clouds of steam remained in the important areas to diffuse and create a more erotic result. Jiraiya watched the brat's jutsu with great interest, and a light drop of blood fell from his nose when he nodded his head many times and gave him a thumbs up, approving the jutsu. The blonde undid the jutsu, returning to his normal state. Good, very good work, that's a great jutsu you have there," said Jiraiya while nodding. I like you. What's your name, brat? He asked the blonde. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, remember that, old man, Naruto said with great pride in his voice. I am the one who makes ladies fall in love with his presence, the incredible and unmatched Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, said Jiraiya, while doing a strange dance and ending with a ridiculous pose with streamers and fireworks coming out of nowhere. Naruto looked at him in surprise, wondering where the hell the streamers and fireworks came from. Are you one of the legendary Sannin? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded. So who are those legendary Sannin? Naruto asked with a drop of sweat on his anime-style head. Jiraiya fell back in anime style at the boy's ignorance, wondering what the hell they teach these brats these days. Well, brat, I'll explain that to you another day, said the Gamma Sennin. What matters now is to tell you that I will be your next teacher, he said in a serious tone. Hey, will you be my next teacher? The blonde asked, surprised. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, brat. Now if you excuse me, I have some pending research, Jiraiya told him and started walking, muttering about some pretty ladies in swimsuits and lots of fun for his eyes. Naruto watched him stain himself and decided to relax before going home and resting, since he had to get rid of the clones that were still studying with Iruka. December, year X 107. The next day, Naruto woke up early, took a shower, ate breakfast, and headed to his training camp after meeting Iruka and leaving him with the clones for another day of studies. He started his training regime again and began exercising, leaving the clones to their own devices. After finishing the physical training, I moved on to meditation and continued like this for the next minutes. I think you've observed enough, don't you think? Said the blonde. So you finally noticed him, brat, said a white-haired man coming down from a tree where he was lying watching the blonde's training. How long have you been watching? Naruto asked. Enough to know that you have a good training method and Kakashi has done a good job this time, said Jiraiya with a smile. Naruto stood up and stretched for a moment. He walked over to Jiraiya and stood in front of him. So, what will you teach me today? Said Naruto, waiting for the Sannin's answer. I'll teach you the summoning jutsu, said Jiraiya, crossing his arms. But I understand that for the summoning jutsu you need a summoning contract, said Naruto, unsure of how he would teach him. And you're lucky, brat, since I have one of Konoha's summoning contracts, Jiraiya smiled. And that contract is? Asked Naruto. Seriously, brat, why do you act like an idiot sometimes? Yesterday when I introduced myself as the Toad Sage. I think that says it all, don't you think? Said Jiraiya, looking at Naruto with a look that said, are you stupid? Naruto scratched the back of his neck and laughed awkwardly due to embarrassment at his carelessness and lack of attention. You know, let's forget about that, brat, and get to work. First, you'll sign the contract and then I'll teach you how to summon. Now pay close attention, said the white-haired man, biting his thumb. He drew a line of blood on his palm. He formed hand seals and touched the ground. Kichiwayas no jutsu, and a seal was drawn on the ground. A puff of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, Naruto looked at a large orange toad with blue lines randomly distributed on its body. The toad was carrying a scroll in its mouth. That's the contract scroll that has been passed down through generations of ninja. Just sign it in blood and put your fingerprints in blood too. Jiraiya explained as the toad passed the scroll to Naruto. Naruto grabbed the scroll and looked at the last two names written on it with curiosity, the second to last being Jiraiya and the last being Namikaze Minato. Naruto smiled very brightly. Jiraiya looked at him for a moment, then understood the reason for the smile. Naruto bit his thumb and began to write on the scroll, smearing his fingerprints with blood and marking them. Naruto looked at the scroll and nodded in agreement. Naruto handed the scroll to Jiraiya. The white-haired man opened the scroll and looked at Naruto's signature. His eyes widened and he looked at the blonde with an expression of disbelief. On the scroll Naruto signed how? Namikaze Naruto. Feeling Jiraiya's gaze, he knew what was on the man's mind, so Naruto explained, I signed with my father's last name, since it's the only time I'll be able to use it. Since no one in the village will accept that the demon is the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Naruto explained. Jiraiya bowed his head, feeling a sense of shame for being unable to do anything for his godson. After all, the blonde's life had been very difficult. He should have taken him that day. He regretted not having fought for him. He truly had been a coward. Okay Naruto, it's time to perform the jutsu. The hand seals are boar, dog, bird, monkey and ram. Now gather your chakra and try to summon the biggest toad you can, said Jiraiya. Very well. Naruto practiced the seals for a moment. Then he began to concentrate his chakra. Jiraiya felt Naruto's chakra ignite and begin to rise without stopping. Without a doubt the boy had an absurd amount of chakra. Once Naruto reached its maximum peak, he bit his thumb, marked his palm with blood, performed the seals and touched the ground. A large seal was drawn. Kichiwayas no jutsu, Naruto shouted. A cloud of smoke appeared. As the smoke cleared, a small green toad with a beard and large wide eyebrows could be seen, wearing a cape. Jiraiya stared at the toad with wide eyes. Of all the toads, Jiraiya thought Naruto would summon Gamabunta, but he actually summoned a big fish. Jiraiya-chan, something's wrong. Why did you summon me? The little toad said. Gufu Fukasaku-sensei Daiho Jiraiya incredulo. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya and then noticed the blonde boy who was with him. Naruto had a face that showed an expression of doubt and bewilderment. Hiro-sensei, is this little toad my summon? The blonde asked doubtfully. Fukasaku laughed at Jiraiya's nickname. Hahaha, that's an excellent nickname, it definitely suits you, Jiraiya-chan, Fukasaku said. So why did you summon me? He asked in a more serious tone. Actually, sensei, it was my student who summoned him. He's the new toad summoner. And he's Minato's son. I'm currently training him and I gave him the summoning contract. Jiraiya concluded. Fukasaku looked at Naruto for a moment, then nodded and turned to Jiraiya. What do you say, Jiraiya-chan, we train him on Mount Myaboku? Fukasaku asked. Jiraiya contemplated him for a moment, then nodded. I like that idea, sensei. I'll just tell Sarutobi-sensei that I'll take the brat on a training trip. He nodded repeatedly, saying it as if it were the idea of the century. Naruto just watched the exchange between the two and waited patiently. Jiraiya turned to look at him and said. Naruto, go get your things, prepare for a month of travel, we will be gone for that time. I will inform Kakashi and Sarutobi-sensei, I will see you in an hour at the gates of Konoha, and don't worry, we will be back before the start of the Chunin exams, said Jiraiya. To which Naruto just nodded and went home to prepare his things for the trip. Fukasaku-sensei, I'll make some visits. See you in an hour. Said Jiraiya and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was signing and reviewing papers as he did all the time. Then he heard a noise and, without looking up, continued with the paperwork. Jiraiya, I've told you many times to use the door. And why are you in my office? Aren't you supposed to be training Naruto? Sarutobi said. That's why I'm here. I'm taking the boy out of the village for the next month. I just wanted to let you know and have you tell Kakashi, said Jiraiya. I'm sorry Jiraiya, but I can't let you take Naruto, you know how things are in the village, said Sarutobi in a serious tone. I think you're misinterpreting something, I heard sensei. I already let the council keep me away from my godson once, but I'm not going to give in on this. We won't see each other for a month, sensei, said Jiraiya, already somewhat annoyed, and jumped out the window. Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya, who was somewhat annoyed, so he did not pursue the matter and let him go. He knew that Jiraiya did not want to leave Naruto in the village and wanted to take him with him, but the council refused to let the Kyuubi Jinchuriki be out of the village, so they forced him to maintain his spy network with the intention of denying him custody of the boy. Jiraiya objected, but Sarutobi used his power as Hokage to force him and avoid an internal fight, which caused their teacher-disciple relationship to not be the same. For a few years Jiraiya only sent his reports without mentioning anything other than his missions. Sarutobi knew that he had forced his student and was very angry with him. In recent years their relationship improved, so he swore to never use his position as Hokage again. After all, Jiraiya is no longer the same irresponsible brat he once was, now he is a shinobi at the level of a Kage. Sarutobi sighed and wondered if she would ever forgive him for all his failures. An hour later, Jiraiya and Fukasaku were waiting for the blonde at the village entrance. 5 minutes later, a young man was seen walking toward the entrance with a backpack on his back. I'm ready, Iro-sensei, said Naruto, waving his hand at the two. I'm telling you again, don't call me that. Okay then, we're all set, Jiraiya said, looking at Fukasaku. Fukasaku nodded. Then he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Where did the old Todiro-sensei go? Naruto asked, a little confused. Fukasaku-sensei will summon us to the Myaboku Mount in a few moments, since it would take us a long time to get there, not to mention that the summoning world cannot be reached conventionally, Jiraiya explained. Will he summon us? Naruto asked doubtfully. Yes, he will perform the Jyaku Kichiwayas no Jutsu, reverse summoning jutsu. It is similar to the Kichiwayas no Jutsu, but it is used by the summons to call the person with whom they have a contract, Jiraiya explained calmly. Naruto nodded as he understood the concept. It was basically part of the contract between the summoners and the summoned to agree to help each other in case of problems. After a few minutes they both disappeared in a cloud of smoke, ready to begin their training. January, year X 108. A month had passed since Naruto and Jiraiya had gone to train on Mount Myaboku, and things in the village were a little more hectic due to preparations for the Chunin exams. In more days, the call would be made for team leaders to nominate their genin, so in days, teams from other villages would begin to arrive to familiarize themselves with the village and its surroundings and adapt to the climate. At the entrance to Konoha, two figures were seen approaching the village. One was a tall man with white hair and a ninja headband with the kanji for oil on it. The other was a blonde boy wearing a battered orange jumpsuit, patches visible here and there. It's good to be back in Iro-sensei village. I'm dying for a good bowl of ramen, I'm sick of the bugs. But what really bothers me is that they've started to like me, Kami. I've stopped being human. Naruto said while he was on the floor with his hands and knees supported with an aura of depression all around him. Haha, that's disturbing, but don't worry, it's normal after a month without eating anything else. I really don't understand why we don't bring more food, said Jiraiya with an anime-style sweat drop. Yes, I understand. Shima-sen wouldn't let us return without trying her food anyway, and I couldn't say no after seeing the effort she put into preparing for everyone, either, said Naruto, his head down. Jiraiya nodded and looked at Naruto closely, noticing the patches on his clothes. Naruto, I think it's time to change those clothes, Jiraiya said as he held out some money to the blonde. Naruto looked at him for a moment, not understanding why his sensei was giving him money. Jiraiya, noticing this, sighed, understanding Naruto's doubts. After all, it wasn't normal for a sensei to buy something for his student. Don't worry Naruto, consider this as a loan, Jiraiya told him, since he didn't want the boy to think badly of him. Well sensei, as soon as I can I will pay you, thank you very much, said Naruto bowing a little in gratitude, and for the first time Hiro sensei didn't say something that Jiraiya noticed and smiled. I'll go with Sarutobi sensei, tell him we're back, and remember you have days off. I recommend you rest and go on missions since you'll be lacking field experience. After all, we've been training on Mount Myaboku this month. No doubt the other genin have gone on more missions, that includes your team. Jiraiya told him, to which Naruto nodded, said goodbye to Jiraiya, and continued on his way to the ramen stand he longed for. Jiraiya, what's the problem with getting through the door? Said Sarutobi without looking up from the papers he was reviewing. I just came to inform you that we are back and to say that if you are thinking of letting Naruto participate in the next Chunin exams, I'm afraid you are throwing a wolf before a bunch of defenseless sheep, Jiraiya sentenced the Hokage. Sarutobi took out his pipe, lit it, and prepared to smoke a little, meditating on what his student said. I leave that up to Kakashi, but I'm afraid they'll participate in one way or another since the council wants to see the last Uchiha in action, said Sarutobi. Well, they're going to be in for a real surprise when the one they think is a loser shows what he's capable of. It'll be like old times, sensei, the genius against the loser, I wonder. Who will stand out more this time? Jiraiya said with a big smile. He headed to the window and jumped out of the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi deep in thought. February, year X 108. 15 days after Naruto's arrival in the village we see a girl walking through the streets of the village. These days Kakashi-sensei has been giving us many missions and it has been a long time since we last saw Naruto, ah damn he has been saved from those missions, he thought with annoyance. He continued walking through the streets of Konoha when he turned a corner and came across a very curious scene. There was a blonde boy being chased by a square stone with holes for eyes. The boy ignored the stone and it followed him like a puppy, then the young man stopped and turned around. Okay, enough of this Konohamaru, how much longer do you three plan to follow me? Asked the blonde. So you realized it, boss, just as I expected from my great rival. After those words, the stone shone and exploded. Suddenly, a small cloud of smoke formed and after it faded, 3 children appeared. I think we overdid it with the gunpowder. Konohamaru said, coughing a little. So what do you guys want? Naruto asked, since they had been following him around these past few days and making him play with them. You know what we want, are you busy? Mogi asked. I was just about to go with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto told the trio. Come on, boss, you promised to play ninja with us, said Konohamaru in a reproachful tone. Yes you know I'll play with you, but right now I have to go with my team, said the blonde. At that moment a small laugh was heard and someone approached the group. So a ninja playing ninja, the girl said mockingly. Hello Sakura, good morning, long time no see, Naruto answered normally, as if he hadn't been absent for more than a month. Sakura looked at Naruto for a moment and noticed his appearance changed. He no longer wore the orange jumpsuit. He now wore a full black shirt with a high collar and long sleeves rolled up at the elbows. There were some orange designs and metallic buttons on the collar. The Uzumaki clan symbol can be seen on his left arm. Long orange pants with white bandages and a kunai pouch. She wore the protective band around her neck, leaving her blonde hair a little longer, and black ninja sneakers. Basically the outfit from the last, except I'm not sure I explained it well. Good morning Naruto, you're right, long time no see, said Sakura, somewhat surprised by the change in Naruto's way of dressing, but apparently he hasn't lost his fondness for orange. Do you know where Kakashi-sensei is? Since he told me we will meet but he forgot to tell me where in the note he left, said Naruto. The trio watched the two exchange and noticed Naruto's attitude change slightly. He seemed more animated than usual and there was a twinkle in his eyes that hadn't been there a moment ago. They could tell because they had been looking at him frequently over the past days. Then Konohamaru had an idea and looked at Naruto. Now I understand what's going on here, boss, why didn't you tell me before? Said Konohamaru in a mischievous tone. Naruto said with doubt, not understanding what Konohamaru was talking about. "She's your girlfriend," said the little one. Sakura was a little annoyed by the boy's comment, as she didn't want rumors to start in the village that might harm her relationship with Sasuke. It was already difficult enough for strange rumors to start. "You're wrong, Konohamaru, she's just a friend," said Naruto in a neutral tone without looking at Sakura. Konohamaru looked back and forth between Sakura and Naruto and then nodded as if he understood something. "You're right, boss, you would never be in a relationship with such an ugly girl," said the boy very nonchalantly. Naruto instantly tensed and could feel a tremendous killing intent coming from Sakura's direction. He looked at Konohamaru and could only manage the following sentence. "Run for your life, Konohamaru," Naruto said in a terrifying tone as if announcing death. Konohamaru looked at Sakura and felt a great fear. She was standing there without moving, but the feeling she gave off was terrifying. He only limited himself to turning around little by little and then running away for his life, screaming at her not to kill him. Sakura, seeing him run away, ran after the boy, saying things that only terrified the boy more, and Naruto and the other two ran after them, hoping that Sakura wouldn't kill him. After a great chase, Konohamaru turned a corner and without looking he collided with someone. He fell to the ground, and when he looked, who he had collided with was a very strange young man with his face painted and a strange suit that had something that looked like ears. It was extremely strange, but for the child it only made him look more terrifying. Then the young man bent down and lifted him by the neck of his shirt, leaving the child hanging in the air. Sakura and Naruto, upon arriving, looked at the scene. A boy a little older than them, who was wearing very strange clothing and carrying a strange object on his back, was holding Konohamaru in the air. A little behind him, a blonde girl just looked disinterestedly. Naruto looked at the girl more closely. She was very pretty, had a great figure and beautiful blue-green eyes. She seemed older than them, and that gave her a more mature air that Naruto liked. Temari, on the other hand, looked at the group that just arrived. She looked at the pink-haired girl for a moment, then felt someone watching her. She turned her head in the direction of the other member of the group and looked at the blonde. She wondered why the boy was staring at her so fixedly. "Tenkuro, stop playing or you'll get us in trouble," he said, turning his head in several directions as if he was looking for something. "Don't worry, Temari, I won't cause any problems, I'll just teach this brat a little lesson," said Kankuro, wanting to scare the boy. "Do whatever you want, but I won't have anything to do with this, you understand," she told him, washing her hands of the matter. Then she looked back at the blonde, who was still staring at her, but something told her not to take her eyes off that boy or they would have a bad time. Then two other boys arrived on the scene and their faces paled as they watched their friend being lifted into the air by his t-shirt. "Konohamaru-kun," both children shouted. Naruto, hearing the children's screams, turned his attention back to the problem at hand. He looked at the boy named Kankuro. "Could you please take Konohamaru down?" Naruto said in a serious but calm tone. "I really don't want to do it, this brat ran into me and didn't apologize, so I'll teach him a lesson," Kankuro answered unpleasantly. "Look, we don't want any trouble. I'll ask you once more. Take Konohamaru down," Naruto said in a more serious tone, and it sounded more like an order than a request. Kankuro raised an eyebrow, disliking Naruto's tone, which seemed to be giving him an order. "And if I don't make it happen, I might break his spine before you get here," Kankuro said, challenging the blonde. Mogi and Yuden trembled upon hearing what would happen to Konohamaru. Sakura was a little worried because all of this had been partly her fault. Temari sighed in exasperation, as did Naruto. "If that's how you want to do it, fine by me," Naruto said, somewhat annoyed since he would have to make a move. The blonde took a step forward and Kankuro smiled since the boy was walking straight into his trap, but from one moment to the next his body became blurry, a sign that he increased his speed in an instant. Kankuro felt a pain run through his arm and opened his hand by reflex. Naruto grabbed Konohamaru and stepped back 2 meters. Kankuro complained at the stabbing pain in his wrist, since that was where he received the blow. He looked up to see Naruto far away from him and with the boy in his arms. Then he felt something cold on his neck putting pressure. It was a shadow clone of Naruto pointing a kunai at the boy's throat. Temari, noticing this, reached out to grab a kunai, but the clone pointed another kunai at her. It was only a brief moment and he already had them cornered. He was definitely fast. It was a huge mistake to be so confident and now they were paying for it. "How much longer do you plan to keep watching?" Naruto asked. Everyone present looked at him with expressions of doubt and astonishment on their faces. "I see you've improved, loser," said a voice coming from a tree near where they were. On a tree branch stood a boy with black hair and jet black eyes. "I'm sorry, team, but I wasn't talking to you," Naruto replied. "Interesting," said a voice. That's when Sasuke noticed a red-haired boy standing next to him, carrying a pumpkin on his back and the kanji for love on his forehead. The boy was surrounded by sand and disappeared from the tree, only to reappear where Temari, Kankuro, and Naruto's clone were. "Kankuro, Temari, we're leaving," said the retreat in a monotonous tone. "But Gara," Kankuro replied. I said let's go, said Gaara very seriously, or I'll kill you, he finished in a grim manner. Naruto's clone disappeared in a puff of smoke, freeing Kankuro. Temari gulped at Gaara's last comment. Sasuke climbed down the tree and immediately asked the trio. I see your sand ninjas. What are you doing here? He asked. Naruto sighed since the answer was very obvious, they're here for the Chunin exams, he answered the question. Temari looked at Sasuke and blushed a little since she thought he was rather handsome. She nodded at the blonde's answer, your partner is right, we came for that reason, she said nonchalantly. Gaara looked at the blonde closely. What's your name? He asked. Naruto pointed to himself and Gaara nodded. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, he replied. Uzumaki Naruto. Your blood will prove my existence, mother wants your blood, Gaara said in a macabre way. Everything was silent for a moment, Gaara turned around and the duo followed him leaving the place. Naruto lowered Konohamaru to the ground. Are you okay, Konohamaru? Naruto asked the boy. Yes, thank you very much boss, said Konohamaru more calmly. Mogi and Yuden approached Konohamaru to see if he was okay, since everything happened very quickly and they weren't sure what happened. Okay then, go play, I'll see you later, and be more careful when running through the streets, the blonde told them, to which they nodded and left the place. Sakura watched Naruto's exchange with the trio and found it amusing, as she had always seen Naruto's childish side, which could be quite annoying at times. She remembered what Gaara had said a moment ago and wondered what he meant by that. Naruto, do you know what that red-haired boy was talking about a moment ago? Asked a girl somewhat worried since it didn't seem like anything good. Naruto shrugged and dismissed the matter. I have no idea, but we'd better go to Kakashi-sensei, the blonde told his two companions. They nodded and started walking. Naruto started following them, you noticed, didn't you brat? Naruto just nodded at Kurama's question. Before Naruto and Sakura met the trio of children, the nomination of the Genin teams for the Chunin exams was taking place in the Hokage's office. As you know, the time has come to choose our candidates for the Chunin exams. To start, let those in charge of the rookie Genin step forward. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, is there anyone on your teams that you recommend for the exams despite their inexperience? As you know, any Genin who has or more missions are technically eligible for the exams, although only you can decide when they will be ready. Of course, most Genin require much more training, more than double the missions. Kakashi, you start, said the Hokage. I lead Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. I, Hada Kakashi, nominated team for the Chunin exams, said Kakashi to the incredulous looks of those present. I lead Team 8. Inyazuka Kiba, Aburam Shino, Hyuga Hinata. I, Kurenai Yuhi, nominated Team 8 for the Chunin exams, Kurenai said, and silence filled the room. I lead Team 10. Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. I, Saratobi Asuma, nominated Team 10 for the Chunin exams, said Asuma, and now most were very surprised since all three rookie teams were nominated this year. Wait a moment, a voice was heard in the room. What's wrong, Iruka? The Hokage asked. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, the 9 names you just mentioned were my students at the academy. I know their abilities well, they show great promise, but they need more time before being promoted. If you test them now, you will surely fail. Said Iruka, somewhat worried about his former students. When I became Chunin I was years younger than Naruto is now, said Kakashi in his usual carefree tone. They're not like you, are you trying to kill them? Asked an already annoyed Iruka. Well, they always complain that they want challenges at their level, maybe participating in the exams will teach them a good lesson, a little pain is good, Kakashi replied. Are you serious? Asked an incredulous Iruka. Come on, Iruka, nothing's going to happen to them. Relax, the silver-haired man said nonchalantly. Look, I understand how you feel. It's something personal for you, but he was interrupted. Enough, Kakashi. You've said enough, said Kurenai, wanting to stop the argument. On the contrary, Kurenai, Iruka needs to hear this, he needs to realize that they are no longer his students, they are ours, Kakashi finished very seriously. We see Team 7 waiting for their sensei at their training camp, as always the Jonin was taking a long time to arrive. Despite their setback, they had already been waiting for him for more than an hour. Sakura and Sasuke were sitting curiously looking at a Naruto sitting in the lotus position on one of the trunks meditating. But what caught their attention was that some birds were perching on the blonde and he didn't move at all, since the birds seemed to like their partner. It was really strange, since usually the birds don't get very close. After a few moments, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He'll be here in a minute, the blonde said, the birds still hovering over his head and shoulders. After a minute, just as his partner said, he looked at Kakashi entering the training field and waved casually at them. Me, Kakashi said. You're late, sensei. Sakura shouted. Sorry, I got lost along the way, Kakashi replied. Naruto watched him for a few moments. Kakashi-sensei, how did the meeting go? Naruto asked. Kakashi looked at the blonde and noticed the birds on him. He sighed in exhaustion. Jiraiya, you really showed him what he created, he thought. I want to tell you that I recommended you for the Chunin exams. He took 3 pieces of paper out of his vest and gave them to each of them. These are the forms. If you want to participate, fill them out with your information and show up tomorrow at room at 4 in the afternoon, Kakashi said. By the way, I'm not going to force you, it's you who have to decide whether to participate or not, that's all. After saying that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto looked at the paper in his hand and looked at his classmates. Sasuke had a half smile on his face. He most likely participated in the exams. On the other hand, Sakura had her head down and looked very discouraged, which made Naruto doubt her participation. Naruto approached Sakura and put a hand on her shoulder. She raised her face and looked at Naruto in front of her with a smile. Don't worry, Sakura, we're a team and you can count on us, don't forget that, Naruto said to the Pinket. She nodded and smiled too. Okay, then, I'll see you later. I have to go play with the trio, or they won't let me forget it, said the blonde, and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. February, year X 108. The next day Naruto waited for his team at the school entrance. After a moment, Sasuke and Sakura arrived and joined the blonde. After a nod, they decided it was time to go in. They headed to classroom. Upon reaching the second floor, they came across a curious scene. A group of genin were standing in front of a door marked, arguing with 2 genin who refused to let them in. The trio arguing with the pair were a young man with bowl-shaped black hair, a girl with brown bun-shaped hair, and a Hyuga. The boy with bowl-shaped hair was on the floor with a mark on his cheek, indicating that he was fighting with the pair. But that level of skill, you want to take the exams? One said. They are very weak, we are doing them a favor, the other mentioned. Please let us pass, said the girl with buns. Naruto watched the exchange, but as the bun girl finished her sentence the genin in front of her raised his arm to hit the girl. It was only a second, but Naruto watched it in slow motion. Before he realized it, his body moved on its own and stopped the genin's blow. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't hit women, Naruto said, turning his head and looking at the bun-wearing girl more closely. Even less so if they're so pretty, the blonde said, smiling at her. Everyone was surprised since no one looked when the blonde moved. It was only an instant and he was already in front of the girl stopping the blow. She looked at him surprised. He kept looking at her very directly, it was really fast, to her it seemed like he just appeared out of nowhere. The blonde kept looking at her and didn't look at his opponent. The other boy directed a direct blow to the blonde's head. The blonde, without looking at the other boy, ducked, dodging the blow. The genin's partner tried to sweep the blonde's feet and again without seeing the blonde jumped slightly and dodged the sweep. What do you think, we stop now? There's no need to fight, we just want to get to the next floor, Naruto said to the 2 genin. Everyone looked at Naruto in bewilderment as they didn't understand why the blonde wanted to go to the next floor. Listen, brat. We're doing you a favor. The promotion test is very difficult. We've taken it 3 years in a row and failed. We saw how many preferred to stop being ninjas or were unable to continue with their normal activities after the test. Do you know what it means to become a chunin? It means you'll have to lead a team and you'll be responsible for your team's failure or death. Kids like you won't be able to handle this, said the genin. Do whatever you want, you still won't pass the test, said the other genin. You're partly right, but I'll still stop by. Could you do us a favor and take away the excitement you've put in? I have things to do on the 3rd floor, Sasuke said. Naruto turned to look at him and shook his head. Once again, his ego was blinding him to the bigger picture. It was obviously a test to prevent less skilled students from reaching the exam site, and here this idiot is telling everyone. So you've noticed it, said the genin. Did you notice, Sakura? Sasuke asked. You're always the first to notice these things, he told the Pinket. Sakura was confused. When it comes to analyzing the situation and detecting illusory techniques, you are the best of the 3, Sasuke told her. Sakura looked at him for a moment and she smiled. All day she'd been thinking that she wasn't helpful to her team and now her crush was telling her she was good at something, it made her feel better. Of course I've noticed, we're on the 2nd floor, said Sakura, very sure of herself. Naruto slapped his forehead and shook his head. But watching his teammates interact, he couldn't help but feel a pressure in his chest. They're not bad at it, said the genin, then everything began to distort and the classroom number changed from 2. Everyone looked surprised by the change in location. No one had noticed, or so it seemed from their expressions. But it's not enough to notice, he said in a threatening tone. Then the genin launched himself at Sasuke at great speed. Naruto watched the scene but didn't move a single muscle. He had no plans to intervene. Sasuke watched the genin's action. The genin aimed a kick at Sasuke's head, which Sasuke dodged by stepping back slightly. The kick grazed him, and the genin ground his foot, using the momentum to kick again with his other leg. Sasuke watched everything and also aimed a kick at the other genin. Just as their kicks were about to meet, a green blur stood between them and blocked both kicks with his hands. Sakura looked at the boy in green spandex. How fast? He was able to see the two's movements and position himself between them to stop them both. She looked very surprised and they were hitting him just now. He looks like someone else, Sakura thought. Sasuke was equally surprised. Impressive, he stopped my kick with his hands. Did he use chakra on his arms? The Uchiha wondered. Hey, you just broke the promise you made us. You didn't say it was better to go unnoticed, the Hyuga questioned in an annoyed tone. I'm sorry, it's just that, said the boy with bushy eyebrows. It started again. The girl with the buns hit her forehead and shook her head because her friend was the one who came up with the idea. Sasuke looked at the strange boy and noticed that the marks and bruises had disappeared as if they had never been there. The boy walked toward Sakura. The girl looked at him strangely, unsure of why he was approaching her. Hi, my name's Rock Lee. You're Sakura, right? He asked. Would you like to go out with me? I'll protect you until the end, said the boy named Rock Lee. No thanks, but I don't like you, Sakura answered. Rock Lee hung his head in defeat because he had just been rejected by the girl he likes. Hey you, tell me your name, said the Hyuga pointing at Sasuke. It's polite to introduce yourself first before asking questions, Sasuke replied. You're one of this year's rookies, right? Asked the Hyuga, ignoring what Sasuke said. I don't have to answer that, Sasuke replied. Wow, this exam is full of weirdos, Sasuke thought, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead. The bun-haired girl watched the group's exchange and thought the Uchiha was handsome. Then she looked in the direction where the blonde was, but he was nowhere to be seen. That boy was strange. For a moment, she felt a great pressure coming from him, but the next moment, it was as if he were a normal person. She didn't even notice when he left her side. On the other hand, when he smiled at her, she felt strangely safe. The two genin left the place after the exchange with the two teams. Those were Kakashi and Gai's students, let's at least let them submit their applications. It seems like this exam will be interesting, they said, removing the henge, revealing Izumo and Katetsu. Naruto walked up to his teammates and looked at them. Sasuke was as usual with his arrogant smile, and Sakura was in a daze at what Sasuke had told her. Shall we move on? Naruto asked. They nodded and continued on their way. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go too, said the girl with buns to the boy in spandex. Sorry, can you go ahead, there's something I want to see, I answered the girl. They just stared at him for a moment. They both shrugged and continued on their way. Naruto and his team were walking to the third floor to get to classroom when a voice called them. Hey you. Wait, said the voice. From the top of the stairs a young man jumped and landed gracefully on the ground. My name is Rock Lee, it's polite to introduce yourself first before asking the name, isn't it? Uchiha, Sasuke said Rock Lee. So they knew, said the Uchiha. I want to fight you, the heir to that famous clan of ninja geniuses. I'm dying to see how far my skills will go, he said determinedly. Besides, he turned to look at Sakura. Sakura looked at him. Hug, I don't like his eyebrows, they get on my nerves. I don't like his hair either, and those eyelashes creep me out, Sakura said in a contemptuous tone. You're my angel, Rock Lee said, and blew her a kiss. Sakura quickly backed away as if she were dodging something. She didn't even put her hands up, hitting her head against the ground. That was close, the girl thought. She woke up with a big bump on her head. Don't even think about blowing me a sloppy kiss again. I wouldn't accept it even if I were dead, she told the boy. Do you dislike it that much? Rock Lee asked. If you still want to fight me despite knowing the Uchiha name, that's a sign of your ignorance. I'll show you the value of my name, Sasuke replied. I'm hoping so, Rock Lee replied, adopting his fighting stance. What good luck, I'm going up against the best of the rookies, that way I can prove it to Guy-sensei, he thought. Naruto didn't say anything, he just watched the scene. The boy in front of him seemed normal, but for some reason he couldn't detect his chakra, and that had the blonde curious. So he chose another method to see if he could sense it. Then go ahead, the Uchiha said arrogantly. Rock Lee began to run toward Sasuke at great speed, in a few moments he was above Sasuke. Konoha senk, said Rock Lee, giving a spinning kick directly to Sasuke's head. Seeing the kick, he moved back, dodging. He turned his attention to Rock Lee and noticed that he used a hand position. Expecting him to perform some jutsu, he did not notice the movement of Rock Lee's hand, which sent a fist straight to his face. Just as Rock Lee was about to hit Sasuke's face, a hand grabbed his wrist and stopped his blow, leaving his fist millimeters from the Uchiha's face. I think that's enough, Rock Lee. We're running late for the exam, so it's best if you continue this another time, said Naruto, holding Lee's wrist. Sasuke was surprised as he didn't look at the blow that was coming at his face was too fast. Rock Lee was just as surprised as the Uchiha that the blonde was able to stop his blow at that speed. That boy was impressive if he could follow him with his eyesight, not to mention his movements as well, since he was able to follow his speed. Rock Lee could see the blonde's movements, but didn't think he'd be able to stop his blow. Naruto was surprised by the boy's strength. He had to use chakra to get a firm grip on his arm or it could have slipped out of his hands. He truly had great strength, even greater than his own, and that excited the blonde quite a bit. His fighting spirit ignited. Rock Lee looked at him and nodded. Naruto let go of Lee's wrist and he withdrew his arm. They stared at each other, a fire in their eyes. They both shared a thought at that moment. That thought was that they both wanted to fight each other. A feeling of rivalry was born at that moment and they both understood it. They had to fight each other one way or another. "What's your name?" Lee asked. Naruto smiled. "Uzumaki Naruto, I've been waiting to face you during the exams," Naruto said to Lee, extending his hand toward him. Lee shook Naruto's hand and smiled. "Me too, Naruto," the spandex-clad boy replied. "We'll see each other later, now it's time to go," said the blonde, and his team followed him without understanding what happened or how things ended up like this. Sasuke felt frustrated since he wasn't able to react to Lee's blow, but Naruto clearly was. He was the top of the rookie class and Uchiha, and yet those two still surpassed him. When did Naruto improve to such an extent? Upon arriving at classroom, they found Kakashi standing near the entrance. "Me?" Kakashi greeted. "But yes, Sakura's here too, I'm glad about that," the Jonin said. "What does sensei mean?" asked a confused Sakura. "You said it was our decision whether we showed up or not, was that a lie?" asked Sasuke. "The rules dictate that it has to be a team of 3. No one can take the exam alone," the Jonin explained. "If I had told you it was a group, it's likely that Sakura would have been influenced by Sasuke to take the test or Naruto. I just wanted everyone to truly want to take the test of their own free will. I'm glad to know that all 3 of you want to take it equally," Kakashi finished. "What if only Sasuke and Naruto had come?" Sakura asked. "I wouldn't have let them in and they wouldn't have been able to take the test. But that wasn't the case and they all came with a lot of enthusiasm. I'm very proud of my team. You can come in, by the way, Naruto, I want to talk to you," Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and walked over to Kakashi, both of them walking further away from the duo. As they put some distance between themselves, Kakashi looked at Naruto with a more serious expression than usual. "Naruto Jiraiya told me about your training and we decided to put a restriction on you for the exam," said the Jonin in a serious tone. Naruto looked at him and nodded in response to the Jonin. "The restriction is that you won't be able to use the summons or anything related to it, so that's prohibited. Unless it's really necessary, okay?" he asked for confirmation. "I understand, sensei," Naruto replied. "Well, good luck on the exam." Kakashi said goodbye to his team and left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto returned to his team and the 3 of them headed to the classroom entrance. Naruto opened the door and the 3 of them entered. Upon entering, the room was filled with ninjas from different villages, an impressive sight. Some of them seemed very strong, which only served to motivate the blonde even more. Once inside, the 3 of them gathered in a group near the door. At that moment, a blonde girl hung onto Sasuke's neck from behind. "You don't know how much I wanted to finally see you. I wanted to give you a hug so bad," the blonde said. "Stay away from Sasuke no, you swine," Sakura shouted at her love rival. "But you're here too, Sakura," the blonde said. "You still have a huge forehead, just like always," Ino replied to Sakura's insult. "Repeat that, pig," said Sakura, who got closer to Ino to start their eternal fight. "What are you doing on this test?" asked a boy with a pineapple hairstyle. "You won't last 2 seconds," he said in his eternally bored tone. "And that's coming from a lazy idiot," Naruto answered the boy. "So the trio of idiots is complete," he said, smiling. "Stop calling us that," replied a chubby man eating a bag of chips. "How troublesome," replied the pineapple hairstyle. "Hello Choji," Shikamaru Naruto approached to greet his friends. Choji returned the greeting to the blonde, but the Nara looked at him for a moment. "So you've already grown tired of that stupid mask of happiness?" asked the Nara. "Haha, stupid Nara, always so sharp. I expected nothing less from you, my friend," said Naruto smiling at his friend. "Lee Sasuke is only mine in front of me," said Ino, who was still in her fight with Sakura. "Hey guys," said a voice. "You too?" asked Shikamaru. "Of course, the 9 newcomers this year participated in the exam," said a hooded boy wearing a dog on his head. "Good afternoon," greeted a girl with dark blue hair and wide eyes typical of the Hyuga clan, somewhat shy. "Let's see how far they go, isn't it Sasuke?" said the boy with the dog. "You think you're invincible, don't you, Kiba?" Sasuke replied to Kiba's provocation. "We were in the same class, I'm not going to lose to you," he responded defiantly. Naruto watched his companions exchange since, as Shikamaru would say, it was problematic. "You guys stop making such a fuss. You're the 9 rookies, right? You're just kids. Let's see if you can stop making such a fuss," a silver-haired genin scolded them. "Who do you think you are, talking to us like that?" Ino replied in an annoyed tone. "My name is Kabuto, and I recommend that you look around you," he replied to the blonde Yamanaka. Sakura said doubtfully as everyone turned in the same direction. When they turned around, the whole room was silent and the ninjas were staring at them. Those behind you are rain ninjas. They have little patience, and if that weren't enough, we're all nervous about the exam. I recommend you calm down a bit if you don't want to attract attention, Kabuto advised. He sighed. Well, what can I do? You remind me of myself the first time I attempted the exam. I'm sure you have no idea where to start, he said. So you've already taken this exam before? Asked Sakura. This exam is given twice a year. This is my 4th year, he replied calmly. So I can help you a little this year. I've gathered information on the participants. Those who are new have little information, but those who have already taken the exam have plenty. Of course, that includes you, he said with a smile. And how would you show us the information? Asked Sakura. With the help of these ninja cards, said Kabuto. Ninja cards? Ino asked. These cards have a summary of everything I've gathered over the past 4 years, he said, pulling out a deck of cards. I just have to use my chakra to display the information. This card contains information on how many ninja are participating this year and what village they're from. So, do you have anyone you're interested in? Kabuto asked. I want to know about Gaara of Suna and Rock Lee of Konoha, 2 Uzumaki Naruto, said Sasuke, surprising everyone with the last name mentioned. You have their names so it will be easier. Kabuto drew 3 cards from the deck and placed his chakra on them. Well, the first is Rock Lee. He is part of Team 9, his teammates are Niji, Hyuga and Tenten, his sensei is Mido Guy, the one dressed in green. He is 1 year older than you, he graduated from the academy last year, he has a total of D rank missions and C rank missions. He specializes in Taijutsu and is quite bad at ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Last year he was recognized as one of the strongest genin, but he did not participate in the exam. It is also his first time. Kabuto finished. Everyone was surprised by Rock Lee's record, and he was surprised that he was recognized as one of the strongest genin of last year. Next up is Gaara no Sabaku. Being new, I don't have much information, but it doesn't help that he's from another country either. What I do know is that he's completed D rank missions, C rank missions, and B rank missions. Impressive that a genin participates in a B rank mission is interesting. Also, a curious fact is that he returned without a scratch from those missions, he said, very surprised. The 9 rookies were impressed by the data received from the 2 genin. It was truly impressive and somewhat frightening, since they were practically rookies, while the others had more experience. Now the last one is Uzumaki Naruto. He is 1 year older than you, he graduated this year from the academy, he is part of Team 7, his teammates are Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. His sensei is Hada Kakashi, the copy ninja. He has D rank missions, also C rank missions, 1 B rank mission and 1 A rank mission, apparently D rank missions, and the C rank missions were solo. There is no data on his abilities, only that he was the last one in the academy. Kabuto finished very impressed by the record of the one who is said to have been the last one in his generation. Everyone looked in Naruto's direction, who looked away as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise, since they hadn't seen him in over a month and had no idea that he was on solo missions. So you're a year older? Ino asked, very curious. Naruto just nodded. Ino hadn't noticed the blonde since he was usually very loud and today he was very serious. So she hadn't realized he was with them. She looked at him closely and noticed his changed appearance. He definitely looked better than that ugly orange suit he always wears. Naruto noticed that Ino kept staring at him and that made him quite uncomfortable. Is something wrong, Ino? Naruto asked. And nothing, said the Yamanaka, very embarrassed for having been staring so intently at her blonde companion. Do you understand now? Ninjas of sand, rain, waterfall, and sound have gathered here. Although Sound is a small village founded a little over a few years ago and is part of a small country, there isn't much information about its shinobi. But the other villages have great prestige, Kabuto said. I am scared, said the blue-haired girl. That means the others are, said Sakura, afraid of the answer. That's right, they are like Gaara and Rock Lee, they are the cream of the crop of their respective home villages, you shouldn't underestimate either of them, Kabuto finished. The 9 rookies fell silent. Outside the classroom, Kakashi was very thoughtful. Flashback. You're rushing things too much, said an annoyed Iruka. Iruka's right. Even I waited a year so my genin would be more experienced and stronger enough to take the exam. Let them enjoy their youth before they take that test, Guy said. Kakashi sighed. You're too soft, Guy, I'm sure your boys won't last, Kakashi replied. Hug, Guy complained. This conversation is over. Now I'll listen to the recommendations for the other genin, the Hokage declared. End of the flashback. Kakashi wondered if maybe he made a mistake in recommending his team. When on the other side of the door it was heard. Listen idiots, I, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to kick your asses, and suddenly a great chakra pressure was felt. Kakashi smiled, lifting all feelings of doubt, he had made a good decision. Naruto looked at his companions. He noticed a doubt in them, apparently affected by the knowledge of the other participants. Naruto sighed as he will have to do something Naruto Uzumaki style. He began to walk towards the other participants, all his companions turned to look at the blonde since they had no idea what he was going to do. Naruto used a shadow clone transformed with a hinge to make a bench, he placed his right foot on it, raised his hand, and pointed at the genin from the different villages. "Listen idiots, I, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to kick your asses," said the blonde. All of his classmates froze. Naruto had just made them all enemies. A fierce killing intent spread through the room, all of it directed at the blonde. Naruto smiled at the killing intent sent his way by the genin in the room. However, he had experienced Kurama's killing intent and Jiraiya's as well. This was just a child's game, one he could play his way to. Naruto began to raise his chakra and Kurama taught him how to make good use of his vast reserves. Kurama mentioned that he could use it to pressure and intimidate his opponent and that's exactly what he did. All the killing intent directed at the blonde was soon overshadowed by an enormous pressure that seemed like it could suffocate everyone nearby. It was only a brief moment, it only lasted a second, but it felt like minutes. The entire room fell silent. Naruto was pleased to see their sweaty faces. Luckily, no one noticed the pressure coming from him. Luckily for the blonde, a cloud of smoke appeared in the room. "Stop making such a fuss, you bunch of idiots," a voice was heard. The cloud of smoke dissipated and a group of shinobi appeared. One of them stands out. He wears his ninja headband like a scarf, has scars on his face, and is wearing a black leather trench coat. He conveys a sinister feeling about him. "Now listen up, worms. I'm the instructor in charge of the first test of this exam, Marino Ibiki," he said in a very serious tone, and the entire room fell silent. Everyone thought the pressure they felt a moment ago was coming from them. Ibiki pointed at the blonde. "I'll take this opportunity to warn you that you cannot fight without the permission of the person in charge, in this case me, and even if you have permission, you cannot kill your opponent if you disobey my rules. The wretches who dare." He paused, his face darkening. "I will show you a world filled with pain that will make you wish for death. Do you understand?" He looked at them all for a moment. Everyone nodded, some more worried than others. For some, this was normal, and they knew he was just marking his territory and showing who was in charge. "From now on the first exam will begin," said Ibiki. Chapter 5. February, Year X 108. Konoha. The 9 rookies stared at Kabuto, surprised by the information they'd been given. Most of them froze in doubt and fear, which began to rise within them. They realized they would be facing people more experienced than them, whether by a year or more of experience. These exams would undoubtedly be very difficult. Sakura was more worried now. She wasn't from any prestigious clan, nor did she have a Kekkei Genkai bloodline limit. Her performance as a Kunoichi wasn't the best either. She focused solely on theory and knowledge rather than physical prowess. She would undoubtedly be crushed by the other shinobi. Her body trembled slightly, cold sweat running down her back, and she was afraid to participate. The others were no exception, they were from prestigious clans, but that certainly wouldn't make them better shinobi. After all, a few years of experience were more than enough to impose a substantial gap between their skills. Having to face more experienced shinobi certainly put a great burden on them. The pressure of knowing that they were newly graduated rookies wasn't of any help. Everyone was shocked by the information they had learned. No one moved from their seats, and the tension was high. But that wasn't enough to stop a certain blonde man. He began to move. He headed straight for the other participants. The 8 rookies looked at their companion, bewildered by the blonde man's actions. They had no idea what he was planning to do. The blonde man stood in front of the crowd. A small cloud of smoke appeared after the smoke cleared. A bench could be seen. The blonde man raised his right foot and rested it on the bench. He leaned slightly forward, raised his hand, and pointed a finger at the crowd. "Hey, what's your partner supposed to be doing?" asked a confused Ino. "I have no idea, I hope nothing stupid," Sakura said in a low tone at the end. "Listen, idiots, I, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to kick your asses," said the blonde in a playful and amused tone. Remembering the problematic blonde from the academy. The 8 rookies could only see Naruto's back, so from his tone of voice, they thought he was the same idiot as always. "Hag, what is that idiot supposed to be doing?" said an annoyed Ino. "Shah. But what are you doing, Naruto?" Sakura shouted. Hinata just watched and smiled at his partner's antics. The boys had different reactions. Kiba and Sasuke were both excited, with big smiles appearing on their faces. Choji simply continued eating his chips, and Shino continued with her typical serious and mysterious attitude. But only one of them knew the reason for Naruto's actions. "So you plan to focus all the attention on yourself and give us some leeway so we don't feel pressured, you're still an idiot after all, damn how troublesome," a certain Nara thought. A few minutes earlier. 3 genin were gathered and watched a commotion caused by the 9 rookies. "It's them, apparently we didn't scare them enough," said a brown-haired boy with his arms crossed. "They're quite loud," said a brunette girl with a bun hairstyle. "Naruto-kun is different, Niji, his youth is great, he will undoubtedly be an excellent rival," said the boy in green spandex with flames in his eyes. "Wash. I have decided, I am going to face Naruto-kun and show our youth, if I can't beat him, I will do laps on my hands around the village," Lee finished with great emotion. "You know the odds of you facing him are very low, right, Lee," the brunette said. "Just look at this number of participants," she finished. Immediately afterward a depressive aura took over Lee. Tenten was surprised that her partner said that Naruto would be a great rival, after all, the only one Lee saw as a rival was Niji. Something happened the moment Lee was absent. Unconsciously, she directed her gaze to the blonde and when he saw her, he turned around. He began to walk directly in her direction. She was surprised since she thought he had noticed her gaze and was now directing it at her. She couldn't help but get nervous as images of him defending her from that blow came to her, although she was prepared to receive it, it didn't take away that the blonde's action of protecting her affected her, since as a kunoichi, she wasn't used to that type of actions. Naruto stopped once he advanced halfway, a small puff of smoke appearing after fading away, and a bench was revealed. He raised his right foot and rested it on the bench, raised his right arm and pointed towards the crowd. "What's he doing?" Tenten asked, confused by the blonde's actions. "I have no idea, but I hope it's something very youthful," Lee said enthusiastically. Niji simply watched the scene. "Listen idiots, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to kick your asses," the blonde said to the crowd. While for the 8 rookies watching from behind the blonde, it seemed like a stupidity from their teammate as was usual in the academy. For the crowd a strange feeling approached them. Despite the playful tone in his voice and the big smile on his face, his ice-cold gaze was most terrifying, those blue eyes devoid of any emotion. Tenten looked at the blonde and a shiver ran through her body. There was that strange feeling that suffocated her again, just like the first time she met him. That cold, emotionless gaze was all it took to leave her frozen in place. That look meant one thing. He wouldn't hesitate to kill them. His words were nothing more than a warning. "Don't get in my way, or I'll destroy you." The great tension was felt in the room. The other genin weren't happy with the blonde boy's attitude in front of them. They had to do something and teach the boy a lesson. They all directed their killing intent at the boy. No doubt he'd get scared and run to mom. That would teach him not to mess with them. But to their great surprise, the boy didn't even flinch. He just smiled even more broadly. Tenten felt the great killing intent that was directed at the blonde at this moment and was surprised to see that he didn't even care in the slightest, he just limited himself to smiling. As the killing intent grew bigger the boy's smile grew wider. It was when a chakra ignited and began to increase rapidly, it released an enormous pressure in the place completely consuming the killing intent, it was undoubtedly a great spectacle. She felt intimidated for a brief moment, without a doubt that pressure suffocated her greatly. What seemed like an eternal moment to them was only a small instant, that chakra as it ignited it turned off, it was a fleeting feeling. Rock Lee was very surprised by his rival's words. Despite the fact that they were somewhat rude, he didn't feel offended at all. After all, he thought the same way as Naruto. He would kick anyone's ass to become a chunin because he wouldn't stop at anything or anyone to achieve his own dream. Without a doubt, he would show them that even if he doesn't possess any skill in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he will become a splendid ninja. Naruto looked at everyone's faces and felt really glad he had made it clear what he wanted, whether they got the message or not. That was none of his problem. After his act, he lowered his arm and inspected the crowd, and among them he looked at a trio of genin he had recently met. He could see that they were staring at him, but 2 of those looks caught his attention, the first was Lee's. That look on his face showed great excitement, no doubt the boy was dying to face him in battle. A fire in his eyes that only awakened great anticipation in Naruto. The 2 wanted to face Lee. After that brief encounter with him, Naruto knew Lee was strong and undoubtedly a great opponent to defeat. The other gaze belonged to the girl with the bun hairstyle. Her gaze was different from Lee's. For some reason, the look in her eyes bothered him greatly. It seemed strangely familiar. A familiar feeling. After a few seconds of reflection, she understood why his gaze bothered her. There was a slight fear in his expression, but she feared him. It was the same as those looks he received when the villagers ignored him or told their children not to approach him out of fear. He only had the absence of hatred, which made her look different. Naruto felt bad about that, he looked at Tenten fixedly and smiled at her. But this time it was different, it wasn't a happy smile, but a sad and uncomfortable smile, a smile that hid a lot of pain and loneliness. This didn't go unnoticed by Tenten, but when her curiosity was piqued a large cloud of smoke appeared in the place, after the smoke dissipated a group of shinobi appeared. "The exam begins now," Ibiki said. "Okay, now everyone come one by one and hand in your application. In return, we'll give you your seat number, and then we'll give you your exam papers," he concluded. A huge silence filled the room, everyone incredulous that it would be a written exam. After a few minutes, everyone was in their respective seats. Once everyone was seated, the exam papers were distributed to everyone. Don't turn the test over just yet. First, there are a couple of rules you need to know in order to pass. I'm going to write them on the board and you're not allowed to ask any questions, so pay close attention because I'm not going to repeat myself, Ibiki said. The first rule is that you start the test with 10 points. In this test, points are subtracted. For example, when you start, you have 10 points. If you miss 3 questions, you get 7 points. The next rule is that this test is team-based, so your points will be added up to determine who passes and who fails, Ibiki said very seriously. Wait a moment, I don't understand. Why are the points subtracted and why are the points of the whole team added together? Asked Sakura, somewhat upset. Shut up, girl, you have no right to ask questions. You just need to know that everything has a reason, I answer. Everything has a reason, thought Sakura, trying to make sense of what the instructor said. Moving on, the maximum score is points. The objective of the test is to see if the team can maintain the highest number of points possible. The third rule is that no strange behavior is allowed during the test, meaning they cannot cheat or copy. If they are caught doing something strange, they will be deducted 2 points each time, Ibiki commented. We're watching them at all times, commented one of the chunin who were sitting and watching. Now I understand points can be subtracted for factors other than just the question, Sakura thought. Get it into your heads that any attempt at cheating will be your downfall. If you want to become a chunin, you have to learn to behave like one, Ibiki told them. Calm down, Sakura, you have to calm down. Think about it. Sasuke and I can do this even if Naruto gets a 0, we can make up for it with our scores, Sakura analyzed. Here comes the interesting part. If any of your teammates lose all their points, that is, if they get 0 points at the end of the exam, the entire team is disqualified. They have 1 hour to finish the exam, Ibiki concluded his speech. We have problems, Naruto, please get at least 1 point, Sakura thought somewhat tensely. Okay, time to test what I learned with Iruka-sensei, Naruto thought as he turned the test over. He picked up his pencil, ready to answer the questions. When he started reading, he realized something. Great, it's just as I thought, I don't understand a thing. The boy slammed his head against the test in despair. A loud noise filled the room and everyone turned in the blonde's direction, but he was so wrapped up in himself that he didn't care. Wait calmly, think about the rules of the exam. After thinking it over carefully, he found the answer. Why impose a penalty if we are found cheating? It's to measure our ability to gather information, the blonde deduced. He looked around and there were the chunin watching intently. He returned his gaze to the front and closed his eyes. Well, it's time to put what Kurama-sensei taught me to the test. Naruto focused on sensing the different chakras in the room. Some began to show changes and movements. It seems they've noticed. It's time to begin. The blonde began to gather chakra along with the yin element. After a brief moment he formed the hand seals at high speed. Page no sekai, he murmured softly, his perception broadened, perceiving a different plane. Now everything is ready, it's time for the Kage Bunshin magic. He concentrated a bit of chakra and formed a Kage Bunshin which appeared at his side. You already know what to do, the clone nodded and began to move in a certain direction. I'm sorry, Sakura, but I only know one person smarter than you, but he's too lazy to answer the exam, so I'm in your hands, he thought and lay down waiting for good news. Naruto's clone walked through the classroom. What Kurama said was true. It was really difficult to perform this jutsu. The sheer concentration required was brutal. In the middle of a fight, it would be really difficult to perform, at least for now. The clone observed the other contestants. Some were quite brazen in their use of eye jutsus. He simply didn't know why they weren't disqualified or deducted points. The boy from the arena was quite subtle, forming that small, almost imperceptible eye. The girl with the bun hairstyle was also ingenious in using mirrors to spy on the others' exams. Did Ino fall asleep? The clone wondered. After walking a bit he reached his destination. In front of him was Sakura staring at her exam so intensely that it seemed like her life depended on it. Naruto glanced at the exam, memorizing the answers. Suddenly Sakura's head fell directly onto her exam as if she had fallen asleep. Out of the corner of his eye, the clone watched as Ino got up and began to write the answers without reading the exam. It was strange. Sakura woke up raising her head very quickly, which surprised the clone. What happened to me? Said Sakura, very confused. The clone finished memorizing the answers and dissipated in a puff of smoke, sending all the information back to the original. Naruto raised his head and began to quickly write down the answers. He thought for a moment about the strange incident with Sakura, and Ino had undoubtedly done something. If he remembers correctly, the Yamanaka clan specializes in mental jutsus, and maybe Ino had performed one. He'd have to be careful with her, after all, she's a very curious girl. Once he finished answering the test, Naruto sat back again and waited for the 10th question to be asked. While Naruto waited for the final question, many teams were disqualified. February, year X 108. Avabiki. The exam began and everyone was trying to answer the questions, soon their faces showed surprise, since the questions were quite difficult, Ibiki smiled pleased with the genin's expressions. After a while, everyone began to put their strategies to work to outwit the examiners. Some were subtle, while others simply lacked practice or data gathering skills, so several teams were quickly eliminated. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the classroom. Ibiki looked in the direction of the noise and saw a blond boy pressing his head down on his test paper. He must have hit his head pretty hard since it was quite loud. 2 minutes passed and the blond boy was still in the same position. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked sideways. He looked at his test paper and performed hand seals at a speed that surprised him. But nothing happened. The boy mumbled something and lay back down. That boy is really strange, Ibiki thought. On the other hand, that boy from the sand is similar, despite the commotion caused by those who refuse to be expelled, he remains very calm. Ibiki continued observing his surroundings, the genin couldn't go unnoticed by him, not for nothing was he a special jonin and part of the torture and interrogation division. The exam had been going on for minutes and there were minutes left until the 10th question was asked, but the blond boy was still lying down, which caught Ibiki's attention. What are you waiting for, brat? Ibiki wondered. The boy raised his head in an instant and began to answer the exam very quickly. He seemed to know the answers since he didn't stop for a moment, not even to read. He simply continued answering, which greatly surprised the jonin since the boy hadn't moved from his spot at any time, he had only limited himself to lying down the whole time. It must have something to do with those hand seals, some kind of jutsu. He wondered, very bewildered. Time passed and it was time to ask them the 10th question. It's time for the 10th question, but before I explain the 10th question I have to give you a couple of rules that come with it, Ibiki commented. Rules? Sakura wondered. Suddenly the noise of the door was heard and a genin entered the classroom, along with an examiner who accompanied him to the bathroom. Wow, you lucky boy, are you done playing with dolls? Ibiki asked. The boy gulped. Shit, did she find out about Karasu? He wondered as he walked to his spot, handing a sheet of paper with the answers to a blonde girl with a 4-pigtail hairstyle on the way. Sit down now, pay attention. This is a rather hopeless rule, he said in a monotone. February, year X 108. Anyway, without the boys around, I'll have a lot of free time, Kakashi commented. I need a mission, he sighed. Don't complain, you'll soon be busy again, Asuma replied while smoking a cigarette. Why? Kakashi asks. Because the person in charge of the first test is Marino, Ibiki, Asuma answered nonchalantly. That sadist? Asked Kakashi with an anime-style sweat drop. Sadist? Kurenai asked. It's normal that you don't know him, Kurenai, since you have just been promoted to jonin, Asuma answered. Who is this? Asked a confused Kurenai. He's a professional, Kakashi replied. What about? She said, confused. Of interrogation and torture, Asuma answered. How? Kurenai asked, surprised. He's in charge of our village's secret corps of interrogators and torturers. Marino Ibiki, a special jonin. Although the first test doesn't involve torture, I'm sure he'll use his interrogation skills and psychological pressure to make them suffer, said Asuma. Ibiki, that man, knows well how the human mind works, he can be terrifying. He put so much psychological pressure on them that it seems he's bewitching them, he's capable of hitting all of a person's weak spots. No one can resist his persuasion, concluded Asuma. Another rule, Naruto thought. To start with this 10th question you can choose whether to answer it or not, said Ibiki. Whether we want to answer or not, Sasuke thought. What do you mean we can choose? The blonde with 4 pigtails asked, somewhat nervously. What happens if we choose not to answer? She asked. If you choose not to answer, your points will automatically be set to 0 and you will fail the exam along with your team, Ibiki answered. What do you mean by that? Shouted a genin. Just like you want someone to choose not to answer. Shouted another genin. Wait, there's still one more rule, said Ibiki. There's more, this is starting to get unbearable, Sakura thought. If you try to answer it and fail you won't be able to take the Chunin exam again and you'll be genin for life, Ibiki finished in a grim tone. That rule is stupid, this place is full of people who have taken the exam more than once, Kiba shouted. The examiner smiled and began to laugh eerily. You could say they're unlucky. I'm the one who makes the rules for this year's exam. But there's a way to avoid that fate, Ibiki said. How? Asked a genin. If you're not sure you can answer, just choose not to answer and apply for the next session, Ibiki concluded. What a problem, if someone chooses not to answer the whole team fails, and if someone can't answer they will be a genin forever, it's a double-edged sword. It's not an easy decision at all, thought Sakura, analyzing the situation. Okay, let's start with the 10th question. Raise your hand if you don't want to try. You'll have to leave the room after checking your number, said Ibiki. I won't raise my hand, I'm sure I can answer that question. In any case, if Naruto gets a 0 and we fail, I can take the exam next time if he got 10 points on the exam, but it's different for Naruto, he has to think calmly about what's best for him, it would be better if he forgets about us, Sakura thought, somewhat worried about her partner. I choose not to try, I'm very sorry comrades, said a very dejected Genin. Number is suspended, and 2 said an examiner. Many began to raise their hands and leave, one by one, leaving the classroom. A few minutes passed, the atmosphere very tense. What's wrong Naruto, why aren't you raising your hand, Sakura thought, remembering the blonde's dream and how hard he had worked to make it come true. I'm sorry Naruto, but I can't let your dream end like this. Sakura began to slowly raise her hand. Huh. She was surprised when she saw her blonde classmate raise his hand and stand up from his seat. Naruto, she thought worriedly. Naruto slammed his hand on the work table making a loud noise. We could just drop this shit. I don't give a shit if I stay a genin forever, after all I'll become the strongest ninja in Konoha. The table creaked a little from Naruto's blow, apparently he didn't control his strength much, after all he was already a little annoyed by the situation. He couldn't believe they would let themselves be intimidated by such simple nonsense. Ibiki waited a moment, but no one stood up. Wow, that guy inspired everyone with his speech. He's definitely a born leader, Ibiki thought. Anyone else who wants to retire? He asked the genin after waiting a few moments. I don't go back on my word, that's my ninja way, said Naruto challenging the examiner. That brat is funny, he cleared all the doubts in an instant. There are left, that's more than expected, even if I tried to pressure them now, I won't get anywhere, he thought. He looked around, and the other examiners nodded. Very well, I must announce to everyone present that you have passed the first exam, Ibiki said. All of you in this room have passed, he concluded. Everyone was surprised and the classroom remained silent for a few minutes. Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? Sakura asked. What do you mean we're passed in one fell swoop? And the 10th question? She questioned. The 10th question never existed. Only the decision you just made matters, Ibiki said with a smile that looked strange on him. What? Said the blonde with 4 pigtails. And the 9 questions we just answered were for nothing? She asked, annoyed. They did work. They fulfilled the purpose for which they were designed, Ibiki replied. How? The girl asked doubtfully. To test their ability to gather information without being discovered, that's the goal, he replied. This isn't what I expected, the blonde thought. Test our intelligence gathering skills. She asked. This test is based on the basic rules, failure or success depends on the entire team. By doing this, I intended to make some of you feel like a burden to your team, putting psychological pressure on you, he explained in a calm tone. However, the test questions were too difficult for your knowledge. That's what I expected. I imagine that most of you came to the conclusion that the only way to keep your points was to cheat. In other words, this exam is designed to cheat. We have infiltrated 2 chunin in the classroom who know the answers so that you can copy from them, Ibiki finished. What a problem it was to find those 2, said a genin. But those idiots who couldn't hide their actions were expelled, of course. Ibiki undid the ninja headband on his head, revealing the many scars he had. Sometimes the price of information is greater than life. Many risk their lives in confrontations to get hold of it, but information obtained from an enemy or another person, if they don't know how to hide their intentions, may not always be correct. I want you to keep this in mind. The atmosphere changed to a much more serious one. Trusting erroneous information can mean the death of your comrades or the destruction of your village, said the examiner in a threatening tone. That's why we tested your ability to gather information without anyone noticing, and thus we eliminated those who were the worst at it, Ibiki concluded. But I'm still not happy with the 10th question, complained the blonde girl with 4 pigtails. Ibiki smiled and put his ninja headband back on. That 10th was the only one that really mattered, he commented. Everyone was confused now more than ever. What are you trying to tell us? Sakura asked. I'll explain. The 10th question was whether or not to try. I don't need to tell you that it was a difficult decision. Not trying meant instant failure. And trying and not being able to answer it meant not being able to attempt the Chunin exam again, a rather difficult decision. Let's look at another example. Suppose you are Chunin and we entrust you with a mission whose details are secret. You can't know what kind of enemies you'll face, how many of them there are, what abilities they have, or if they're armed. And it's likely that when you confront them, the enemy will set a trap for you. Ibiki left a brief moment of silence, waiting for them to analyze the information. What would you do then? He asked. Because it could cost you your life, because it could endanger your comrades. Are you going to reject the mission because it seems too difficult? The answer is no. Whatever the danger, a ninja should never leave a mission halfway. They should show their courage to their comrades and their ability to overcome adverse situations. That's what it means to be a Chunin, Ibiki concluded. Everyone looked at the examiner in surprise. It was undoubtedly a great lesson. Suddenly, a window burst and a blurry image entered the classroom. Naruto looked at the scene somewhat surprised. He looked closely at the stranger who entered through the window and noticed that it was a girl with purple hair who was wearing a trench coat and underneath a leotard that reached her thighs and an orange miniskirt. He leaned forward a little trying to see under the skirt, although everything was happening very fast. For Naruto it felt like slow motion. The girl turned and threw 2 kunai at the ceiling, and a large blanket was placed in seconds. The blanket had the name Mitarashi Anko written on it. "Anyway, it's always the same, it's still too early for you to declare victory," the girl said. "I'm in charge of the second test, follow me, everyone." She concluded her speech by raising her arm in the air. The entire classroom fell silent. Examiner Ibiki came out from behind the blanket. "You know I'm still here," Ibiki said exasperatedly. "She looks identical to Naruto, is she the examiner?" Sakura wondered. Anko looked at the genin for a moment. "You've left teams in total, you've been very soft," she said in an annoyed tone. "This time there are many talented kids," Ibiki justified himself. "Oh nonsense, I'll make sure that less than half remain," he said with a creepy smile. "The less than half. She'll take care of it," a worried Sakura thought. "Ah, we're going to have a great time. I'll explain the details of where the second test will take place, follow me," she said to the genin while trembling with excitement. Sexy body, dangerous and a crazy personality, damn what a woman, Naruto thought following the examiner. All the genin were standing in front of the examiner and behind her were some bars and some huge trees. "This is where the next test will take place, training camp, or better known as the Forest of Death." He finished with his grim smile. "This place gives me goosebumps," said Sakura. "It's not called the Forest of Death for nothing, don't worry, you'll soon find out why," said Anko. "Not in vain they call it the Forest of Death." PFFF imitating the kunoichi, Naruto mocked her a little and began to laugh. "Wow, you're very excited," she said, and in a very quick movement she took out a kunai and threw it at the blonde. Naruto laughed carefree, but he felt the movement of the kunoichi. He looked ahead, and when the kunai was about to reach him, in a swift movement he took the kunai by the handle and held it using chakra. Since he had a lot of force behind the throw, he turned it and quickly brought his hand pointing to the area on the left side of his face. "Kids like you are the first to fall." The kunoichi's voice was heard in her left ear. She stopped in surprise when she felt something sharp pressing against her neck. "Wow, that was close. Sorry senpai, I know it's not the best way to greet a beautiful lady, but it's just reflexes," Naruto said, moving the kunai away from the kunoichi's neck. "Although I really wouldn't mind if you put more pressure on those great breasts of yours," he told the kunoichi in a playful tone. She looked at the boy, surprised that he could keep up with her. After a brief moment, she absorbed what the blonde had said and smiled at the compliment in his words, so she decided to reward the boy. "So you'd like to feel them a little more?" she said in a sensual tone, hugging the boy, pressing her breasts against his back and giving him a small kiss on the cheek. "You know I like you, brat," she whispered in his ear and pulled away. Naruto's face blushed a little and he smiled at the soft sensation left on his back. The girls watched the scene and started to blush a little at the kunoichi's perverted actions and were amazed at how perverted Naruto could be. Sakura couldn't believe what she saw, much less that Naruto had gotten that woman to do what he asked. For a moment she thought he was more than dead. Ino was surprised by her blonde companion's actions, and a great curiosity about him was awakened in her, since he had never behaved that way. So calm and self-assured, not to mention his movements that were almost impossible to see. Temari on the other hand was surprised by the blonde's speed and told herself that she wasn't going to underestimate him again. Tenten watched as Naruto flirted with the examiner, surprising her a little with how it reminded her of what he'd done to her the first time she'd met him. She smiled at the blonde's playful, somewhat perverted attitude, but admired his seriousness and how he didn't even blink at the danger and reacted immediately. She didn't know why, but she thought it looked great on him. "Before the second test begins, I'll hand these out," Anko said, pulling out a stack of papers. "Now I want you to sign them," she finished. "What for?" asked a genin. "Because if any of you die and haven't signed one of these I'll be held responsible," Anko said in a carefree and happy manner. "I'm going to explain to you what the second exam consists of and then you can sign the certificates. Then, as a group, go to that booth over there to hand them in," she finished explaining. He began handing out the certificates to everyone and once he finished, he began to explain what the second exam consisted of. "Okay, pay attention, I'll explain that the second exam is a test of survival at the limit," said Anko. "Survival, another troublesome exam," thought a certain Nara. "Look at this map of the training camp, I'll explain everything in order," he said, pausing for them to look at the map. "As you can see, in this area of training ground number, there are gated entrances surrounding its entire perimeter," he explained, looking at the genin. "It includes rivers and a forest. At its center is a tower. From the entrances to the tower there is a distance of about kilometers. You will have to apply a specific survival program inside, the details of which will depend on the specific use of your weapons and techniques that each one possesses, but that's not all. You will have to face each other in a scroll battle, Anko explained, and the last part she said with a grim tone. Scroll battle? Some genin asked. That's right, I have 2 scrolls here. The first is from heaven, the second is from earth. You'll fight over them. There are candidates, or teams. 13 will be given a scroll from heaven, and the other half will be given a scroll from earth. Each team will have a scroll, and the teams that pass the test will be those that bring all 3 members and possess 1 scroll from heaven and 1 from earth, he concluded. That means that of the teams whose scrolls are stolen, half of the participants will be disqualified, Sakura deduced. But there is a time limit, this exam must be completed in hours, which is exactly days, she said nonchalantly. 5 days, Ino shouted. What's wrong with the food? Choji exclaimed, very worried. They manage as best they can. Nature will provide, but be careful of the wild beasts of the debris, the insects, and the poisonous plants. I doubt all members of the teams will pass. In any case, each day will seem longer than the last, and the time to recover will be shorter. On top of that, they'll be surrounded by enemies. They won't even be able to sleep. Not only will those who can't bring the scrolls fail, but so will those who can't endure and survive the harsh conditions and die along the way. Anko shrugged. In short, failure comes in 3 ways. First, those teams that don't bring both heaven and earth scrolls will fail before the deadline. Second, those teams whose members throw in the towel or die along the way will fail. And as an additional rule, no one is allowed to withdraw halfway, they'll have to spend 5 days in the forest. Third, the team that looks at the contents of the scrolls before reaching the tower will fail, Anko concluded. What happens if we look? Naruto asked, somewhat intrigued. Whoever looks will have to face the consequences. Asked Nin, you can be trusted with delivering secret messages, we need to test your discretion. That's all I have to say. Now you can take the certificates and the scrolls will be handed to you right there. Once finished, your ticket will be assigned and the test can begin, Anko finished explaining the content of the exam. My last piece of advice, don't die, she told the genin. The rolls are ready, said a ninja from the stand. Sasuke looked at the stand where the scrolls were handed out and noticed that a black blind was placed in front of it so they couldn't see through. As expected. We don't know what role he got and we don't know which team member is carrying it. Ibiki was right, in this test we have to seize information as if our lives depended on it. Everyone is an enemy. And those here are the kind who don't back down from anything, it's very likely they won't hesitate to kill, Sasuke thought, looking at the certificate. Anko giggled as she looked at the genin. Looks like they finally understand the true meaning of those certificates, Anko thought, amused. Great, we're pretty good at survival. You just have to be a little tougher, Hinata Kiba said. His team had to go through gate. Risking our lives, what a drag, but what can we do? Said Shikamaru, thinking of a strategy for his team, which had to go through gate number. Finally, we can carry out our mission publicly. Our time has come, the sound ninjas thought. Kabuto and his team knocked on door number. The other teams scare me, but spending days with Gaara is even worse, thought the boy with the puppet on his back. His team had to enter through gate number. What we need to do is go for the rookies, said a grass genin. Looks like killing them is allowed, it'll be easy, said the other grass genin. His team had to enter through gate. Sensei, I'll do my best, Rock Lee thought. His team entered through gate number. Naruto's team went to hand in their certificates and received their scroll. Naruto took the scroll and the 3 of them left the black curtain. He took out a kunai and walked straight to the examiner Anko. His teammates looked at him in bewilderment. He soon caught the attention of all the genin present as they couldn't forget the way the blonde flirted with her. Naruto approached Anko and once he was in front of her he turned the kunai and grabbed it in reverse. In a quick movement he placed himself behind the kunoichi and the kunai that a moment ago was in his hand was in the kunoichi's kunai holder. No one noticed this, but Anko noticed. Naruto walked to Anko's side and stopped. I'm sorry about what happened a few minutes ago, senpai, and I wanted to apologize in some way. That's why I'll help you make this test more interesting and ensure that less than half the teams remain, as you hoped, Naruto told him. And how do you plan to achieve that? Asked a curious Anko. Like this, Naruto replied and raised his arm high. Hey, all of you guys pay attention, Naruto said to the genin gathered at the place. All of them turned to look at the blonde and wondered what he wanted now. My team got the sky scroll, he said nonchalantly, feel free to come get it anytime. Naruto finished with a smile on his face. Anko looked at the blonde and smiled. She really liked that boy. He had just challenged everyone present to a head-on battle. That exam would definitely be very exciting. Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise, what is that idiot doing? She thought, very worried. Sasuke just looked at the blonde's action and shrugged. He would ask the blonde for an explanation later. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and noticed that gleam in his eyes. If he didn't know him so well he would think the blonde was an idiot. But unlike the others, he knew the blonde well and understood well what Naruto was planning. The Nara took out his scroll and looked at it. He sighed in relief. Looks like we're lucky, the Nara thought when he saw that his scroll was from the sky. All of you, follow an examiner and be ready to enter your respective gates, Anko ordered. I'll be eagerly awaiting good news, she told Naruto. He said goodbye to her and walked alongside his team. After a few minutes everyone was at their respective entrances and Anko's voice was heard from some speakers. Let the second test of the Chunin exams begin now, he said, expectant of the results. Chapter 6. February, year X 108, p.m. Team entered through gate number. It was already late and the sky reflected an orange sunset. The examiner's voice was heard from a loudspeaker. Let the second test of the Chunin exams begin now, he said in an excited tone. Team entered the forest and after advancing a few meters they stopped. Shikamaru, what's the plan? Asked Shoji. Yeah, Shikamaru, what have you planned? Ino asked. How annoying, for now we have to move as far away as we can and find a place to settle down for the night. For now we are fine and thanks to Naruto, we will be safe for one more day, said Shikamaru. Do you know why the idiot did that? Ino asked curiously. It may seem like something stupid, but if you really know Naruto, he's anything but stupid. He's not the idiot you know, Ino. That boy is a bucking genius when it comes to battles. He's not smarter than me, but he's smart enough to give me trouble with his strategies. If Naruto did that, it can only mean a couple of things, Shikamaru explained to his blonde companion. And that's it? He demanded a clear explanation. The most important thing is that he won't come after us. If he said the scroll was his, it's because he doesn't want to go looking for one. Which means he's confident in taking down anyone who tries to steal it from them. In all the time I've known Naruto, he never does anything random, he always acts once he's sure he can win. I explained and Choji just nodded in agreement with his friend since he also knew the blonde before he behaved like an idiot. That means he's confident he can handle a full team alone, Ino mused. Shikamaru just nodded at Ino's conclusion. He wasn't sure if Naruto could really handle a team of 3 on his own, but at least with Sasuke on his team, they were definitely one of the strongest genin teams currently. February, year X 108, p.m. Team was walking through the forest. Naruto had his hands behind his head and walked casually. Naruto, why did you say which scroll was assigned to us? Sasuke asked. Naruto looked at him like he was an idiot and sighed tiredly. It's quite simple, Sasuke. It's true that this puts us in the sights of the other teams. But only the teams with Earth scrolls will come after our scroll. On the other hand, the benefit is that the teams with the Sky scroll will avoid us since a battle would be unnecessary, so we'll be able to be more free, Naruto declared. Sasuke was surprised by Naruto's analysis of the situation, and it was true, despite the risk involved in revealing the scroll, the benefits were more. Since they can avoid unnecessary fights, and the ones they were forced to fight would be to obtain the scroll they needed, without a doubt it was worth the risk, Sasuke nodded at Naruto's explanation. Okay, now we have to split up and find an area where we can spend the night. Don't trust anyone, not even us. We don't know if it's the enemy using a henge. We need a password, Sasuke said. Sakura and Naruto nodded, waiting for Sasuke to come up with the password. The key will be the ninja weapon poem, and what we will have to say is Sasuke was interrupted by Naruto. Wait a second, Naruto said, pointing at a certain area. Sasuke understood the message. Now, Naruto said in a low voice. Both disappeared from Sakura's side, and a second later a moan was heard in the direction Naruto had pointed with his side a little while ago. She turned to look, and after a few seconds Naruto and Sasuke walked back. Loser, why did you let him get away? Sasuke scolded him. Because if they're here, it means they have an Earth scroll and there's someone else listening. For now, we'll let them listen and wait for the right moment to welcome them, Naruto told him in a low voice. I'm sorry, Sasuke was faster than me, Naruto apologized. Sasuke nodded and was surprised by how sharp Naruto could be. He didn't even know where that other guy was, so he just believed in his partner. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Sakura watched her classmates interact and was surprised by Naruto's behavior. He wasn't loud anymore, and surprisingly, he didn't fight with Sasuke over everything. On the contrary, he seemed to follow what Sasuke said. That behavior wasn't normal for him. There was something off about the blonde, but she couldn't say what. On the other hand, after his mission on the wave, he changed drastically. From one day to the next, he stopped bothering her by asking her out or looking for any excuse to ask her out. She was grateful for that. She should have been happy, but something inside her missed him. Hey Sakura, is something wrong? Naruto asked when he saw his partner spaced out. Sakura shook her head. No, everything's fine, she replied. I was telling you that the password will be, sorry, I'm going to skip this shitty password. If you want to know what it is, please see the manga chapter 46 page 20. I'll take the role. Sasuke finished. Quick, everyone use chakra on your feet, Naruto said quickly. A powerful gust of wind hit them, and despite Naruto's warning, it sent them flying, leaving only destruction in its wake. Sasuke ended up under a bush. After a few seconds, he slowly got up. His whole body ached. Footsteps were heard on his right. He turned to see who it was. When he saw that it was Sakura, she was walking towards him. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura asked. Stop the weapon poem quickly, Sasuke demanded, taking out a kunai. Ha! Of course, you guys already know what chapter and what page, Sakura said. Sasuke nodded and new footsteps were heard. Hey guys, are you okay? Naruto asked. The weapon poem, Sasuke repeated. Oh right, again you know, my laziness is powerful, Naruto finished. Sasuke threw the kunai at Naruto, who skillfully dodged it. Sakura looked at Sasuke in surprise and confusion. What are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto said. The password, said Sakura. I see you noticed, but tell me how you knew, said the strange man. He's not Naruto, his behavior is strange, and he said the password. Naruto wouldn't remember it, especially Naruto carries his kunai holder on his right leg, and especially Naruto, and I already knew he was underground, that's why I chose that password. Now tell me, who are you and what do you want? Sasuke pointed out. I see, you're not tired, and there's no mistake, this fight promises to be fun, the genin concluded. It really wasn't Naruto, Sakura said, surprised. She was right, it was true. Naruto had said he forgot his password. Where are you, Naruto? Sakura thought. You're interested in our Earth Scroll, aren't you? After all, your partner said you have the Sky Scroll, the genin said, then brought the scroll to his mouth and rolled his tongue around it, swallowing it. Try to take it from me at the cost of your own lives, he finished with a grim smile. Sakura and Sasuke stared in surprise at the genin in front of them. A moment later a killing intent kicked in, leaving them immobilized. Sasuke clearly felt a kunai pierce through his head and kill him, and then he was prostrate on the floor vomiting. Sakura found herself frozen in place after seeing her own death, and her knees simply gave way. She sat unable to do anything but tremble in fear. What was that, an illusion technique? No, that was simply his killing intent. He was able to make us see our deaths with just his killing intent. Who the hell is this guy? Sasuke wondered. Sakura, Sasuke called her, but she was in shock with tears in her eyes and shaking non-stop. Damn, we're lost, all we have to do is run away or we'll die, was all she could think. What's going on? Are you paralyzed by fear? The genin asked. A little, just a little, moved, Sasuke thought, when the sound of something cracking was heard in the place. From beneath the genin's feet, the ground cracked and a Naruto appeared, aiming a hook at the genin's chin. The genin leaned back slightly and caught Naruto's blow by grabbing his wrist. Who? Did you think I didn't know you were hiding underneath? He asked in a mocking tone. It doesn't matter if you know it or not, just die, said the blonde. He changed his center of gravity and turned to his right, directing a high kick to the genin's head, who ducked, letting the blonde's kick pass over him. Naruto took advantage and turned his body further, managing to get out of the genin's grip. He pulled out a kunai and went for the attack again. He didn't have the luxury of hesitation now. His teammates were in great danger, so he didn't stop to think much. The genin pulled out another kunai and faced Naruto in a taijutsu battle. At first they were evenly matched, but Naruto began to feel overwhelmed by the genin. After a back and forth, the genin noticed an opening in Naruto and aimed a blow at the blonde's chest, who vanished in a puff of smoke. "The Kage Bunshin," said the genin, quite impressed when he felt a kunai piercing his throat and a hand grabbed his head, with a quick movement separating his head from his body in a single motion. "Damn," said Naruto. The genin's head fell to the floor, along with the body. Sakura and Sasuke stared at Naruto in surprise. He had really killed the man. But their surprise was quickly replaced by terror. The body moved slightly, and the head was connected to the body by snakes, returning to its place. "You have to be kidding," what a son of a Naruto said as he watched her stand up. "Jujuju. You are very interesting, Naruto-kun, but you are not who I am looking for," said the genin with a different voice, much more devilish. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Naruto, directing a hook straight to the blonde's jaw, who barely managed to react, evading by a millimeter. The genin performed hand seals at an almost imperceptible speed and directed another blow at Naruto, this one hitting him squarely. Futon. Great advance, the palm of the hand touched Naruto's chest. After contact, Naruto was thrown into the trees, leaving a great trail of destruction in his wake, traveling a distance of at least meters. "Now that I've gotten rid of your partner, why don't we get on with the party?" he asked playfully. Sakura looked at the scene in horror. It was not possible for Naruto to survive such a devastating attack, and she was not so wrong, since only thanks to Kurama could Naruto continue moving, otherwise he would not be able to remain conscious. He had a couple of broken ribs and multiple cuts and bruises, but nothing that a little time would not heal. Damn, that hurt. That guy is not a genin, he has too much strength, he reminds me of Iro-sensei. Well, this is an advantage, it will give me enough time. Naruto thought urgently to return to the aid of his friends. Han Sasuke, why Sakura? It's time to continue, he said to Sasuke. Sasuke pulled out a kunai but was still shaking, even more than before, after seeing the great power his rival had. The genin pulled out 2 kunai and threw them at Sakura. Seeing this, Sasuke ran quickly and deflected the kunai with his own. Noticing that he couldn't calm down, he turned his kunai and pierced his leg, feeling the pain run through his body, his nerves calmed, he could move more freely. He couldn't fail now or he and Sakura would die. Sasuke-kun, thought Sakura. He's capable of hurting himself so that the pain makes him forget his panic. He's no ordinary prey, the genin thought. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura tried to say, but Sasuke covered her mouth with his hand. "Shh, don't make any noise," said Sasuke quite tensely. The noise was heard above them, and Sasuke noticed it. He grabbed Sakura and dodged the attack of a large snake. Once it was dodged, the snake continued up the tree trunk and stopped. The snake began to split and the genin emerged from inside. It was a horrifying sight to behold. They shouldn't lose focus for even a moment, although it's understandable. After all, prey only think about fleeing when they face a predator, the genin concluded. Damn, at this rate we're all going to end up dead, this is the only way out, Sasuke thought. I'll give you the scroll, but in exchange you'll have to let us go, said Sasuke, showing the scroll. Hey? Said a very confused Sakura, since that was not Sasuke's way of acting. Your survival instincts are working well. The only way the prey can escape the predator is by leaving the predator's other prey at its mercy and running away, said the genin. Wait, Sasuke. How do we know that once he has the scroll, he'll let us go? Asked an upset Sakura. Sasuke froze, how could he forget that detail? She was right. Fear was not letting him think rationally, he was acting like a coward, even Naruto faced him for a while, that's why he knew he had to do it or they would die. It was when a memory of his brother assaulted his mind. Don't be an idiot, little brother, if you want to kill me, you have to be able to hate me, and keep seeing your pathetic existence. Run away, escape and hold on to your pathetic life. That was all, it was time to fight. Sasuke closed his eyes, and when he opened them his Sharingan lit up in all its splendor, eyes red as blood and 4 tomos were visible. Apparently once again his Sharingan evolved. So he has awakened his bloodline, let's see what you're capable of, Sasuke thought the genin. Sasuke reached into his kunai holder, pulling out 5 kunai and a shuriken. I always thought that to kill my brother I had to stay alive at all costs, and in doing so I have been the stupidest of the Naruto Sakura. If I am not capable of risking my life here, I will never be able to beat my brother, thought Sasuke, determined to fight, putting his life to the limit. The fight began, Sasuke ran towards the genin, who began to run towards Sasuke at great speed. But thanks to the Sharingan, Sasuke was able to follow his movements. Sasuke grabbed a tree and threw the Fuma Shuriken in the direction the genin took, on the other hand the genin skillfully dodged. Seeing him dodging, Sasuke threw a kunai with a ninja cable tied to it. Not bad, it anticipates my movements and aims for my vital spots, it can see me coming, thought the genin, as he dodged the thrown kunai. Sasuke held firmly onto the tree and with his mouth pulled the thread tied to the Fuma Shuriken. A thread? The genin wondered. This is the triple Sharingan mill, said Sasuke as he saw the Fuma Shuriken heading straight for his enemy's neck. He anticipated where I would move and sent a third one to my blind spot, he thought, holding the Fuma Shuriken between his teeth. Juju, I feel sorry for you, he mocked. Sasuke smiled. He gave a small laugh and placed his hands in the tiger seal. Dragon's fire, Sasuke thought, and his jutsu activated. A flame followed the wire straight to his enemy's head, hitting his face. A small explosion followed after reaching its target. Sasuke and Sakura were greatly surprised to see that the genin was standing as if nothing had happened to him. Only one small detail left them speechless, and that was that it seemed that his face was falling apart, revealing an unhealthy white skin. For someone so young, you're making the most of the Sharingan, I'm quite sure of it. I want you, said the genin. Sasuke. Sakura shouted and stood next to him. I have enjoyed watching your strength, he said, giving them a creepy look. I can't move, it paralyzed us. Did it miss something? Sasuke wondered. It's clear you're brothers, you have a lot of potential, maybe more than Itachi, said the genin. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. How did this guy meet his brother? Who the hell are you? Sasuke asked, very upset. My name is Orochimaru. If you ever wish to see me, do your best to survive this exam, he said nonchalantly as he burned the scroll. The sound ninjas will have to finish off my subordinates, he told them both. No, I don't understand anything you're saying, none of us will ever want to see you, Sakura shouted. Yoo-hoo, that doesn't seem right to me at all, Orochimaru said. He then formed a hand seal, and his neck began to stretch in their direction, biting Sasuke's neck. Sakura was horrified and very worried. After a moment, Orochimaru's neck returned to its original shape. Sasuke will come back to me because he will seek my power, said Orochimaru. Hug that hurt, Sasuke complained, touching his neck where Orochimaru bit him. An unbearable pain began, he felt his body burning, it really hurt. Damn it. What did you do to him? Sakura shouted, upset to see Sasuke in that condition. I gave him a little farewell gift, Orochimaru said with a small laugh. Well, I hope you like your shitty pedophile gift. Naruto's voice was heard. Following that, a huge amount of chakra shot out. Large gusts of wind began to form a large wind drill that shot out from between the trees of the forest in the direction of Orochimaru. Senpo. Futon devastation, Naruto shouted. After that the wind drill accelerated instantly and swept away everything in its path, hitting Orochimaru directly, who was dragged in a straight line for more than meters. The jutsu razed the trees, rocks, and anything in its path, leaving a trail of destruction. Naruto fell to his knees on the floor, sweat pouring down his face, and he looked very exhausted. One of the disadvantages of Senjutsu was that after losing Sage Mode, his body would suddenly feel all the fatigue. This was due to the lack of natural chakra in his body. Sakura looked surprised at the destruction wrought by her blonde companion. He really hit the nail on the head with that creepy guy. She didn't think the guy would survive, but his next words would leave her frozen. Damn. That'll just slow him down a bit, it's really hard, Naruto complained. Naruto walked over to his teammates. Sakura was sitting next to Sasuke, who was complaining in pain and lost consciousness after a few moments. He stood next to Sasuke and carried him on his shoulder. He then looked in Sakura's direction, and the girl was still staring at the direction the guy had disappeared. Sakura, we have to go soon. TCH shit, that guy is tough, I only delayed him for a moment, so let's go, Naruto said between breaths, which showed how tired he was. Sakura looked at her blonde companion and was surprised by his state. Naruto's clothes were torn here and there in different places, and he had small cuts, but no wounds, although there were traces of blood on his clothes. So he healed in a given time, or so she thought. On the other hand, the boy looked quite tired. She tried to get up, but his legs wouldn't respond. I am sorry, Naruto, she said when she saw that it was useless. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stand up. Tears began to appear on her face. Naruto, seeing this, placed Sasuke and carried him in a princess or bridal style. He knelt in front of Sakura with his back to her. Come on, hold on to me, I'll carry them, Naruto told her in a calm tone, so Sakura could calm down a bit. She felt useless, seeing her partner so tired and still having to carry a burden like her. Sakura just hugged Naruto, and he got up, holding Sakura's legs, and began to move in the direction of the tower, looking for a place to spend the night for the moment. After an hour of walking and seeing the silence, Naruto knew what was happening to Sakura. Listen, Sakura, don't blame yourself for the current situation. After all, it's something that not even Sasuke could handle. We weren't ready to face someone of that caliber. It's normal to feel useless and powerless, but don't focus on that. We only have one thing left to do, and that is to become stronger. Only then will we be able to protect each other, Naruto told her to ease the guilt and helplessness that his companion felt. Sakura listened to what Naruto said. That calmed her greatly and proved Naruto right. She could no longer continue like this, she would no longer be a burden to her team. She would become stronger to be able to fight alongside her teammates and not just watch their backs and take refuge behind them. A great determination was born in Sakura. While Naruto continued moving, Sakura looked at him from behind him. That seriousness was rare in him, but she liked it. Unconsciously she leaned back into her partner and felt his warmth. Thank you so much, Naruto, the girl said. Sakura was feeling very comfortable when the fragment of a memory reached her. Of course, it's a promise, and I always was all she heard. A few minutes before. February, year X 108, p.m. Anko was eating quietly. My dangos are so good, especially with a very sweet drink. Well, once I'm done eating, I'll go wait for the tower challengers. The fastest ones will take a day to arrive, and with this one, I've completed the village symbol, Anko said, throwing the dango stick, which stuck into a tree trunk. Something serious has happened, Anko said, one of the people in charge of taking care of the test. What are you doing here? Anko asked. We found 3 bodies, he explained. Dead bodies? She asked. It's very suspicious, come see for yourself, he told her urgently. Let's go, she said. A few minutes later. February, year X 108, p.m. They arrived at the place where the corpses were and a group of Chunin was there. From their clothes and ID cards, we know they're grass genin who came to take the exam, the Chunin explained. And as you can see, they don't have faces. It's as if they've been ripped off, he said, somewhat incredulously. That's her technique, no doubt about it. What did she come to these exams for? Thought a very upset Anko. Let me see her cards, she demanded. Here they are, said the Chunin, surprised. He stole their faces, in short, those who were present at the time, Anko thought, remembering when she played a little with the blonde boy. We have a problem, she said. How? The Chunin asked. Inform Hokage-sama immediately, ask him to send at least 2 Anbu squads to the Forest of Death. I will go after those responsible for this, he instructed the Chunin. Just as Anko gave her instructions, a spike of chakra was felt in the atmosphere that surprised them. After a moment a small tremor assaulted them. Anko looked in the direction where a group of trees were raised in the sky and a large cloud of dust rose. She was surprised, apparently there was someone facing Orochimaru. But who had that large amount of chakra and such destructive power? That only alerted her even more and she immediately headed in that direction. February, year X 108, p.m. The great destruction is seen at the scene. Everything was destroyed, only a large pile of rubble and trees can be seen. Suddenly, the large pile of rubble began to move and a group of snakes emerged from it, gathered in one place, and began to form a human silhouette. Orochimaru was quite excited. After all, he came looking for Sasuke through the Sharigan and in the process, he stumbled upon another treasure. Wonderful. I was seriously surprised Naruto-kun, really at such a young age, and handling the Senjutsu Jujutsu. It seems that Kabuto's report has to be updated. How can the last of his generation have such power? You are undoubtedly an excellent vessel, you have a very resistant body. Enough to withstand my futon at point-blank range and receive some internal injuries and some shallow cuts. Perhaps my soul can reside in a body like yours without destroying it, but first I will get the Sharingan after all, it is only a matter of time, said Orochimaru in a crazy tone. What do you think if we leave that for later? I have nothing to do here anymore, so I'll see you next time, Anko, he said when Anko arrived, only to see him vanish into mud. Damn, he got away. She scolded herself for being so slow to act, but who could blame her? After all, it wasn't easy for her to see him again, since thanks to him, her life had gone to hell. February, year X 108, p.m. Deem was at the base of a large tree that had a hole in its roots and formed a kind of cave. Naruto placed Sasuke on the ground and went to where Sakura was. Sakura, can you take care of Sasuke? The blonde asked his partner. Sakura was surprised by Naruto's unexpected question. Of course I can, but what will you do? Asked Sakura, confused by Naruto's request. As you know, that guy burned our scroll. I'll go get the scrolls we needed to pass the test, so I'm asking you to take care of Sasuke, he replied. But you'll have to face teams of 3 by yourself. Sakura said worriedly. Don't worry, don't waste my time playing games these past few months. I can handle this. I'm just going away for a while. Come back before it gets too late, Naruto said. Sakura was unsure if it was a good idea to be alone in that place, but she knew they needed those scrolls, and the more time passed, the harder it would be to get them. Okay, Naruto, I'll take care of Sasuke, but please don't take too long, Sakura said, somewhat fearful. After her encounter with Orochimaru, no one could blame her for reacting like that. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, Sakura. I'll be back soon, he said and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. February, year X 108, p.m. A few hours had passed since Naruto left Sakura with Sasuke, the girl taking care of her companion, who had a high fever. She used a piece of Naruto's shirt that the blonde left behind after observing how his outfit turned out. Sakura was worried about Sasuke as his fever wasn't going down and he kept complaining of pain. On the other hand, there was no sign of Naruto and it had been over 3 hours since he left. She felt the pressure of having to be alone and take care of Sasuke at the same time. Once Naruto left, she set up a couple of traps around her to prevent possible surprise attacks. A sound next to her startled her, she turned quickly and pulled out a kunai. Looking around she only saw a small squirrel in the place that relaxed her a little. The small squirrel began to walk in a certain direction and when she noticed it, Sakura threw her kunai to prevent the squirrel from activating one of her traps. She sighed, that was close she thought, and then focused back on Sasuke. The girl is very alert. Did she notice the explosive paper the squirrel was carrying? Asked a black-haired boy. No, that's not it, said a boy with bandages and strange clothing. So? I don't understand you, Dosu said the black-haired man, somewhat confused. Come closer and you'll understand. It's best if we go after them right away, said the genin, known as Dosu. February, year X 108, am. A young man in green spandex was jumping in the trees when he saw a group of leaves falling to the ground from a great height. Okay, that's leaves, if I manage to catch them all before they hit the ground, Sakura will fall in love with me, he said to himself. But if I fail she'll ignore me for the rest of my life, he thought, while a fire lit in his eyes. The spandex genin launched himself in search of the leaves. Rock Lee had a habit of training by setting challenges for himself at any time and place, so he decided to do it now. Rock Lee began his free fall to the ground and was grabbing the leaves at great speed. When he was about to catch the last leaf he hit the branch of a tree, a small tear came out of his right eye. I only need one more leaf, thought the boy with big eyebrows. While he concentrated on the leaf, he saw a small squirrel walking in the place. But something on its back seemed strange. What is that? Lee wondered. The small paper began to burn and the little squirrel writhed on the floor. After a few seconds an explosion took place and where the little squirrel was located only the black burn mark remained but there was nothing else there. Were you? I got there just in time. This is an explosive seal. It burns after a while. Who did this to you? Rock Lee asked the little animal. February, year X 108, am. What's up? Standing guard alone, a voice was heard. Sakura immediately turned around, very surprised. It's them, she thought, very worried since she completely forgot to mention that to her blonde companion. There's no need anymore, wake up the Uchiha, we want to fight him, said the bandage boy who seemed to be the leader. Sakura was trembling, she was alone and there were 3 of them, not to mention that they were Orochimaru's subordinates. What are you talking about? I know very well that you're nothing more than Orochimaru's puppets. What do you really want? She asked, trying not to let her voice tremble. The sound genin were surprised that the girl knew about them. What's that strange drawing on Sasuke's neck? How are you going to fight him in his current state? She asked. Anyway I don't know what their plans are, said the boy with the bandages. I'm not going to listen to what this girl says, I'll take care of her and then go for Sasuke, said the black-haired one. Sakura stood on guard, very nervous. Why the hell did she forget to mention that to Naruto? If he knew they were coming for them, he would never have left her alone, not with Sasuke in that state. Wait Zaku, said the bandage boy. Hey? What's wrong? Said the one now identified as Zaku. This is very strange, the color of the earth and these stones have recently been turned over. Also, this grass doesn't grow in that kind of place, this is a trap. The traps were set so they wouldn't be discovered, otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense, girl, said the bandage boy. Sakura looked worriedly at the group. Apathetic, said Zaku. He threw the kunai at the squirrel earlier because he didn't want us to see the trap, the bandaged man explained. We'll kill her right away, he told his companions. The 3 of them immediately jumped the girl's trap and started heading toward her. Sakura smiled at the 3 genins' actions. Luckily, they didn't know about her safety, so she cut a nearby thread and immediately, a large log fell, attached to some ropes, straight at the sound genin. The log? There was another trap, be careful, the one with bandages shouted to his companions. Sakura smiled at what the genin said, since it seemed that her trap worked. Ahaha, did you really think that would stop us? Said the bandage guy, after accumulating some chakra and releasing it, bursting the enormous trunk. This is nothing, you're nothing, kid. You pose no threat to us at all, the genin mocked. Sakura was stunned to see her trap destroyed in a single move. The pressure she felt overwhelmed her. She really couldn't stop them, was this how she would die? After surviving that madman Orochimaru's attack. She would just die. This wasn't fair. Konoha senpo. A voice was heard, which Sakura knew, then a young man in green spandex hit the 3 genin. Sakura opened her eyes in surprise, as she never expected the spandex boy to appear. That relieved her a little. Where did you come from? The bandage genin asked. I am the beast of the leaf, my name is Rock Lee, said the spandex boy taking his fighting stance, keeping his right arm extended at chest height and his left arm hidden behind his back. What are you doing here? Sakura asked. I'm where someone needs me, said the spandex-clad boy. It's all thanks to you, really, but you can go now, Lee thought, putting down a small squirrel he had on his shoulder. Sakura didn't know what the boy meant, but he was very eccentric and quite strange, to say the least. Thank you so much, you're a great help to us, said Sakura, completely grateful to Rock Lee. I told you once, Lee replied. Huh? Sakura said, somewhat confused. I will protect you until the end, he replied. We have no choice, said the bandage genin, then took out his scroll and threw it to his teammate. Zaku, you take care of Sasuke, I'll take care of this brat, he told his partner. From what I see, Sakura is in no condition to fight, Lee thought as he saw Sakura, quite tired, searching in her kunai holder. She had a worried expression on her face. That brat's physical techniques are impressive, this is going to be a good fight, thought Dosu. I'm tired of putting on the type of bandages, I only did it because Sakura still doesn't know his name, you understand. Dosu immediately launched an attack, he began to run in Lee's direction. Sakura, seeing the genin's action, threw a kunai in his direction, he dodged it by jumping over it. Lee, seeing his enemy's movement, hit the ground hard and sank his arm into it, everyone looked at him wondering what he was doing. When Dosu was close to him, the genin formed a fist and directed it at Lee's face. After a second, Lee raised his arm and with it pulled out a large triad and with it blocked Dosu's blow. To say that Sakura was surprised was an understatement. That boy was extremely strong, it was the first time she had seen something like that, especially because it was clearly pure physical strength. Zaku laughed, which surprised him a bit. Your attacks are faltering all around, even a fool would be able to avoid them, Lee said. Just a moment ago you did the same thing, Lee finished. It's 3 against 1, I'm at a disadvantage, I have no choice but to take my chances and take them down one by one, Lee thought. February, year X 108, Team was reunited after running away from the previous year's rookie. After Ino's failed attempt to seduce him, he let them go, and without further ado, they ran as far as possible in the shortest amount of time. There's no way to find someone who isn't strong, exclaimed a very angry Ino. Hey, the only team worse than ours was Naruto's, but now we won't have any chance, said the Nara in a bored tone. Grrr. Ino groaned, very frustrated. Well, I wouldn't be too sure since Sasuke is unconscious and Sakura is the one fighting Naruto is nowhere to be seen, Choji said, pointing his finger in one direction. Ha! Was all that came out of Ino's mouth. February, year X 108, Team was waiting for their last member at the location they would use as a reference point to meet up after some exploration. Lee's taking a long time, Tenten exclaimed. I don't like this at all, he's always so punctual. Unless he ran into an enemy along the way, what's that? Tenten said, very worried about her friend. Neji thought about the situation for a bit and also found it very strange that his partner would not arrive. I would miss him very much, but let's go find him, Neji said to his partner. February, year X 108, Things were getting tough with Sakura, she wasn't much help and Rock Lee had to face an entire team. This wasn't looking good for them. Sensei, I have decided, Lee thought. Flashback. If I made it, Rock Lee said, while dancing, and his teammates looked at him with an anime-style drop of sweat. You're exaggerating, Guy said to his young student. Rock Lee completely ignored him and continued with his dance until he angered Guy, who scolded him, hitting him and sending him flying a few meters. Pay attention, damn it. Guy shouted. What's this about? Please give me some words of encouragement, Lee said, tears in his eyes. His teammates watched the scene wearily, as it was a common occurrence. This technique is known as Omnitrix, and from this moment on you are forbidden to use it, said Guy, deflating his students' happiness. Why? Asked a dejected Rock Lee. This technique is considered a Kijutsu. It subjects muscle cells to unparalleled pressure. The power a human being can deploy is barely % of their true capacity. If we use % of their capacity, the muscles suffer severe damage. Normally, the brain restricts the use of that force, but by executing Omnitrix, we nullify the brain's control with chakra. It requires maintaining great speed and exhausts the muscles enormously. It is a secret and very dangerous technique due to the extreme potential employed, pushing the human body to the limits of its endurance. So you must save it for the right moment, Guy explained to his young student. The right time? Asked a confused Rock Lee. Pay close attention, the moment, said Guy. Then flashback. Sensei, the moment has come, it's time to use that technique. Because now, Rock Lee thought as he began to loosen the bandages on his arms. I must protect someone very important to me, he thought as he bowed and began his counterattack. Hidosu laughed at the strange spandex boy, but his laughter was short-lived. As the spandex boy crouched down for a moment and then simply disappeared, moving so fast that it seemed like he vanished out of thin air. Disappeared. Dosu thought, very impressed. He didn't have time to react when he looked right below him and there was the boy who in a very quick movement landed a kick on his chin and lifted him into the air. Rock Lee pushed off and positioned himself right behind Dosu. I'm not done yet, Rock Lee said, and his bandages began to wrap around Dosu's body, quickly wrapping him in the bandages, squeezing him in, leaving him no escape route. The spandex-clad boy clearly had him at his mercy. In one movement, they found themselves falling headfirst at high speed straight to the floor. Then, he began to spin at high speed, increasing the force of his fall. No, he can't defend himself, I have to do something quickly, Zaku said, weaving hand seals as fast as he could. Beat this Omnitrix, shouted Rock Lee. A few minutes before. February, year X 108, Naruto and his clones were sorting through the belongings of a team of genin who were tied up and hanging from a branch. The group of 3 were staring at the group that assaulted them. There were 4 people and they all had animal masks covering their faces. They were very similar to the masks used by Anbu. They didn't know where they came from or why they attacked them for no reason, but they soon thought they might be henge, hiding their identities in case they wanted revenge. But something about one of them seemed familiar. They'd seen that blonde hair before. Boss, we found the role, said one of the masked men. The group watched as he approached the one wearing a fox-like mask and handed him the scroll. It seemed the blonde-haired man was the leader of the group. Okay, our work here is done, let's go guys, time to find another scroll, Naruto said to his group of clones. The clones surrounded Naruto and he sat down, taking a moment to scan the area. After a moment he found another group of genin, apparently they were nearby. But first he had to monitor his teammates, so he expanded his range and searched for Sakura and Sasuke's chakra. He soon found them, but 3 other signatures were very close to them. And others were heading in the same direction. This was bad. If they were attacked, Sakura would be the only one who could fight. He had to hurry and get back to his team. "Damn," said the blonde with the fox mask. After that they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. "Hey wait, who's going to get us out of here?" The genin shouted into the air as the blonde and his team had left. February, year X108, Rock Lee slammed Dosu into the air at impressive speed, but the lack of dust and sound alerted him, something had happened. "What was that?" Rock Lee asked no one in particular. "Phew, that was close, I almost didn't make it in time," said Zaku, looking at Dosu's sunken body on the ground. Well, he touched the floor with both hands. Rock Lee landed a few meters away from where Dosu hit. "Ugh," Dosu complained. "It's an impressive and very lethal technique. If the ground weren't softened I'd definitely be dead," he said with relief in his voice. "Now it's my turn," Dosu said, showing a strange artifact on his arm. "And my body still doesn't," Rock Lee thought worriedly. Dosu rushed towards Rock Lee and aimed a punch straight at Lee's face, which Lee easily dodged. "Your movements are based on speed, ours on the speed of sound. It's time to show you your limitations," Dosu said, seeing Lee dodge his blow. Rock Lee stood a few meters away from Dosu, but his vision began to distort and blur, then a great pain assaulted him, causing Lee to groan and rest his arms on the ground. "Read," shouted a worried Sakura. Rock Lee was stunned, but suddenly he felt a drop running down his left ear. "My left ear," Rock Lee thought in shock, after all he had dodged Dosu's attack. "And this is just the beginning, it's impossible to avoid my attack, don't you think so?" he asked in a mocking tone. "What the hell?" Sakura said, not knowing what was happening. She clearly saw Lee dodging the attack. But there was Lee in pain. "It's the sound, even if you manage to dodge the physical blow, the sonic attack will still affect you," Dosu explained. "The sound?" Lee wondered. "Do you know what sound is?" asked a carefree Dosu. "It's the vibration," said a surprised Sakura. "Exactly, when we hear a sound it's because our eardrum picks up the disturbances in the air. If you want to know Dosu's very long explanation about his ability, please read the manga, chapter 53, page 5. Dosu explained. "Hugh, right now you're unable to move your body," he mocked. "You can't catch us with your ridiculous physical techniques, it hasn't been bad so far. You forced me to show you one of my techniques, but you won't be so lucky. I can manipulate sound waves and air pressure at will with them. I can shatter rocks and introduce air beneath the earth to leave it as soft as a mattress. They're not pathetic like your techniques," Zaku continued mockingly. "Damn," Lee said softly. "The right time will be when you find someone you love to protect," remembering what his sensei had told him when he taught him Omnitrix. "Now it's your turn," said Dosu and started running in Sakura's direction. Damn, Lee thought. Dosu was a short distance away from Sakura, passing Rock Lee by. "Shit," Rock Lee complained. "Here it comes," Sakura thought, somewhat nervous about not knowing how to react to the incoming attack. Konoha Senpo was heard and Sakura looked at Lee intercepting the attack. "It can't be," Dosu thought in surprise, but he felt the change in the spandex boy's movements. They were quite clumsy and it didn't cost him much to avoid the blow. "You're still under the effect of my attack," said Dosu, blocking Lee's attack. "You surprise me a lot, but let's see if that attack from you isn't a pure bluff," he said and continued attacking Lee. He directed a right hook at Lee's face, which Rock Lee blocked with his forearm, but a moment later, the vibrations started again. Rock Lee groaned in pain again and fell to the floor, very exhausted and quite disoriented by the vibrations. "And now I will end your life," Dosu said. "I won't allow it," Sakura shouted, throwing 3 kunai in Dosu's direction, who blocked them with his forearm, using the strange device on it. "Again," said an annoyed Dosu. "You saw Sasuke is unconscious, now let's go, this is very dangerous," complained Choji. "Even Lee is exhausted and Sakura is alone, what are you planning to do, Ino?" the Nara asked. "What are you talking about?" asked a confused Ino. "Sakura is in danger, she was your best friend, wasn't she, Ino?" said a confused Shikamaru. Ino remained silent for a moment. Flashback. The younger Ino and Sakura were sitting on a bench. "What's wrong, Sakura? You're very serious?" Ino asked her best friend. "You know, Ino, they told me you like Sasuke," said Sakura turning to look at Ino. "Huh?" thought a confused Ino. "So from today on we will be rivals," Sakura said and walked away without waiting for Ino's response, leaving her alone on the bench. Then flashback. "Why am I remembering this now?" Ino wondered. "No, aren't you going to do anything?" Shikamaru asked. "And what the hell am I supposed to do? If we find out there, we'll end up in a bad way," said Ino, while she looked without knowing what to do. "What should I do?" Ino wondered, feeling her legs tremble with fear, looking at Sakura's situation. Sakura continued throwing kunai and shuriken at her enemy. But Zaku stood in front of Dosu and after forming a hand seal, gave a shout that returned all of Sakura's thrown shuriken due to the air pressure. The air pressure is sending the shuriken back at me, Sakura said, feeling desperate. Suddenly, she felt someone grab her hair. That's when she noticed the absence of the only girl. Look at that, having such shiny, pretty hair. For a kunoichi, you worry a lot about such things I know, Zaku, kill that Sasuke in front of this flirt so she can have some fun, the girl said. Yes, I like that idea, said Zaku. Sakura thought Rock Lee, looking at the girl. I can't let them kill Sasuke, Sakura thought, come on, move, my body isn't responding, Sakura felt quite desperate at this point. Again it's always the same, until now I've been nothing but a burden to my comrades. They always have to protect me. I'm fed up with this, I can't stand it anymore. I thought that this time Sakura scolded herself, clenching her fists in the ground in frustration, but a few words echoed in her head, I won't let them hurt my comrades that lit a fire in her. Okay, let's get started, said Zaku. Virginia, poor Sasuke, Daiho Shikamaru. What can I do? What should I do? Ino wondered. Sakura took out a kunai and gripped it tightly with both hands. Don't even think about it, girl, you won't be able to beat me with a simple kunai, said the girl. What are you talking about? Sakura asked the girl, who remained unsure. Until Sakura took the kunai and cut her long hair, freeing herself from the girl's grasp. Sakura's action surprised everyone watching the scene, especially a blonde. I've always wanted to become an excellent kunoichi, worthy of that title. But I can't stop saying how much I like Sasuke and scolding and criticizing Naruto. When the reality is that since we formed team, all I've cared about is watching you advance ahead of me. And despite everything, you've always fought, you've always protected me. Lee, you say you like me. And that's why you've fought for me while I just stood there watching. You've taught me a great lesson, I want to be like you. So this time look, I'll do it. Sakura was filled with determination and stood up. Damn, kill her, kin, said Zaku. Sakura Ino thought as she noticed a change in her friend. Gin moved quickly and changed his position, taking out some senbons. He went to Sakura. Sakura wove hand seals as fast as she could. I know the moves, said Zaku. Gin attacked Sakura from behind, seeing that the girl didn't turn to look at her, but once she hit the girl on her back, trying to knock her off her feet, she felt pain run through her body. And something very firm she hit against. After a brief moment, the girl's body disappeared in smoke and was replaced by a log. Hawarimi, said Zaku. But it doesn't matter, it's easy to follow your movements. Zaku turned his head slightly and there was Sakura, she threw a group of kunai in Zaku's direction. I told you it's useless. Zaku wove hand seals. Air pressure to the maximum, cutting waves, said Zaku, then a sonic attack was directed in Sakura's direction. When it hit the girl's body, she was again replaced by a log. I told you to stop doing the same thing, she's up there. He said to his companions. You're finished, he said, then he threw kunai at the girl, expecting the same trick again. He searched the place for the girl. But great was his surprise when he saw the girl right in front of him with a pair of kunai embedded in her arms. She never performed the kawarimi. Sakura fell on top of the boy and stabbed his left arm, then bit his right arm. Everyone watching was shocked. Ino was very surprised. The shy and fearful girl she knew was now fighting for her life. Her determination was impressive. She was definitely no longer that fearful girl. She was facing a group of genin who wanted to kill them. Ino couldn't stand watching this scene any longer. Many memories flooded her mind. All of them were part of her childhood and her time with Sakura. How they became friends, how their friendship grew over time. And why they separated because of a simple rivalry. Let me go, you damn brat, Zaku shouted, hitting Sakura several times in her face while she shed tears, but without releasing her bite. After receiving several blows, she could not continue biting the boy and he lifted her up, throwing the girl to the floor. That's enough, Shikamaru, we have to intervene, Ino told her companions. Shikamaru nodded and just as they started moving something happened. Damn brat, take this, Zaku said, but suddenly arms burst out of the ground and grabbed him by the legs, then pinned him down into the ground, leaving only his head sticking out. From the floor a blonde boy shot out, falling gracefully to the ground. Dosu was surprised, then felt someone grab him from behind, quickly hitting his left side, followed by a sweep of feet. While he was in the air he hit him with an axe kick and from the impact he sank a little into the ground, then grabbed his arms and immobilized him. Gin was completely lost. Her companions were instantly overwhelmed by the blonde boy. She became very nervous. Suddenly, everything around her went dark. She only had a brief moment to think. Curse and she vanished. Seconds was all it took to subdue the sound genin. Shikamaru was surprised. He knew Naruto was strong, but he didn't know to that degree. It was really impressive. So you were the ones who did this to my friends? Naruto said in an ice-cold tone. A shiver ran down the spine of everyone present due to the blonde's tone. Now you have two options, the first is to stay and die, the second is to give me your scroll and leave, said the blonde. Damn, I'll give it to you fine, said Dosu. Naruto let go of Dosu's arms and he took the scroll and handed it to Naruto. Dosu stood up and walked in Kin's direction to pick her up. You have the scroll, now let us go, Dosu said. Naruto turned his head and looked at Rock Lee, lying on the floor very hurt, then his gaze went to Sakura, he saw her in a pitiful state, she was quite battered. That made the blonde very angry, the fury he felt began to lower the temperature of the environment, he just had to leave her alone, he felt guilty. Oh. Did you really think you can just come and harm my friends and leave without compensation? Naruto said as he looked at Dosu who was holding an unconscious Kim, the boy beneath the blonde trembled at the boy's tone. Dosu felt a deep fear, emotionless blue eyes stared at him as if he were just a corpse, the boy's voice was a cold and flat tone, it was creepy. Naruto grabbed Zaku by his hair and pulled him out of the ground with pure physical strength, that hurt Zaku, after pulling him out, Naruto punched him in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain and face down. Did you do that to my partner? Naruto said looking at Sakura. Naruto took Zaku's right arm and bent it at an angle where it shouldn't be, the boy screamed in pain, but it didn't end there, after that Naruto took his other arm and broke every single bone in his hand, followed by those in his arm, leaving the boy's arms unusable, that was only a small compensation for having touched his Sakura, and that was a very small price to pay. After the boy screamed in pain for a while, Naruto let go of Zaku who fell to the ground unconscious from the pain he suffered. Naruto kicked the body straight to Dosu. Now leave before I change my mind, Naruto told him. Dosu took his companions and left the place as fast as he could, he would never mess with that blonde again, that boy was truly terrifying, he was sure he wouldn't hesitate to kill them if they didn't leave quickly. Sakura looked at Naruto, who stood with his back to her. At that moment, she only felt fear. He scared her. That wasn't Naruto, at least not the one she knew. He started to turn in her direction. Out of fear, she closed her eyes and clenched her fists in his clothes, which were quite worn. The boy's footsteps were heard, he was walking straight toward her. Sakura didn't want to open her eyes, she felt scared of seeing him and not recognizing her companion, but the sound of his footsteps stopped, she opened her eyes slightly and could only see a hand heading in her direction before closing them again. Fear had her immobile, she even stopped breathing. For what she felt was an eternity. But what followed left her shocked. The hand rested on her head and tenderly stroked her hair. Well done, Sakura, you protected Sasuke. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you alone, she heard Naruto's voice. It was no longer the flat tone it had been before. Now it was filled with warmth and she also detected guilt in it. The sensation of him continuing to stroke her hair made her feel safe. A few small tears escaped her eyes. It was finally over. Naruto looked at Rock Lee lying on the floor, looking at him. Thanks Lee. Thanks to you, my teammates are still alive. If you hadn't intervened, I might not have gotten here in time, Naruto thanked him. Now, guys, if you don't mind, you can leave. And you guys too. Rock Lee needs help, you know, Naruto scolded all the spectators. Team and the two missing members of team emerged from the bushes. Neji and Tenten lifted Rock Lee up. Tenten took Lee by the shoulders and shook him. Wake up Lee, wake up already, how dare you fight alone, just look at how they left you, Tenten scolded him. I'm sorry, Tenten, he apologized. Sakura, Lee called. Sakura looked in Lee's direction. Thank you so much Lee. You've made me realize a lot of things. I'm a little stronger now, Sakura thanked Rock Lee. But I'm not that strong yet, Sakura, the lotus leaf blooms twice. The next time we meet, I'll be much stronger, I swear, said Rock Lee. Very well, Sakura replied with a smile on her face. Team 9 left the place after saying goodbye. Everyone was happy that it was all over, but a nauseating and horrifying chakra was felt in the place. Naruto stopped stroking Sakura's hair and turned in the direction of the strange chakra, and there he was standing. Sasuke had a group of strange marks on half his body and was staring at the blonde. Naruto, this power I feel, it's impressive. Come fight me, said Sasuke in a dark tone. Chapter 7. Naruto vs Sasuke. February, year X 108. The blonde looked in the direction of the nauseating chakra he felt. Standing in place was Sasuke Uchiha, strange marks covering the right side of his body, but that horrible, disgusting sensation, Naruto remembered. It was the same sensation that the guy in the grass gave off. Naruto, this power I feel, it's impressive. Come fight me, said Sasuke in a dark tone. Naruto watched his partner, he tried to understand what that strange sensation was, why his partner gave off such a disgusting aura. But what are you saying, Sasuke-kun? Asked Sakura, very confused and worried. Everyone watched the exchange between the three members of team. They were quite confused. Sasuke had been unconscious and as soon as he woke up, he told his teammate to fight him. On the other hand, Sasuke had strange marks on his body and his chakra levels were very high. I'm sorry Sasuke, but no. There are still things to do, we must go to the tower to finish the exam, and Sakura must rest, Naruto answered him in a neutral tone. You're not understanding me, Naruto, I said, fight me now. Sasuke ordered. And I said no, Sasuke, Naruto replied firmly. Sasuke gave a small chuckle and closed his eyes. Everyone was tense due to the hostile atmosphere in the air. Sakura was calmer seeing that the fight was over, but that calm was short-lived. Sasuke opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan activated in all its splendor. But that wasn't all. A small smile appeared on Sasuke's face, and moments later he disappeared from sight. The bang was heard and everyone turned their heads in the direction of the noise. There stood Naruto and Sasuke, struggling. Naruto stopped the blow and now held Sasuke's fist in his hand. Naruto's face was serious, showing no anger or any other emotion. Listen, Sasuke, let's stop this now. This isn't the time for pointless, unnecessary fighting. And I already told you, I don't want to fight you, Naruto told him. And I told you that you have no choice, Sasuke replied. Sasuke then pulled his fist out of the blonde's grip, turned his body and directed a backhand kick to Naruto's head. Naruto raised his left arm to block the kick with his forearm. At this point there was no turning back, it was the point of no return, so Naruto countered Sasuke's attack. The blonde ducked his body and swept the Uchiha's foot. Sasuke quickly jumped, avoiding the blonde's sweep. Being in the air, he turned his body and directed an axe kick at the blonde. Naruto crossed his arms in an X shape and blocked the Uchiha's kick, but the force behind the blow forced him to rest one knee on the ground. Shit, he's stronger than I thought. That disgusting chakra is very strong, Naruto thought as he blocked Sasuke's kick. Without a doubt that chakra was reinforcing the Uchiha's body. Naruto directed strength into his arms and thrust forward to push Sasuke away from him. The Uchiha spun in the air and landed gracefully on the ground, a proud smile spreading across his face. What's up, Naruto, is this all you have? Asked Sasuke very arrogantly. Naruto looked at Sasuke for a moment, then looked away, directing his gaze to his companions. Sakura was next to Ino, and both had a worried expression on their faces. I already told you, Sasuke, we won't fight, Naruto replied. After these words the blonde turned his back on him and began walking in Shikamaru's direction. Sasuke didn't like the blonde's attitude. He was ignoring him, making him look like an idiot. That wasn't right at all, and he didn't like it. The power was urging him on. He wanted to fight, he wanted to test that power. He couldn't help those thoughts. A voice in his head told him to do it, to face the blonde, to put all that power to the test. Sasuke couldn't ignore the voices and gave in to his desires. He knew it was wrong, that it was incorrect, but it didn't matter if with that power he could face his brother. Sasuke moved with impressive speed. In a second he was in front of the blonde. He directed a kick to the blonde's chest. Naruto, thanks to his incredible reaction time, placed his arms in an X shape in front of his chest, receiving the kick full. He was thrown towards the trees, crashing into a large trunk on his back. A great pain invaded him. His body began to fall to the ground, but before taking off, a strong blow to his stomach was what he received. All the oxygen left his body, followed by that, another direct blow to his face. The blow made him a little dizzy. The Uchiha continued hitting the blonde after a series of blows directed at different areas of the Uzumaki's body, such as the face, ribs, solar plexus. He kicked him in the chest again. The blonde was thrown meters away from the Uchiha. Naruto leaned on all fours. After coughing up a little blood, he wiped his mouth with his shirt sleeve. He began to re-stand, only to see the Uchiha weaving hand seals. Pain. Dragon flame, said Sasuke, then he expelled a large flame directed at Naruto. The blonde's eyes widened. He never expected Sasuke to resort to ninjutsu. The flames consumed Naruto's body. All you could see was the flames burning furiously. All the rookies looked at the scene in shock. Sakura couldn't believe what Sasuke had done. She was distraught after all she had seen Naruto be consumed by the flames. Everyone's incredulous looks turned to complete surprise when the flames began to spin in a large vortex, being lifted into the air and consumed. In the center of it all was Naruto, standing with his arms crossed as if nothing had happened. Sakura looked totally surprised, as did everyone present. After all, the Kaiten jutsu was surprisingly powerful, but the blonde was totally unharmed. Sakura looked at him and sighed in relief. He was fine. But the look on Naruto's face, this was not good. She noticed that expression. A growing fear began to invade her. Ainz, Sasuke. I didn't want to fight, but if you insist. I won't hold anything back, said the blonde in a flat and emotionless tone, the same tone he used when he subdued the genin of sound. Sakura flinched at her partner's tone. After all, she saw firsthand what it did to the genin of the sound. Just thinking that it could happen again scared her. Naruto ignited his chakra. The floor beneath him cracked a little. There was so much chakra that a slight blue aura-like glow began to form around Naruto's body. This was proof of the amount and density of the blonde's chakra, similar to what Tobirama and Hashirama do when they use their chakra to suppress and intimidate their rivals in the anime. He began to weave hand seals futon. Grand Evan was all Naruto could say, all the chakra he had accumulated suddenly went to zero. Everything froze for Naruto. Sasuke stepped back a little unconsciously due to the blonde's power, that amount of chakra was totally absurd, he had never felt so much chakra in his life. And that speed weaving seals was not to say very impressive, he could barely see the movements. Soon everything returned to normal, the aura that Naruto gave off went out of nowhere, but why? His answer was not long in coming, arms surrounded him, behind him Sakura hugged him, her face leaning on his back, and the girl begged him in tears. Please, stop, stop. You're not like that, Sasuke, Sakura told him through tears and sobs. Sasuke relaxed his body, and the marks began to slowly recede, until they returned to normal. A great fatigue flooded him and he knelt down, being hugged by Sakura. Everything stopped for Naruto, he wasn't even aware of what was happening around him. Despite the scene in front of him, one that would undoubtedly hurt him a lot, but only one scene would repeat in his mind without stopping. That moment when Sakura ran in Sasuke's direction, just for a moment she turned her gaze to Naruto, her green eyes rested on him, and Naruto saw him. The girl's expression, her gaze, she was afraid of him. It was that same expression that all the villagers gave him. The same look of fear, there was no hatred, but that damn look, he never thought he would see it in his companions. Everything was spinning, his breathing became agitated and he began to hyperventilate, he was short of air. Naruto brought a hand to his chest, turned his head, and once he found the group of rookies, he looked away, he wasn't ready. He couldn't look them in the face, he wouldn't tolerate seeing that same look on all his classmates, not on them. Naruto took a step forward, and a second step, a third, it was taking all his effort to walk, he didn't want to see them, so he focused his gaze on the ground and continued walking in a certain direction. Shikamaru watched everything that happened, he felt the excess of chakra that Sasuke was releasing, that surprised him since the Uchiha never showed to have that much chakra, but what he felt from Naruto was something else. Once Naruto stopped emitting that enormous chakra, the air returned to his lungs. Certainly he didn't notice when he stopped breathing and like him, all the rookies did the same. Shikamaru looked at his companions, it seemed as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, the scene before them was somewhat strange. Sakura hugging Sasuke and Naruto on her other side, still as a statue. After a few moments the blonde made his first move, he began to walk, but he seemed hesitant. He turned his head in the direction where Shikamaru and his companions were, but when he was about to see them he quickly turned in another direction, that was strange. Shikamaru worried a little for his friend, so he headed in his direction. Naruto continued walking, after a few meters, he passed by Sasuke and Sakura, but he didn't even turn to look at them, he simply continued on his way. The scene of Sakura looking at him with fear was still in his mind, he couldn't get that image out, suddenly he began to remember what the people of the village always said. What are you doing with that monster? I've told you many times not to hang out with that monster, get away demon, get out of here demon, I don't want you near my son monster. Those voices repeated themselves over and over again in his head, every step he took was a new claim or contempt, why was it always like this? Why did he always have to be alone? He asked himself over and over again. Naruto reached a tree, there was what he went to look for, he bent down and picked up the mask he had been wearing, he looked at it carefully for what he felt was a long time. Is something wrong Naruto? A very familiar voice was heard for Naruto. It's nothing Shikamaru replied the blonde. Come on buddy, you know something's up, tell me Shikamaru asked somewhat worriedly, the blonde had never hidden anything from him, of course everyone has secrets, it's not like Shikamaru knew everything about Naruto, but whenever he asked him about something, the blonde would never deny him the information. It had always been that way, even Shikamaru was like that with the blonde, it was some kind of agreement or deal between them. Naruto sighed, what Shikamaru said was true, maybe it was better to tell him what was going through his mind. Shikamaru, do you think I'm a monster? Naruto asked. Shikamaru was greatly surprised, Naruto stuttered, and what was that question? He watched as Naruto clenched his hand into a fist, and the hand with which he holds the mask trembled slightly, damn what the hell had happened at that moment, why did he get lost? Why do you ask that, friend? It's obvious you're not one, the Nara told him. Naruto put his hand to his forehead, sighed, and relaxed a little. I guess you're right, it's just that when Sakura intervened, she looked at me for a moment and the only thing I felt from that look was fear, it's the same look I've received throughout my life. I really panicked, I never thought I'd see that same look on my classmates, now I don't even have the courage to look them in the face, it scares me, Naruto responded in a soft tone and without seeing him. Shikamaru sighed in exhaustion. Why does everything have to be so problematic with his friend? Damn, he knew how they treated the blonde, he witnessed it firsthand, but whenever he went to ask, the blonde told him that if it didn't bother him, he should just ignore it. Listen, Naruto, think about everything you've been through. Surely Sakura wasn't afraid of you, she was just scared by the situation. Come on, buddy, why not ask her? The Nara replied. Thanks Shikamaru, I can always count on you. But I think I'll leave it for later, now I have to take care of another matter, I told someone I would help you. Thank you very much, really, I feel better now, Naruto replied, raising his hand and putting on his mask, he turned to see his friend. Okay, then see you at the tower by the way, I think you need this, Naruto said and threw a scroll of earth to his friend. Huh? Are you sure you don't need it? Asked the Nara. Don't worry, I already have ours. I took that one from the sound guys, by the way. Tell my team I'll see them at the tower in hours, Naruto explained, then disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Shikamaru smiled. It seems that everything is resolved now, and he also got the scroll he needed. It's time to leave and start heading to the tower. Shikamaru returned to his companions, everything was the same as when he followed Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were still on the floor, she was still clinging to Sasuke, and her companion was watching the scene, Ino on the other hand was looking at him. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked. It's nothing, but tell me, what did you and Naruto talk about? A curious Ino asked. Nothing important, it's time to go Ino Shikamaru replied in his typical bored tone. Wait, there's still something I need to do, Ino told her, she turned toward Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura come here a moment, we need to fix that hair of yours, she said to Sakura. Sakura broke away from Sasuke and looked at Ino. Ino nodded and started walking in Ino's direction. Sasuke touched his neck, recalling the feeling of overflowing power. He had definitely gained great power to fight his brother. Half an hour later Ino finished fixing Sakura's hair. Right in front, it's ready he said to the pink one. Thank you very much, Pig Sakura mocked in response to Ino's insult, both of them smiled. Ino, it's time to go too Shikamaru reminded her. I think we'll leave too, aren't we Sasuke, Naruto said Sakura, but as she scanned the area she didn't see her blonde companion anywhere. Naruto left minutes ago, he only said he would see them at the tower in hours, apparently he already has his issues, Shikamaru told them in an annoyed tone, since they barely noticed the blonde's absence, he didn't understand how Naruto could like him, a girl who didn't even pay attention to him. Is that so? Well then we'll follow each other, said Sakura looking at Sasuke, who was quieter than usual, normally she would be happy to have the opportunity to be alone with Sasuke, but she didn't feel comfortable because of the mark on her neck. Okay, we're off Shikamaru said, and his team nodded and began their journey to the tower, leaving Sakura and Sasuke. After walking away from the two members of Team Ino stood in front of Shikamaru and stopped him. That's enough. Tell me, what's going on? Ino asked, somewhat annoyed. It's okay, Ino Shikamaru evaded. Of course something's going on, Shikamaru. If not, why the annoyed tone? Does it have something to do with Naruto? The blonde asked intensely. Shikamaru sighed, why did blondes have to be so troublesome? Listen, Ino this is Naruto's business. If you want to know something, ask him. Okay. Shikamaru replied. Ino narrowed her eyes and sighed after a moment. Fine, she replied, defeated, knowing the Nara wouldn't say anything more. So how do we get the scroll? Ino asked. Yes, Shikamaru Choji joined in. No need the Nara answered and showed them a scroll. But when did you get it? Asked a confused Choji. Naruto gave it to me, he said he already had his own, and this one was extra, for now we have to go to the tower and finish this test Shikamaru answered. Then let's go. Said a cheerful Ino, since they wouldn't have to spend much time in this forest. Near the tower, hours later. The two members of team waited for their blonde companion, hiding to avoid ambushes. Sakura felt uneasy because of the mark on Sasuke's neck, it seemed to bother him a little. But it hadn't reactivated. She told him that they would have to tell Kakashi-sensei, but Sasuke refused. She didn't know why, on the other hand there were the words of that guy, was that what the mark on Sasuke's neck was for? That was what would lead him to look for him. She wasn't sure, but she had a bad feeling, on the other hand she felt surprised that Naruto was able to get the scrolls. After all, he had to face two entire teams by himself. Sasuke-kun, do you think it will take Naruto a long time to arrive? Asked Sakura, since the silence made her uncomfortable. I don't know Sasuke replied, but immediately signaled Sakura to remain silent, he felt a presence, very close to them. Sakura looked around, searching for the intruder, but couldn't see or feel anything. Suddenly, four men wearing animal masks fell on the spot. Sakura and Sasuke looked at the men with great caution, but among the four, one stood out. He was wearing a fox mask and had blonde hair. His clothes were torn here and there. The blonde man with the fox mask formed a hand seal, and the other three disappeared in a puff of smoke. That action immediately identified him, they only knew one person who used that jutsu, and that was his teammate. Naruto, why did it take you so long? Sakura asked him, somewhat confused. I had something important to do, Naruto replied without turning to look at her. After all, he still had that uneasy feeling. Guys, shall we finish this test? Naruto said to his companions while taking off his mask and storing it in a sealing scroll. Sakura watched curiously as Naruto avoided looking at her. She had no idea what was going through Naruto's head at that moment, and she also had no idea what the blonde had to do in the forest for hours. She was about to ask when Sasuke spoke up. "Let's continue then, we'll talk at the tower," Sasuke said to his companions. The three headed to the tower. After checking the area they arrived at the tower, and when they entered there was no one inside, only a sign with some text written on it. "If you lack heaven, acquire knowledge and prepare for opportunity. If you lack earth, seek the strength to break the fields. Together, heaven and earth transform the dangerous path into the path of justice. Keep the secret of in your heart and become a guide." I know it's weird but blame it on the fact that the manga is translated into Spanish, not me. P.S. For more information, check out the manga, chapter 63, page 18. "There's no one here," said a confused Sakura. "It might be because it's the first day of the exam and very few teams have been able to arrive," Naruto commented nonchalantly. Sasuke just nodded at Naruto's answer and paid attention to the picture on the wall. After reading the text he noticed the blank space. "Guys, you've seen the blank space of the text, maybe the rest is in the two scrolls. Remember the text, if you join the sky and the earth you will transform the dangerous path," said Sasuke after thinking for a moment. Sakura and Naruto nodded at Sasuke's observation. The three of them gathered around and took out the scrolls. "Let's do it," the three of them said at the same time. They opened the scrolls, and inside the parchment was a very peculiar seal and the kanji for human on it. Naruto recognized it instantly since he was already familiar with it. "It's a summoning seal, throw the scrolls," said Naruto after throwing his at a distance of 1.5 meters. Sasuke threw his as did Naruto. After both scrolls touched the ground, a large puff of smoke appeared and within the smoke a humanoid figure was visible. Once the smoke disappeared a person was standing in the spot. "Hey guys, it's good to see you," said a smiling Iruka. "Yo, Iruka-sensei," said a calm Naruto with a simple greeting that made Iruka sweat a little bit due to his great resemblance to a certain silver-haired ninja. In one place a certain Cyclops sneezed and resumed his reading, but he felt strangely proud. Iruka-sensei greeted a surprised Sakura. Sasuke just watched the scene as usual. "Congratulations. All three of you have passed the test. To celebrate, how about I treat you to a nice plate of," Iruka said. "Rami and Naruto shouted, interrupting Iruka. "Naruto." Sakura scolded him. "Damn, how can he have so much energy? He's the one who's worked the hardest out of the three of us, but it's thanks to him that we passed the test," Sakura thought, very surprised by her partner's incredible stamina. "You don't stay still for a minute, you haven't changed at all," Naruto said, a smiling Iruka. "Now I understand," said Sasuke. The three turned to look at Sasuke. "What would you have done to us if we had opened the scrolls before arriving at Iruka-sensei's tower?" Sasuke asked. "Well, as perceptive as ever, Sasuke, it's like we told you at the beginning, this test is to check your reliability. If you had opened the scroll too soon, we were ordered to leave you unconscious until the end of the test," Iruka explained. "It's a good thing we didn't open them," said Sakura. "By the way, guys, you arrived very quickly, only Guy's team and the Sand team beat you," Iruka commented. "Sensei, may I ask you what that text over there means? It's missing a part," Sakura asked. "That's what I'm here for, that text is a metaphor spoken by the Hokage, transmitted to the genin who aspire to become Chunin," Iruka explained. "The metaphor?" Sakura asked. "That's right, if you don't have heaven, seek knowledge. This refers to the mind, you have to constantly seek knowledge. That's for you, Naruto," Iruka explained. "TCH, I know," Naruto complained. Sakura laughed at Naruto's reaction. "If you lack earth, seek the strength to break the fields, this speaks of the physical body, it is for you," Sakura explained to Iruka. This time it was Naruto's turn to mock his partner. Sakura scratched the back of her neck and bit her tongue slightly, somewhat embarrassed. "Once you master both, heaven and earth, you'll be ready to become a Chunin," Iruka said. "So the word that's missing in the text," Sakura said. "It's the word that encapsulates what it takes to be a ninja, a human being, as the saying goes," Iruka said. "The survival test these past 5 days had no other objective than to measure your abilities as Chunin. And you have passed with flying colors. Chunin hold the rank of captain on a team and are trained to lead a team on a mission. You must never forget the importance of knowledge, strength, or the human heart. I want you to keep these 3 points in mind as you continue on your journey," a very serious Iruka told them. The three nodded at their sensei's words. "That's all, that was the message I had to give you. The third and final test awaits you, be very careful," he told his former students. "How much you've changed, there's no doubt you made a good decision," Kakashi thought, Iruka looking at the trio. February, year X 108. Anko was thinking about her encounter with Orochimaru when an examiner entered. "Anko, I need you to see something," he told her. Somewhat annoyed, Anko followed him. After a moment they entered the area where they monitor the surroundings of the tower. "What is it you want to show me?" said Anko. "This," said the examiner, pointing at the screen in front of him. Anko looked at the screen and it showed 3 boys from the Sand Village. "You? It's the arena team, what's up with them?" Anko asked. "It's the first team to reach the tower," said the examiner. "What's up with that?" asked an annoyed Anko. "Look at the time on the screen," he said. "An hour and a half," murmured a very surprised Anko. Since the shortest time was hours, those kids had broken the previous record by almost hours. "And that's not all, look at this other one," said the examiner with a drop of sweat on his head because what he was about to show was ridiculous to say the least. Anko watched as the video progressed and just minutes after the arena team entered the tower, a group of ninjas arrived. But that was strange, there is no team of, all genin teams are made up of members. When Anko thought it was strange, an event occurred that made it totally laughable. A puff of smoke appeared and when it dissipated, in the middle of a table appeared and chairs. The 4 took a seat and started a game of poker. Odd, that was the last straw. What the hell was wrong with them? It was then that Anko noticed something. One of them had blonde hair. At first she didn't notice it since the 4 of them wear Anbu style masks. That damn kid, what does he think he's doing? Anko thought. The video showed the 4 of them playing different board games for over an hour. They drank tea and eventually returned to poker, but this time they played for keeps. Apparently, they had run out of wits and raised the stakes. The winner was the blonde. When they finished, they waved to the camera and left the place. Anko had a big smile on her face and the examiner still couldn't believe what he had seen, but he was sure of one thing. He wouldn't forget what he saw in that video for a very long time. February, year X 108. The 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto had begun the next part of his training and was immersed in reading his first book on Fuinjutsu. Today was the last day and all the teams were already present. In a few hours, the final part of the exam would take place, but what none of the genin knew was that they were about to witness a next level fight between 2 losers and that was just the preliminary phase. Chapter 8. February, year X 108. Sakura was in her dormitory. It was early in the morning. The 5th day had arrived. It was time for the last part of the exam to begin. During these 4 days that they were inside the tower, she tried to talk to Naruto, but she simply could never get through to him. From the first day they arrived, Naruto locked himself in his room and never saw him again. She tried knocking on the door, but no one answered. On the 2nd day, she went back, but it seemed someone had also gone looking for the blonde. So she put up a sign that said, "Do not disturb, training in progress." That made her sweat drop in Ainz style, but it calmed her down since that meant that her partner was fine, so she decided to talk to him once he left the room, which brings us to the present. "Damn, why is it so hard to talk to Naruto?" asked an annoyed Sakura. She walked down the hallway. They had been told recently that they had to meet in the main hall immediately as it was time to begin the next phase of the test. Upon entering the hall, Sakura noticed that there were currently a large number of genin, but without a doubt that examiner hadn't been bragging with what she said that day, since more than half of the participants had been eliminated. She wandered around the place. It was truly spacious, but without realizing it, she was anxiously searching for something. It was a simple feeling of unease. A small annoyance or anguish in her mind, but after a moment she found what she was looking for. A messy blonde hair entered her field of vision and she was chatting with a certain lazy bum. She relaxed immediately. Everything seemed to be fine, but she wouldn't be completely calm until she was completely sure. She began to walk in the direction of the 2 boys. "Hello, Naruto, Shikamaru," she greeted both boys. The blonde's behavior the last time they saw each other was strange. He was somehow avoiding her, which made her uneasy because that had never happened before. It was a very strange feeling. Naruto began to turn in her direction. Time seemed very slow to Sakura at that moment. That feeling returned, but stronger, each second was heavier than the last. How could greeting someone become so unbearable? The fear began to grow in Sakura, she didn't know why, but she remembered Naruto's expression when he faced the Sound People and Sasuke in the Forest of Death. Please don't change, Sakura thought unconsciously and her fists clenched out of inertia. "Hello Sakura-chan," Naruto greeted in his usual way. "How are you, Sakura?" Shikamaru returned the greeting in his usual lazy tone. The great weight was lifted from Sakura's shoulders, her fists loosened. "How have you been, guys? I haven't seen you in a few days, especially you, Naruto. I went to look for you a couple of times," Sakura asked him in a reproachful tone. Naruto got a little nervous because Shikamaru also went to look for him a couple of times, but he did receive him. "I'm sorry Sakura-chan, I was just training," Naruto answered, rubbing the back of his neck as if he were embarrassed. Shikamaru watched the blonde's actions and immediately understood that he shouldn't open his mouth at all. He knew that wasn't the reason why Naruto avoided Sakura and all the rookies. But it wasn't his right to talk about it. If Naruto thought it was necessary, he would explain it to him in his time. Sakura crossed her arms and pretended to be upset, but deep down she was happy. Apparently he wasn't avoiding her. Eyes, do you know what time this starts? Asked a voice from behind. The three turned to see Ino and Choji. Hey guys, Shikamaru greeted. Hello Ino, Choji, Sakura greeted. Me, Ino, Choji, it seems it's about to start since we're all gathered, Naruto answered. The blonde's words confused the group for a moment, but soon all the missing rookies and the other teams entered the Great Hall. It was then that Examiner Anko's voice flooded the place. Okage-sama will explain what the third test consists of, pay close attention to what he tells you, explained Anko through the loudspeaker. So these are all the teams that remain, 7 of the original 26, several genin thought. You may begin, Hokage-sama, said Anko. First of all, I want to make very clear the true objective of this exam, said Sarutobi. The real goal, Sakura thought. You know why ninjas from different countries are being examined at the same time. It is publicly stated that it is to foster friendship between nations and raise the level of the ninjas. But the true objective must not escape you. The reason for this exam is to act as a war simulation between the countries, explained Sarutobi, leaving all the genin stunned. I am too lazy to write the rest, so I will skip it. If you want to read it, go to the manga chapter 65 page 9 to 13. Well, I say goodbye, an explanation later. I'll just ask one more time, this isn't a normal exam, your dreams are at stake, and the prestige of your village is a fight to the death, said Sarutobi in a cold and authoritarian tone. I don't care, could I start with the exam, Hokage-sama? Naruto complained in a bored tone, with his hand in his pocket, while with the other he read his Fuinjutsu book. A certain silver-haired man looked at his genin, and his pride soared, even a small tear escaping from his eye, which he wiped away with his finger. Muttering something about little genin growing too fast. This undoubtedly put him on par with Guy and his student. I don't care, I want to know what this test is about right now, Gaara said in his usual flat tone. The Hokage had a drop of an Ainz-style sweat since he wanted to make the moment more dramatic, but that brat Naruto had to ruin the moment. It was undoubtedly Jiraiya's work, he would deal with him another time. I'd move on to explaining the test, but Sarutobi said, but was interrupted a moment later. Excuse me, a voice and a small cough were heard from one direction, immediately after which a ninja appeared. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, hey Ichigo reporting in, please allow me to be the referee this time, the ninja introduced himself. As you wish, Sarutobi responded disinterestedly, after all they had already ruined his moment. Hayate nodded at the Hokage's words, he turned to face the genin. Hello, my name is Hayate, and before we explain the third test, I'd like to do something first. The selection tests, the pre-selection exam will begin, Hayate explained. Pre-selection? I don't understand why a selection right now. Wouldn't it be easier to move on to the third test for everyone who passed the second? Asked a confused Sakura. You see, the second and first exams weren't tough enough, and the number of participants is too large, so the rules dictate that a selection must be made. As the Hokage explained, we can't waste time on pointless battles. There are too many guests, and we have limited time, the examiner explained. But Sakura said, but was interrupted. Now, to what I was saying, those who are not in good shape or prefer to retire say so, said Hayate. What do you mean, immediately? Kiba asked, somewhat excitedly, since his team took a while to find their scroll, thanks to the fact that all the other teams were attacked by a group of ninjas. What he didn't know was that it was the fault of a certain hyperactive ninja, and he would never find out. I'm leaving, those words echoed throughout the room, the entire room fell silent, and in an instant everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was none other than the subject from the cards in the first test, Kabuto Yakushi. Okay, Kabuto Yakushi of the Leaf Village, you may leave. Does anyone else want to leave? By the way, I forgot to tell you, from now on your decisions only affect yourselves, don't be afraid to raise your hands, Hayate said. Everything fell silent for a long moment. Meanwhile, a conversation was taking place in the Hokage's box. I've seen it. This isn't the first time he's dropped out in the middle of the exam. This is his 6th attempt, so I have no idea what he's trying to achieve, Anko explained. Well, here's another long explanation about the four-eyed man's past, so if you want to know more, read chapter 66, pages 4 to 5 of the manga. Kabuto was watching a couple of genin in particular, his interest in those boys was awakened since his teacher came personally to watch the matches. His task was to keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha, but he couldn't find them during the entire exam, which surprised him since after the sound genin failed, he lost track of them completely. As if someone of a very high level in counter-espionage was covering for them. You seem very interested, I almost want to take charge of this personally. But I'm supposed to be a spy, I don't know if I could contain myself, and them seeing my true nature isn't good, Kabuto thought to himself. Don't act on your own, Kabuto, you've forgotten Orochimaru-sama's orders, one of his teammates told him. I'll leave it to you. Knowing your abilities, Yoroi, I don't think you'll have any problems. This test involves combat, and lately you've been surpassing me at it, Kabuto explained. I don't know what Orochimaru-sama will think of all this. "Don't push your luck, kid," said Yoroi. "Okay," said Kabuto. He turned around and looked in the direction of Team 7, and a certain blonde was staring at him, his eyes never left his figure. Somehow Kabuto, despite his experience, felt a shiver run through his body. That was strange. That boy was just standing with his book in his hand, but the aura emanating from his body was icy, so cold that you felt it was cutting your skin. That made Kabuto's blood boil. Now he understood why his teacher was so interested to the point of coming personally to see the matches. That boy was not normal at all. "It's a shame I have to go, but we will meet again, Naruto and Sasuke." These were Kabuto's last thoughts. "Looks like the fun is just for me," Yoroi thought. Sasuke felt a murderous aura on him and immediately looked for the culprit. It was one of that guy's team that surrendered earlier. Apparently he wanted to face him in battle by the aura he emanated. It was when an intense pain assaulted his neck and then his entire body. He immediately touched the mark on his neck. It couldn't be that damn pain again. It was getting stronger and stronger. Sakura noticed this and her concern rose to the heavens. "That mark, I knew it. This isn't good," she thought, very worried. She didn't want to see him like that again. "It seems there are no more deserters," said Hayate. "Hey. Sasuke, you can't continue," said Sakura, but a look from Naruto stopped her. For some reason his gaze froze her in place. It wasn't oppressive, but rather comforting. "Don't worry, Sakura, the team will be fine, right, Sasuke?" Naruto comforted his companion. "Without a doubt a loser, this is my chance to face the strongest, the chance to measure my capabilities, and no one can take this opportunity away from me," said Sasuke, but immediately the pain increased, bending Sasuke's knees a little. February, year X 108. "I thought so," said Hiruzen, who looked at everything carefully. "What do we do?" Ibiki asked. "We should make him abandon the exam and entrust his protection to the Anbu," suggested Anko. "Sasuke is not one of those who easily give in to such things, after all he is a member of the Uchiha clan." A voice was heard from behind. When Anko turned she looked at the Jonin sensei of Team 7, Hada Kakashi. "Don't talk nonsense, we can force him to fail due to lack of strength. That's a cursed seal that devours its victim. It absorbs the host's energy at the slightest attempt to use chakra. He should be dead by now. It's a miracle he's still alive." Hokage-sama. Anko turned to hear the Hokage's opinion. "I'm intrigued by Orochimaru's plans. For now let's let him participate. On the other hand, you've already realized that, haven't you, Kakashi?" Hiruzen questioned. "That's right, Hokage-sama. Let's see how the insurance works, then I'll take care of it," said Kakashi. Anko didn't know what those two were talking about, but she immediately noticed they were watching the exchange between the genin, especially that blonde boy. The Uchiha was still complaining in pain. It was when the blonde approached the Uchiha and lightly hit the mark on his neck that immediately the Uchiha stopped complaining and everything returned to normal, except that the boy's chakra level seemed to grow. Anko was impressed, wondering what that boy did. The Hokage and Kakashi just nodded in approval. "Well, that will work momentarily," said the Hokage. February, year X 108. With Naruto, Sasuke complained of pain and Sakura began to show concern on her face. "Are you sure this will work, Kurama?" Naruto asked his tenant. "Of course, idiot, it won't be forever, but it is a temporary insurance. That seal is very complex, so we will only cut its connection with the bearer, giving it another source to feed from. The problem will be once that source runs out, since the bearer will be affected again by the seal, and we can't give it a larger source than the bearer is able to resist," explained Kurama. "Stupid furball, it is necessary to insult me every time we talk." On the other hand, how much is Sasuke's limit? Naruto asked. "Around % of your current chakra," said Kurama, and cut the connection. Naruto sighed. It was always the same. Naruto concentrated chakra on the tips of his fingers. A blue flame formed on his tips and hit Sasuke's neck right where the mark was. The flame touched the seal and it began to glow a deep red. It flickered from red to black a couple of times and then turned a grayish color. It spun a couple of times and returned to its original black. Sasuke's moan stopped. Then Naruto walked away in the direction of Sakura. "Now everything is okay, Sakura-chan," he said to his teammate in a reassuring manner, and once again he stroked her pink head before giving her a big smile and continuing on his way. Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise. After all, she had seen firsthand what the blonde had done. Since when had Naruto become so impressive? Where had that airheaded boy from the academy gone, that hyperactive boy who always bothered her asking for dates? At what point did Naruto grow so much? Those were the questions that were running through Sakura's head as she looked at Naruto's back and touched the area where he had stroked her head. She couldn't help but notice that every time she looked at the blonde's back, it seemed wider and unattainable for her current self. At this rate he would leave her behind and she would never be able to reach him. She wouldn't allow that to happen. She was also part of Team 7. She wouldn't always be taking refuge in the shadow of her teammates. Naruto arrived next to his best friend, Shikamaru Nara. A glance was enough for Shikamaru to understand that Naruto needed to talk to him about something important. "Ino, Choji, I'll be back in a moment, guys," the Nara said to his teammates. Ino saw that Shikamaru followed Naruto, the two of them were plotting something. From the forest they were acting strange, and that had her very intrigued, especially with Naruto's excessive change. In such a short time the boy had changed completely, for the better or so she thought, but that only aroused her interest more. Ino turned her vision and found something very peculiar, a Sakura standing there following a blonde boy with her eyes. It was curious since that had never happened before. Now more than ever her interest was in the clouds, she would have to find out what they were hiding. Naruto and Shikamaru leaned against one of the walls, watching everything being organized for the upcoming pre-selection test. Naruto looked at him, waiting for whatever his friend had to say. Shikamaru, be careful with Kabuto's team. If you have to fight them, be very cautious, in case you don't think you can win, just give up, Naruto explained. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and nodded. I know you're wondering why, but there's no concrete reason, it's just a hunch, but the fact that that boy gave up when his chakra levels were intact and his physical exhaustion was minimal is very suspicious. There's also that confrontation we had in the forest and Sasuke's strange behavior after that event, said Naruto, reflecting on what happened. So you think those guys are related to the attack on your team and Sasuke's strange behavior? There's also that feeling Sasuke's chakra gave off in the forest. Damn, how troublesome. Why do you always end up in so much trouble? Shikamaru complained. Naruto smiled at his friend's behavior, that slacker would never change. Even though he's very intelligent, that attitude really hurts him. You never change, always so lazy. You know, I wonder how heavy the Nara blood is, because it seems like they have trouble moving, Naruto mocked. I know, blame it on genetics, Shikamaru excused himself with a shrug. In any case, report this to Choji and Ino. It's best to be prepared in case things get out of hand. We don't know what they're after or what their purpose is. Sakura seems to know something, but Naruto remained silent. I know, friend, it's not easy for you right now, sighed the Nara. Don't worry, I'll be attentive. It would be good to inform our sensei about this once I've finished the pre-selection, said Shikamaru. No need to wait, they're here, said Naruto and directed his gaze to a specific area. Shikamaru followed the blonde's example and could see the Jonin sensei of the teams in that direction. I'll talk to Kakashi sensei about this once we meet. I only have one more thing to tell you. Naruto separated from the wall and stood in front of his friend, his gaze changed to a more serious one, but a big smile appeared on the boy's face. If by chance we have to face each other, I'll give my all to win. After all, there is a score to settle, Naruto told his friend. Shikamaru smiled at his friend's words. It was always the same with Naruto. He was too competitive for Shikamaru's health, but their shogi matches were always something he enjoyed. For the first time in a long time, they would face each other once again. How troublesome, complained Nara, but those words did not contrast with the big smile on his face. Both boys said goodbye and returned with their respective teams. February, year X 108. After a while the preparations were complete, it was time to start the fighting. Everything is ready. It's time to begin the pre-selection. There'll be one-on-one fights, facing each other under the same conditions as a normal battle, Hayde explained. Since there are exactly 20 of them now, there will be 10 fights. Only the winners will advance to the third test. There are no specific rules. They'll fight until they die, lose consciousness, or admit defeat. If you don't want to die, I recommend you admit defeat as soon as possible. On the other hand, I can decide when the fight has come to an end. We don't want unnecessary deaths, so I reserve the right to stop them. From now on, fate decides their fate, Hayde finished explaining. Open the screen, Anko said through the intercom. The panel in what would be the battle arena began to open. All the genin looked at the screen in amazement. This is an electronic information screen. 2 of your names will appear on it before each match. Now we'll see who will be the first to face off in the first bout, Hayde said. Then the screen lit up and the names of the contestants began to appear at high speed. Everyone watched the screen very closely, the tension in the air felt intense. They held their breaths. After all, they would have to face each other in a fight to the death. It could be a rival or a friend, and that caused them more stress. After a moment, the screen began to stop and the names that appeared were Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Everything was silent for a moment, all the contestants looked at each other. The first fight was decided, it was time to start this test and see who would move on to the last part of these Chunin exams. It had to be the first, Sasuke thought. He turned his gaze to his opponent, it was the same guy who gave off that bloodlust before. This was only increasing his desire to fight. Why did it have to be Sasuke-kun? Sakura wondered, that feeling of unease returned to her and she unconsciously grabbed Naruto's sleeve. Naruto noticed it and held Sakura's hand firmly. She turned to look at him since she noticed the warmth of his hand and the firm grip that comforted her. She felt embarrassed, but at the same time she calmed down. Well, the first fight will be between Uchiha Sasuke and Yoroi Akato. Do any of you have any objections? Asked Hayde. No, they answered in unison. From now on the first battle will take place, everyone go up, except for the two fighters, said Hate. Everyone started heading upstairs to watch the fight. From among the genin a figure approached Team 7. Yo, Sensei, Naruto greeted Kakashi without turning to look at him. Sakura, Naruto, I still haven't gotten used to your great talent as a censor, said Kakashi. Sakura turned to see her sensei who arrived at the place where they were. Hello Kakashi-sensei, Sakura greeted. She had no idea how Naruto noticed his sensei without even turning around, but according to what she heard from Kakashi, Naruto was a censor, but from what she had read, she had no doubt that Naruto's talent in that area was enormous, since until now she had only read about a few capable of doing something similar, without the need to meditate for a moment. That said a lot about Naruto's talent as a censor. Kakashi looked at the trio and felt proud to see his genin get so far. On the other hand, he noticed that Naruto was holding Sakura's hand and the girl seemed comfortable with the gesture. Kakashi wondered what happened in the forest. Since the last time he saw them, Sakura didn't tolerate the blonde very well. Sensei, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said with a worried tone. Kakashi noticed Sakura's concern and understood what was going on, so that's why this scene was playing out. Don't worry, Sakura, everything will be fine. Now I'd like to talk to Sasuke. Naruto, could you head upstairs? Well done, by the way, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded and guided a confused but calmer Sakura straight to the top. Kakashi approached Sasuke. Sasuke, I see you're feeling better, said the silver-haired man. Kakashi-sensei, so you realized? Asked the Uchiha. Don't worry, don't use your Sharingan for now. What Naruto did is temporary. If you use up your chakra too quickly, that mark will come into play. If it gets out of control, I'll have to intervene. You understand, right? Kakashi asked. Sasuke nodded, understanding what Kakashi said. If he was affected by the mark on his neck that would stop the fight. Kakashi looked at Sasuke for a moment and then continued on his way to the stairs. I can't use the Sharingan, but luckily I still have my jutsus. I don't know what Naruto did, but I feel better. I'll finish this before I run out of chakra, Sasuke thought. So the first to fight will be Sasuke. Yoroi skills aren't normal. Let's see what you can do, Sasuke thought. Orochimaru impatient to see the Uchiha fight. Everyone took their places. The arena was clear, only Hate, Sasuke and Yoroi were in the center of the combat arena. You may begin, Hate said. Let's begin, said Yoroi, taking out a pair of shuriken and throwing them in Sasuke's direction. Despite his movements being fast, Sasuke could see it and immediately took out a kunai to deflect the shuriken, hitting them satisfactorily. Once the shuriken began to fall, he held them immediately after taking out another pair of shuriken from his kunai holder and threw them in succession at his opponent. After throwing the shuriken, he went through some hand seals at high speed. Yoroi easily dodged the shuriken, but suddenly felt a large amount of chakra. Pain. Great fireball, said Sasuke immediately after a huge fireball was shot in Yoroi's direction. He narrowly evaded the great flame. It was incredible that a genin had an elemental jutsu. This was only getting more exciting with every moment. Yoroi started running towards Sasuke. He took a kunai from his kunai holder and threw it in the direction of the Uchiha. Then he threw two smoke bombs in different directions. Sasuke repelled the kunai with his own, but lost sight of his opponent. The smoke quickly enveloped him, stealing all his field of vision. He put himself on guard. Then a whistle came from his left flank. Sasuke immediately dodged a kunai that grazed his arm. Sasuke felt a small trail of blood run down his arm, but he wasted no time checking the wound. After all, he couldn't get distracted. He sharpened his senses, concentrated, and then heard a small noise. There you are, said Sasuke. He grabbed his kunai and threw it in the direction of the noise. A shadow moved, and he headed at high speed to the shadow, engaging in a taijutsu fight. Both were fighting at a great pace. Through the smoke they could only see the fists and kicks close. They exchanged blows a couple of times. It was then that Yoroi directed a blow to Sasuke's face. He ducked immediately and swept Yoroi's foot, taking him by surprise. As he fell, Sasuke took him by the arm. Turned his body, placing Yoroi's arm between his legs, twisted him a little and placed his legs on Yoroi's chest, applying an effective submission hold. Sasuke began to apply force to make his opponent give up. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing the scene to the audience. Naruto and the others watched the scene closely, but Naruto realized something. Sasuke's chakra was decreasing at an alarming rate, and Yoroi's was increasing. DCH, that idiot didn't notice, Naruto complained with his arms crossed. So you notice, Naruto, Kakashi exclaimed in his usual bored tone. Notice what, sensei? Asked Sakura. Sasuke's opponent can steal chakra, apparently he has to touch his opponent, Naruto explained. That means Sasuke-kun. Sakura exclaimed worriedly. That's right, Sakura, she's in trouble if she keeps that contact up, said Kakashi. Sasuke began to feel very weak, but he didn't understand why. Yoroi began to gain strength, so he quickly broke the lock by placing himself on top of Sasuke. Then he hit Sasuke's face twice. Sasuke tried to get off of Yoroi, but he felt very weak. On the other hand, Yoroi did not stop his attack. He grabbed Sasuke's face and lifted him in the air, hit his ribs a couple of times, while stealing more of his chakra, keeping his hold on the Uchiha's face. You keep going Yoroi, steal all of Sasuke's chakra, then he will have no choice but to use the power of the mark, that magnificent power, thought Orochimaru. Sasuke was having trouble, his opponent was attacking him relentlessly, and his strength was only going away faster and faster. He had to get out of this situation quickly. Sasuke gathered all his strength and hit Yoroi's rib with a kick. Yoroi arched a little from the great blow he received and loosened his grip on Sasuke. Noticing this, Sasuke took advantage and kicked him once more. He turned and got out of Yoroi's grip, once out of his restriction. Sasuke directed a kick to Yoroi's chin, sending him 3 meters to the side. Sasuke knelt on the ground, he felt very tired, all his strength left him, he had no chakra left. Luckily, his opponent was not in better condition, that kick had left him disoriented, damn this was tough, but he couldn't lose. Sasuke turned to see his team, there was his sensei and his companions. Sakura looked very worried, then he remembered how she told him not to continue, with the same concern with which she looked at him at this moment. I can't lose, I won't let them worry about me, not this time, Sasuke said to himself. That's when he felt a pain coming from his neck, the mark was glowing a deep red, but it didn't spread through his body like last time, just incandescent glow, a deep red, and a great force invaded Sasuke's body, the chakra was overflowing his body, it was a pure but very powerful sensation, he felt better than that time in the forest, the feeling of power, but the purity of it was better. That time the power felt intoxicating, the desire to see blood and destruction was enormous, so much so that he didn't care who his opponent was, but this time he felt calm, a pleasant but powerful sensation. Naruto looked intrigued, that wasn't supposed to happen, but again he had no idea what he was doing, apparently Kurama's calculations were correct, but the function varied a little from the main objective, well that will also work, so it's fine, Naruto thought. Orochimaru looked surprised at the chakra that Sasuke was giving off, it wasn't the one from the cursed mark, but he immediately recognized the chakra, this was very funny, that boy was impressive, there was no doubt that he had found the jackpot, he couldn't wait to see that boy's fight. Sasuke stood up, pulled out another kunai and wielded it, he began to run in the direction of Yoroi, who was already getting up. Yoroi was still somewhat disoriented due to that kick, once he stood up he was surprised to see Sasuke running in his direction, the boy should not have the strength to fight at this point. What in hell is what was happening? Sasuke threw the kunai, Yoroi dodged it by the skin of his teeth, but suddenly felt a strong kick to his chin, which lifted him into the air. The Uchiha was not that fast, what in the world was happening? Was the last thing Yoroi could register in his mind. Sasuke hit Yoroi's chin with a kick, his body rose into the air, and Sasuke propelled himself with his arms, jumping to the same height as Yoroi. Once in the air he turned his body, hitting him in the face, sending him to the ground. Once again he turned his body to finish him off with an axe kick to the chest, crashing him into the arena floor with great power. The examiner looked at Yoroi's prone body, his eyes blank and only his chest rising and falling. Sasuke retreated quite tired, despite everything that damn mark began to suck his chakra at an alarming rate, luckily he was able to finish the fight in time. The examiner approached Yoroi's unconscious body, checked his pulse and smiled, the Uchiha was really very skilled for his age. The winner of this match is Uchiha, Sasuke said. Hey. Yes, Sasuke-kun did it, said a happy Sakura. Naruto looked at her and smiled, seeing how happy his partner was, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his chest whenever he saw that beautiful smile. So this is what you're capable of, Uchiha, Gaara said. It's not that bad, said Neji. The best rookie from last year and the best rookie this year, which of the two will be stronger? A curious Tenten wondered. Ha. Damn conceited, Kiba said with a smile. Ooh. Sasuke-kun is a genius, said Ino with stars in her eyes. Doji just ate his potatoes as usual. We're not going to get through this, Shikamaru thought. Sasuke Uchiha, come to the medical wing so we can treat you, said one of the medical ninja. They won't be able to treat what he has, I'll take care of him, said Kakashi, who was already at Sasuke's side. Come on Sasuke, it's time to seal that mark, he told the Uchiha. Did sensei wait until the matches are over? I want to see the others fight. Asked Sasuke. Don't count on it, Sasuke, if we let more time pass it could be impossible to start and you could even die. I'm not going to give in to any more of your whims, Kakashi responded. Once the silver-haired man and Sasuke left the area, the screen began to display the names again, returning the attention to the screen projecting the contestants' names. The names flashed by again and again until it stopped on 2 names no one had expected. The whole atmosphere changed as a great wave of excitement began to flood the area. Orochimaru was expectant, he had never felt so impatient, this next fight was what he was waiting for, he felt even more expectant than with the Uchiha's fight, if everything went according to what he expected all of his plans would be put into motion. Sakura looked at the names on the screen, she turned and looked at her partner, the moment she looked at him she tensed, and her breathing stopped for a moment, that look again. That cold feeling that was coming off him, how is it that a moment ago the feeling he gave off was warm? Naruto? She called. Naruto turned to look at his partner and saw the concern on her face. He didn't understand why that expression. But he assumed it was for Sasuke. Don't worry Sakura, Kakashi-sensei will take care of Sasuke, he consoled her. Sakura stared at him, that feeling back, she felt distressed. She didn't want to see him like that again. Is everything okay, Naruto? She asked. Sakura's question confused Naruto a little, who no longer understood what Sakura was asking. He thought about it for a bit, but gave up. Once again she had to be talking about Sasuke. Yes, everything's fine, Sakura. Don't worry, Databane, said Naruto, letting out that old verbal tic that he thought he no longer possessed. Sakura smiled at Naruto's verbal tic, for some reason she had never heard it before. Then good luck Naruto, said Sakura, looking again at the screen where the names of those starring in the next fight appeared. The names on the screen were Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. Chapter 9. Loser vs Loser. February, year X 108. The arena was completely silent, no one expected that fight, everyone remembered the hyperactive and idiotic blonde from the academy, not to mention that what was rumored about Rock Lee was that he had no skill in ninjutsu or genjutsu. What kind of fight could these two losers give? The silence lasted a while longer until a voice was heard. Yes, it's my turn, Guy-sensei, I will show you the power of youth, exclaimed Rock Lee with fire in his eyes, while making shadows in his place, throwing punches and kicks in the air. That's the attitude, Lee, show them the power of youth, said Guy, playing along with his student. Everyone looked at that pair, and all had the same thought, there was no doubt that they were weird and idiots. Fenton felt the stares, and she just wanted to be swallowed up by the earth to avoid the embarrassment. On the other hand, she could finally see that blonde boy who defended her fight. It was the perfect time to see what abilities he possessed. Naruto watched Team 9's exchange and felt a bit like an idiot for anticipating his encounter with a big-browed boy, but despite the boy being a bit strange, Naruto didn't doubt the strength he possessed, if his assumptions were correct. That boy was the challenge to beat in these exams. From what he felt during their brief confrontation, he could tell that there was a lot of work, effort, dedication and a great spirit behind his taijutsu. Talent can be overcome with work and dedication, but what happens to someone who possesses a fighting spirit as great as Rock Lee's? Naruto felt pressured and anxious, his hands clenched in anticipation of the upcoming fight, his chakra began to circulate as it hadn't done in a while. It was time to test everything he had learned during this time. Participants go down to the arena, said Hade. Rock Lee jumped over the railing excitedly. Naruto appeared at the same time as Lee, using Shunshin. It was the moment of truth, the time to show everything they had worked for. It was time for everyone to know how high the losers of their respective years could reach. Hade looked at both competitors, both took their positions. Hade raised his arm. The next fight is between Uzumaki Naruto against Rock Lee, begin, said Hade, as he lowered his hand. Naruto stood still, as did Rock Lee. The silence was very relaxing. Everyone wondered why they were both still since the fight had begun, however, neither of them moved a muscle. The first to make a move was Naruto. I hope to have a good fight, Lee, said Naruto, and bowed slightly, in reverence to his opponent. Same here, Naruto. Rock Lee imitated Naruto's action, returning the greeting. Everyone was confused. These kids greeted each other even in a situation where one of them could die. This was ridiculous, not to mention hilarious. Well, let's begin, said Naruto, quickly taking out some shuriken and throwing them at his opponent. Rock Lee imitated Naruto's action. The shuriken collided with each other, producing the sound of metal colliding with metal. That seemed to be the true signal to start, because both boys began to move in the same direction. A few seconds later they collided and began a taijutsu combat, in which they looked quite even. Rock Lee was surprised because Naruto kept pace with him without problems. All the blows he threw were stopped and counterattacked. This was repeated quite a lot. There was no blow that was stopped that didn't have a counterattack. Lee tried to go faster, changing the pace of the fight, but again Naruto changed his pace and adapted in an instant. Lee directed a high kick to Naruto's head, which was dodged by the blonde, lowering his center of gravity, leaning back a little, placing his hand on the ground, and sweeping Lee's leg. Rock Lee spun in the air and took advantage of the momentum, giving an axe kick. Naruto dodged Lee's kick by pushing himself with his arm to the side, spun a little and stood up. Rock Lee spun to the opposite side and landed on his feet. Everyone was amazed by the taijutsu skill of both boys. Even though their movements were not very fast, they were still very polished movements that did not leave many openings to exploit. Those boys were dangerous in close combat. Naruto was happy to fight someone like Lee. His level of taijutsu was far superior to his, as was clear from their previous fight. Naruto would have to give it his all if he wanted to defeat him in combat. Now it was time for the second round. Naruto changed his fighting stance, now going with the style Jiraiya taught him, seeing how the fight unfolds and forming a strategy. Lee noticed the change in Naruto's stance, and he adopted his stance again. The fight began once again, they engaged in a taijutsu fight again, and everyone was safe now. The rumors about Lee were true, apparently the boy really couldn't use ninjutsu, but the question was why the blonde wasn't using ninjutsu, why fight with only taijutsu. Sakura was wondering why Naruto wasn't using ninjutsu or his clones, since he seemed very attached to the technique, it was strange that he didn't use them. While she was immersed in her thoughts, a person approached her. So the next fight has begun. Who would have thought that Naruto would face Guy's student, said Kakashi sighing at the end, because of the amount of problems this would bring him. After all, they were talking about Guy. Oh. Kakashi-sensei, he's back. How is Sasuke-kun? Asked Sakura. He's fine, don't worry, Sakura. Kakashi responded, reassuring his student. Sensei, do you know why Naruto isn't using ninjutsu? Asked a confused Sakura. Now that you mention it, he probably wants to test his skills against a stronger opponent than him, Kakashi explained. Someone stronger? But they are very evenly matched, said Sakura watching the fight. You're wrong, Sakura, look carefully, said Kakashi. Sakura didn't understand what Kakashi meant, she focused all her attention on the fight. After a moment she noticed something. Naruto was the one who was retreating during the exchange of blows. Even though Rock Lee couldn't land any blows like Naruto, there was no doubt that the one who dominated the fight was Lee. Naruto was feeling pressured, Lee's punches were fast and heavy, he really dedicated a lot of time to his physical condition. Naruto directed a left hook at Lee's face, Lee blocked with his right forearm, Naruto immediately pulled back his punch, spun a bit and directed a high kick at Lee's head. Rock Lee spun the other way and directed a high leg at Naruto's head, both kicks collided with each other, generating a dull noise from the power. Both boys stepped back a bit only to start again. Between punches and kicks, they continued to measure each other. That's when Lee looked at an opening and hit Naruto's face. It was a clean blow, the first in the entire fight. What he didn't expect was a kick from Naruto directly to his chin. Both boys were thrown in opposite directions. The spectators couldn't believe how even the fight was, but this was taking too long, and those guys were only using taijutsu. Naruto stood up, that hit made him a little dizzy, hell if Lee didn't have great power in his punches. Rock Lee also stood up and looked at Naruto, he started running only to see Naruto put his hand in front of him as a stop sign. Rock Lee was confused by Naruto's action, so he stopped. That was entertaining, Lee, I think we're warmed up enough, it's time for the real fight to begin. You thought I wouldn't notice, come on buddy, take them off, said Naruto. Rock Lee stared at Naruto, he knew what Naruto meant, he looked for his sensei with the visit. Once he located him, he saw that Guy sensei nodded seriously, he had the permission to remove them. Despite the fact that Guy sensei said that he could only remove them if the life of someone important was at risk, that made him very happy. He immediately sat down and took off his orange leg warmers, underneath them a pair of training weights were located. Rock Lee removed the weights and placed them at his sides, the boy sighed in relief and very happy. Much better, said Rock Lee. Murmurs came from above, things like how ridiculous it was or how stupid it was for being basic training equipment. Rock Lee dropped the weights and when they hit the ground, it cracked and left a dent in it. Even though he didn't drop them from very high, the damage they did was considerable. Naruto smiled, at last a real fight would begin. February, year X 108. At the top was Sakura watching Rock Lee remove the pair of weights. She was surprised that Rock Lee had a pair of weights on, even though the fight had just started. It was best to remove the weights before the fight, that way he could move more freely, after all that would only limit his movements. On the other hand, how much weight could he bring to affect his movement? Sakura's question was answered once Lee dropped the weights. What the crap was Sakura's thought? You're going too far, Guy, Kakashi muttered, after all he knew how extravagant and exaggerated his friend and self-proclaimed rival was. I nodded with a smile several times, in approval, his student had a good rival. Come on Lee. Let the power of youth explode, Guy shouted at the top of his lungs, fire in his eyes. Everyone looked in his direction, and Ainz-style beads of sweat forming on their heads. Everyone turned their attention back to the arena. Rock Lee assumed his fighting stance. A second later, he disappeared from view. A loud rumble was heard. Everyone quickly turned in the direction of the noise, and there stood Naruto and Lee, struggling. Rock Lee was surprised, even with his speed Naruto was able to react and avoid his blows, the blonde's reaction speed was simply impressive. Naruto smiled, this would be the first time he would fight giving his all with an opponent other than Jiraiya or Fukasaku-sensei. The two struggled for a moment longer, but it was Naruto who ended the struggle, both boys separated and a second later disappeared from the genin sight. Kakashi watched the fight, really those boys were far above genin standards. All the genin present had trouble following the fight, they could only try to guide themselves by the sound of the blows, those two were undoubtedly fast. Tenten was more than surprised, even though she had seen Rock Lee fight many times, she had never seen him face an opponent who was capable of keeping up with him, much less a genin. Naruto was impressive, she had to admit. I watched a fight in amazement. The fighting style Naruto was using was very tiring, but he was keeping up with Rock Lee. Sakura was very surprised. She never expected Naruto and Lee to be able to move that way. It was very difficult for her to want to follow them with her eyes, but apparently she wasn't the only one. Wow. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto can fight at the same speed as Lee, said Sakura, very surprised. It may seem that way, Sakura, but in reality, Naruto is pushing himself too hard, Kakashi replied, watching the fight. What does sensei mean? Asked Sakura. What I'm trying to say is that Lee's speed is entirely physical. But Naruto is reinforcing his body with chakra while also continuously using Shunshin so he can keep up with Lee. It's only a matter of time before his chakra runs out, Kakashi explained. Does that mean it's a stamina fight? Asked a worried Sakura. For the moment yes, but maybe someone decides to do something to stop it from happening that way, explained the silver-haired man. Naruto was amazed by Lee's movement. The boy was truly a speed demon. The fight was going as he expected, but it was time to end this stalemate. After an exchange of blows, Naruto stepped back and pulled out a kunai. Rock Lee did the same. The two boys resumed combat. They had to be attentive since the slightest mistake would be fatal for anyone. The kunai collided again and again. Naruto relaxed a little and left an opening in his posture on purpose, hoping Lee would take the bait. Rock Lee looked at the opening in Naruto and attacked without thinking twice. It was the second time Naruto was careless during the fight. He had to take advantage of the opportunity. Lee drew his kunai vertically in a smooth but quick movement. What he never expected was that Naruto would grab his arm and immediately block it with his legs. Once he grabbed him, he pulled hard, made him spin in the air and fall straight to the ground to keep the pressure with a submission key that he began to apply. Everyone was surprised by the blonde's quick movements. Being able to apply a key to his opponent at that speed was inhuman. In a matter of seconds he performed a movement at high speeds. Lee couldn't believe Naruto had tricked him like that. He should have realized that throughout the entire fight, Naruto hadn't made such big, obvious mistakes. On the other hand, the pressure Naruto was putting on his arm was insane. He couldn't help but scream in pain. Come on Lee, give up, Naruto said, even though he knew Rock Lee would never admit defeat. Rock Lee said nothing, just endured the pain. Naruto applied more pressure on Lee's arm, causing him to scream even louder. Rock Lee's screams echoed throughout the arena. The boy was enduring a lot of pain. The genin were shocked by the fight he had shown. Sakura was worried about Lee, as Naruto seemed to be causing him too much pain. Why doesn't he give up? Sakura asked, watching the fight. Naruto could dislocate his shoulder, or worse, the Pinket said, remembering how Naruto broke the arms of that sound ninja. It's very simple, he just can't, a voice unfamiliar to Sakura answered. She turned her head and looked at Lee-sensei. It was very strange how much the two resembled each other, not to mention how odd they were. What do you mean, can't? Asked a confused Sakura. That boy doesn't know what it means to give up, he has something to prove, even if it costs him his life, and Naruto knows it, Guy answered. So why resort to a submission method? Asked Sakura. Naruto is testing him, he wants to know how far Rock Lee is capable of going this time. The one who answered was Kakashi. I hope Naruto is ready, since this match is far from over, said Guy. February, year X 108. Naruto was surprised by Lee's determination. Anyone else would have given up. He applied more force, but soon noticed that Lee's arm wasn't moving. Instead, Rock Lee began to raise his arm along with Naruto's body. He lifted it and slammed it against the ground. A great pain ran through Naruto's body as Lee's strength grew from one moment to the next. He let go of Lee's arm, leaned against Lee's body, and pushed himself away from him. After stepping back a few meters, he turned around and landed on his feet. His eyes never left Rock Lee's rising figure. Rock Lee looked at Naruto, that boy was amazing. Normal tactics wouldn't work on him, that was all Rock Lee knew. So it was time to leave normal tactics and start using his taijutsu techniques. He grabbed the bandages on his forearms and began to unwind them. Naruto watched Lee's movements, something deep inside him told him to stop. Just as Naruto was about to initiate a move, Rock Lee disappeared from his sight. A second later Naruto blocked a kick that was going straight for his chin, but the force behind the kick lifted him into the air. A moment later a series of kicks followed, lifting him up. Naruto could do nothing but block the series of kicks since they had great force and it was difficult for him to block them. Rock Lee felt a great pain run through his body, but he endured it greatly. This technique demanded a lot from him physically. After bringing Naruto to a good height, Rock Lee began the descent. He snuck behind Naruto and the bandages began to surround Naruto. The moment had come. Naruto, seeing himself surrounded by bandages, immediately knew it was nothing good. He pulled out a kunai at an impressive speed and cut the bandages. He turned and grabbed Lee's right arm. He turned, twisting the boy's arm to place himself behind him. to hold his left arm and with his knees he affirmed himself on Lee's back and they began to fall. Rock Lee was surprised by the speed displayed by Naruto. He never expected that the blonde could react so quickly, but he didn't waste his time on nonsense. He immediately pulled his arm from Naruto's grip. Luckily the blonde couldn't get a good grip on his arm. He hit Naruto's rib. He grabbed his arm and exchanged roles with Naruto once again. Now he was the one holding the blonde. Once he had a good grip he began to spin, gaining more speed. Omnitrix Lee shouted and slammed Naruto straight into the ground. A large cloud of dust rose, taking away all visibility. Everyone stared in astonishment. This fight was breathtaking. How could those two boys be the worst of their respective years? No one watching the fight would believe such nonsense. The genin were astonished. The cloud of dust made it hard to see what had happened, but Naruto certainly couldn't have come out of that unscathed. Sakura looked astonished. Naruto had swallowed an attack of that magnitude. It was impossible for him to be okay after that. Naruto, she whispered, very worried. The cloud of dust gradually dissipated and visibility returned. Rock Lee was kneeling on the ground in the sand, his face showing great fatigue and sweat dripping down his forehead. In front of Lee was a small crater, a body buried in it. There was no movement. Hate watched the scene. Those two genin were fighting above his level, and that technique was impressive. He waited a moment, but seeing no movement from the blonde, he raised his hand to announce the winner of the fight. Wow, that was really scary, big eyebrows, I can't believe you wanted to hit me with that. Naruto's voice was heard. Everyone raised their heads in the direction of the voice. Naruto was on the roof, staring at Rock Lee. No one knew when the blonde man had arrived. Everyone looked in the direction of the crater, only to see the body disappear in a puff of smoke. Shadow clones. Ino said incredulously. But when? This time it was Tenten. It was just as Rock Lee tried to wrap his bandages around Naruto, said Kakashi. But he didn't use any seal, said Sakura. That's because Naruto doesn't need it. Naruto's mastery of that jutsu has reached its peak, Kakashi explained. Naruto looked at Rock Lee and a feeling of regret passed over his face. This technique was monstrous. It was undoubtedly impressive, but the price to pay was high. He stopped circulating his chakra and began his descent. Once on the floor of the fighting arena, he turned his gaze to Rock Lee. Damn Lee, you are very strong, but the price for performing that technique is very high, isn't it? Said Naruto. What are you talking about? Ino asked. Omnitrix is a double-edged sword, guy said, looking at his student. What do you mean, sensei? Ino asked. It's actually a kijutsu, high-speed physical techniques. They generally require a lot of physical effort, which is why they're prohibited. Right now, he must be experiencing a lot of pain and will barely be able to move. Did I make a mistake? Kakashi explained. Naruto looked at Rock Lee. The boy looked very tired and dejected, but the look in his eyes was the complete opposite. The boy had not given up yet. A thirst for fighting was still in his eyes. He had not given up. Naruto nodded twice in understanding. He raised his hand pointing at Rock Lee. Come on, Lee. I expect a better fight than this. You and I know that's not all you can do. Attack me with all your power, Naruto said while pointing at Rock Lee, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from Naruto's body. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Why was he cheering him on instead of finishing the fight? That was a very stupid thing to do in a fight where your life was on the line. Kakashi understood and looked at Guy with an expression of disbelief. Tell me you didn't do what he created, said Kakashi, very surprised. That's right, Kakashi, yes I did it, Guy answered. The genin of Team and Sakura watched a conversation of the two jonin without understanding what they meant. The lotus flower blooms twice, Guy said, looking at the sand. I've heard that before. Yes, Rock Lee told me that in the Forest of Death. But what does he mean? Sakura asked. Are you telling me this genin is capable of opening the 8 heavenly gates and reaching the hidden lotus? A shocked Kakashi asked at the realization. I nodded. Kakashi lifted his ninja headband revealing his Sharigan. What are these 8 heavenly gates, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Ino. Apart from the Tenketsus and conduits, there are in the circulatory system the so-called Hachimentonku, 8 celestial gates, distributed in specific places of chakra generation. They are nothing more than a set of conduits and chakra points, grouped together with the objective of constantly controlling the chakra that flows through the body. If this control is forced, the body is taken to its limit, giving the user times its power. In other words, you obtain a power equal to or greater than that of a Hokage. From the head the gates are, the gate of opening, energy, life, pain, closure, vision, commotion and death. These are the 8 gates, but in exchange the user's body is shattered. The primary lotus serves to break this limitation by force. To perform the primary lotus the first gate is used, the gate of opening, and you have already seen the results, explained Kakashi. But what if I leave the primary lotus in that state? Sakura said worriedly. Exactly, it's a double-edged sword. When you use it you put yourself in a state of total opening. For a few moments it allows you to obtain a power even greater than that of a Hokage, but in exchange you have to pay for it with your life. Listen guy, I don't know what that boy represents to you, but he doesn't have to prove anything, you shouldn't have taught him that technique, said Kakashi. You have no right, Kakashi. You don't know anything about him. That boy has something very important to prove and he'll do it even if it costs him his life. That's why I wanted to turn him into someone capable of achieving it, that's all, said Guy. In the arena, battered Rock Lee was observed. After Naruto's little speech of fire was lit in Lee, he was completely motivated, he definitely had something to prove and he wasn't going to give up so easily. He began to stand up, his body began to respond again, that stiffness was leaving his body and he felt light. It was now or never, he only had to prove that. Rock Lee adjusted his posture, separating his legs a little, he crossed his arms in an X shape, suddenly Lee's hair began to move and the small debris around him trembled. Rock Lee leaned a little more forward and flexed his knees, the debris began to rise as did his hair, around Rock Lee a circle was formed, in which heat waves could be seen from the large amount of energy emanating from his body, the veins began to be more visible in his body, and the tone of his skin began to change, taking on a reddish color. I will prove that I can follow the path of the ninja, to its ultimate consequences. Third gate, the gate of life, open, said Rock Lee with effort. Kakashi was very surprised by that boy, he was opening the doors with just his effort, that was practically impossible, it wasn't something that could be achieved with effort alone. That boy really had talent. Tell me Guy, how many doors can he open? Asked Kakashi. 5 doors, Guy answered. Naruto was watching the spectacle before his eyes when he heard a shrill laugh coming from his mind space. And now what the hell is wrong with you? Asked an annoyed Naruto due to the interruption of his tenant. I hope you're prepared for what's coming, idiot, since you're about to experience firsthand how terrifying Taijutsu can be, mocked Kurama. Huh? Is it that bad? Asked a worried Naruto. Idiot, you don't even know what you've gotten yourself into, I'll pray for your soul. I hope in the next life you're not an idiot, laughed Kurama and cut the connection. Naruto gulped, it seemed he had gotten into trouble, but it was always like that. So he would do what he always does in situations like this, take it head on and hope for the best. Naruto concentrated his chakra in his body, compressing everything he could handle at that moment. From what Kurama said, he would have to give everything he had to deal with Rock Lee. That excited Naruto even more, it was exactly what he wanted. To fight someone stronger than him. 2 great pressures were in the arena, the air was heavy, their auras collided with each other, the fight was about to end, and they both knew it. Rock Lee concentrated harder and finally opened the 4th gate, it was the moment of truth, this was as far as he could go with just his effort. Lee moved to attack Naruto, his movement was so fast, and the strength in his legs was so much that it destroyed the ground he was standing on, a cloud of dust rose after his movement, all the genin in the room screamed at the sudden gust of wind and covered their faces to avoid being hit by any debris, no one knew what was happening, the dust quickly dissipated due to the air pressure generated by Lee's movement, but there was no one in the fighting arena. After searching for a moment they noticed that Naruto was suspended in the air, there was no doubt that Lee had hit him, the problem was finding Rock Lee. Rock Lee looked at Naruto and continued with his attack, after moving, he managed to land another blow on the blonde, sending him in another direction, he continued attacking Naruto without letting him touch the ground. Ino looked at the battle in surprise, those boys were something else, apparently Shikamaru was not wrong when he said that Naruto was not the idiot she thought, but on the other hand, despite the strength he possessed, that spandex boy was ridiculous, he was hitting Naruto relentlessly and not letting him make any movement. Looks like the fight's over, Choji muttered, watching the amazing battle. Even though Naruto was just flying back and forth from his point of view. Your student is a monster, Kakashi said, Guy very surprised. Did you notice? Kakashi asked. What are you talking about, Guy-sensei? Tenten asked. Despite Rock Lee's speed, Naruto has blocked each of Lee's attacks, reducing the damage to a minimum. That reaction speed is simply out of this world. I can say it even rivals the Sharingan, Guy explained. Everyone who heard what Guy said was very surprised, Lee's speed was so much that they could only see Naruto traveling from one place to another through the air, and yet, he was able to block Lee's blows, how terrifying could Naruto really be? Rock Lee was feeling tired, it was already taking its toll on him. He decided it was time to end the fight, he continued hitting Naruto, but this time he lifted him higher, Naruto was very tired, Lee's blows were something else, now he understood why Kurama mocked him, he honestly felt like his consciousness was about to give in. Despite the fact that he was blocking Lee's blows, the power in them was taking its toll on him, Rock Lee took Naruto to the highest part of the room. Kakashi looked surprised, Rock Lee's body was beginning to give way under the pressure, his muscles began to tear, if the boy continued to force his muscles, it wouldn't end in a simple injury. Neji was surprised by the strength shown by Rock Lee. Seriously, that was the loser who always challenged him, was Neji's thought. Time for the final act, fifth gate, the closing gate, openly said. After that he disappeared and punched Naruto. This time it was a direct hit, even Naruto's reaction speed couldn't catch up, or so it seemed. Naruto was sent into a dive, but Lee's bandage wrapped around his waist. This will be my last attack, Rock Lee thought. He tightened his grip on the bandage and pulled it hard. The immense pain disturbed Lee's movement a bit. Naruto noticed that small gap. It was now or never. Luckily Rock Lee hadn't noticed. Right next to Lee was a kunai falling. A second later the kunai was replaced by a humanoid figure, revealing Naruto. Once he successfully performed the kawarimi, he wove hand seals at a surprising speed. Gyuden. Great advance, Naruto said, and then struck with his palm in the direction of Rock Lee. A large stream of compressed wind was shot out at high speed. Rock Lee turned and punched the air. Hidden Lotus, Rock Lee shouted. A great pressure of wind was shot due to the power behind his fist. Both currents collided with each other. Both boys were shot in opposite directions. Naruto crashed directly into the wall, making the whole place shake. Due to the impact a cloud of dust rose where he crashed, but Rock Lee fell on the ground and rolled a little, although Rock Lee's impact seemed more like a soft landing. Silence filled the room. No one said anything, not a word. You could even hear everyone's breathing in the room. Once the cloud of dust cleared, you looked at Naruto lying face down. He wasn't moving even a little. Hayate approached the middle of the arena and observed both boys. Rock Lee was in the same position as Naruto, but he raised his head, showing signs of still being conscious. Hayate looked once more in Naruto's direction, but there was no change. It seemed the boy had taken most of the damage. Since there was no movement from the blonde, the result of the fight had been decided. The winner of the fight is Rock, said Hayate, but a laugh echoed in the room. It was weak, but thanks to the silence in the room, it was audible to everyone. Everyone turned in the direction of the laughter, although it sounded very painful. There was Naruto face down, trembling slightly. Apparently he was laughing. The blonde moved his hand slowly, leaned on it, and began to get up little by little. The blonde coughed a little blood, but didn't stop. A bluish aura surrounded his silhouette. The pressure he exerted began to increase at an alarming rate. Everyone in the room was surprised. That boy was a monster. No human could take an attack like that and continue fighting. Rock Lee was still disoriented. His vision was blurry when he heard. The winner of the fight is Rock. After that, an almost inaudible laugh was heard in the place, taking all the strength he had left, and enduring the pain. Lee turned his head in the direction of the sound. There was Naruto lying on the ground like him, but he began to stand up. Rock Lee couldn't believe what he saw. How was it possible that he could still move after receiving all that damage? Naruto's body began to emit a bluish glow. That was pure chakra. It was so condensed that it was visible to the eye. The ground beneath the blonde cracked. Then he stood up and began to walk in the direction of Rock Lee. For Lee, that image was terrifying. Every step Naruto took generated a great pressure for Rock Lee. Since he knew what his destiny was, he had lost the fight. Those words resonated deep inside Lee. He had lost. Once again he had lost all his effort and dedication. Rock Lee became completely frustrated. He resigned himself to his fate. When Lee looked again, Naruto was standing right in front of him, Naruto's hand slowly approaching him. He didn't care anymore. If he was going to die here, he couldn't ask for a better opponent than Naruto. Lee closed his eyes and waited for the final blow, but it never came. A hand was placed on his shoulder. Haha, well done, Rock Lee. You really had me, my friend. I could never beat you in a pure taijutsu battle. In the end, I had to use ninjutsu even to keep up with your speed. Naruto laughed. I have no doubt about it, Rock Lee, you are an extraordinary ninja. Naruto said with a big smile on his face. Rock Lee's eyes widened, speechless, and he felt shocked. Naruto was recognizing him. Despite having defeated him in combat, he recognized him as an extraordinary ninja. Finally, someone recognized him. Lee's emotions were at their peak and tears escaped his eyes. Thank you, Naruto-kun, was Rock Lee's last thought as he fell unconscious. Naruto stood up once more and looked at the examiner. Hayate nodded, looked at the audience and raised his left arm. The winner of the match, Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate said. Seconds later, a round of applause filled the room from the genin, and a few small sobs were heard when they were identified. They were coming from a certain jonin in a spandex suit who was muttering something about eternal rivals and the power of youth. Naruto felt a strange sensation. He immediately searched for the source. Turning his head, he met Gaara's gaze. The boy exuded an intense killing intent directed at him. For some reason that boy wanted to kill him. Maybe it's because of his biju, Naruto thought, remembering what Kurama told him the first time he saw him. Naruto turned his head a little more and met another gaze. The blonde girl from Suna was staring at him. Naruto looked at her and smiled. Moments later, a dull noise was heard in the arena. Naruto was lying on the ground unconscious. The medics quickly entered the arena to take the two boys to the infirmary to treat their injuries. Upon examining their bodies, they were greatly shocked. Their condition was very poor, especially the blonde's. Kakashi and Guy went down to the arena to see the status of their students. "How are you feeling?" Kakashi asked. "The spandex boy has all his muscles torn. It will take him a while to recover and he will be in a lot of pain for at least a few months. We will have to take him to the infirmary to give a more precise diagnosis. The blonde one is the most damaged. I'm surprised he was able to stand. Every bone in his body is broken, he has several bruises. It looks like he passed out due to the pain. It's surprising he's still alive," the doctor explained. Kakashi and Guy nodded and the medics took Naruto and Rock Lee. After placing them on stretchers, they took them to the medical room where they were examined and treated. They both returned to their students. "Kakashi-sensei, how are Naruto and Rock Lee?" asked Sakura. "Rock Lee is out of danger, his muscles are torn. He'll be in a lot of pain for a while, but nothing to worry about. Naruto, on the other hand, has all his bones broken and they're going to examine him to determine the severity of his injuries," Kakashi explained, somewhat worried about his little genin. Sakura's expression showed her concern. "Don't worry, Sakura, remember it's Naruto we're talking about, the #1 prankster to surprise us," Kakashi consoled. The genin nodded, understanding that there was nothing they could do but wait. Otherwise, the fighting continued. The electrical board started dropping names again, after a while it finally stopped at 2 names. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Chapter 10. Memoirs. February, year X 108. After the fight between Naruto and Rock Lee, everyone was amazed as it was clearly an excellent fight, some would even dare to say it was at a level superior to Genin, even some Chunin would have trouble keeping up with them. The wonder was visible on their faces, but there was one that would make them all look ridiculous, their expectations were shattered. He even decided to stay to watch the fight, even though he knew his main objective was taken to deal with the seal imposed on him. That person didn't regret not having gone, what he witnessed left him very ecstatic, for a moment he had the need to jump and take the boy in front of everyone to carry out his plans, that young man was the key to everything. The physique with which he was blessed was the solution to his problems. The amount of damage and resistance he possessed was simply impressive. Facing a Jujutsu specialist like that spandex boy and withstanding the power of the celestial gates was inhuman. That boy is the perfect vessel, for the first time Orochimaru found something he desired even more than the Sharingan, the Uzumaki would be his vessel. But he still had to plan his movement since the boy was dangerous. That only increased Orochimaru's desire, a body carrying senjutsu, an impressive physique, that monstrous chakra and a vitality at the peak of mortals, very few times would such a perfect specimen be found. It was time to devise a plan and continue with the one already in motion, that could be another test for the boy. He would leave it for the moment, in time he would be able to see what he was capable of by facing him with the Ichibi. Orochimaru had finished what he came to do, so it was time to leave, there was nothing keeping him in this place anymore, so he replaced himself with a clone and walked away to continue with his plans. February, year X 108. The sign stopped, the names on it were 2 girls, Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. The 2 girls looked at each other, they never thought they would have to face each other, at least not so quickly. They both looked at each other seriously, for the first time they thought the same. Since after the fight between their 2 companions a feeling of shame and frustration invaded them. Those 2 boys were far above them, they had sweated and bled in their fight, giving their all to the point of falling unconscious. After seeing such a fight, what could they offer? That was the thought that invaded them, after thinking about it for a moment a glimmer of determination passed through their eyes, they would not be left behind. Maybe they would not put up a fight of that level, but at least they would leave behind their fangirl attitude since this time they would not be fighting for the attention of a boy. Once they arrived at the arena, everything fell silent again, once again this was a fight from which nothing was expected, everyone already knew the attitudes of the 2 girls who would face each other after all. Hayate looked at both girls and they nodded. "Begin," said Hayate and lowered his arm, starting the next fight. Sakura took her Hidayate and placed it on her forehead, Ino seeing Sakura's action remembered when she returned the ribbon she had given her and the words she said to her. This was serious, they would be fighting as equals, they would face each other as kunoichi, Sakura was telling her not to hold back because she would give her all. She no longer had to doubt, after seeing her in the forest of death, Ino would not hold back, so she placed her Hidayate on her forehead, imitating Sakura's action. They stared at each other for a few seconds, both took out some shuriken from their kunai holders and threw them, just like the previous fight, the sound of the shuriken colliding with each other was the start of the fight. Both girls ran in the same direction, Sakura concentrated chakra in her feet and increased her speed for a few seconds. Enough to hit Ino in the face before she realized what happened. Ino fell to the ground after receiving the blow from Sakura, she felt stunned for a few moments and confused at the same time, since when could Sakura move like that? She turned to the side and stood up again, Ino put her hand in the kunai holder and took out another pair of shuriken, Sakura rushed in her direction. She wouldn't give her time to recover. Ino started running, but this time she followed Sakura's movements, she waited for the perfect moment. Sakura leaned forward a little, it was then that Ino threw the shuriken. Sakura was forced to dodge, losing her balance a little, since she wasn't used to moving propelled by chakra, she had only practiced it a couple of times with her team, despite Naruto and Kakashi telling her to practice. In that split second that Sakura lost her balance, Ino took advantage and hit Sakura, sending her rolling to the ground. This time it was her turn to be a little stunned, Ino was quick to think of a strategy to avoid her. There was no room for error, they were very evenly matched both physically and mentally. Like Ino, she rolled and got up. If she couldn't gain the advantage in speed, she would have to face her head-on. At least she didn't have to face Hinata, otherwise she would be lost in hand-to-hand combat. The two girls faced off once again, engaging in a taijutsu match. Although their skills were very basic, they were forced to train with their teams during this time, so they improved somewhat. However, it was inevitable that they would be compared to the previous match. The fight had already started for minutes, both girls were very evenly matched, but neither had enough strength to knock out the other, they separated. Well, Sakura, you've really grown up. I don't see that crybaby girl from before anymore. But it's time for this fight to end, Ino said with a smile, placing her hands in front of her face and forming a very particular seal. Sakura recognized the seal Ino had formed, as it was a signature seal of the Yamanaka clan. Sakura wouldn't allow her to use her jutsu without a fight. After all, she knew her weakness. She took a pair of smoke bombs from her ninja pouch and threw them to the ground. She formed seals and performed the clone jutsu. It was her turn to play around with ninjutsu. Ino looked at the cloud of smoke, she was alert for any trick Haruno could play. From the smoke came a Sakura heading in her direction. She was going to perform her jutsu, but noticed something, and it was that she still felt a chakra in the smoke screen. Apparently Sakura wanted to play a trick on her, it was a shame she had sensory abilities. Ino stood still and let the clone pass through her, making the illusion disappear. She concentrated waiting for the next move. After a moment a couple of shuriken came out of the smoke, she dodged them only to see another group shot out. This process was repeated a couple of times, but suddenly stopped. Once Ino had time she realized that she was close to the smoke, Sakura had guided her with her throws. Ino got a little nervous since there was no more movement, soon Sakura came out of the smoke, but this time there were two of them, both pink-haired women threw a kunai. Ino found herself cornered and turned her body narrowly dodging the kunai, although her ponytail wasn't as lucky and was cut right in half, Ino's blonde hair fell to the ground scattered around her. Ino looked at her scattered hair, and right in front of her a smiling Sakura forming seals. I got you, Ino said the pinket. Meijin. Narukumi no Jutsu said Sakura, and immediately some leaves surrounded Ino, being successfully trapped in the genjutsu that Kakashi recently taught her. Ino fell to her knees on the ground, her body was inert, there was no movement from the girl, just her normal breathing, the genjutsu was effective. Sakura wasn't sure what Ino saw in the genjutsu, but she was glad it worked, after all she couldn't manipulate what the opponent would see in it. She began to walk in Ino's direction, she was ready to end the fight. After a few steps when she was only about meters from the unconscious girl Sakura suddenly stopped, no matter how hard she tried to move she couldn't get closer to the girl. It was then that she looked at her feet and saw what was holding her. It was Ino's hair, she noticed the slight shine it had and followed the trail with her eyes. There was Ino sitting on the floor, but her hands were resting on it transferring chakra. Apparently she had broken the illusion and managed to capture it with her hair. Sakura cursed under her breath. This was truly the worst case scenario for her. Now she found herself at the mercy of the blonde Yamanaka. Ino looked up with a big smile on her face. Hello Sakurita, I didn't appreciate your genjutsu, but it was very useful, I think I'll return the favor, said Ino placing her hands in front of her and forming her characteristic seal, and said the name of her ability. Shintenshin no Jutsu. She said out loud and finished in the bird seal, a very peculiar sensation assaulted her. When she opened her eyes she was looking at herself, her body was in front of her and she was still in the same sitting position, the jutsu had worked and it was time to win this battle. She moved Sakura's arm and raised it, everyone was watching the pinket's actions. Sakura Haruno, I give up said Ino when something very strange happened. Don't cry Sakura-chan, I'm here a voice was heard in her mind, one that Ino recognized. Come on get up, we have to go back to the village, I told you not to go too far, continued the boy. Ino was still, that voice. Why was it in her mind right now? Was it a memory, but Sakura never spoke of it. Ino's curious nature won in this battle in her curiosity, as her curiosity went to the maximum after hearing the voice of the boy who was having a very noticeable change in such a short period of time. She submerged her mind, she had to find out what it was. After submerging herself she saw a pink-haired girl sitting on the ground hugging her knees next to a tree, next to her was a blonde boy offering his hand to the girl. From the looks of the children, they were probably around 6 or 7 years old at most. They hadn't even entered the ninja academy yet, or at least not the girl had. Ino didn't know why Sakura never told her that she had known Naruto long before entering the academy. The girl took the blonde's hand. She was crying, the boy looked at her tenderly. I thought you weren't going to come, I was very scared. I went deep into the forest looking for a hiding place, and when I realized it, I didn't know how to get back, the girl said between sobs. The boy smiled tenderly at the girl. Don't worry Sakura-chan, you are very strong, and I will never let anything happen to you, the boy said with a smile. The girl looked at him and calmed down a little. Despite the fact that the boy told her that all the time, she doubted what he saw in her as strength. After all, she was always very clumsy. The boy always had to protect her when other children made fun of her. The girl admired the boy in front of her a lot. He always looked so confident and happy, despite how the adults treated him. She never saw the boy cry. She wanted to be like him, always smile and deal with her problems head-on without hesitation, but she didn't understand where the blonde's strength and motivation came from. Muneru, he always says the same thing, the girl pouted, puffing out her rosy cheeks and turning her head away from the boy who looked at her confused. She smiled at her friend's act, she appreciated how much he cared for her. Whenever she talked about him with her mother she smiled non-stop, she felt very happy and joyful. Even though the other children bothered her, she stopped worrying about what they said since her friend was there for her. One day she talked to her mother about how she felt since that blonde boy made her feel special. Her mother looked at her with much love and felt happy for her daughter. The boy looked at the girl in front of him. I mean it Sakura-chan, I will always protect you. It's a promise, and said the boy to be interrupted by the girl, and Naruto Uzumaki always keeps his promises, said the girl with a big smile on her face. That was my phrase Sakura-chan, complained the boy in a comical way, making the girl laugh. Then the boy took a more serious pose and looked at the girl. His intense blue eyes stared at her. She felt her cheeks burn. Remember this Sakura-chan, you are very strong, don't forget it, but if you find something you can't achieve, I will always be there for you, said the blonde. Once the boy's last words resonated, Ino felt a vibration in Sakura's mind. The vibration grew stronger. Ino was surprised. It seemed those words awakened Sakura's unconscious. Soon she felt a great resistance oppressing her actions. She never thought that such a small fragment of a memory, or at least it seemed, would have this result in the girl. It was time to end the battle, she hurried. Despite the fact that Ino looked at the entire memory and took a while out of Sakura's mind, only a short time had passed. Sakura opened her eyes again. I give up, was all she managed to say when a sharp headache hit her. The examiner looked at the girl strangely. The girl grabbed her head and a pained expression appeared on her face. She fell to her knees on the ground holding her head. Ino was surprised Sakura's mental strength was fighting to get her out. That had never happened before. Even during the Chunin exams she had taken possession of the girl without any problem. Perhaps it was because of that memory. Ino, that's enough salt from my body, Sakura's voice was heard. Ino was surprised what the hell was going on. She never heard of any similar phenomenon from her father, and this was the first time she experienced it. This girl was fighting for dominance of her body. That should be impossible normally. Ino focused more on her fight for dominance by immersing herself in Sakura's mind. As she entered deeper she found a corporeal form. It was Sakura, but there should be nothing there. The two entities fought for a while. It was very exhausting. Ino knew that it was dangerous for her to continue in Sakura's mind, so she undid her jutsu, returning to her body. Both girls were breathing heavily from the lack of air and the tiredness that accumulated in their bodies. This fight was very exhausting for them. They were at their limits. You have more than one consciousness inside you. What the hell are you, Sakura? Ino gasped. I thought you would know, Ino. Women have to be very tough to survive, said Sakura, just as tired as Ino. Both girls looked at each other. Neither had enough strength to continue the fight. That mental battle had crushed them completely. They stood up with great effort. Both ran in a straight line towards each other, but when they were a meter from colliding again they both fell unconscious. The spectators watched the two girls on the floor. Although it wasn't a very spectacular fight, the strategies used by both were good. The examiner observed that neither of them made a move, and the fight was over. The result of the third fight is a draw, said Hade, ending the fight. Kakashi went down and picked up Sakura along with Asuma, who picked up Ino. Both girls were very battered, so they decided to take them to the infirmary while the next match was decided. February, year X 108. Ino opened her eyes, her whole body hurt. She didn't know when she fell unconscious. Apparently she lost the fight, or so she thought. She looked at the ceiling confused. She didn't know where she was. She was disoriented. She sat up in bed and looked to her sides. On the left side, Sakura was lying on a stretcher like her. That surprised her a little. When she turned her head in the other direction she saw the spandex boy in front of her on another stretcher. Apparently he was in the infirmary. After meditating for a bit she thought about the strange event during her fight. Those memories in Sakura's mind, it was strange. She looked at Sakura's behavior with Naruto, they seemed very close as if they had known each other for a long time, but during the academy it seemed like they didn't know each other, as if it was the first time they saw each other. Ino felt very curious about this, why those two acted like that, maybe they had fought or something. Ino's curiosity was through the roof and she wanted answers. While she was deep in thought, a noise came from her right side, she turned her head and then looked at him. Naruto was in the bed next to her, but he looked restless. If she remembers correctly, Naruto's sensei said he had serious injuries. She didn't hear what kind of injuries they were, but he had bandages all over his body. The blonde looked restless, he was moving a lot and apparently he was whispering something. Ino approached the blonde to listen better. Once she was standing next to the blonde she could make out what Naruto was saying in his sleep. "Please don't leave me, don't abandon me, Mom," Naruto said in a very hurt tone. Ino froze after hearing what the blonde said. He never mentioned his parents during the academy, it's not like they talked much for him to tell her anything, and on the other hand, they had only been in the same class for a year. Ino never became friends with Naruto and only knew about the boy through his classmates Choji and Shikamaru. It seems Shikamaru knew Naruto long before they entered the academy, and once they entered Choji joined the group. Ino always thought that Naruto was in a different class, not that he was a year older than them. When she found out that she was quite surprised, after her fight with Sakura, she found out that they had also known each other for a long time, but upon entering the academy they seemed like strangers. This was killing Ino inside. What was all this mystery surrounding the blonde boy? She had to find out. Ino's resolve reached its limits, now she would do anything to get to the bottom of this, and the answer to her questions was right in front of her. The girl looked at the blonde lying on the bed, thought about it for a moment and got going. She slowly climbed onto the stretcher where Naruto was, she put her legs over the blonde and carefully straddled him. This position was a little embarrassing for her. But she had no other way since the position of the stretcher didn't leave her much room to maneuver. "It's time to solve this whole mystery," she said to herself. She went through some hand seals, manipulating her chakra she began to build a jutsu. Ino placed her hands on Naruto's face, even though her father could perform the jutsu just by touching the victim's head, Ino had learned it recently, so she still hadn't mastered it, but she had a way to carry it out. The good thing was that Naruto was semi-lying down, so she could achieve it without this being any weirder than it already is. She placed her palms on the sides of Naruto's head and joined her forehead with Naruto's. Psycho Denshi. Ino whispered the name of the technique and it quickly entered Naruto's mind. Once inside the blonde's mind she looked where she was, it was a somewhat very strange place, it was the first time Ino looked at a mind like this. In the place there was nothing, everything was darkness, she was very intrigued by this, it was not something normal, usually all minds had a structure. Some more complex than others, but it was the first time she saw this phenomenon. Ino continued inspecting the seemingly empty place. When she noticed a small light, she began to head towards said light after what she felt were hours, since her sense of perception was affected by this apparent infinite darkness. After a while she reached the origin of the light. It was something similar to the screen that selected the names during the exam, but in it there was an image. A blonde boy was standing in front of a mirror staring at it. The boy had a look that would be quite strange in the Naruto she remembered from her time at the academy, but more similar to the current Naruto. The boy tilted his head slightly, he seemed to be confused by something, then with his fingers he moved the corner of his lips, giving it the shape of a smile. After a moment the boy removed his fingers and shook his head slightly, once again the corners of his lips moved forming a smile, although it still looked forced, the boy shook his head again. Ino looked with great curiosity at what little Naruto was doing in front of the mirror, it seemed that he was practicing how to smile, that intrigued her a lot, why would he do something like that? Once again the boy smiled, but this time it looked identical to all those smiles he always had on his face. The image changed after that, now a boy was seen walking through the streets of the village, many adults looked at him, but in their looks there was something. Ino didn't know what it was but she didn't like those looks, why would someone look at a child like that? Little Naruto walked through the town and came across a mask stand, he stopped to look at the masks, his sight went to a particular mask, those masks were similar to those used in the Anbu Corps, the mask had what Ino associated with a fox. After the boy looked at the mask for a while, a man came out of the back room, looked at the boy and his brow furrowed. "What are you doing here, brat? Don't you see that you scare away my customers, get out of here," said the man in an annoyed tone. Little Naruto tilted his head in confusion. He didn't think he was bothering anyone, since he wasn't doing anything more than looking at the masks a little. The man clicked his tongue irritated, turned around and grabbed the mask that Naruto was looking at, then returned his gaze to the blonde, that's when he threw the mask at the boy hitting him on the head, the blonde staggered and fell on his butt. "There you have it, now get out of here," said the man giving the blonde an even angrier look. Naruto looked at the mask, and his eyes began to sting. His vision was getting blurry. He rubbed his eyes to prevent his tears from spilling. He lifted the mask and stood up shaking his clothes, then looked up in the direction of the cellar. The man's face twitched a little when he saw the child smile. The little boy put on the mask and walked in another direction. Ino didn't know what to say or think at this point. The previous image made sense. Naruto was practicing that smile so that people couldn't see that he had been hurt. Ino felt her chest tighten, and a feeling of nausea invaded her. To what extent did you have to push a child to force him to practice a fake smile? She clenched her fists tightly. Was that the treatment Naruto always received? Little Naruto continued walking through the village, and once again Ino confirmed that this was indeed the regular treatment of the villagers with Naruto. In the many places that the little one went, the villagers treated him like the plague. During his journey, Naruto passed by the academy. After a while, the boy arrived at a place that Ino recognized. A large tree was there and a solitary swing was on it. Naruto got on the swing and stood still observing nothingness. The image changed again, although it was the same place, only the position of the sun was different. Apparently the little one stayed there for a long time. The boy began to walk. He left the academy grounds and passed in front of a parquet floor. It was already late, so the children's parents were there to pick them up. Naruto watched him for a while. Once most had left the place, little Naruto approached the parquet floor, but when he was about to get on one of the games, a sob was heard. The boy walked in the direction of the noise. After walking for a while, the side of a pink head was visible. The boy approached the girl who was crying. "Hi, are you okay?" the boy asked. The girl looked up and looked at the boy standing in front of her. She looked at him, and her shoulders trembled slightly. "Are you here to make fun of me too?" she asked, sobbing. "Make fun of me? Why would I?" the boy asked doubtfully. The girl looked at him as if a second head had grown on him. "Aren't you going to make fun of my forehead like everyone else?" she asked sadly. The boy watched her closely for a while. "Your forehead? I don't understand, what's there to make fun of?" said Naruto, holding his chin in a thoughtful tone. The girl looked at him, and a giggle escaped her mouth. "You're funny," he told the boy. Naruto was still very confused, looking at the girl. Under the intense gaze the blonde was giving her, she decided to clear her doubts. "Everyone makes fun of my forehead because it's big," she explained in a low voice. The boy pounded his fist against her hand, his expression like that of someone who had found a cure for cancer or discovered the meaning of life. She looked at him, worried, thinking he might start making fun of her. "Now that you mention it, it's true, but you know I think she's perfect. After all, you can do this," he said to the girl who looked at him incredulously as he approached. It was when Naruto kissed her on the forehead. The girl's face took on the same color as her hair. What are you doing?" she asked, very alarmed. I think it's something that dads do with their kids. I've seen it many times when I come to the parquet floor," Naruto explained, giving him a victory sign. The little girl laughed at the blonde's explanation. What he said was true, but usually it was parents giving their own children a small kiss on the forehead, not children randomly kissing foreheads. She touched his forehead, and a very pretty pink tinged her cheeks. "Thank you very much. What's your name?" she asked him. The boy smiled hugely, a very charming smile. She would surely never forget it. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto Tebane," said the boy happily. For the first time that day a real smile appeared on the blonde's face. The girl smiled happily. She also found the boy's verbal tick very cute. "My name is Haruno Sakura, it's a pleasure Naruto," she told the blonde. Ino looked at what looked like a very surprised screen, so that was how those two met. She couldn't help but smile at what she witnessed. Those two little ones were charming in her eyes, and the big smile that appeared on little Naruto's face did not go unnoticed. That child was undoubtedly charming. If she could, she would have loved to be able to kiss those cheeks and caress that hair as blonde as the sun. Once again the image changed. Little Naruto was waking up. The boy rubbed his sleepy eyes when a noise was heard in his apartment that alerted the blonde. Ino felt a knot in her stomach. By the way the villagers treated the little boy, the worst scenario appeared in the blonde's mind. Naruto got out of bed and went to the source of the noise. He walked down the hallway slowly. The noise got louder, coming from his kitchen area. The boy reached the end of the corridor and turned to see his kitchen. There he found something he hadn't expected. A beautiful black-haired woman stood with her back to him. She seemed to be cooking something. Little Naruto looked at her very surprised. He stood there for at least minutes while the woman cooked. A minute later the woman turned around and their eyes met. She smiled, a beautiful smile. Those jet black eyes looked at him tenderly. "Good morning Naru-kun," said the lovely woman. Chapter 11. Memoirs Part. The boy stared at the woman for a moment. He had never seen her before, and the way she looked at him and smiled was new to him. The boy turned his head slightly, confused. "Hello, excuse me, but who are you?" the boy asked in a serious tone. The woman looked at him for a second, her smile not disappearing. "Little Naruto-kun, I'll be the one taking care of you from now on," she said in a sweet tone. She turned around and grabbed 2 plates. After serving them she placed them on the table and once again looked at the little boy. "I heard you like ramen, so I made you some," she said and sat down. She waited patiently for the boy's reaction. Little Naruto looked at her for a moment longer, those blue eyes never left hers, his face serious and expressionless. He had already had many bad experiences with the villagers, so he became very distrustful. Although they never really hurt him, or at least not seriously, it was enough for him to distrust everyone. Silence filled the place. The beautiful woman remained seated and smiling. After a few moments, little Naruto walked straight to the chair. He sat in front of the ramen plate, looked at it for a moment, and glanced at the woman. "Why?" the little boy asked, a simple question, a very basic one, yet the woman's smile trembled a little. The meaning of that simple question hurt her. The boy's distrust was evident. Despite the infant's tender age, he didn't look like one. That innocence wasn't shown in the little boy's eyes. She felt her insides burn, a deep anger welling up within her. A fury like she had never felt before, and a great guilt took hold of her. The woman sighed and visibly relaxed. She didn't want to scare the little boy by letting out her thirst for blood. "I've been watching you, I couldn't help it. You were sitting on that swing near the academy, and I noticed you were alone. It was late, and as time passed I got worried. I waited nearby to see if someone came for you, but no one came. I decided to follow you to make sure you arrived safely. When I looked at the district you were heading to, my concern increased, but seeing that you entered this apartment and seeing that no one else lived in the building, I simply can't leave you alone," the woman said sincerely. Her smile disappeared and was replaced by a sad and hurt look. She told the little boy the truth, but what she didn't mention is that she followed him because he reminded her a lot of a friend of hers. The little boy stared into her eyes, as if he was trying to see lies in her words. This really surprised her, but it also told her how much the little boy distrusted people. How much pain and loneliness had he endured in his short life. The boy shifted his gaze to the bowl of ramen in front of him. After watching it for a few moments, he took a bite of the noodles and slowly brought them to his mouth. After tasting the ramen, he looked at her again. His eyes were wide with surprise because it tasted so good. The young infant remembered the taste of the noodles from that ramen stand. It was the first time someone had shown him a little kindness, and the reason why he loved ramen so much. That taste, that warmth. The woman brought a hand to her mouth, stifling a small sob. The scene before her tore at her heartstrings. The little boy was crying while eating his bowl of ramen with a smile. Ino didn't understand why little Naruto was crying while eating, but the woman's reaction surprised her. The pain in her eyes told her she understood the little boy's situation. The way she cried while watching the scene and the way the villagers treated Ino gave her a clue she refused to believe. Once again the scene changed. Once again the little boy was in his apartment, the lights were off, and the boy was sitting in his kitchen chair. A drop of water was heard falling into the sink, the sound of the clock hand, everything was silent. The little boy stayed there for a long time. Ino couldn't stand it anymore. What the hell was this? Why did such a little boy have to live like this? What kind of sick joke was this? How long had Naruto had to put up with this? Were Ino's thoughts. The scene changed again. It was daytime once more. Little Naruto got up again, sat on the edge of his bed and stayed there staring at the floor for a few moments. A noise echoed in his room. The little boy's head shot up in a quick movement. He got out of bed and headed to the source of the noise. His steps were slow. His small hand lightly touched the wall. His heart was beating furiously. Once again the noise came from his kitchen. He stopped for a moment. Another noise. The little boy took the last steps he needed. The sunlight coming through his window seemed blinding to him. With his small hand he covered himself from the glare, and once he got used to the lighting he looked at her. It was her again. That night, dark hair and those blue touches, simply enchanting. For little Naruto, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The woman was preparing breakfast again. She was wearing an apron, and her clothes were homemade. She looked like a civilian, but by the way she moved, Naruto knew she had ninja training. After all, he lived with many ninjas. The woman noticed the blonde's presence and turned to greet him. "Hello Naruto-kun, good morning," I greet him with a smile on my face. Naruto was enchanted by her smile, so he stood still admiring her beauty. She tilted her head slightly and touched her lower lip in a thoughtful position, which made him look cute. "Is something wrong, Naruto-kun?" she asked due to the little one's silence. "Why are you here?" the little boy asked in a monotone. "Ooh, how rude." She pouted. "I told you, I'll take care of you," she replied. Naruto was surprised. He never expected her to give him that answer. After all, the villagers hated and feared him. Why would she want to take care of him? The little boy couldn't help but suspect the woman. "Why?" Naruto asked. "It's easy, because I don't want to see you sad," she replied in a loving tone. "Do you want to hurt me?" the little boy asked. It was better to ask him instead of waiting and getting hurt later. That could save him time and suffering. The woman couldn't believe what she was hearing. Why was that little boy asking her that? What had they done to make him react that way? What was wrong with this damned village? Thousands of questions were running through her mind. She walked over and stopped in front of the little boy, bent down to his level, and hugged him with all the love she could muster. "I will never hurt you, I will never let anyone hurt you again, my little one," he whispered tenderly. The little boy trembled at her last words, his little arms slowly wrapped around her, and he held onto her very tightly, small tears falling from his eyes. Little Naruto cried at the first motherly hug he had experienced in his short life. Ino observed Naruto's memories. Many days like that were repeated. The woman would go every morning to see the blonde. They would have breakfast and spend the morning together. Once the afternoon came, she would say goodbye to the little one. Once she left, Naruto would go to the parquet floor and meet the little pink-haired girl. Their friendship also grew, as did his relationship with the beautiful woman. The routine was repeated the first months. In the fourth month, she began to spend more time with the boy. This time she would leave until after the afternoon. They were increasingly united, and the boy looked very happy. It got to the point where he was anxiously waiting for the next morning. Months passed and little Naruto's birthday arrived. It was a very special day for the little one. After all, it was the first one he celebrated with someone who loved him. When the little one woke up, she was waiting for him with a big cake and her kitchen decorated with colorful balloons. She congratulated him and they ate the cake. Naruto had fun like never before in his life. They played, laughed, and it was time to open the presents. She gave him a wrapped box. Naruto opened it very excited. Inside the box was a kunai and shuriken set. He was very happy for the gift. After all, it was his 6th birthday, and he would enter the ninja academy that year. "Did you like your gift?" she asked with a smile. "I love it. Thank you very much," the little boy replied. "How about I show you how to use them?" she asked hopefully. "Really?" he asked incredulously. Since these past few months she had taken care of him without receiving anything in return, he didn't understand why she did all that for him. "I would love to," she replied. The little one couldn't help but have a big smile on his face. The days passed. She helped him train his shuriken and kunai throwing. Classes at the academy began and Naruto entered. The woman's continuous visits brightened the blonde's life. For the first time in his life, he had someone he could consider a mother. She never told him, but it was the blonde's feeling. Since he met her, she never told him her name, but that really didn't bother the little boy. With the company she offered him, it was more than enough. Ino could still remember the first time Naruto hit the target. The woman hugged him with much love and happiness, saying that her baby would be a great ninja. The smile on the blonde's face was something Ino would never forget. That emotion that showed on his face was something she had never seen in the Naruto she knew. The memories continued to pass. One day in particular, the woman told the little boy that she would give him a very special gift. Naruto was expectant at what she said. She brought a scroll with her and placed it on the floor of the room. "This is a special gift, Naru-kun. With it we will have a stronger bond," she told him with a big smile. Finally something would legitimately unite them. The little boy looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand what she was referring to. "This is a contract scroll. I'll give you my personal summons. You'll be the second I give it to. You just have to write your name and your fingerprints in blood. It might hurt a little, but I'm going to help you," she said in a sweet tone, so as not to alarm the boy. Naruto opened his eyes wide. She was giving him a summoning contract. From what he knew, very few people had a contract. The old third was one of them, and he had told her that they are very rare. Only once did she show him her summons. Naruto was very surprised and asked if he could have one. The third laughed at the younger's comment and told her that in the future, maybe he would get one. The woman helped the little boy enter his name on the scroll, then printed his fingerprints using her left hand. She didn't explain why it was necessary to use her left hand, but it didn't matter much. Little Naruto looked at the scroll and his name printed on it. He raised his eyes a little, and there was another name above his. He read the name written, and he only wondered who this Itachi was. The memories continued. The relationship between Naruto and the mysterious woman continued to grow. Little Naruto continued to hang out with a little girl with pink hair. Ino was surprised that they had shared so much time together to the point where little Sakura had a great admiration for little Naruto. The little boy's days became happier. Even though the villagers kept treating him the same, the boy's life became bearable thanks to them both. For the first time he had people who genuinely cared about him. Finally the memories reached the point that Ino knew thanks to the fight with Sakura. The two little ones were in the forest. After that point Ino had no idea what would happen. The image changed again, the blue sky, and that pleasant breeze, a new day in the life of little Naruto. He went in search of his little friend. He sat on the swing where he always waited for her. The hours passed, the clouds followed their course, and the movement of the sun indicated the passage of time. Naruto waited patiently, but the light went out and gave way to darkness. The boy was sad because his friend did not arrive. Days passed and she didn't go back again. Naruto was sad because his friend had stopped going to meet him. He wondered if he had done something wrong. 2 years had passed since Ino observed Naruto's memories. Thanks to her jutsu, that time was nothing in reality. Ino did not understand why Sakura did not go back to the park to meet with her friend. The little boy looked sad. Also, the mysterious woman stopped frequenting the boy so much. She told him very sadly that she could not see him so often. She apologized to the little boy. She looked very sad and dejected for having to reduce her time with the blonde. One morning she was preparing the blonde's breakfast, but she didn't look as radiant and happy as usual. Something was worrying her. "Good morning," said little Naruto, the woman's shoulders visibly tensing. She turned and looked at the boy, forcing a smile on her face. Naruto noticed the fake smile, as he had looked at them all the time before he met her. "Good morning, Naru-kun," she said, her voice trembling a little. "Is something wrong?" the little boy asked. She gulped visibly. What she had to do was hard for her, but as things turned out it was for the best. "I have something to tell you." It took a lot of effort to get the words out. She walked over to the little boy, bent down, and looked him in the eyes. "Naru, I won't be able to take care of you anymore," she said, her voice heavy with pain. The boy didn't process the words the woman said. What did she mean? His lips trembled slightly. "Will you leave me?" the little boy said, his chest tightening. At his own words, a great pain came over him. It was the first time he felt so much pain from simple words. The vision before her completely shattered her. How could you tell your little one that you were going to leave him? Although Naruto wasn't her blood son, she had lived with the little one for a long time and loved him as her own. Her lips trembled visibly, her throat was dry, words couldn't come out, pain and guilt ate at her from the inside. She had to gather all her strength. "I'm sorry," was that all? All her strength, and that was the best she could say. She felt guilty. She never wanted everything to end like that. Seeing the pain on the boy's face destroyed her, the tears that ran down the small face that once gave her those huge smiles. Why did life have to punish them like that? Did I do something wrong? Tell me, please. Don't leave me too. The little boy whispered between tears. That was it, she broke. Something inside her broke. The pain those words brought her devastated her. Why did her little one think it was her fault? He didn't do anything wrong. How could she let him carry that guilt? She knew that even if she told him it wasn't his fault, he wouldn't stop blaming himself. For the sake of her baby, she would do anything, even erase those memories that gave her happiness, but from now on would only be torment and a lot of pain. "I'm sorry, my little one, but it's best to forget. My baby loved you." She whispered to him with much love, placing a kiss on his forehead. The little one looked up at her, the woman's eyes changing from their usual black to a blood red, 3 tomos appearing in each eye, spinning and changing into a pentagram. "Kodomatsukami," were the woman's words, one spoken with much pain and sadness. Naruto looked directly into the woman's eyes, his world began to turn black. Before losing consciousness, he was able to utter his last words. "Don't leave me, Mom," was all the little boy could say before his world shut down. The woman's eyes opened as wide as they could go, her crying became unstoppable. The pain on her face was the last thing the boy remembered. How devastated the woman was something that surprised Ino. The screen turned off. After a few seconds it turned back on. Ino watched the images on it. Again it was the same scene. The woman was crying her eyes out, but something was happening to the memory. The woman began to fade from it. The place changed and was replaced by a Naruto alone in his house, just like she had seen it before. The memories were going back and changing just like that one. Ino didn't know what was happening, but it worried her a lot. All of Naruto's memories were being changed before her eyes. All the memories that included that woman were replaced. Those included the memories that Naruto shared with little Sakura. Ino didn't know what to do. How could she stop what was happening? She could only stand and watch as little by little, each of Naruto's memories were replaced. Finally it came to an end. The screen turned off, all of the blonde's memories were replaced. What looked like a monitor didn't turn on again. Ino felt helpless. After standing there for a very long time, a light came on some distance from Ino, snapping her out of her thoughts. She headed in the direction of the light and found herself in front of a screen again, but this one was different. The image on it was blurry. In the image there was something that she distinguished as a kind of claw. The image continued to rise slightly, something similar to a blanket and the silhouette of a person. Apparently it was a woman since she had long red hair. The image stopped on the woman's face. Her lips seemed to move, but the sound could not be distinguished. The image changed a little and became clearer. It was indeed a woman, and a very beautiful one. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth to her chin. "Naruto, don't be picky, eat a lot and grow strong. Bathe every day and dress warmly. Don't stay up late, you need a lot of sleep. And make friends, you don't need a lot of friends, just a few that you can really trust. I wasn't good at it, but study hard and practice your ninjutsus. Remember that everyone has strengths and weaknesses. So don't get discouraged if you don't do something well. Respect your teachers and the upperclassmen at school. Oh, and this is also important, it's about the 3 prohibitions for a shinobi. Be careful when lending and borrowing money. Save what you earn from missions. Don't drink alcohol until you are 20. Drinking too much will ruin your health, so drink in moderation. Another prohibition is women. I am a woman, so I don't know much about this, but all you should know is that the world is made for men and women. So it's natural to be interested in girls, but don't fall in love with a bad woman. Find someone like me. Speaking of prohibitions, be careful with Jiraiya-sensei, really. Naruto, from now on you're going to go through a lot of pain and trouble. Trust in yourself. Have a dream and have the confidence to make that dream come true. There are so many things I would like to happen with you. I wish I could stay for much longer. I love you. The woman said with much love. The image suddenly went out, a tremor shook the place. Enough, Ino, said Naruto's voice. Everything shook and Ino felt a force dragging her out of the blonde's mind. She didn't resist because she had already been discovered. Her mind was expelled from Naruto's body and she felt it return to hers. It was a strange sensation, she would never get used to it. She opened her eyes and was greeted by blue eyes, as blue as the sky. Her aqua green eyes looked into his. Naruto's brow was furrowed, their foreheads kept touching, and for some reason the blonde's hands were on her waist. Ino's face began to heat up, and a deep red became visible from her neck to her forehead. Naruto for a moment thought that steam would come out of her just like in those comic drawings. What are you two doing? A sweet voice came from her left side, one too sweet. Ino and Naruto turned their heads erratically in the direction of the voice. There was Sakura lying on her bed, her hair covering her eyes which gave her a terrifying touch. Naruto then noticed the position in which he and Ino were. She was straddling him and he was holding her waist, not to mention that moments before their foreheads were touching. Fear took over his body, surely Sakura would kill him, God knows he didn't do anything, right? She knew it, right? Ino, would you please get off me? Naruto asked, as if he was begging her. For some reason his voice was trembling slightly. Ino stood still for a few moments. When she processed what both boys said, she shook her head and quickly got off the stretcher where they were. A second later Naruto had disappeared. The two girls were amazed since Naruto was supposed to be seriously injured. Ino looked at Sakura and a drop of sweat ran down her neck in pure anime style. The idiot Naruto had left her alone with that big misunderstanding. So Ino, may I know what you and Naruto were doing? Sakura asked, sounding very upset for some reason. Phew. Why do you want to know? Ino's tone of voice changed to a more playful and suggestive one. Are you jealous? The playful blonde asked. Sakura visibly tensed. Yamanaka's question surprised her. It is true that it bothered her a little when she looked at them, but it was not jealousy. What are you talking about, pig? I just thought whatever they were doing was unpleasant, she replied, disinterested, turning her head toward the door. He's acting different, the girl whispered. What are you talking about? Yamanaka asked. Sakura was surprised since she said it more to herself than to the others. Phew. It's nothing, she replied. She turned in the direction of her former friend. Tell me something, Sakura, what do you remember from when you were years old? Ino asked, very curious. After all, it still bothered her that she didn't come back to look for Naruto. Sakura looked at her strangely. Ino's question surprised her. Nothing really. When I was little, I got sick. For a long time, I couldn't leave the house. Mom told me I had a fever, and it seems my memories of that time were erased for a while. I had the feeling I lost something valuable, but I can't remember what, Sakura answered, not liking the memory of that empty feeling. Why do you ask? Sakura's curiosity was piqued. Ino looked at her for a while. Sakura waited patiently for her answer. Nothing in particular, I was just curious, that's all, Ino replied. Sakura shrugged and lay back down, wondering why she felt so familiar with Naruto, even though he acted very different from the Naruto she knew. Naruto headed to the arena where the preliminaries were taking place. He felt a slight discomfort in his body. His fight with Rock Lee had worn him down. The physical fatigue he felt was worse than when he trained with Kakashi-sensei and Iro-sensei. He continued on his way and arrived at the place. Naruto crossed the door and joined his sensei, who was watching the match that was taking place. Yo, Kakashi-sensei, how are the matches going? The blonde asked. Kakashi turned to see his student greeting him with one hand and the other in his pocket. The boy had really adopted that habit of his. For some reason Kakashi felt very happy. Yo, Naruto, shouldn't you still be in the infirmary? Kakashi asked, somewhat worried. I thought I'm less in danger here, sensei. For some reason, Sakura-chan woke up in a very bad mood. A shiver ran down the blonde's spine. Kakashi looked at him and shrugged. It seemed his student was fine. Maybe it was because of his tenant. You arrived just in time to see the last two fights, the silver-haired man told him. In the combat arena, the penultimate fight of the day was taking place. Apparently he had taken more time than he thought in the infirmary. In front of him two kunoichi were facing each other. One was the blonde from the sand, she had a huge fan and was blocking a large series of ninja weapons, so he observed the wind techniques she was using were enhanced by the huge battle fan. The other was the girl with the funny hairstyle that made her look like a panda. She was throwing all kinds of ninja weapons at the Sand Kunoichi. Naruto watched the fight and knew immediately that it was the Sand Kunoichi's victory. From the way the panda girl fought, she wouldn't stand a chance. Naruto admired the panda girl's skill. 2 scrolls spun around her and she threw weapons with deadly accuracy, but unfortunately she faced the worst possible opponent unless she wielded a weapon and had the speed necessary to close the distance and force the Sand Kunoichi into hand-to-hand combat. The girl was lost. After throwing her entire arsenal, the Sand Kunoichi was still without a scratch. Jutsu. Wind sighed, said the Sand Kunoichi, and a large vortex surrounded the panda girl, lifted her into the air, and the wind blades began to make cuts all over the girl's body. She remained suspended for a long time, and after a couple of minutes the jutsu lost its momentum, the girl fell, and the Sand Kunoichi caught her with the back of her fan. The fight was over, weapons scattered all over the place. The winner of the match, Sabaku no Tamari Hade announced. It wasn't a good fight, in fact it was kind of boring, Tamari said and threw the girl. Because of the trajectory she would fall into the area surrounded by weapons, but in a blink, Tamari looked at the blonde boy holding the panda girl in his arms. "You're a little rude, aren't you?" Naruto asked. "Do you think so?" Tamari asked the blonde. "Wind-based jutsus, I'd like to have a round against you. I wonder, who will be better?" Naruto said with a big smile on his face, then he disappeared from her sight. She couldn't catch his movement. She could swear he was even faster than in the encounter he had with that spandex boy. Tamari looked at the boy and a chill ran down her spine. Her gaze did not match the words coming out of her mouth. There really was someone just as terrifying as her brother in these exams. The last fight of the day was about to begin. Everyone was tired and wanted to retire. There were only 2 competitors left, so a cloud of sand formed in front of Hade, and from it appeared the red-haired boy. Naruto arrived where team was and passed the girl to his sensei. Guy just nodded and took Tenten to the infirmary to have her wounds treated. Naruto looked at the names of the last participants, Sabaku no Gaara vs Kiba and Yazuka. The 2 remaining members of team were having some sort of conversation. Kiba looked quite nervous. He had a chat with his partner, and after nodding he headed to the combat arena. Kiba never took his eyes off the red-haired boy. Once Kiba arrived at the arena, the supervisor started the last fight. "This is the last match of the preliminaries, Sabaku no Gaara vs Inyazuka Kiba, begin." Hade gave the signal and the match began. Kiba stepped back, Akamaru was still in the hat of his jacket, Gaara removed the stopper from his gourd, and sand began to come out of it. The young Inyazuka threw a pair of shuriken that were stopped by the sand. Gaara had his arms crossed, the sand threw the shuriken in Kiba's direction. The Inyazuka evaded the shuriken and began his race against Gaara. While running he threw another pair of shuriken, but like the previous ones, they were stopped by Gaara's sand. Once he closed the distance he attacked with Taijutsu, but everything he threw was stopped by the sand. Gaara remained unfazed. Kiba cursed under his breath, all he had left to do was go all out. "Come on Akamaru," Kiba said, and gave the pup a pill. After eating the pill the pup turned red. Kiba ate a pill as well. Ninpo. Beastman clone. A puff of smoke appeared and when it faded 2 Kibas were present. Ninpo. Beastman imitation. Shikyaku no Jutsu. The Inyazuka's features became more wild, his canines were missing, and his nails transformed into claws. Both of them were in a force position, making them look like predators stalking their prey. Both of them headed straight for Gaara. Their speed was much higher than what he had shown before. The boy threw a couple of smoke bombs, and they began their attack. Once inside the smoke they attacked Gaara from different directions, but were always blocked by the sand wall. That surprised Kiba, since inside the smoke they shouldn't be visible to the red-haired boy. Noticing that his strategy wasn't working, he decided to try one last thing. Bitsuga. They both roared and began their assault on the red-haired boy, who was still inside the cloud of smoke. After a few minutes where the Inyazuka tried by all means to break the sand defense, the 2 boys came out of the smoke, which dissipated moments later. Again Gaara found himself standing in the same way. Kiba was totally frustrated. It was impossible to penetrate that stupid wall of sand, but once again he remembered what happened in the forest, so he sighed resignedly. "I surrender," said the Inyazuka regretfully. At least surrendering was better than losing his life or that of his companion. Hade looked at the boy and again directed his gaze to the reed. "The winner of the fight is Sabaku no Gaara," Hade announced. The sand returned to Gaara's gourd and his always neutral expression remained on his face. "I'm leaving," Gaara said in an annoyed manner. "Well, it's time to decide the final fights," said. "Fights will be drawn," announced Hade. Moments later Anko arrived with an urn, from which she took out the names of the respective fights. "Well, the fights will be Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku no Tamari, Sabaku no Kankuro vs Abiram Shino, and Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara. The finals will be in a month. You already know who your opponents will be, so you can prepare for your fights. That's all, see you in a month," concluded Hade. "What do you think of that Gaara boy, sensei?" Naruto asked. The sand jutsu she uses is unusual, apparently it's self-contained, but with the right speed you can overcome its barrier, Kakashi explained. Naruto nodded. Kakashi's analysis was very sound. You could also use lightning or water jutsus to nullify the barrier, though the water might only slow it down, Kakashi concluded. Good, then I have a base to work from, thanks sensei. I think Sasuke will need your help if he wants to fight that boy, since he seems very dangerous. It keeps giving me this unsettling feeling, after all we are the same, Naruto concluded. Kakashi understood Naruto's message. Gaara also had a biju. Kakashi nodded at Naruto's warning. He would have to focus on Sasuke's training if he wanted the boy to survive the fight with Gaara. Luckily Naruto was trained for his fight with the Hyuga. Apparently he was also making plans to counter Gaara's sand in case he ended up fighting him. Kakashi never ceased to be surprised by the rapid growth his little genin was going through. To think that just a few months ago he was considered the last to die. Okay, I'll go see how Sakura-chan and the panda girl are doing. See you, sensei, Naruto said goodbye. Even though only Naruto and Sasuke made it through, Kakashi was proud of his genin. After watching Sakura's fight, Kakashi knew he had to pay more attention to the girl's training. With that chakra control, Sakura could be a master in ninjutsu, or like her former teammate, she could teach him the little she knew about medical ninjutsu. He wouldn't play favorites, after all those three reminded him of his old squad. He wondered what his life would be like if they were still alive, but Kakashi couldn't keep living in the past. His little genin showed him that there would always be a future, and Kakashi would be part of it. Chapter 12. Changes. Naruto walked through the halls of the tower, heading towards the medical wing. After a few minutes, he reached the area where Sakura, Ino, and Rock Lee were. Naruto hoped Sakura's anger had subsided by now. Once he arrived, he crossed the door with determination. So, how are you feeling? The blonde asked. The two girls he left a few moments ago turned to look at him. Rock Lee was still unconscious, but on the stretcher he was on a few moments ago, a new girl was lying down. Hi Naruto, we're better, Sakura replied. For some reason, Ino avoided looking at him. It was clear the situation was somewhat awkward, but again, they didn't do anything. Naruto walked straight to the stretcher where the new girl was. He stopped and looked at her for a few moments. She was a bit battered, and the small cuts had already been treated. I see you're still unconscious, but you seem to be fine, Naruto said, letting out a sigh of relief. Do you know her, Naruto? Sakura asked, somewhat curious. Not really, he replied nonchalantly. How long will they be in the infirmary? The meetings ended a little while ago, and we can go home now, Naruto said, turning to look at both girls. We can really go, we were just resting a little, Ino replied. I see. Do you want me to wait for you so we can leave together? Naruto asked. Both Kunoichis looked at each other and nodded. The blonde sat on a chair that was nearby and took out his Fuinjutsu book. He began reading. After all, he only had a month to train. He would take advantage of the time he would wait for Sakura and Ino to study the art a little more. Time passed and both girls were ready to leave. Their consolation was that there was a direct path to get out of the forest without having to go through the same difficulties as at the beginning of the test. Once they left the forest they said goodbye and each went in a different direction. It was late and they had to rest to start their training. Time passed and morning arrived. The sounds of birds and the wind in the leaves of the trees woke her. She got up and began her morning rituals. Once she'd bathed and gotten ready, she went down to the dining room. Her mother had breakfast ready and was waiting for her to eat. Good morning, daughter. How did the second part of the exams go? Her mother asked with a smile. She had tried to talk to her daughter yesterday, but the girl was very tired and went straight to her bed. I didn't pass, Mom, but my teammates did, Sakura said, with a smile. Mabuki Haruno stood up from her seat and walked over to her daughter. She bent down and hugged her daughter lovingly. It must have been very difficult, darling, but you tried hard and that's what counts. I'm proud of you, Sakura, she said with much love to her daughter. Sakura hugged her mother. After everything that happened, she never had the time to assimilate everything that had happened, but upon receiving her mother's loving hug, the dam that her feelings were keeping broke. I failed, Mom, I'm the only one on the team who failed, Sakura said through tears. She blamed herself completely. It was her mistake. Her fangirl attitude led her to fail the exams. But not everything was bad. Thanks to these exams she realized that the ninja world was cruel and devastating. There was no room for the weak, and that became very clear to her. Calm down, Sakura, it was your first time trying. Learn from your mistakes and get up stronger. Never give up, okay? Mabuki comforted her. Sakura nodded and wiped her tears. Her mother always knew what to say to her, but the last sentence sounded very familiar. It was strange to hear it from her mother. Never give up. Sakura said in a whisper. That's something you always said when you were little, Mabuki told her. Sakura looked at her mother. That surprised her a little. She wondered why she stopped doing it. Surely it was part of the memories she lost in her childhood, but why did it sound so familiar? That feeling of emptiness returned, she shook her head and started with her breakfast. After breakfast she said goodbye to her mother, she was going to see her sensei and her team. Naruto told her that Kakashi-sensei wanted to see her at training camp 7 when they were returning. Sakura arrived at the training camp and to her surprise Kakashi was sitting reading his book Ichiha. "Good morning, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura greeted. "Yo, Sakura. It's good that you arrived, now I think I've neglected you a little, but I'm proud of how much you've grown during the exams. Now, I'll train Sasuke for his fight, but before I go I want you to think about what kind of Kunoichi you want to become," Kakashi told his young genin. "What kind of Kunoichi do I want to be?" Sakura repeated. "Thanks to your excellent chakra control, you can take 2 different routes that favor you, the first is mastery in Genjutsu, and the second is medical ninjutsu. You could take a bit of both and then decide what you want to specialize in. I can teach you the first one since I have knowledge in Genjutsu, but the second one my knowledge is very basic and currently there is no master in Konoha," Kakashi commented. "I really don't know which one to choose, sensei, I would like to give both a chance," Sakura replied. "Fine, for now, you will have physical training and we will expand your chakra reserves. I will leave the village for the next month, but don't worry, I already have the perfect teacher for you. I already informed him the training you will have ended this month. You can look for information about medical ninjutsu or genjutsu in the Konoha library, and once I return we will focus on what you choose," Kakashi told him. "Who will train me, sensei?" asked Sakura. Kakashi smiled under his mask, at least he didn't pick up his bad habit of being late. "It's good that you arrived, I was telling Sakura about her training, then I leave them, I still have to prepare for the trip, I leave it in your hands," said Kakashi with his usual carefree tone. Sakura was somewhat confused, who was her sensei talking to, if it was only the 2 of them who were at the training camp. "Yo, sensei. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Sakura-chan," a voice was heard that Sakura recognized immediately. She turned in the direction of the voice, a blonde-haired boy was sitting on a tree branch reading his Fuinjutsu book. She couldn't help but notice the enormous resemblance between her sensei and his blonde companion, it was like seeing a pair of younger and older brothers. Kakashi waved goodbye and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto came down the tree and stood in front of Sakura. "Good morning, Sakura. Are you ready to start your training?" Naruto asked. Sakura nodded, the surprise that Kakashi-sensei took charge of her training really surprised her, that showed how much her sensei trusted Naruto and also spoke of how much her teammate grew. "Okay, today we'll expand your chakra reserves and increase your strength and physical prowess. We'll dedicate the first 2 weeks entirely to that, and in your free time you can go look up information on Genjutsu and medical ninjutsu," Naruto explained, and Sakura looked at him for a moment. "Naruto, how do we expand my chakra reserves?" asked a confused Sakura. Naruto looked at her, "That simple, Sakura, I'll make you use chakra until you faint," Naruto finished with a smile. Sakura's eyes widened. "It's a joke, right?" Sakura asked nervously. "Okay, physical training first," said Naruto, evading Sakura's question and changing the topic of conversation, which made Sakura even more nervous. "Then Naruto?" Sakura asked again. Naruto stopped suddenly, turned around and looked at Sakura. "First, we'll test your endurance, run around the training ground," said Naruto. Sakura sighed resignedly, it seemed Naruto would keep her in doubt, that's when she noticed something. "How many laps?" Sakura asked. Naruto looked at her as if a second head had grown on him. "What are you talking about, Sakura? It's obvious you have to run until you can't anymore," Naruto said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Sakura's face went completely pale. "Then run," Naruto said, giving her a gentle push to get her started. Resigned to her fate, the girl began to run. Naruto on the other hand was stretching. He began to warm up his muscles to begin his training. Sakura watched him as he ran. After his warm-up, the boy took out a kunai and placed the tip on a rock that was nearby. Then he stood on one hand, using the tip of the kunai as a balance point. Once he balanced himself, he placed a finger in the ring and balanced himself again, beginning a pair of one-arm push-ups while balancing. Sakura was shocked. The balance required to do what Naruto showed her was too much. She was sure she wouldn't be able to last even a second. After running for over 30 minutes, the pincat was very agitated and had trouble breathing, so she stopped and approached Naruto. When she arrived, she took a few breaths to be able to speak. "I can't take it anymore," Naruto said, Sakura very agitated and between breaths. Naruto stopped, a drop of sweat ran down the tip of his nose and fell to the ground. The blonde turned to look at her. "Well, you ran for a little over 30 minutes. You're really lacking in condition, Sakura, but I know how much I can push your body to do." Naruto stood up. "Okay, so now you'll run in the lake so you can use your chakra," Naruto said. "For how long?" asked an agitated Sakura. She wanted to ask if he would let her rest, but from the way the blonde looked at her, she knew it was a stupid question. However, the blonde still gave her the same look at her current question. For how long? That's easy, until you can't run on water anymore, Naruto informed with a smile. Sakura gulped, this boy was torturing her. Fine, she said resignedly. After Sakura left, Naruto formed a clone and told it to take care of her, then he returned to his training. After an hour, Naruto returned from the lake with an unconscious Sakura. He laid her under the shade of a tree and let her rest. An hour later Sakura woke up, she found herself lying under a tree, the grass felt amazing, and the Konoha breeze was comforting, she felt lost for a moment, she turned her head a little, and next to her was Naruto, he was sitting reading his book, the sunlight touched his blonde hair, giving a very beautiful and slightly picturesque shine to the scene, she felt very relaxed. I see you're awake. Are you feeling better now or are you still exhausted? Naruto asked in a relaxed tone, turning to look at her. Phew. I feel better, how long was I unconscious? Asked Sakura. You've been here for about an hour, Naruto replied. Sakura sat down and noticed that she was wearing Naruto's shirt, the young man only had a black t-shirt and the mesh armor they use underneath it. Naruto had changed these months, but it was the first time that Sakura noticed that change, in fact the boy had grown a little, he was much smaller than her, but now she was sure that he only beat her by a few centimeters, not to mention the Uzumaki's physique, his body was much firmer and more defined. I see, she said somewhat distractedly. Well, it's time to continue with your training, we will start with a series of exercises while you practice in the water, since your chakra control is very good, we will kill two birds with one stone, so all the exercises you will do in the lake, you will only repeat the process during the first week, that will help us increase your chakra reserves and improve your physical prowess. After the first week I will begin Jujutsu classes, we will only polish the academy style, since when Kakashi-sensei returns, he will teach you one suitable for you, Naruto explained the Kunoichi's training plan. Sakura nodded, apparently this month was going to be a very tough one for her. A week had passed, Sakura's training was going very well, the girl had responded very well to what she called Naruto's hellish training. This would be her first day receiving Jujutsu classes, so Naruto needed to buy ninja equipment to replace what he had used during the Chunin exams. We see a beautiful blonde walking through the streets of Konoha, the outfit she was wearing was a bit tight and really gave her a very sexy touch. The blonde entered a very famous weapons shop in the village, she had never been in the shop since her ninja equipment was obtained in different ways, but she was tired, so she decided to buy new equipment after all the money granted for her recent missions was quite a lot. The store sign read Nakamura Armaments. The girl stared at the sign for a moment, then entered the store. Upon entering, she found a few shelves lined with various ninja gear, from armor and mesh armor to durable attire made from special materials. She was amazed at the variety the small store carried. On the walls were a wide variety of ninja weapons, from basic to specialized kunai, shuriken, tentos, a small sword carried by Anbu, and even katanas. For some reason, she had never seen a ninja use one. She walked around the store looking at the wide variety of ninja weapons and clothing, after watching for a moment a voice called out to her. Hello. How can I help you? The voice said cheerfully. The girl turned around and found herself standing right in front of a girl she knew by sight. Hi. Do you work here? The beautiful blonde asked, surprised. Yes, I work in my free time. It's usually my father who answers. Don't worry, I can be very helpful. Are you looking for anything in particular? The girl asked. Not really, I just want to replenish basic equipment, some kunai, shuriken, smoke bombs and senbon, said the blonde, for some reason the girl was being very cordial and somewhat distant. I'll have everything ready for you in a moment, miss, said the girl. Miss? The girl asked in surprise, and that's when she remembered she was under the hinge. Yes? She asked, surprised. Who? Sorry, I'm just not used to it, she replied, rubbing the back of her neck and laughing nervously. Naruto forgot he was in his hinge and for a moment almost ruined it. The girl with the bun hairstyle went to the back room. He waited patiently for her and an idea crossed his mind. It was time to tease her. This would be fun. After about minutes of waiting, the girl returned with the equipment that Naruto wanted to buy. The girl took out the accounts and told him the total price of the sale. Naruto took out the money and gave it to the girl. He looked into her eyes for a long moment. The girl with a bun hairstyle felt somewhat uncomfortable by the look of the blonde girl. While he stored all the equipment in a ceiling scroll, Naruto didn't take his eyes off the brunette. She really had her charm, he would undoubtedly enjoy teasing her. You know, I realize that you are very beautiful, he said to the brunette and walked until he was in front of her. The brunette tried to step back only to find herself obstructed by the wall behind her. Naruto took the young woman's hand and looked into her eyes. After holding her hand, he directed it to his chest and placed it firmly there. The poor girl didn't know what to do. The blonde's gaze seriously intimidated her. She could only alternate her gaze between the place her hand was holding and the blonde's eyes. Tenten felt panic, the blonde caressed her cheek and leaned slightly towards her, she looked at her for a moment, her eyes fell on her lips, Tenten wanted to run, but panic had her rooted in place. Naruto smiled at the girl's expression, he leaned closer, and when their lips were about to touch he changed direction, his lips were just inches from Tenten's ear. "I like you, you're my type of girl," he whispered in the brunette's ear. The girl trembled slightly at his words. Naruto smiled and blew lightly in Tenten's ear. The girl was surprised her face was burning, she was as red as a tomato. He pulled back and looked at her, the brunette's face was priceless. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and she started laughing. Tenten looked at her in surprise. She was still in shock. The girl in front of her doubled over and held her stomach because it hurt from laughing so hard. "You?" was all he could say. The blonde girl laughed for a moment longer, after a minute of laughing, she wiped away a small tear and looked at her. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, I was just messing with you," he said to the girl in front of him. The girl's expression changed to one of complete disbelief. Why would this girl who didn't know her play that kind of prank on her? Naruto, knowing what was going through the girl's mind, undid the hinge, returning to his normal appearance. Tenten looked surprised at the blonde boy in front of her. After a few moments in which Naruto just limited himself to observing her, she raised her hand and pointed at him. "Why you?" she shouted in surprise. "Yes. Me," said Naruto looking around confused. She looked at him, and her surprised expression changed to an angry one. "What are you doing using a hinge?" she asked reproachfully. Naruto scratched the back of his neck and an awkward smile appeared on his face. "Sorry. It's just a habit," he replied, somewhat uncomfortably. She noticed that he was uncomfortable talking about his reasons for being under a hinge, so she let him go, although that didn't mean he would get away with it. "Fine, but you owe me one for your little joke," I reproach him. Naruto nodded, pretending to agree. Tenten smiled. She remembered the fight the boy had with Rock Lee and a certain action the blonde had taken. "If I remember correctly, during your fight with Lee, you used a wind jutsu, right?" Tenten asked. Naruto nodded knowing what she wanted. "I want you to face me using wind jutsu," she said. Naruto knew she would ask for that, he nodded. "Fine, but it won't really change the outcome if you fight the same way you did with the sand girl," Naruto said. Tenten looked at him, and her expression turned angry again. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying your style is bad, on the contrary, your precision is lethal, and your talent is impressive, I'm just saying that wind techniques are the worst thing you can face with your fighting style," Naruto explained. Tenten's face softened a little. "On the other hand, those scrolls in which you store your weapons, you make them, right?" Naruto asked. Tenten nodded, wondering what was so important. "I know a way to compensate for your fighting style," Naruto told him. Tenten looked at him in surprise, he knew a way to complement her fighting style, even though she had only seen it once. "I'm listening." Tenten's curiosity was piqued. "There are two ways for you to defeat a wind user. The first is to close the distance and fight into jutsu, not allowing him to get away, and ultimately not giving him time to form seals. If you can't get close, another way is to use Fuinjutsu. It is the same art that is needed to make the scrolls you use. With your fighting style it would be perfect, since you can use the weapons to form the sealing matrix and use the others as a distraction, but it requires a lot of study and time. On the other hand, Fuinjutsu will not be limited to a single style, you can use it in various ways." Naruto finished. Tenten meditated for a moment. It is true that if she had approached Temari and forced her into a taijutsu fight, she would have a greater chance of winning, but there is also the fact that she noticed too late that she was using wind jutsus. Naruto pulled out a scroll from his kunai holder. After applying a little chakra his tanto appeared. He took the small sword, took it out of its sheath, and swung it a little. Tenten looked at the sword and her eyes shone, a couple of stars could be seen in her gaze. Naruto took a small step back, the girl's gaze was intense. He cleared his throat. "An example of Fuinjutsu is this sword. I added a seal to the blade, it's very basic, but it works very well, do you think we can get a little creative?" Naruto asked. Tenten nodded, put up a back in 30 minutes sign, and they both left the tent, heading for the training grounds. When they arrived, Naruto swung his sword at a tree trunk. He didn't put any force into swinging it, so it stopped immediately. Tenten looked curiously at the small mark on the tree trunk. Even though Naruto didn't put any force into swinging it, the blade of the sword was able to pierce a couple of centimeters into the trunk. The edge was undoubtedly magnificent. "Now I will use the seal on the sword," said Naruto. Once again he swung the blade of the sword, again the swinging force was zero, but just as it was about to make contact with the trunk, the speed of the swing increased, splitting the trunk and burying itself in the ground. Tenten watched in surprise, it was clearly unnatural the way the swing gained force, so it wasn't Naruto who put force into it. He turned to look at her. "Why don't you try to pull it out?" Naruto suggested. Tenten looked at him, she nodded and went to where the sword was buried. She took the white handle of the sword and pulled it, only to realize that it was very heavy. She tried once more to pull it, but no matter how hard she tried she couldn't move the sword. It's a weight seal, it's quite simple, but if you use it correctly you can do something like this, said Naruto. He took the handle of the sword and pulled it out of the ground. He turned the sword and presented it to Tenten. She took the sword and looked at the blade. It was true, a sealing pattern was carved on the blade. Tenten was surprised. What Naruto said was true. The seal was quite simple if you had knowledge of the art of Fuinjutsu. Her knowledge of said art was limited to making storage seals, but she could recognize the seal on the weapon. She looked at Naruto and handed him the weapon. So, do you have knowledge of Fuinjutsu? The girl asked. At the moment my knowledge is very basic, but I'm studying the art. If you want, we can study it together. Naruto offered. She nodded immediately, just seeing the way the boy used the weight seal that is usually for training, surprised her. I would really like to, where can I find you? I still have to take care of the store, she asked. Find me at training camp 7, my team is training there, don't worry about the schedule, since we'll be there until the sun sets, Naruto replied. She nodded and said goodbye to the boy. Naruto continued his walk to the training camp. He had to continue with Sakura's training and his own. Naruto was on his way to training camp 7 when he felt a familiar chakra. He turned his head in the direction of the chakra, formed a clone, and sent it to meet with Sakura. Naruto headed in the direction of the familiar chakra. He knew the place he was going, but he wondered why that person was in that place. After a few minutes he entered that well-known training camp, camp number 3. Naruto looked at the training field. The lake was as harmonious as ever. The 3 logs placed in a line brought back memories to Naruto's mind, but he wasn't there to relive memories. He went a little deeper and reached the desired place. The war memorial was in front of him. Right in front of the memorial was a girl kneeling. She was crying, holding herself. Naruto looked at her. He would recognize her chakra and that violet hair anywhere. He spent part of his training with her after all, despite the fact that he had never seen her without her mask, and her Anbu uniform, her chakra, and the woman's essence were imprinted in Naruto's mind. He touched the woman's shoulder. She trembled slightly due to surprise. She was so immersed in her pain that she didn't notice when someone came so close to her. Are you okay, senpai? The blonde asked. She turned her head and looked at the blonde boy standing next to her. He was a little taller than she remembered, but that didn't matter. Why are you here, Naruto? She asked. I felt your chakra fluctuate in a strange way, so I came to see if you're okay, the boy answered without hesitation. She looked at him somewhat surprised. She never expected those words, but what surprised her the most was the boy's "for you." Naruto knelt down and hugged her. It was clear from the place that she had just lost someone important. It took her a while, but she slowly hugged the boy. The pain of losing her beloved ate at her inside. She was devastated. She felt devastated and powerless. Since she didn't know who had murdered her partner, she cried for a long time. Once she stopped crying, she pulled away from the boy's hug. Naruto looked directly into her eyes, his blue eyes fixed on her brown ones. He shook his head. The woman's gaze had great resentment in them. Naruto could swear it was comparable to hatred. She still had so many negative emotions. With Senjutsu training, Naruto learned a lot about emotions, since he had to control his own in order to master Senjutsu. It's not good to hold in so many negative emotions, senpai, Naruto told her. She looked at him with visible anger. Shut up. You don't know what it's like to lose someone important to you. She yelled at the boy. The anger that flooded her froze when she saw Naruto's expression. A small, forced but pained smile appeared on her face. She wanted to apologize to the boy, but he didn't give her time. I understand, senpai. If what you need is a scapegoat for your anger, I will gladly help you, said Naruto and took out a scroll. His tanto appeared. He walked to the training field. Use your weapon, senpai. Because we will fight until you are satisfied, said Naruto, standing up straight and holding the small sword in front of him with both hands. You know the typical kendo position in mangas and animes, pointing in the direction of the young woman. Yugao became even more annoyed than before. She didn't like Naruto's attitude. She moved the sleeve from her wrist. A small bandage was there, and a storage seal shone when activated. The Anbu sword appeared in her hands. Fine, I'll take your offer, Kouhai, she said, taking her stance, preparing to face the blonde. Chapter 13. New Beginning. Naruto watched the kunoichi in front of him closely. She was an Anbu, and he wasn't going to underestimate her. Yugao was ready to subdue the boy in front of her. He didn't understand her pain, so he would show her a little with this fight. Naruto kept watching the kunoichi. The wind blew in that training field. The leaves of the trees moved in harmony. A leaf came off and began to fall slowly. The wind continued to blow calmly. The leaf after a moment touched the ground. Naruto took that as the indicator of the beginning of the fight. He increased his speed in an instant. He placed himself behind the kunoichi and swung his tanto diagonally. The kunoichi, without turning to look at him, blocked the cut with her sword. The kunoichi's sword was more of a katana, so she had the advantage of reach, and Naruto knew it. She turned and made a clean vertical cut. Naruto stopped the cut with his tanto, but soon realized that the kunoichi's strength was to be feared. Naruto's knee touched the ground. He immediately pushed himself backwards away from her, taking his distance. I didn't expect you to be so angry, Senpai Naruto told her with a smile. It's just the beginning Kouhai, I hope you're preparing. I'd hate for you to break so easily, she mocked. After the little one exchanged words, she rushed in his direction, they both collided and what seemed like a very dangerous dance began, the slightest mistake could be fatal. They sparred for a short time. She was impressed that Naruto could keep up with her, but that only irritated her more. She had only been showing him the basics for a short time, but the boy was so good at maneuvering the weapon that it took even her a long time to be able to translate his movements into combat. Both of them took their distance. Yugao was more upset than before, the boy was blocking all her movements, she wanted to show him just a small fraction of the pain she felt, then he could know that he would never understand her. She was disgusted, her way of thinking at this moment really bothered her, since she knew the boy's circumstances, but yet here she was wanting to hurt him to show him a supposed lesson by Kami, what was her damn problem, the boy in front of her only wanted to cheer her up and not see her mired in her misery. But that wasn't enough for her, he said he'd take all her hatred and resentment, that's all that mattered. She would give him what he asked for, she abused his kindness, that was certainly despicable, but she didn't want to be consumed by hatred and revenge. Yugao mentally apologized to Naruto, she hoped he would forgive her for her selfishness. This feeling that consumed her inside, she didn't want it, she needed to be rid of this pain, and Naruto would take it all. Naruto looked at his senpai, their gazes were connected watching each other, but the gaze of the kunoichi in front of him changed, a cold gleam was present. Okay Naruto, it's time for the real fight, Yugao said to her little Kouhai. Naruto watched in surprise as his senpai's figure faded from his sight, slowly as if she were blurring. He had never seen anything like it before. He quickly put himself on guard. That wasn't speed, nor ninjutsu, nor jinjutsu, so how did he manage to vanish like that without further ado? A sharp pain ran through his right side, right on his waist a small cut formed, a trail of blood was present, Naruto was shocked, he didn't feel her approaching, nor did he hear her, how was this even possible? He looked around, tried to use his sensory sense, but couldn't find her anywhere, Naruto cursed for what he lowered. It's interesting how the human brain works. Yugao's voice was heard throughout the training camp, Naruto couldn't locate her location. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Our knowledge of the world depends on the brain, which filters the information it receives, processes it, and makes it conscious, in its own way. For each of us, the most important thing is what our brain perceives, what we feel, what we grasp from what we call reality, which is nothing more than a concept. I'm just making your brain believe I'm not important, Yugao's voice explained. Naruto was surprised, it wasn't a ninjutsu, nor jinjutsu, it was just a technique. Physical. That's why he couldn't detect it. She knew how to manipulate the stimuli that send information to the brain and in that way deceive her senses avoiding being perceived. Without a doubt, it was an impressive technique. Naruto smiled, this was getting more and more challenging, he remembered what his sensei told him in his senjutsu training, listen Naruto, your senses can be tricked, whether by a jinjutsu or some special ability, there are all kinds of experts in the elemental continent. I have traveled all over the world and have met great masters in the art of deception and espionage, you cannot fully rely on your senses, this is where senjutsu comes in, if you are able to perceive natural energy you will be able to survive, even without being able to perceive sound, sight or your smell. Just remember that you don't have to depend totally on senjutsu. Naruto relaxed, his mind cleared completely, it was time to put his training to the test, he began to gather natural energy from his surroundings, but he did not absorb it, he only surrounded himself with it. His senses went out, everything around him disappeared, with his eyes closed, he began to generate a map of what surrounded him, soon he felt all that natural energy, in a range of meters in diameter. Naruto felt as if a dome surrounded him, he wondered if the Byakugan was something similar, the small dome of natural energy was all he looked at. Yugao watched the boy, he had his eyes closed, she shook her head. Canceling his vision wouldn't help him, she would shatter his hopes, she prepared for her next attack, she headed towards the boy at an impressive speed, her footwork was surprising, even though she was moving at great speed she didn't make any sound, it was as if she was floating. Yugao was close to the boy when she entered the 4-meter range, she noticed that Naruto's body tensed, did he feel her? She wondered, that was impossible, this technique is very high level, even Kakashi and Jiraiya praised her for developing such a technique, Jiraiya admitted that it would be difficult for him to locate her if he didn't know in advance that she was there. As Yugao entered the attack range, Naruto moved with impressive speed, dodging Yugao's slash. The Anbu was surprised. The boy evaded her attack. He could sense her presence. She continued attacking the blonde, but he continued to skillfully dodge. It won't work, senpai. You have to restrict your movements a lot to continue with your little trick, it really is something terrifying. If I didn't know how it works you could really kill me and I wouldn't even be able to react in time, said Naruto. He jumped back gaining distance. Yugao sighed in annoyance, she stood firm on the training field, her annoyance was still present, this boy was desperate. Naruto looked at her and smiled provocatively. "What's wrong senpai, can't you hit a simple genin?" Naruto mocked. She blushed, he was provoking her, she was tired of playing with the boy. "Fine Naruto. You asked for it," said Yugao very annoyed. The Anbu's posture changed, she held her katana with both hands and placed it at shoulder height, raising her elbows to the same height while standing horizontally, her legs were slightly separated, the look on her face remained just as cold. Naruto tensed, he knew that this time she would go all out, if she wanted to kill him, he would already be dead, he knew it, after witnessing the terrifying trick firsthand, that it was an assassination technique of the highest rank. Naruto's stance changed, he placed his tanto in a reverse grip and its sheath in his left hand, after all the function of the small sword was different, it was a special weapon for assassination, small and very versatile. His training with the toads helped him a lot, all thanks to Gamahiro his skills with his tanto improved a lot, he even showed him a fighting style, which he called Kenja no Dansu, I made up the name, blame Google Translate if it's misspelled, it was a suggestion from the toads, so out of respect for his teachers, he decided to keep the name. Both ninjas increased their speed, meeting in a high-level combat, the Anbu's movements were quite clean, elegant and gentle, although he aggressively sought to damage his opponent, his sword technique gave off that essence, on the other hand, Naruto's technique was fast and precise, a style more focused on precision and speed, he blocked with a sheath, and with his tanto, he gave accurate and very precise cuts. Yugao was blocking Naruto's attacks with the blade and the base of the sword's hilt in a rather elegant way, the fight was constantly rising in level, she lost herself in the heat of the battle, her feelings were overflowing, while she fought against Naruto, tears began to flow. Naruto just kept fighting with her, his gaze was firm in hers, and suddenly several cuts began to appear on his clothes, Yugao's thrusts began to pass his defense, but still he did not take his gaze off her eyes. Yugao continued attacking without stopping, Naruto continued defending and attacking the girl, the cuts in her clothes continued to increase, blood began to flow from her wounds, but it did not decrease her resistance, on the contrary, the combat increased in intensity, the speed at which they moved was impressive, the blades of their weapons were blurry. Yugao managed to land a clean cut on Naruto's left arm, he turned around and hit Yugao in the right shoulder with a kick, sending Yugao stumbling back. Both were somewhat exhausted from the fight, Naruto lowered his tanto as the pain in his arm left it numb, he repeatedly clenched and unclenched his hand a little. Yugao glared at the boy, Naruto's expression didn't change at all, he kept his gaze fixed on her, at no point during the battle did the boy take his eyes off her. Naruto raised his arm, held his tanto in its reverse grip again, held it in front of him, and got into a fighting stance again. Yugao watched Naruto's movement, when he placed his arm at the height of her face, she could see that his arm was covered in blood, she had hurt him, she felt a chill run down her back, her anger diminished, and she began to worry about the boy. She tried to walk towards Naruto. "Don't stop now, senpai. Keep fighting," Naruto told him. She froze in place. Was he crazy? How could he even think about continuing to carry that wound? "What kind of shit are you talking about? How can I go on when you're hurt?" she asked, feeling guilty and annoyed that he would even suggest that. "I told you, didn't I? That we won't stop until you're satisfied," Naruto finished. Naruto started his attack again, Yugao was surprised, but restarted the fight. She didn't understand why Naruto kept fighting despite being injured, but once again Naruto's attacks became faster, she couldn't believe it, this boy was forcing her to give her best, the pressure he exerted in the fight was so much that she couldn't think of anything other than the fight they were having. Her attacks became faster, and once she was immersed in the heat of battle, she began to attack the blonde without hesitation, her fury became stronger, why did it have to happen this way? Why did hate have to leave her alone? Why was Naruto doing this for her? Why did she let herself get hurt this way? If it wasn't his fault. Her tears once again became present, the vision in front of her, finally a Naruto with numerous cuts in his clothes and blood was in front of her, facing her without hesitation, the intensity of the blonde did not diminish even a little. "Stop," she whispered, her voice weak. But he didn't stop, he kept fighting. "Please stop," she begged. Again his words fell on deaf ears. "He begged you just stop," Yugao shouted, dropping her katana and hugging Naruto. Naruto stopped moving, just standing there in the Anbu's embrace. "Why do you let yourself be hurt like this?" she asked, crying. Naruto hugged her slowly. "You told me I would never understand your pain, you're right. I've never lost someone important to me, but I understand the pain of loneliness, I've been alone since I can remember. I would never let you experience this pain alone, and if this is the only way I can understand your suffering, I would do it a million times over," senpai Naruto told her, she cried more bitterly, Naruto held her while the Anbu's leg slowly gave way, she cried buckets into the blonde's chest, he stroked her head gently. I'm sorry for your loss, senpai, he whispered to her affectionately. She burrowed deeper into the blonde's chest and continued to cry until she fell asleep. Hours passed and Yugao woke up, she found herself lying on something very comfortable, but she didn't remember having gone to bed, much less hugging a pillow. She slowly raised her head and was surprised to see herself lying on a sleeping Naruto. They were under the shade of a tree, the blonde's chest rose and fell at a calm rhythm, the wind blew, and the leaves of the trees moved, the peace she felt in the place made her feel very comfortable. She wanted to continue sleeping and feel that warmth again. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, feeling relaxed. After that great fight with his senpai, he was truly feeling exhausted, not physically but mentally. The fight with the Anbu had demanded too much of him, which was surprising. He tried to get up, but something prevented him. When he turned to see the violent hair, he remembered that the girl slept on his chest when she decided to fall asleep too. Naruto watched her, moved her hair and placed it behind her ear. Seeing her sleeping face, Naruto had to admit that she was really beautiful. The sleeping face brought a smile to his face. She looked quite relaxed and very comfortable. Usually he would be willing to play a joke on her, but well, he would find out later, it was better to let her sleep. Another 30 minutes passed, and finally, she opened her eyes, very slowly. She lifted her head and rubbed her eyes, still half asleep. She turned and looked at the blonde man. Their eyes met, and he smiled at her. "Good afternoon, senpai. Are you feeling better?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I feel better. By the way, Naruto, my name is Yugao. Yuzuki Yugao," she introduced herself. "Uzumaki Naruto, it's a pleasure," Naruto introduced himself. She smiled, for the first time in days she was able to rest peacefully. She greatly appreciated the way Naruto greeted her when she woke up. She won't forget what this boy did for her today. "Thank you very much, Naruto," she said, and gave him a small kiss on the cheek. Naruto smiled widely at the girl's gesture. Despite the considerable age difference, she was a beautiful woman. "You don't have to thank me, I just kept you company," said Naruto. She smiled. That boy would undoubtedly become someone very important. He was only 13 years old, and he already had great talent and skill in the arts of Kenjutsu. "Tell me, Naruto, did your team enter the Chunin exams?" asked Yugao. She lay down again, but this time she had her back against the boy. She looked at the training field, it was really a beautiful field. "Yes, I'm currently preparing for the final round of the exam. My opponent will be Hyuga Niji," Naruto informed him. She nodded in understanding. "So, do you know how you're going to deal with it?" he asked curiously. "Yes, I have my way of dealing with the Byakugan, although I have never faced a user, I was taught how to deal with them. I have some excellent senseis after all," said Naruto, referring to the fact that she also taught him. Yugao smiled at what was said. "After the fight we just had, I could see that your Kenjutsu is very good. I would even say that you only need to polish your technique a little more to erase those openings that you showed during the fight. On the other hand, I can still teach you something," Yugao told him with a smile. Naruto's eyebrow raised, he was curious about what she wanted to teach him. "Your Kenjutsu style suits you very well, so I have nothing to teach you in that area. I could give you some tips, I could even help you perfect your technique a little more, but I have something better to teach you. It is an exclusive assassination technique, only I in all of Konoha can perform it. We name it Zetai Shai. Kakashi-senpai and Jiraiya-sama did not want me to teach it to them. They insisted on wanting to decipher the trick for themselves," Yugao offered. "So Kakashi-sensei and Iro-sensei know the terrifying technique?" "Honestly, senpai, I can't help but feel a shiver run down my spine, just remembering it." Naruto shuddered a little. If it weren't for his training in Senjutsu, he very possibly wouldn't have been able to defend himself and would have ended up very badly injured. Yes, they were the ones who named it. Although the name is somewhat ostentatious, it describes very well what it represents. "So, do you want to learn it?" she asked. "I would like that very much, senpai, but I will take the challenge just like my sensei. I will find the trick on my own. After seeing it in action, I have a slight idea of how it works," Naruto told him. He looked at the sky for a brief moment. Yugao was a little disappointed, but she also understood why Naruto didn't want to learn the technique from her. This was a challenge for him, and it was his way of showing respect to the users of said technique. On the other hand, he surely wanted to compete with his sensei. "I'll respect your decision, Naruto, but if you need help don't hesitate to ask, okay?" she told him. "I will, senpai. I'm sorry, Yugao, but my teammate is in the middle of training and I have to go," Naruto apologized. She shook her head and stood up. "Don't worry, Naruto, you've done enough for me, thank you very much," she thanked him again with a smile. "I already told you, senpai, there is nothing to be thankful for, you would have done the same for me," he told her with a smile. "Then I'll see you another day, Naruto. Have a nice day," she said goodbye. "You too, senpai, if you need something, remember that I will be at training camp 7, by the way I recommend you go home and rest," suggested Naruto. He seemed a little nervous, she nodded and said goodbye to him. Yugao took Naruto's advice and arrived home. She entered her small apartment. She was inside the Anbu facilities. When she arrived, she went directly to the bathroom. She was exhausted from the fight, although she slept very well. It was for a short period of time. She needed to remove all the dirt from her body and cool off a bit. When she entered, she turned on the shower water. While the water warmed up, she began to take off her clothes, but when she touched the fabric and wanted to remove it, her entire outfit fell to pieces on the floor of the room. She stood still, her body trembling slightly, so that's why that little demon told her to go back home. She noticed that there were traces of chakra on her clothes. All this time she was stuck to his body by Naruto's chakra. At this moment she was completely naked. That little shit, all the time he aimed to undress her. Her eye twitched slightly in fury. She wanted him to give her back that peace and warmth she felt in the training camp, but at this moment she could only feel fury. She was completely angry with Naruto, so she could only scream. Uzumaki. Yugao shouted, very angry. Naruto arrived at training camp 7, where Sakura was lying on the grass panting heavily. Her clone was sitting next to her. The blonde felt a chill run down his spine. Surely Yugao had already noticed his little joke and was totally furious with him. He put those thoughts out of his head. It wasn't good for him to think about bad things. That woman's fury was terrifying, so he focused on his teammate. Arriving at Sakura's side, he undid the shadow clone. Sakura turned to look at him. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth constantly opening and closing, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. After a funny 2 minutes in which the incredulous girl repeated the action, she was able to formulate coherent words. Was that a clone? I asked with difficulty. Naruto looked at her and smiled. The memories of his clone came back to him. She had had several sparring matches with her clone, a total of sparring matches in which she could not land a single hit. The clone limited himself to lightly hitting each area where the girl showed openings and correcting her postures. Sakura made cute faces every time the clone hit the place she had to correct, and at times she blushed since some places were embarrassing. He would have to find out why his clones seemed to have a mind of their own. I'm sorry Sakura, but I had something urgent to take care of. The blonde apologized to his teammate. He also apologized for his clone's actions. He looked at his hand and imagined the sensations his clone experienced. Damn, he really wished right now he could feel the same as his clones. Sakura was too tired to complain at this point, so she just nodded and accepted her partner's apology. On the other hand, she felt frustrated because she couldn't even hit a simple Naruto clone. Naruto looked at his teammate and noticed the look in her eyes. There was that look again that seemed to characterize Sakura. Listen, Sakura, you're doing very well. In fact, you're progressing very quickly. You know how much work it took me to master the academy style. I still have a headache just remembering what a disaster I was at Jujutsu. So don't despair, okay? Naruto consoled her. She nodded. Naruto's words reassured her. It was true that she wouldn't become an excellent kunoichi overnight. On the other hand, in just this short week she noticed a great improvement in her stamina and chakra capacity. She could already run for 30 minutes and feel fresh as a lettuce. When she started training, that was her limit. She understood that the fact that her chakra reserves increased helped her stamina. Also, the fact that she ate properly benefited her a lot. She could still remember how Naruto scolded her on her second day of training and carried her like a sack of potatoes to the Ichiraku ramen, forcing her to eat several bowls of ramen. The father and daughter couple laughed at how Naruto fed her like a little girl. In fact, he put a barber on her. She wondered where he got it from or why he walked around with a bib. But the words he said still echoed in her head. Listen Sakura, it's not good for you to diet at this age. You have to eat healthy if what you're worried about is gaining weight. Think of it this way, don't you think that with training you'll burn all those calories? On the other hand, you're very pretty. You don't need to diet so that boys will notice you. The shopkeeper's daughter smiled mischievously and made fun of them a little. She felt very embarrassed at the moment, but she valued the blonde's words a lot. From that moment on she has eaten well and felt good about herself. She looked at Naruto for a moment. She had been thinking about this for a while, but ever since Naruto changed his ways, she felt more comfortable with him. It was a somewhat familiar feeling, as if she felt complete. She didn't understand why she had this feeling of closeness with Naruto, but she liked him, and that made her happy. Naruto sat next to her and took out his Fuinjutsu book. He began to read. How are you feeling, Sakura? Naruto asked. I'm bucked up, Naruto, Sakura said without thinking. The blonde stopped reading and turned to look at her. Her eyes were closed and she looked quite relaxed. Ever since she started training, Naruto had noticed a change in Sakura's attitude. He didn't know why, but she seemed more relaxed around him. It was a strange but very pleasant feeling, as if things were finally falling into place. I see. I'll let you rest, we'll start in an hour, Naruto told her, and she nodded. He turned his face again and returned to his reading. As Naruto began to read, he felt a presence approaching the training ground. Without looking up, he greeted. I see you're done with your shift at the store. I greeted the bun girl who was approaching them. Tenten looked at the genin pair, their atmosphere was quite relaxed. "Hi, I'm ready for training," she said very energetically, showing that energy that characterizes her. Naruto smiled at the girl's words. Sakura was asleep at the moment. Naruto got up and picked her up. He carried her to a tree, took off his shirt, placed it on her shoulders, and gently laid her down. "I'm glad to hear you're ready. Did you bring your weapons?" Naruto asked. Tenten nodded and showed him some scrolls she had with her. "Okay, how about we start with a little sparring match?" Naruto said with a smile. "I've been waiting for it all day," Tenten replied, looking at the blonde with excitement. "So shall we begin?" Naruto asked. This day would be quite exciting. Chapter 14. Naruto watched his teammate for a moment. After seeing that she was comfortable and safe, he turned in Tenten's direction. If I remember correctly, the princess of Suna had a battle fan, Naruto thought. He began his walk to the center of the training ground. Once he arrived, he stood in front of his training partner. A cloud of smoke appeared and a battle fan appeared in his hands. Tenten frowned, seeing the weapon reminded her of how she lost to the Suna Kunoichi. "What are you doing?" the girl asked, annoyed. "I remember that in your fight the Kunoichi from Suna had a similar weapon, she used it to enhance her wind manipulation and her jutsus," Naruto explained. "You already faced this style once, let's see how you deal with it this time," Naruto told him and stuck the fan into the ground imitating Temari. Tenten watched him for a moment. She felt frustrated, it hurt to admit it, but she hadn't yet thought of an effective way to counter his fighting style. No matter how much she thought about it, she came to the conclusion that her only chance was in hand-to-hand combat. "I see. You haven't thought of a way to confront her," Naruto said. Tenten looked away, embarrassed. "Don't worry, that's why we're here. First, let's see how you do it. Then we can come up with a strategy," the blonde explained. Tenten nodded, getting into a fighting stance. Naruto took the large battle fan, according to his estimates, and the way the Suna Kunoichi held the fan, the weapon was really heavy, so he gave it an optimal weight, where he could lift it with the same amount of effort as the Kunoichi. It was probably the average for the fan's use. He wondered if the girl had used the same fan since she was little or if size mattered, but that wasn't important at the moment. He focused on the Kunoichi in front of him. The Kunoichi watched him for a long moment. The similarities between the blonde boy and the Suna Kunoichi impressed her. On the other hand, the way Naruto held the large fan reminded her too much of the blonde Kunoichi. That should be impossible, after all she clearly remembers that the blonde was not there when the fight started. On the other hand, she only saw them fight once. How was it possible for the boy to imitate the way the Kunoichi held the weapon? Tenten was surprised. Without a doubt this boy was more than what he let on the outside. After a few moments the fight began. Tenten threw a pair of shuriken at high speed. Naruto bent the large fan and blocked the shuriken. That surprised Tenten a little. She expected the boy to reject them using wind, but he simply blocked the attack with the fan. She threw more shuriken and kunai while running around the boy. Again Naruto just blocked with the fan without losing sight of the Kunoichi. Tenten, realizing that this would not get her anywhere, threw a pair of smoke bombs to avoid Naruto's vision and be able to get closer to him. Naruto smiled at his opponent's childish strategy. It's true that this could work with most ninjas, but there were two reasons why his strategy seemed childish to him. The first point was that he was a censor, and the second, but no less important, was that he was a Futon user. "Blind style. Grand advance," Naruto said and raised a huge fan showing only a third of it, which would be the equivalent of the first moon of the Suna Kunoichi. He waved the battle fan, and an impressive wave of wind was shot in Tenten's direction. Soon all the smoke was blown past the training field, along with everything in that direction. The trees leaned back a little, which showed the force behind the gust of wind. Naruto looked at the battlefield, which was currently empty. He searched for Tenten without using his sensor abilities. After all, this was a simulation of the fight Tenten had during the Chunin exams, so it didn't seem right to use other abilities or jutsus. After a few moments a whistling sound was heard from his right. He used the metal back of the battle fan to block the incoming projectile. The blocked kunai fell to the ground, and a sound of burning gunpowder was heard by the blonde. Naruto quickly jumped back, avoiding the explosion. He smiled at the girl's quick response and her ability to analyze the situation and plan a counterattack. "I see you're adapting a bit, but at this rate we'll be at a stalemate. Of course, that's if I don't use ninjutsu. Remember, I'm a Futon user, and the most important thing for me is to gain distance from my opponent. So, how will you solve this problem?" Naruto asked the wind, since he couldn't find the girl. She was apparently good at stealth. It was a shame that she couldn't use stealth in her fight against Temari. Tenten clicked her tongue mentally. What Naruto told her was true. She shouldn't allow the distance to increase, but she also didn't have a way to get close to the boy. Now she understood why Naruto told her that her fighting style wasn't suitable for a head-on fight against a Futon user. She thought about it for a moment, imagining all the possible moves she could make at this moment, and to her chagrin, she realized that there was no way she could defeat the boy. She might be able to prolong the battle, but she couldn't win. If this were a deathmatch, all she could do was use a distraction and flee the scene. Realizing the cruel reality, she left her hiding place. Okay, I see your point. I give up. I currently have no way to counter a Futon user, she said, a little crestfallen. Don't worry, your fighting style is quite versatile, especially if we combine it with Fuinjutsu, then you won't have any problems facing the Futon. Naruto smiled at the girl, and once again his expression turned serious. By the way, that girl was quite limited in your fight. I don't want you to take it negatively, but now that I use this battle fan, I realize that it is designed for wide range and very destructive jutsus, which could not be used inside the arena in which the fight took place. I really don't know how strong she is, but I want you to keep that in mind, Naruto explained. Tenten felt very frustrated. She lost against an opponent who wasn't even in his optimal condition. This was humiliating. Naruto noticed Tenten's downcast look. He sighed. This was very difficult. He really wouldn't be a good teacher. This was problematic. The thought seemed funny to him. Now he understood a little about his lazy but great friend Shikamaru. Come on, Tenten, don't be discouraged. We're here to fix this gap in your fighting style. Remember, there's no perfect style. You can only adopt others and merge them with yours to fill in the gaps. I'm sure you didn't build your fighting style with a Futon user in mind, Naruto explained, hoping to comfort the dejected Tenten. She shook her head. Naruto was right, she never thought about facing a Futon user. On the other hand, elemental training was something that began when you became a Chunin, so Gai-sensei was focused on his Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Jinjutsu, which are the foundations of any ninja. I understand, thank you, Tenten nodded. It would do her no good to sink into negative thoughts. Now she had found a gap in her training, and she had to focus on it in order to fill it. She had no time to regret it. In fact, she was grateful that it was during a test and not on a battlefield where her life would be in danger. You're right, Naruto, I didn't design my fighting style with facing elemental users in mind. Gai-sensei helped me polish the basics of my style, and on the team I'm more of a support than a frontline fighter after all. I have 3 Taijutsu fighters on my team, Tenten explained. I understand, having a front line formed by Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee and Midogai must be difficult. Since they don't have any medium and long distance fighters, so you fill the support role, that explains why you haven't had problems until now. You never saw the need to fight in a closed place one-on-one, and I suppose that if you saw the need to fight one-on-one, you have some way to face him in Taijutsu. After all, your Jonin sensei is Midogai. The greatest special in Taijutsu in Konoha. Naruto reasoned more to himself than to the girl. Tenten nodded. She was surprised that the boy analyzed so thoroughly, and he really wasn't wrong. That was the case whenever she saw the need. She could face them in hand-to-hand combat. She had never had the opportunity to face an elemental user, or at least not one from Futon. After all, there are elemental users that she could fight, such as fire and lightning users. So Naruto, what have you planned? The girl asked curiously. First, you have to be able to close the distance with your opponent, and that can only be done through speed and distraction. So I will teach you Shunshin. This way you will be able to close the distance quickly. Your current speed is good thanks to your training with Gai-sensei, so Shunshin is a good option. If you move at high speed while throwing your weapons, you can create a distraction and get closer to your opponent. The next thing, but it will take more time, is to introduce Fuinjutsu. Once you master some seals, this will be resolved faster. For the moment we will focus on your speed, which is what will give you the greatest advantage during combat. Rock Lee is a great example. He does not use ninjutsu or jinjutsu because his speed allows him to easily maintain hand-to-hand combat, explained Naruto. Tenten nodded excitedly. She liked the sound of it and the way the boy thought. He could really help her with this. She wondered how prepared Naruto was and how much of his abilities he kept hidden. That boy was a complete mystery. Sakura was sitting on a swing. It was late, the sunlight had taken on that orange hue of sunset. The streets of Konoha were quiet, but it wouldn't take long for them to become bustling. After all, it was that time of day when most of the villagers finished their workdays, and once again she was here, eager to see her friend. The little girl rocked peacefully on the swing. It was the same every day. She would wait, sitting on the swing, and then he would eventually arrive. Sakura was distracted by her thoughts when a pair of small but familiar hands placed themselves on her back and gently pushed her. She couldn't help but let a big smile spread across her face. She missed him already. It was strange since they saw each other every day, but he was her only friend in the village, and it seemed she was the same to him. You're late again and %, Sakura said to her friend. Sorry Sakura, mom wouldn't let me out yet. She said something about wanting to enjoy time with her little one or something like that, her friend explained. Moo. You always use the same excuse, the girl pouted. The boy laughed at his friend's cute pout. She always showed that cute attitude around him. He once saw how she acted around other people before they started hanging out, and she was quite shy and inhibited with others, but around him, she was cheerful and quite bossy, leaving her shyness behind. He liked that about her, as it showed that she could be herself with him. It was a side that she didn't show to anyone else, that meant that he was special to her as she was to him. "I'm really sorry, Sakura-chan," the boy apologized. She laughed at her friend's apology, stopped the swing, and got off. It was time to enjoy her afternoon with him. This has been how it's been since they became friends, and she loved it. The little girl turned around to see her dear friend. "I can't be mad at you," she sighed comically. "Are you ready to play?" the little girl asked. "You can count on it, so what are we going to play, Sakura?" said the little boy in front of her. For some reason when he said her name it sounded distant, as if he was calling her from afar. That confused her a little, and for some reason his voice was different but at the same time so familiar. "Sakura, Sakura, Sakura-chan." The distant voice began to get louder. The young man in front of her began to be more visible. His features were blurry as always, but his hair began to turn a color as bright as the sun. She closed her eyes a little, the color dazzled her a little, she began to slowly open her eyes, the voice kept echoing in her head, she wondered why he called her so much, then she felt him shake her a little, she squirmed slightly. "Why are you so upset today, Naruto?" She paused for a moment, that name, she remembered, that is the name of her friend. Her eyes opened, dazzled by the sunlight. She closed them again, this time opening them slightly. Her jade orb slowly opened, and right in front of her stood her blonde companion. For a moment, she felt lost, but soon she remembered they were at the training camp and that she had taken a short nap. "Are you okay, Sakura?" Naruto asked worriedly. Sakura noticed Naruto's worried tone. If I'm fine, why are you asking?" Sakura replied a little confused. "It's just that you're crying," Naruto said somewhat confused. Sakura was surprised, she raised her hand and lightly touched his cheek. What Naruto said was true, some tears were running down her cheeks. That puzzled her quite a bit, she was crying, but what puzzled her most was that she didn't remember why. Maybe it had to do with those dreams she frequently has. After all, it wasn't the first time something similar happened to her, only this time it was different. Usually she would wake up feeling a great emptiness with a sense of loss, but this time she felt nostalgia. It was very strange. Sakura quickly dried her tears and turned to look at Naruto. "It's nothing, Naruto, just a bad dream, that's all," she explained. "Not very sure," Naruto nodded. "Are you ready to continue training?" Naruto asked. Sakura nodded a few times. Naruto held out his hand and helped her to her feet. She took Naruto's shirt, which he frequently draped around her shoulders when she was exhausted. This had become a habit since they started training. Sakura handed him back the shirt and thanked him for the sweet gesture. Naruto could really be a gentleman when he wanted to be. Sakura headed to the center of the training field to continue with the Taijutsu training with Naruto. She walked for a moment, then she heard a noise that caught her attention. She raised her head and looked at the brunette Kunoichi who was with her in the infirmary last time. The girl with a bun hairstyle stood still in the middle of the training field, and Naruto was sitting next to her in his typical meditative position. Some birds were on top of his head and shoulders, that always caught Sakura's attention. It was quite surprising, and the level of concentration that Naruto obtained when he did that was intriguing. He was imperturbable in that state. Sakura often tried to scare him or distract him, but she never succeeded. He looked like a rock. The girl with the bun hairstyle turned to look at her for a moment, and she smiled at her. Sakura arrived where Naruto and the girl were. "Bud trades, I'm Harino Sakura, nice to meet you." Sakura introduced herself. "Hey. Good afternoon, I'm Tenten, nice to meet you." Tenten returned the greeting. "Okay girls, I think it's time for you to get back to training. The boss put me in charge of your training," Sakura-chan said, Naruto's clone who woke Sakura up moments ago. Sakura lost sight of him, but noticed that the clone put Naruto's shirt away, that's why he didn't arrive with her. "What does Naruto do?" "I've been curious for a while," Sakura asked the clone. "The boss is trained, huh?" "I don't know if I should explain since sensei forbade him from using it during the exam," said the clone confused while holding his chin in doubt. "In any case, let's continue with the training. Tenten already knows what to do, don't bother if you can't do it today, since it's something complicated to do, after all, it's something that is taught until you are a chunin," explained the clone. Tenten nodded and returned to her training, as curious as she was. She knew that the clone would not explain what Naruto was currently doing, but she found it intriguing, since her sensei forbade her to use said technique during the chunin exams, it could be something similar to what Guy sensei taught Rock Lee, a kijutsu. Sakura began her sparring with Naruto's clone. She was curious about the girl who was currently training with them, since she remained asleep for a while. She didn't know how she got there and joined their training. Seeing her standing in the same place seemed curious to her since she wasn't moving, but it seemed to her that what she was doing was costing her a lot of effort. "Naruto, what are you teaching that girl?" asked Sakura while dodging a high kick from the blonde. "I'm just helping her with her fighting style since I'm a Futon user and she asked me for help," explained the clone. He continued with a leg sweep, knocking the pink-haired Kunoichi off balance, causing her to fall on her butt. Focus on training Sakura-chan, after this we'll go to the library again, I hope that girl lets us in. The blonde laughed a little. Maybe she wouldn't have expelled us if you'd behaved a bit. Should you really have played that prank on her? Sakura shook her head. I'd be surprised if she ever spoke to us again, Sakura complained. Naruto laughed awkwardly after remembering the events of the last time they visited the Konoha ninja library. The manager was a blonde girl with large glasses. Her appearance was somewhat neglected, but she would undoubtedly be beautiful if she took a little more care of herself. I'll apologize to her if necessary, don't worry about it, I'm sorry to cause you trouble, but sometimes I can't resist the opportunity for a good joke. Naruto excused himself. Sakura smiled a little. It was true that it was fun, and the girl didn't seem bothered at all. But in truth, Naruto didn't hold back much. She would even place him in the top of Naruto's pranks, surpassing his most recent prank, which was painting the Hokage's faces. Naruto held out his hand to Sakura and she stood up. The boy looked in Tenten's direction because he felt an influx of chakra. It seems she's getting the hang of it, she was able to move a couple of centimeters. It took me a long time to be able to move a couple of centimeters, and she managed to do it in just 2 hours. Sighed the clone in defeat. Huh? Naruto, how long was I asleep? Asked Sakura. About 2.5 hours, the blonde answered. Sakura was surprised, she usually only slept for an hour and would be as good as new. It seemed to take her a little longer to recharge her chakra reserves, or she was very exhausted. It's normal for you to sleep longer since you're not only needing to replenish your chakra reserves, but the physical fatigue is different from when you're just exercising, the clone explained. She nodded and took her stance again to start the fight. This afternoon was far from over, they still had about 3 more hours before going to the library. Time passed quickly and the training came to an end. Naruto and Sakura said goodbye to an exhausted Tenten. Naruto congratulated her on her rapid progress. At the end of the training, Tenten was able to move around a meter almost instantly, showing great chakra control almost on par with Sakura's. Naruto and Sakura headed to the village's large shinobi library. Only ninjas could enter it since most of the books were about theories, detailed information about some ninja and history. Sakura was going to investigate medical ninjutsu and Naruto was keeping her company, but last time he found a book that caught his attention and this time he would study said book. Upon arriving at the library, Naruto carefully peeked inside. Once he didn't find anyone, he entered with Sakura. They wrote their names in the registration notebook and headed to the medical section. Sakura took several books, Naruto helped her with some. After placing the books on the table, he went to the shinobi section. Despite the fact that the entire library was regarding the aspects of a shinobi, it was divided into sections to facilitate the search. Naruto searched the halls until he found what he was looking for. Chakra theory, bingo. Naruto smiled as he found what he was looking for. So you're interested in chakra theory, he. Uzumaki-kun, a sweet voice was heard behind Naruto. He almost screamed in surprise. That girl was amazing at always managing to evade his detection. He came up with a theory that she was so used to not standing out much that she unconsciously hid her aura, becoming undetectable. Hello Shiho-chan, how are you feeling? Naruto greeted very nervously. Very well, even after your joke. You know, although I admit it was fun, it wasn't necessary, she complained, but a smile appeared on her face. Despite the boy being very energetic and somewhat restless, he was her first friend along with Sakura. Not many come to the library, they are usually shinobi of higher rank and with a notable age difference. However, that was not the problem. The real problem was that she did not have time to go out with friends. She was an orphan, and the owner of the library helped her, so as a thank you she takes charge of supervising and organizing the library books. It was something like a job for her. Naruto sympathized with her since they lived in a very identical way, so they quickly became friends. Although the girl had her peculiarities, he also had his, but they got along well, and there was always Sakura to keep him in line. But when things got out of control, Shiho would intervene to be the voice of reason, although the last time she was here things really got out of control. Okay, I'm sorry. It really got out of hand. I was feeling inspired and didn't consider the consequences. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized. You're probably wondering what they did. Some things are better left unsaid. Let's just say that a certain D-rank mission was classified as a B rank from now on. Shiho gave a small giggle. She didn't understand why Naruto apologized to her, but if that made him measure himself a little more from now on, then she would leave it like that. It's not like she wouldn't want to participate in one of his jokes again. Fine, just remember not to go wild again, Uzumaki-kun. So you're interested in chakra theory? The girl with glasses asked. Yes, it's something that has caught my attention recently, so I want to investigate a little. After all, it's something essential for ninjas, so I wonder how many secrets are behind it, Naruto explained. Yes, it is definitely interesting, she said after thinking about it for a while. Naruto and Shaiho arrived next to Sakura, sat down in silence and began their respective readings. Shaiho was ready to help Sakura with a search for information and would wait for any questions Naruto might have. After an hour Naruto was meditating on what he read in the book. Apparently chakra is the union of spiritual energy and physical energy. These energies come together to become chakra, allowing the user to perform what is known today as ninjutsu. Chakra is created after uniting these two energies. The physical is obtained from the cells of the body and is increased through training, stimulants and exercise. The spiritual comes from the consciousness and the mind, in short, the soul. And can be increased by study, meditation and experience. Kurama said that the yin element was an element based on spiritual energy, so it is a derivative of pure spiritual energy. If the yin element is governed by the imagination and is used to give form but not substance to jutsus, then the yang element is the derivative of physical energy, which provides it with substance. Naruto meditated a little more on the information obtained recently. If this is the case, why didn't Kurama teach me how to handle the yang element? Yin element, yang element. Physical and spiritual energy. All in one. Kurama said that he designed the space in my mind to help me capture the yin element, but if that's the case, what about the yang element? Physical energy. Shikamaru, his clan are users compatible with the yin element by nature. It could be. Naruto quickly joined the dots in his head. He is a yang element user by nature, that's why Kurama didn't bother to help him with the yang element. But if humans are born with an affinity for a specific element, what happens to pure physical and spiritual energies? Naruto wondered. This was very interesting. It was time to pay a visit to his tenant. He had doubts, many doubts, and wanted answers. Surely that cunning fox would have them. Chapter 15. Memoirs Part. Naruto and Sakura said goodbye to Shaiho after having studied a little in the library. At this moment they walked through the streets of Konoha. Naruto was deep in thought, as was Sakura. A comfortable silence enveloped them. Konoha, despite being a ninja village, was very quiet, so you could walk through the streets of the town without problems. Both boys had their own thoughts. Naruto meditated on the newly obtained information about chakra theory. Many questions formed in his head. Unlike Sakura tried to analyze everything she learned about medical ninjutsu in the library, it was undoubtedly very interesting. But there was no one in Konoha currently who could teach her. Kakashi-sensei had told her that he has basic knowledge on the subject, so she would have to try harder and try to learn with the theory and try to put it into practice. She made a decision. She wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, that way she could be of great help to her team. They both continued walking until Sakura stopped. Naruto took a couple more steps and stopped. He felt that his teammate was no longer following him, so he turned to see her. Is something wrong, Sakura? Naruto asked, a little confused. No, it's just that we're already at my house, Naruto said, Sakura pointing to the door of her house. Naruto smiled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry Sakura, I was a little distracted, he apologized to the girl. Don't worry, Naruto. I got distracted too. Well, then I'll see you early tomorrow. Have a good night, Sakura said goodbye. Yes, get some rest Sakura, see you tomorrow, Naruto said goodbye. When he turned to leave, Sakura stopped him. Wait Naruto, the girl told him. Naruto turned to see her. When he turned around he was greeted by the girl with a hug. Naruto was very surprised by how long it took her to react. Thank you very much, thank you for everything, Naruto. The girl let him go and gave him a small kiss on the cheek. After that she ran to her house, leaving Naruto very surprised, touching her cheek. A small smile appeared on his face. The boy smiled at the small display of affection that his teammate showed him. For the first time in a long time, Naruto felt the gentle hug of another person. After about 15 minutes of walking through the streets of Konoha, Naruto arrived at his apartment. The boy entered the place, closed the door, took off his shirt and placed it on a chair in his dining room. He went to his room and sat on the bed. The apartment was lonely as always, even the smallest noise would resonate in the place, and even then the only thing that was heard was Naruto's breathing. The boy sighed. That train of thought was of no use to him. Right now he had something important to solve, so he got into the lotus position and concentrated. It was time to have a talk with his tenant. Kurama had been very silent lately. After 30 seconds the blonde found himself standing in front of a large door with large metal bars, a wooden frame and in the middle a paper with the kanji for seal on it. Behind the large door should be a pair of blood-red eyes, but at this moment they were nowhere to be seen. Something seemed different this time. Usually it would be a giant sower that would adorn his mental space, but now an orange and slightly reddish sky was visible. It was the scene of a beautiful sunset. Naruto looked around and was surprised to see something in the background of the image. A mountain with 4 sculpted faces was right behind him. That was undoubtedly the Mount of the Hokages. Is this Konoha? Naruto wondered, very impressed by the change in his mental space. Above all, he was surprised by the scene represented. He climbed up to his father's face on the mountain. In effect, it was Konoha. The entire village was being represented in his mental space. But it was not the Konoha that he always observed. It was different, much smaller, as if it were from the past. That raised some doubts in him. It was strange, since he had no memories of this Konoha. Could it be a memory of Kurama? He wondered. Naruto sat on his father's head and watched a large gate that was just outside of Konoha. The gate was really huge, and he couldn't help but admire it for a moment. "Kurama, are you awake?" Naruto asked. The fox had a very bad temper, so she decided to ask. If he didn't answer, she would come back another time. "What do you want, brat?" I asked in an annoyed tone. "It's good that you're awake. You've been keeping quiet for a while. So I decided to see if everything was okay. On the other hand, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Is this okay with you?" Naruto asked. If Kurama refused, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. "I have nothing better to do and we also have a deal, so it doesn't bother me," Kurama agreed. Naruto smiled. This time he didn't refuse to talk to him, maybe because he had questions and it wasn't a random chat, but this was good. "Okay, thank you very much, Kurama. So, tell me, what do you know about chakra theory?" Naruto asked. Are you talking about that book you read in the library?" Kurama asked. Naruto nodded. "What you read in the book is only a part of the essence of chakra. It only represents something that you do by nature. You are born with chakra after all. There is no human who does not possess chakra. Even that human in the green suit has chakra," Kurama said in a bored tone. He refers to Rock Lee. It is true that he has chakra. It is to a lesser extent. The real problem with Rock Lee is that he cannot shape it, so ninjutsu and jinjutsu are ruled out, Naruto reflected. "I understand that. What has me intrigued is the spiritual energy and the physical energy that are used to create chakra. I've been investigating, but there is no information about these two energies, at least not separately. That's when I remembered the yin and yang elements," said Naruto, holding his chin in a thoughtful pose. "You mentioned that the yin element is the power that is governed by the imagination, so it is something that represents the mind and the spirit. In short, it is composed of pure spiritual energy. It's just that it makes use of a small part of the physical energy to give substance to the jutsus. You taught me how to use that energy, but you didn't mention anything about the yang element. From what you mentioned about the Nara clan, they are born predisposed to use the yin element. That means that I am a yang user, is that right?" asked the blonde. Kurama looked at Naruto in surprise. The boy investigated a little, and much of the information was incomplete, since ancient times the practice of using such elements was lost, falling into oblivion. There is no record of such elements. However, this boy came to that conclusion with a little information obtained from him and the records in the library on how to create chakra. To say that Kurama was surprised was an understatement. He remembered the words spoken by that pervert. "That's right, brat, I see you have a good head there. All humans are predisposed to an element, be it yin or yang. Your case is special, since you have my chakra, which in this case is the yin part. Your father sealed my yang half into it and then it was sent to the Shinigami's stomach. What you want to know is if the spiritual and physical energy can be used separately like the yin and yang elements, right?" asked Kurama. Naruto nodded in response. "If you try to separate said energies or your face says it all, you already have an answer, right? You just want to see if it is as you think. If you separate said energies, you will eventually die. Their bodies are used to having chakra that if you stop producing it, you will die," Kurama answered the boy. Naruto nodded. So it's as he thought. Once your chakra reserves reach zero, your body ceases its vital functions, causing certain death. Maybe if could it work? Naruto wondered. "Tell me, Kurama, let's say I try to separate those energies, little by little, what chance is there that I can get my body used to not depending on chakra? I know that at first I'll feel totally weak, but could it work?" asked Naruto. "If you try to accustom your body. It's dangerous, but it may be feasible. It will take you years to test it. Kid, are you sure you want to try it? The elemental continent is ruled by chakra users are very interesting. Is that your quest for power?" Kurama asked curiously. "What Iro-sensei told me made me think a lot. I want to be a shinobi, so I have to become stronger. For now I will do what Iro-sensei suggested, then I will decide my path," said Naruto with conviction. "But that pervert," said Kurama whispered. "You want knowledge, right? Tell me, what do you think of sub-elements?" Kurama asked, a gleam flashing in the great beast's eyes. "Sub-elements?" Naruto asked. "That's right, do you remember that ice user in Wave?" Kurama asked. "Ice user?" Naruto was confused. After a few moments his eyes widened in realization. It was a girl, he knew it. "No guy can be that cute," Naruto said, relieved. Kurama rolled his eyes. This boy really was very absent-minded in the past. Sometimes he wondered if he was really the same person in front of him. "Wait, isn't the Hyoten release supposed to be a Kekkei Genkai?" Naruto asked. No, the Hyoten is a sub-element. The girl's Kekkei Genkai was that strange mirror technique. That ability to travel through mirrors was her Kekkei Genkai. The Hyoten can be replicated if you possess the two primary elements wind and water. With the use of yin you can unite said elements, and with your yang element you can give it substance, creating the Hyoten, explained Kurama. Naruto smiled, a sub-element, he will have to start his training immediately. Thank you very much Kurama, I'll get to work on it right away, then see you. Naruto said goodbye with his hand disappearing from his mental space. It's true what that pervert said, Kurama muttered and lay back again, a smile on his face and a dangerous glint in his eyes. This was getting more and more exciting. Naruto was lying on the floor face down, his breathing was labored, his strength left him, he was badly hurt. His gaze was fixed on the ground, blood covered the ground beneath him, the pressure of the chakra prevented him from moving, the bloodlust that his rival was giving off was monstrous, even rivaling Kurama's. The fox was restless in the seal, seeing his container receive such a beating bothered him, he was the most powerful of the 9 Bijas, the strongest tailed beast. His container could not be weak. Naruto raised his arm and moved it forward, even if he crawled he would continue fighting. That's all you have, brat, stand up and keep fighting, your rivals won't stop, said the voice of his sensei. Naruto looked up and there stood the perverted sage, looking down at him. The aura emanating from his body was powerful, indomitable, and demanded respect. Naruto clenched his fist tightly. He tried to get up, but his body wouldn't respond. He could only watch his teacher stare at him. The look in his eyes told him he was disappointed. It hurt. He didn't want to see disappointment in his eyes. Naruto wanted to make him proud. For the first time, Naruto wanted, from the bottom of his heart, to be accepted by this person. Jiraiya watched his godson, the boy was lying on the ground, all bruised, he was dragging himself on the floor with his head down, his gaze on the ground, that disappointed him a little. He wanted his godson to be powerful, to not lower his head to anyone. Jiraiya showed no mercy in the boy's training, no one would hurt his godson again, he would make him strong, Naruto would never need anyone to defend himself again. Jiraiya couldn't take care of the boy because of his lack of power, the boy suffered because of his weakness, that was unforgivable. His life was full of failures, this time he wanted to leave a legacy, for the first time he wanted to do something right, and here it was, Naruto would be something he would be proud of, Naruto could achieve what he never achieved, that child was the future. Jiraiya continued to watch Naruto, the boy was crawling on the ground, his wounds were many, he left a trail of blood on the ground as he crawled. Jiraiya clenched his fist, he has to be tough, he can't go soft with the boy, that way he can grow strong, but it was difficult, seeing his godson crawling in his own blood was painful, it hurt to see him hurt. Naruto felt weak, he couldn't take it anymore, that was all his body was capable of, the killing intent was stronger, it was suffocating him, his world began to darken, his consciousness began to abandon him. When everything seemed to turn dark he remembered Jiraiya's look, the disappointment in his eyes, this can't end like this, not with his sensei disappointed. Naruto gave his all but all he managed to do was raise his head and stare at Jiraiya, he was standing in the same place, but the look in his eyes was different, he looked at him, no matter how slight it was he saw pride in his eyes. Jiraiya smiled when he saw his godson, the look in the boy's eyes were not those of someone defeated, but rather those of someone who would die fighting, that made him feel proud, a very big one, something that only his former disciple achieved, something that only Minato was capable of achieving. I like that look in your eyes, boy. Sarutobi-sensei has no idea. You should never have become a shinobi, Naruto. Were the last words Naruto heard before falling unconscious. Naruto woke up very agitated, those words still echoing in his head, he didn't know what Jiraiya meant with those words, but eventually he would find out. That dream had been quite recurrent these days, as well as that talk he had with Iro-sensei. It was curious that both dreams were caused by the words of that pervert, but Naruto knew better than anyone, that perverted attitude that was shown was not all that Jiraiya was, he was much more. He was a person with great wisdom and overwhelming power, Naruto was sure that Jiraiya was even stronger than the current Hokage, and that was an understatement. Naruto bathed and got ready, ate his breakfast, and went out in search of someone who could help him. Walking through the streets of Konoha, he found the place he was looking for, the Yamanaka flower shop. He entered the shop and behind the counter stood a beautiful brunette woman, Ino's mother. "Good morning, Mrs. Yamanaka. Is Ino there?" Naruto asked from under his usual hinge. "Good morning, Ino isn't here right now, she's practicing with her team, sorry, but are you Ino's friend?" Ino's mother asked, somewhat confused since she didn't know the beautiful blonde in front of her. "You?" He asked me, are we more like partners? Or acquaintances? The girl laughed nervously, not knowing how to respond. Ino's mother smiled at the girl's awkward response. She was nice. She wondered why she'd never seen the girl before. "Well, thank you very much. I wish you a nice day, Mrs. Yamanaka." Naruto said goodbye and left the store. Ino's mother saw him off with a smile and a wave. Naruto concentrated and began to search for Ino's chakra signature. After a few seconds he found her. She was in training camp number, along with her team and Jonin-sensei. Naruto used Shunshin to go as fast as he could to the training camp. After a few brief moments the blonde was sitting in a tree watching team. At this moment Shikamaru was practicing his shadow possession jutsu, Ino on the other hand was doing chakra control exercises, and Choji was exercising to increase the power in his blows. Naruto remained sitting for a while on the tree branch, until a voice called him. "Hey, you know it's rude to spy on other people's training," the voice said in a nonchalant tone. "We're ninjas, Asuma-san. This is what we're supposed to do," Naruto replied to his companion. Asuma Sarutobi was leaning against the side of the tree trunk, smoking his cigarette. Naruto wondered why they liked the damn thing so much if it smelled awful. "A good answer, but the point is not to get caught," Asuma replied amused. "I wasn't really spying, if I was I could hide better." "Asuma-san, could I talk to Ino for a moment?" Naruto asked the Jonin. Asuma nodded and called Ino. The girl, a little confused, approached her sensei who was in the shade of a tree. After arriving Asuma pointed his finger right above her head. Ino turned to see, and on a branch was Naruto, who greeted her with a wave of his hand and a smile on his face. "Yo, Ino. Do you have a moment?" Naruto asked. Are you busy, Naruto?" she asked confused. "Could you help me with something important, Ino?" the blonde asked. Ino looked at him strangely. Naruto was asking her for help with something important, but he had a team so she wondered what he wanted, that her team couldn't help him. "What's on your mind?" the blonde asked. "I need your mind walker skills, can you help me?" Naruto asked. Ino nodded and Naruto signaled for her to follow him. Asuma looked at them with interest, but it was none of his business, so he let them go. After they walked a little further, Ino questioned Naruto. "So, what do you do?" Ino asked, somewhat curious. "I need you to enter my mind just like last time, but on a specific date. Can you do that?" the blonde explained. "I can do it, but what date is it?" Yamanaka asked. "The day we graduated from the Ninja Academy, when I received my hit I-8," Naruto answered. Ino was curious. After all, no one knew how Naruto got his ninja headband. She nodded, her curiosity rife. It was another chance to delve into Naruto's memories, so she accepted without a problem. "Okay, I can do that," she replied. "Thank you, I need the information that is in a scroll, it is large and red, I only glanced at it, so I have vague memories of the contents, it was around at night, remember after I open the scroll, the memory will be locked after minutes, okay?" Naruto explained. Ino was a little annoyed by the time restriction on the memory, she knew that Naruto can block her memories after all he expelled her from his mind last time, and that is harder than blocking her memories. "Then let's begin," said Naruto, he sat in the lotus position and waited for Ino. The girl knelt in front of Naruto, made a couple of hand seals and placed them on the sides of the blonde's face. His blue eyes observed her carefully. The blonde didn't blink at all. That made her a little nervous. Naruto's gaze was intense. He had always had a calm gaze during his time at the academy, but now his gaze could freeze your blood. She shook those thoughts out of her head and focused on her current task. She brought her face closer to Naruto's and brought their foreheads together, beginning her Psycho Denshi Jutsu to retrieve the information the blonde wanted. Ino entered Naruto's mind. It was the same as the first time she entered. Her father explained to her why Naruto's mind was like this. Apparently minds had a certain complexity, and Naruto's was a very complex one. There were different levels in terms of what a mind could defend itself. Most created mental labyrinths, and Naruto's black space was one of the highest levels. She didn't know why Naruto possessed a mind so difficult to invade, but then again, she hardly knew the boy. Inoichi was surprised when Ino mentioned that Naruto's mind was a black space, one of the 3 highest levels of mental defense. He knew the boy's past and understood why Naruto possessed such mental strength. There was a time when Inoichi was worried about the blonde's mental stability. The boy did not show any type of mental symptoms, even with all the adversities he had to live. Experiencing that kind of ostracism and hatred from the villagers would break anyone, but this boy showed no signs of breaking. He always questioned the boy's sanity and felt worried until that day. The next day after the Uchiha massacre, the boy began to play pranks around the village, seeking attention. This relaxed Inoichi considerably. Eventually, the boy began to display behavior more appropriate to his situation. It was normal for the boy to show that need for attention due to his unique condition. All the Jinchuriki in their respective villages had a peculiar behavior, which reflected their Jinchuriki status. At many times Inoichi was tempted to investigate the blonde's mind due to his concern for the boy's mental state. He was curious about what his daughter saw in the blonde's mind, but she refused to tell him such information. She only consulted him about the strange black space in Naruto's mind and its meaning. Once he explained it to her, she left the room, leaving him curious. Ino stood not knowing which way to go, but a luminous path formed beneath her feet. Apparently Naruto would be guiding her. When she reached the end of the path of light, Ino was standing in front of a screen identical to the last time. She looked closely at the image reflected on the screen, and it was Naruto. He was running through some corridors being quite stealthy. That surprised her since the boy was quite noisy during classes, so she never thought that the blonde was quite good at stealth. Apparently the boy was infiltrating some place that for some reason seemed familiar to her. Naruto stood in front of a room. He turned the doorknob slightly, but it was locked. The boy took out a couple of tools from his kunai holder, and with great skill in a matter of seconds the door was open. Naruto entered the room that was now fully recognized by Ino. She immediately noticed that it was the Hokage's office. Naruto wandered around the room and after a few moments found what he was looking for. Behind the portrait of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju was a small safe. The boy placed his ear to the surface of the safe and lightly turned the combination handle. After a few brief moments, the sweet sound of a click and gears turning was heard, indicating that the blessed box was open. Naruto took a scroll that was inside and closed the box again. He placed the portrait in its place and closed the door again, leaving through the window at high speed. Ino was dumbfounded. Naruto had stolen a scroll from the Hokage's office in a matter of 5 minutes at most. She admitted that the boy was good, but his actions were not. This left her confused because it is supposed to be the day Naruto would receive his hit I-8, but after stealing the scroll, how is he supposed to become a ninja? She was worried, but again it was unfounded as the current Naruto was a shinobi along with his generation, so events after this are important to the current developments. After going deeper into the forest, Naruto opened the scroll. A seal was printed on it. After observing it for a moment, Naruto made hand seals and placed his palm on the scroll. A puff of smoke was visible and a larger scroll appeared. Naruto carefully opened it and its contents were shown before his eyes. A group of jutsus were printed on it. Naruto observed them for a while. There were a large number of them, and the difficulties varied from B-rank jutsus to A-rank jutsus that were found in the scroll, many of which were invented by Tobirama himself, such as his Suiton Jutsu and the famous Hiraishin. Naruto marveled at said jutsu, but it was not the time to be impressed by it. He had to learn a jutsu from that scroll before they found it in order to pass his test, or so that idiot told him. Naruto was smart enough to know that this could be a trap since it was too suspicious, but it was also his past to be a shinobi, so he decided to take the opportunity. He focused his attention on the scroll and studied most of the jutsus in the scroll, coming to the conclusion that his greatest chance of success was the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, so he got to work. 2 hours after having stolen the forbidden scroll, the boy had succeeded in his task of learning the jutsu, so he was happy. Naruto lay down exhausted on the grass when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. Naruto turned his head in the direction of the sound and there was Iruka-sensei watching. "I did it," Iruka-sensei said Naruto happily. "What did you accomplish, Naruto? And why did you steal the forbidden scroll?" asked an angry Iruka. "I managed to pass the test so I could get my hit I-8," Naruto answered loudly and puffed out his chest with pride. Iruka was confused, but that was not Naruto's act. He was telling him the truth, or at least part of it, since the boy was quite smart and Iruka knew it. It was not possible that the child could be deceived so easily, especially with such a poor pretext. Something was going on here. "What test are you talking about, Naruto?" Iruka asked seriously. "The one Mizuki-sensei named me Naruto," responded seriously to the surprised Iruka, who immediately understood what the boy's words implied. This was going to get ugly soon, but at least he was the one who met Naruto. "Okay, that's enough, Ino, thanks for refreshing my memory." Naruto's voice was heard. Ino came out of her trance. She was so wrapped up in Naruto and Iruka's conversation that she forgot she was in the blonde's mind. "You. He." But was all Ino could say when Naruto forced Ino's mind out. Ino opened her eyes and met Naruto's gaze, who looked at her with a big smile on his face. "Thanks so much, Ino. You really helped me. Now, it's not like I mind being this close to you since you're so beautiful, but could you give me a little space?" Naruto asked in a playful, somewhat suggestive tone. Ino blinked a couple of times. Her gaze wandered slightly over Naruto's face and then focused on the position they were in. Naruto was leaning against the trunk of the tree where they took shelter from the sun and she was practically on top of him. Their faces were touching by their foreheads and her weight was completely supported by Naruto, so their bodies were constantly rubbing. It took her a while to digest what was currently happening, and after a moment she processed the words spoken by her blonde companion. From the base of her neck to her forehead, Ino's color turned a deep red that Naruto thought she would explode from embarrassment at any moment, so he looked at her a little worried. When he joked a little with her, he never thought she would react that way since to him she seemed more intense and daring, but at this moment she was the pure image of innocence, which gave a unique touch to her beauty. Ino quickly moved from her position and sat right next to Naruto, but avoided looking at him directly, since shame did not allow it. "So you have a cute side, huh? Who would have thought it? You know, it suits you very well. You have some cute expressions. You should show them more often. Thank you very much, Ino. I owe you a big favor. Naruto told her sincerely. Ino was dying of embarrassment, so she hid her face even more. Naruto's words embarrassed her even more, so her red tone increased in intensity, and because of Ino's skin color it was quite visible. Naruto laughed at that. Stop making fun of me, Uzumaki. Why, you have nothing better to do, Ino responded annoyed, but keeping that blush so visible. I'm not making fun of you, Ino. I'm being very sincere about it. But you're right. I have to meet with Sakura to continue her training, and it's time for me to start mine. See you later, and I hope to repay you for this favor in the future. Naruto told her, and after that, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Ino looked at the place where Naruto was a few moments ago and smiled. So pretty Ino said with a huge smile on her face. This was the first time a boy told her she was pretty, and it felt really good. Once again the girl's ego and self-esteem were boosted after a few defeats at the hands of two idiots that she didn't want to remember right now. Naruto traveled through the trees between the training grounds. It was time to meet up with Sakura and Tenten. He felt like the censor was telling him both girls were heading to the training grounds together. He smiled, a huge grin gracing his face, and only one thought was on his mind. I will surpass you, father, even in your use of Hiraishin, Naruto said to himself, waiting for the day when he can master said jutsu. Chapter 16. Junin exams. Naruto vs Neji. After his talk with Ino, Naruto headed to the place where he saw his friend Shikamaru training his jutsu. Upon arriving he saw that Shikamaru was sitting on the grass, looking exhausted. Hey Shikamaru, practicing expanding the range of your Kajimane? Naruto asked as he walked straight up to his friend. Shikamaru watched his friend. He was walking lazily with both arms behind his neck. The boy looked totally carefree. The sight brought back memories of Shikamaru's past. Hey Naruto, this exam thing is quite troublesome, isn't it? He sighed tiredly. Naruto smiled at his friend's comment. That boy would never change. Ever since he met him, the Nara has always expressed himself in the same way. He came to wonder if there is something that does not seem problematic to his friend. You're actually right, it is very troublesome. By the way, after this, it'll be even more troublesome. And have you had any luck expanding your shadow? Naruto asked. Shikamaru sighed, exhaustion returning just thinking about all the hard work he's done these days to expand the range of his Kajimane, but only managed to expand it a couple of centimeters. It's really difficult. Shadow control requires a lot of concentration and thinking of a plan while worrying about the opponent is difficult if I don't have a backup, Shikamaru explained. I understand, but it seems you're misunderstanding something, said Naruto. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto smiled and decided to give his friend a hint. You don't control the shadows, Shikamaru, you are the shadow, use your imagination and you'll understand, Naruto told him. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked. Don't worry, you'll figure it out, you always do, Naruto told him with a smile on his face. Shikamaru smiled, stood up, and began to mold his chakra. It was time to continue his training. He would solve the little riddle Naruto had just given him. After all, his friend trusted him. Well Naruto, I have to continue training, I hope to be able to face each other during the finals, after all we have a score to settle, Shikamaru told him with a smile. Naruto smiled and nodded, he said goodbye to Shikamaru and headed to his training camp. Upon arriving at training ground 7, Sakura and Tenten were finishing their warm-up. They had both finished exercising their bodies and were ready to begin training, but the blonde of the group was nowhere to be seen. This surprised Sakura since Naruto was always there before her. She was surprised since the first few days the warm-up would have totally exhausted her, but today she felt fresh as a cucumber. She could even continue with the same pace for more than 2 hours. The training that Naruto provided her really helped her a lot. Sakura turned to see her current training partner. Apparently she would come here more often than Sakura thought. From what the girl told her, her name was Tenten. She is a year older than her, like her blonde partner. Apparently Tenten would be training with Naruto to improve her fighting style and would keep him company from now on. Thinking that she was close with Naruto bothered her a little, but she immediately put aside those thoughts that were more recurrent today than they were in the past. Turning around she saw Naruto entering the training camp. She smiled and at the same time felt a little worried since last time she couldn't connect a single hit on Naruto's clone. That discouraged her a little since he was a clone of the blonde and therefore was only a fraction of Naruto's strength. At the same time it gave her a feeling of security, knowing that her partner was so strong. She felt safe next to the blonde and next to Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke. It was undoubtedly a very strong team. Naruto greeted them upon entering the training grounds, looked at both girls, and immediately got to work. Creating a shadow clone, he sent it to begin Sakura's training. She sighed, resigned to receiving a beating just like the last time, although she didn't feel too worried since the blonde wasn't very harsh on her. Naruto turned to see his training partner, the girl was practically bouncing in place eager to start. It was a great contrast to his teammate who did not seem very excited about training. Maybe it had to do with the fact that his clone would surely hexually harass her, but he couldn't do anything about it since those bastards seemed to have a mind of their own and many times went against his will. Good morning Tenten, today we will study a couple of basic seals. I want to show you what my teacher taught me in Fuinjutsu, the different ways to make a seal and how, when and where to apply them, Naruto explained. Tenten nodded at the blonde's words. The seals we are going to study are Weight Seal, Explosive Seal and Storage Seal. They are the three basic seals and the first level of basic Fuinjutsu. I already have considerable mastery in them, and I can apply them even without using chakra ink. That is the level you will have to reach to go up to level 2 of sealing, Naruto told the girl. Tenten has a very low knowledge when it comes to Fuinjutsu, so she did not know that the branch is divided into different levels. Are there different levels of Fuinjutsu? She asked curiously. That's right, Fuinjutsu is divided into levels. The first are the basic level, from 2 it is called beginner level, from level 2 it is called intermediate level, from 2 it is known as advanced level. Those who reach level master the art of sealing and are known as masters, very few reach level. A Fuinjutsu master can create new styles of Fuinjutsu and leave his mark on history, or so Iro-sensei told me, Naruto explained. Tenten nodded, she never thought it was divided into so many levels, but again it was a very extensive art, and the best thing is that it is very flexible. Without a doubt Fuinjutsu is the art with the greatest flexibility, even more than ninjutsu. Do you know any Fuinjutsu master, Naruto? Tenten asked. No, Iro-sensei said that all the masters died during the Second Great Shinobi War, apparently he is at level, and Yondaime Hokage was at level, Naruto explained to the girl. I see, it's a real shame, but that speaks to how difficult it is to master the art, Tenten said. Yes, really a shame. Now I'm going to show you the level you have to reach for us to advance to level, Naruto told him. First, you mold your chakra. You can make hand seals if it's difficult for you to manipulate and shape your chakra. You have to know the seal formula perfectly, since the slightest error will prevent the seal from activating. Afterwards, instead of using chakra ink, you use pure chakra to form the seal, Naruto explained. He placed the palm of his hand on the surface of a nearby tree and removed it. After a brief moment, he indicated to Tenten to come closer. She observed the surface of the trunk and noticed the kanji printed on it. That surprised her a lot since he only placed his palm on the tree. On the other hand, it was barely visible to the eye. If she didn't know that he was going to place a seal there, she would never have noticed it. That's impressive, can I really do that? Tenten asked. Yes, it will even be easier for you, since women are born with better chakra control than men. Of course it can always be improved more with training, but their control is much finer and more precise than ours. For that reason medical ninjutsu is more used by kunoichi than shinobi, explained the blonde. All those days researching in the library with Sakura bore fruit, not to mention that the classes with Iruka are quite informative. I see, well, let's get to work, she said with a smile. Naruto took out a book from his kunai holder and gave it to Tenten. She looked at the cover a little curious. The cover said, Basic Fuinjutsu. What surprised Tenten was the name of the author. Mito Uzumaki was written on the back of the book as the name of the author. Mito Uzumaki, that name is familiar to me, where did I hear it? Tenten was wondering why the name sounded so familiar. After a few moments she remembered that she read it while researching the history of Konoha. If she remembers correctly, she was the wife of the Shadaime Hokage, Hashirama Senju, grandfather of Tsunade Senju, his greatest idol. Uzumaki. That last name. Nah Naruto, why your last name is Uzumaki, right? Asked an excited Tenten. It is, why do you ask? Naruto answered doubtfully. The Shadaime Hokage's wife is in Uzumaki, she replied. Naruto looked at her, he already knew that, but apart from being part of the same clan, he doesn't believe he is related to the woman. Yes, she is Uzumaki, but I am an orphan. On the other hand, the Uzumaki clan was quite large, I mean before it was exterminated during the Second Great Shinobi War, Naruto explained unconcernedly. Tenten looked at him worriedly, maybe the boy was related to Konoha royalty, but the chances were minimal. After all, how high were his chances if the Uzumaki clan was so large that they had their own ninja village? Many would think that no one knew where the blonde's last name came from, but that was something they were taught since the Ninja Academy in history classes. It's just that the history left behind by the Senju brothers overshadowed the achievements of Hashirama's wife. That does not mean that her achievements were not notable. It is true that the woman was not a front fighter like the Senju brothers, but being able to seal the Kyuubi was an enormous achievement, especially since it kept the Biju at bay for more than a century. That woman was truly terrifying, the penultimate Uzumaki alive whose whereabouts were known, as well as Uzumaki Kushina, both resided in the Leaf. Once again, Uzumaki Mito was a kunoichi to be feared. Her sealing skills were, if not the greatest known even within the masters of the Uzumaki clan. Such was her talent that even her protege Uzumaki Kushina was only a level master, even surpassed by her partner Namikaze Minato, another of the great sealing talents, who died during the attack on the village that October night. After Mito's death, the great seals were lost to history, but Minato and Kushina showed what the forgotten art was capable of doing, turning the tide of the battle during the Third Great Shinobi War. Once Minato and Kushina died, the world thought that the art would be lost in history again, so everyone tried to keep it alive, even if it was a small fraction of Fuinjutsu, but again the world made way for a great master and seals known as Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. Every time a seal master appears on the land of the shinobi, it brings a great change to history. What many do not know is that the legacy of Uzumaki Mito was in the possession of the Toad Sage, who was only patiently waiting for the moment to transmit his knowledge to who would carry with him his legacy, and that of his beloved children Minato and Kushina. Jiraiya never told anyone, but the day they both died, for him it was as if his children had been taken from him. He grew fond of the young couple, he saw them grow and fall in love. Even when their love bore fruit, they decided to name the boy after a character in one of his books. That day Jiraiya was so happy that he can't remember any happier moment in his life. He felt like a grandfather, even though he never had children. That couple unknowingly was giving Jiraiya a reason in a life full of what he considered failures, one after another. His life was a complete failure. Within all that darkness, they gave him a great ray of light. Naruto looked at Tenten's gaze, the girl seemed depressed. Don't think about it too much, Tenten, it really doesn't matter if I'm related to Uzumaki Mito, it doesn't change the fact that I'm an orphan and that the village hates me, Naruto explained, although the last part was barely a whisper, so Tenten completely missed it. I'm sorry Naruto, it's just that thinking that someone who could be related to the wife of the first Hokage is treated like just another genin, it doesn't seem fair, Tenten said to Naruto. You know, it may seem unfair, but it has never bothered me, in fact I prefer it that way, Naruto explained to the brunette. She looked at him surprised, wondering why Naruto preferred it. Maybe you're wondering why, but it's simple, that way people look at Uzumaki Naruto, and not the great-grandson of Uzumaki Mito. I prefer people to notice me for who I am, and not for what my ancestors were, the blonde explained. I understand, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, Naruto. Tenten apologized wholeheartedly. You don't have to apologize, Tenten, is it okay if we start with the training? Once you memorize the sealing formulas we will put them into practice, Naruto changed the subject to avoid awkwardness. Tenten smiled and nodded, once again getting down to business, starting a long day of training. The week had passed and the Chunin exams began. During that last week Naruto had invested his time in training Senjutsu and Fuinjutsu. He also began to put into practice what Kurama had mentioned, and it was beginning to bear fruit. One day an unexpected guest appeared at Naruto's house. Inuzuka Kiba looked for the blonde to ask him not to lose to Hyuga Neji for what he did to his teammate Hyuga Hinata. Naruto couldn't promise Kiba anything, but told him that he would do everything possible to win the battle. Kiba smiled and apologized for putting on Naruto's shoulders, something that he himself should have seen wrong. Naruto was entering the stadium and was surprised by the large number of people who were present to watch the Chunin exam finals. The blonde walked to the center of the stadium, entering the combat arena. Today was the day, and if he remembers correctly his combat would be the first to begin. He was anxious to start his fight. There was much he wanted to prove against Hyuga Neji, after all he was the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. When Naruto entered the arena he noticed that several of the participants were already there. He looked carefully, but his opponent was nowhere to be found. After searching for him for a while and not finding him, he went to his friend Shikamaru, who the lazy Nara would find in the stadium before he surprised him. No doubt he thought that the boy would not come to the matches unless his companions dragged him from his bed. Yo Shikamaru, are you ready for your fight? Naruto asked nonchalantly. Hey Naruto, I'm ready. How was your training? Shikamaru asked lazily. Quite exhausting, apart from my training, Kakashi-sensei asked me as a favor to help Sakura with hers, the blonde explained. That's right, but I don't see Neji anywhere, Naruto replied. Shikamaru looked around the area and noticed it was true, the Hyuga wasn't in the arena, he probably wouldn't be long in coming. As if he were summoning him, the boy was entering the stadium, but he was accompanied by a girl. If he remembers correctly, it was the girl who had fought Temari, her name was Tenten. Naruto turned around when he felt Tenten's chakra enter the stadium, and as he turned around he saw her enter with her opponent Hyuga Neji. He was going to greet the girl, but as he raised his hand, the girl grabbed his partner and stopped him. She turned him around and said something to him. Because of the position they were in, Naruto couldn't read her lips, but again she promised him that she wouldn't tell anyone about her training with him, so Naruto didn't worry. But Tenten. Wait, Neji, said the brunette and pulled her teammate. Neji looked at Tenten in surprise since she never behaved that way. Listen Neji, whatever you do don't underestimate Naruto. I know your specialty is close combat, but don't let him touch you, Tenten said to her partner and turned to go to the spectator seats, not without nodding to Naruto, who returned the gesture. Niji didn't know why his partner told him that, but if she warned him he would take her warning. He remembered the fight between Rock Lee and Naruto. After seeing a fight of that magnitude he wouldn't underestimate the blonde, even though he wouldn't lose against the blonde, it never hurts to be cautious. A few minutes passed and the examiner of the exam called the participants to the center. The place fell silent since everyone knew that the fights would begin. The Chunin exams will begin. My name is Shiranui Genma. The contestants who will fight will stay in the combat arena. Those waiting for their turn will go up to the contestants area which is on their right. All participants who are not present for their fight will be immediately disqualified. Understood? Explained the examiner. Now the rules of the matches will change, everything is allowed, and the fight will continue until one of the participants gives up or dies. In case a participant becomes unconscious or cannot continue the match will end. The first match will begin. Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto stay in the arena, the rest go to the contestants area, finished the examiner, and all the participants left the arena. There was a lot of noise in the stands as most people came to see the fight between the Uchiha and the Kazukige's son. Sakura observed the commotion in the stadium due to the fact that no one wanted to see the fight. They surely didn't expect anything from Naruto and thought that the genius of the Hyuga clan would finish the fight quickly. She shook her head. They were idiots if they thought that Naruto was still that loud and hyperactive boy. Well, it was their loss and not hers. Sakura wanted to pay full attention to this match. After all, she couldn't see Naruto fight very often. She still remembers the beatings her clone gave her during training. She also felt very ashamed because her clones had no moderation with their sexual harassment. She stopped thinking about it since it was obvious that the blonde did not agree with what his clones did, but she could not stop thinking that he enjoyed it in some way. The way he would stare at her hand for a few minutes after his clone dissipated was a giveaway that something was up, but she had no idea what it was. She theorized that he could somehow remember what his clone did. Also, the training paid off as her agility improved quite a bit. She still couldn't land a hit on the blonde's clone, but she started to be able to dodge his blows and last longer in combat. Naruto told her to focus on her reflexes and watch her opponent's movements closely, that way she could react in time and dodge his blows. She put it into practice and improved quite a bit in the last few days. Someone sat down next to her and pulled her out of her thoughts. When she turned around she saw Ino sitting next to her. That surprised her a little since they hadn't seen each other for a while due to her training, since she and Naruto were immersed in the library with Shiho, so she didn't have time to meet up with her current friend. Hello Ino, I'm sorry for not looking for you during this time. I focused so much on my training that I forgot to visit you, Sakura apologized sincerely. Don't worry Sakura, I was also busy with my training. Don't worry, I didn't have time to look for you either, Ino answered with a smile. Sakura, do you know where Sasuke-kun is? I don't see him anywhere, Ino asked, somewhat worried. He went to train with Kakashi-sensei. He will surely arrive for his meeting, Sakura answered her friend. I see. By the way Sakura, is Naruto ready to face Neji? Ino asked. Naruto will win this fight, Sakura told him confidently. Ino was surprised by that. The girl seemed so sure that Naruto would win that it took her by surprise. You seem very confident, Ino replied. I am, Sakura replied. Hey girls, can I sit with you? Asked a sweet voice. Sakura turned to see the owner of the voice, whom she immediately recognized as her new friend Shiho. Hello Shiho-san, were you able to come see Naruto's fight? I greet the girl. Of course, I wouldn't miss it for anything, she replied. Ino watched a girl with glasses who sat next to Sakura and waved her hand towards the sand. She turned and looked at Naruto returning the greeting. Ino watched the blonde next to Shikamaru and couldn't help but notice that the boy was much taller than he had been a while ago. He was now the same height as Shikamaru. Ino, I want to introduce you to Shiho-san. She is a friend of mine and Naruto. We met her at the library. She is the manager of the place, Sakura introduced the girl. Hello, my name is Shiho. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me, the girl introduced herself kindly. Nice to meet you, my name is Yamanaka Ino, please take care of me too, Ino returned the greeting. After the introductions, the examiner's voice announced the rules of the match and the names of the first contestants. Both took their positions on the battlefield and waited for the match to begin. The wind blew and the leaves of the trees swayed in the wind. The examiner raised his arm. First fight, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Begin, announced the examiner and lowered his arm, starting the first fight. Naruto threw 2 smoke bombs, and the fight began. Neji smiled arrogantly. If the boy thought that such a simple strategy could achieve something, he was very wrong. He got to work and activated his Byakugan. Neji observed with surprise that inside the cloud of smoke was Naruto, but apart from him there was someone else. The strange thing was that their chakra was identical, but their figures were totally different. Moments after, they heard voices coming out of the cloud of smoke. He recognized the first voice as Naruto's, but the second was different. Damn it, why the hell did you show up again? Naruto screamed in agony. Ooh, how rude you are to me, darling, a female voice was heard. Ugh, you really had to leave right now, and why the heck do you keep appearing out of nowhere? Naruto complained. Fine, I get it, could you let me go? I'm tired of having to protect my chastity every time you're around, Naruto said annoyed. Haha, you're adorable when you're angry, she laughed cutely. The smoke dissipated and two figures were present, and Naruto lying on the ground, and right above him a beautiful blonde had him squeezed in a hug. Everyone was bewildered by the scene they were witnessing, most wondering where that beautiful blonde came from and if it was something about the blonde since they were very similar in appearance. Ugh, let me go. I'm in the middle of a fight. Why don't you behave like my other clones? I can understand how the other two originated, but I don't understand where you came from, the blonde complained. I already explained to you that we got our personalities from your shared memories, said the blonde. That's what I don't understand, I have no memory of someone with your personality, he responded angrily. Fufu. That's a secret, darling, said the girl placing a finger on her lips, implying that she wouldn't say anything, which made her look very cute. Okay, I understand, you could get off me and let me take the exam, the blonde asked. Ooh, I don't see you very often, the girl pouted. Okay, let's get this over with and then you can let me have my daily dose of Naru, she suggested. If there is no other way, said Naruto resignedly. Both blondes turned to look at Neji, who continued to watch the ridiculous exchange between the two blondes. The entire audience had an Ainz-style sweat drops at the ridiculous exchange. You're not taking this seriously, you even perform this ridiculous act, but no matter what you do it's your destiny to lose against me, said Neji contemptuously and angry at his opponent's act. His Hyuga pride was being trampled by the blonde's actions, and he wouldn't let it go. At the end of his little monologue he looked at Naruto, and the boy was pushing the girl away with his hand on the girl's head, while she made kissing gestures with her lips and her arms stretched out. Naruto turned his head in Neji's direction. Excuse me, did you say something? Asked Naruto. In the audience, a certain green spandex-clad ninja squirmed at the blonde's comment, while a certain silver-haired man felt a great sense of pride for some strange reason. You insolent little brat, I've had enough of your nonsense, said Neji angrily. The brunette launched an attack, immediately the girl moved away from Naruto, and the blonde took a fighting stance. In a few moments both boys collided in a high-speed taijutsu combat. Neji was surprised not to be able to hit the blonde in his chakra points. The blonde was very good at dodging and reading his movements, just like in his battle with Lee. After an intense exchange of blows Neji managed to hit Naruto in the chest, the blonde was sent backwards, but a few moments later disappeared in a cloud of smoke. This surprised Neji, since he never saw when the blonde exchanged with a clone. When he turned to look for the blonde, Neji was hit in the face by a small palm. He was sent back 2 meters by the force of the blow. He spun in the air and landed on his feet. In front of Neji was a smiling blonde. He completely forgot about her as he focused too much on the blonde, thinking the girl was a mere clone, but that hit was quite solid. It was time to get serious. Neji activated his Byakugan again and prepared for combat. After activating his bloodline he was surprised since there was no trace of the blonde on the battlefield, only that blonde girl in front of him. Neji was confused, was it perhaps a henge, and that blonde was really Naruto? He didn't know, but he would find out immediately. The brown-haired boy launched himself into the attack and engaged in combat with the girl. She was much faster than the Naruto he fought a little while ago. They exchanged blows for a few moments, both were on par. The girl was very flexible, so it was very difficult for Neji to face her. The combat style was very different from the one used by Naruto a little while ago, so Neji's bewilderment did not diminish. She was very different from Naruto, but her chakra system was exactly the same. Something was wrong with all this. Neji launched a palm strike straight at the girl's chest. She leaned her body back in a very agile and flexible movement, placing her hands on the ground, and with her right foot hit the brunette's chin. Neji managed to close one of his tenketsus on her leg before being sent backwards. The blonde complained a little when she felt her tenketsu close. Neji raised an eyebrow when he saw that the girl didn't disappear in smoke. That meant that it was indeed Naruto, or so he thought until he heard the girl complain. "Moo, you've already observed enough, don't you think?" she said, annoyed. Neji wondered what she meant when he felt a strong blow to his side that sent him flying a couple of meters. Due to the blow, he was very confused. He shook himself and stood up. He was very confused because before being hit, he noticed the blonde's chakra signal appear out of nowhere, indicating that the girl was a clone, but it did not disappear when taking damage. "I've seen enough, thanks for buying me time, it's time to start the real fight," said Naruto with a smile. Chapter 17. The end of the fight. Naruto observed his opponent. The Hyuga was on guard. The boy was very cautious. He imagines that it must have been quite surprising the way he evaded his Byakugan and was able to take him by surprise. Neji didn't understand how the blonde escaped from his Byakugan. After the blonde threw the smoke bombs, he activated his bloodline at that instant. The boy only had 2 seconds in which he couldn't see him. That didn't give him enough time to escape to an area out of his range. On the other hand, the entire stadium was within his range of vision, and the Byakugan had a radius of almost degrees. There was only a slight blind spot apart from the area below him. Neji made sure there was nothing below him, so how did the blonde manage to avoid his sight? That had him intrigued. Naruto turned to see the blonde girl who was on the ground. She was still there despite Neji hitting his Tenketsu. It was strange, she wasn't the only one of his clones who had that more durable constitution. There were those two too. On the other hand, the fact that they appeared randomly was intriguing. The other 2 defective clones had different personalities, but at least he knew how or where they both originated. That blonde was the exception. "I'd like to know how much longer you'll be here. Why don't you just disappear?" Naruto said to the blonde. "Ooh, how rude you are. I don't go out very often, and this is how you treat me?" the girl complained. "You little idiot, that's because you always come out at the most inopportune moments and hexily attack me immediately, without worrying about what's happening," the blonde reproached her. Not that the attacks or the way she rubbed herself against him bothered him, but it was quite strange dealing with his clone. After all, it was supposed to be him. A short time ago, when the other 2 appeared, he noticed something very interesting, and that was that he didn't get any memories of them once they dissipated, so he began to treat them as if they were other people. "Don't call me an idiot, I already told you I have my name." "You know Makoto," the girl said, deleterious. Yes, excuse your majesty, I'm sorry for forgetting your name, or great goddess, your humble servant apologizes for his nonsense," Naruto said sarcastically as he bowed, completing the act. The girl puffed out her cheeks in a pout. Naruto sighed tiredly, since the girl never took him seriously and always did the same thing. Even though she started appearing recently this week, she had already bothered him enough. He would have to find a way to keep them at bay, since that trio would drive him crazy. Having clones with mixed personalities was a pain. Hopefully he can find a use for them. He turned to see Neji. At no time did he lose sight of him, so the boy remained at a considerable distance. Now that he had spoken with Makoto, as she calls herself, he could concentrate on the fight that was about to begin. He had already tested if the Byakugan was capable of perceiving him within the cage no Sekai, and the results were very satisfactory. "Makoto, stay out of the battle, don't interfere, this fight is between Neji and me, okay?" asked Uzumaki. The girl nodded and jumped into a nearby tree. She would watch her love's fight and give him her full support. Once it was over, she would undoubtedly approach him. "Sorry for that little interruption, Neji, now we can continue with the fight without problems," said the blonde and took his battle stance. Naruto watched Neji. The boy was quite alert. After all, Makoto was still on the tree branch, but the girl just leaned on a branch and watched the 2 boys putting total interest in the blonde. He couldn't neglect the girl, but he had to face the blonde in front of him. Both boys observed each other closely. Naruto began to close the distance between them. He ran to the right, surrounding the Hyuga. Neji continued to follow him only with his eyes. Naruto began to throw shuriken at great speed, so Neji made his move and began to evade the shuriken sent by the blonde. Naruto, observing this, increased his speed and threw more shuriken to the point that the Hyuga was having trouble keeping up. Neji was surprised by the amount of shuriken the blonde carried on him, but upon paying attention, he could notice that the boy was not taking the shuriken out of his kunai holder, but they were appearing in his hands just like Tenten did with her weapons, so that was what was happening. Tired of dodging any further, he affirmed his stance and began to rotate on his axis at high speed, making use of his great chakra control. He began to emit chakra from his tenketsus, giving way to one of the characteristic jutsus of the Hyuga clan, thus repelling all the weapons that were thrown by the blonde. When he stopped spinning, he noticed that the blonde was no longer throwing shuriken and was now running towards him. "Peyton, so you are able to use it, well, I will have to deal with it, now it only remains to know what other technique of the Hyuga clan you know," Naruto thought very excitedly. That boy was truly a prodigy of said clan. From what he heard from the Hyuga clan, was that the secondary branch was not taught any of the clan's characteristic techniques, except for the taijutsu for which they are known. Despite the fact that everyone had full knowledge of the clan's techniques and taijutsu, it was a totally different thing to deal with them on the battlefield. They had it so ingrained in them that finding an opening was difficult, since they were semi-aware of their weaknesses, but were still arrogant to think that the shinobis would not exploit that information. Naruto increased his speed and, using Shunshin, he closed the distance with his opponent and they engaged in a taijutsu fight. Both boys were fast. Neji was amazed that he couldn't close any of the boys' tenketsus. When he faced his clone, it didn't cost him much work to land a couple of hits on him, but again that girl was capable of fighting him at close range, so the fact that Naruto could measure up to him didn't bother him that much. It was still surprising. Niji's palm strikes were repelled by light blows from Naruto directly to his wrists before he made contact with his tenketsus. The way he could read Niji was very similar to how the Sharingan worked, simply the blonde's kinetic vision was insane, the combat was very high speed, and Niji's soft fist strikes were fast and fluid. In the cage box were the third Hokage and the fourth Kaseki watching the battle between these two Chunin aspirants. The third was surprised to say the least, but the fourth Kaseki was watching disinterestedly, or at least that's what he pretended. Inside he was ecstatic, it was wonderful. That boy was simply a great specimen, he wanted a body capable of supporting his soul, and that blonde was the perfect vessel. That kinetic vision rivals even the predictive ability of the Sharingan. Orochimaru was dying to see what the blonde was capable of, and every time he looked at him the boy came out and surprised him more than the previous time. Hopefully that Hyuga could force the Uzumaki to demonstrate his capabilities in this fight, that was the inner desire of the snake. The fight was increasing in intensity, both boys collided with great power and at very high speed. Although he was not at the level of Rock Lee, he was still far superior to the rank of Genin. Naruto dodged a palm strike from Niji by tilting his body to the right and then striking Niji's wrist with his open palm. This process had already been repeated a couple of times during the fight, but this time after striking Niji's wrist. Naruto lowered his center of gravity and ducked at high speed, trying to sweep Niji's legs, trying to destabilize his posture. Niji jumped lightly in the air dodging the foot sweep as the blonde's movement surprised him a little. The boy could still move faster that threw him off balance, and thanks to that jump he lost his fixed posture. Naruto took advantage of the moment and pushed himself with his hand, and using the force of the sweep, he directed a kick at Niji's shoulder. Seeing himself in the air, Niji turned his body slightly and the blonde's kick passed under his body, showing a great level of skill by being able to maneuver even in the air. After spinning a couple of times he fell gracefully on the ground and quickly adjusted his stance. With his Byakugan, he could see that Naruto was already moving in his direction, so he spun at high speed, hoping to throw the blonde away from him, but he never expected the boy to stop and take a certain stance, so they both shouted the name of their techniques at the same time. Point style. Reverse rotation they both said at the same time. A light blue dome surrounded Niji's body, who began to spin his chakra at high speed, but on the blonde side, a strong wind began to spin in the opposite direction, causing a vortex that surrounded him like the epicenter. Both techniques collided, causing a large chakra explosion, and both boys were thrown a couple of meters from each other. With their feet on the ground they were dragged due to the recoil of their techniques. In the stands the silence was noticeable. No one expected that the genius of the Hyuga clan was being matched by the demon child. On the side of the Hyuga clan, everyone had surprise engraved on their faces, since Niji knew a jutsu from the main branch and was self-taught. But that Uzumaki boy was also surprising. He was facing a prodigy of that magnitude in what seemed like an even fight. Ino was surprised, she never thought Naruto was so strong. She watched the fight with Rock Lee, and without a doubt the level they showed in that fight was surprising, but how much stronger was the blonde? She heard from Shikamaru that the blonde was strong, but she never imagined that up to this point. She turned in Sakura's direction, and she was frowning. "Wow Sakura, it's amazing, isn't it?" Ino commented, incredulous at what she was seeing. "It is, I still can't believe it," Sakura mentioned, surprised. "Yes, Naruto is quite strong," Ino replied, watching the fight. Sakura turned to look at her strangely, as if she didn't understand what the girl was talking about. Apparently they weren't in tune with her thoughts. "I was talking about Niji, it's really surprising that he can face Naruto at this level. In fact he lasted longer than I thought," she answered and returned her gaze to the fight. Shiho nodded in agreement with Sakura. She saw Naruto in action when he trained with Sakura one day that both boys invited her, and the fights he carried out with his clones were enough for her to know that it was still time for Niji to force Naruto to bring out his best abilities. Niji stood on the battle arena, breathing slowly. His fatigue was starting to show. He had to take this fight seriously. He never expected that boy to be able to put up such a fight. He changed his stance. Luckily, Naruto was inside his divination circle. Ken. Haki Rakujikin SHM, gentle fist. 8 trigrams palms. Niji announced the name of his technique, and in an explosion of speed he stopped in front of the blonde. His movements increased in speed noticeably, and his arms shot out, leaving traces of residual movements. 2 palms. The first 2 blows were announced, but he never expected the blonde to react in time and managed to block it in the same way he did throughout the fight. 4 palms. 8 palms. The more the technique advanced, the faster the boy's movements became. Palms. The number was increasing at an alarming rate. Naruto was having trouble countering Niji's blows, and the Hyuga had already closed of his tenketsus. Noticing this, Naruto left his defense aside and prepared to attack in the same way with his own technique. Neji said and his arms became a blur. Naruto was tilting and trying to dodge and block as much as possible while touching certain points on Neji's body. After a brief moment in which both exchanged blows, when Neji was going to give the last blow he felt a slight discomfort and his right arm went in a totally different direction than he wanted. Taking advantage of the opening, Naruto pushed himself into the brown-haired boy's chest to put some distance between them. Due to the force applied by the blonde, Neji took a couple of steps back. Both boys were sweating due to the exhaustion of the fight, although Naruto looked more composed than the brown-haired boy. Neji tried to move his right arm, but instead of his arm moving only his thumb moved. That was strange. He looked up and observed the blonde. Naruto looked at him with a smile. Even though Neji managed to close of the main Tenketsu, the blonde smiled widely. It is true that it hurt like hell, and trying to circulate his chakra only made it more painful. But if he could force chakra through his sealed conduits, he should in theory be able to open them again, something similar to the celestial gates. "What did you do?" asked an exhausted Neji. "I am not one to brag about my techniques since I like to decipher the mystery on my own, but I can give you a little clue. Did you know that the body is controlled by electrical signals?" said the blonde with a smile. Neji was angry with the blonde. He managed to immobilize his arm somehow. He had the knowledge of electrical signals, but that only left small possibilities. Naruto noticed that Neji was thinking about what he said, and maybe he had already come to a conclusion. Seeing the realization on Neji's face, Naruto smiled, but it was time to end the fight. He had prepared the way to defeat Neji from the beginning of the battle, and the entire fight was just to know how skilled the Hyuga was. Despite all his Hyuga pride and the rigid ways of the clan, the boy was without a doubt a prodigy in all rules. Naruto respected that he was self-taught and reached this point was impressive. "I see you've come to a conclusion, but even though it was a lot of fun fighting you, these exams evaluate your decision-making, and the way we evaluate a battle, that includes strategies," said the blonde and his smile grew wider. "It's time for the fight to end." Neji the Hyuga opened his eyes wide at what the blonde said. He never thought about the requirements for his promotion to Chunin. He simply assumed that since it was a fight, it would be an elimination system in which the strongest or most skilled would take the promotion. Once again he remembered the first two exams, and both of them tested his skills as ninjas. It was foolish of him to assume there was nothing low. Neji closed his eyes. This was over. The blonde in front of him was more prepared and capable than he was. Was it his destiny to lose to this boy? That was the question that ran through Hyuga Neji's head. Naruto increased his speed in an instant. He positioned himself behind the Hyuga and at a speed almost imperceptible to the genin sight, and some Chunin lightly hit Neji's back. A moment later the boy fell to the ground. A great weight was present in his body, taking his body to the ground. He tried to resist, but the weight was too much. Naruto turned to look at the combat examiner and gave him a hand signal to indicate that the combat was over. Genma approached the two boys and saw that Neji was motionless on the ground. He wondered how the blonde could have immobilized the brunette. "The match is over, winner Uzumaki," Naruto announced Genma. Silence filled the stadium. No one could believe what had happened. The genius of the Hyuga clan lost to the fox boy. That demon had defeated one of the greatest prodigies of the previous generation. Naruto watched Neji. The boy was quiet, looking at the sky. From what he heard when he tried to stop his clone Makoto, the boy was obsessed with destiny. That had to be fixed. It wasn't that Naruto wanted to raise his ideology in the Hyuga, but he wouldn't let him act like a coward and blame everything on destiny. "Listen Neji, Kiba told me what you did to Hinata and asked me to beat you in combat a few days ago. I investigated the Hyuga clan. I don't know what reasons led you to almost kill Hinata, who is from the main branch of the clan, being you from the secondary branch. I thought you were a faithful believer in destiny and would be entering a loop of self-destruction," said Naruto. Neji listened to what the blonde was telling him. Although he could only see the sky at this moment, he didn't say a word and just limited himself to listening to the blonde. "After investigating, I found out what the main house does to those of the branch house. It's truly horrible. In a way, I understand a little your resentment towards the main house. It's difficult to be born with a stigma that will haunt you forever, isn't it? But you know that has never stopped me. I didn't believe that destiny is forged or carved in stone. If there's one thing I've learned is that you forge your own destiny. If I had sat there blaming destiny, I would most likely be just another civilian in the village, or I'd be dead right now. I failed the academy exam twice because the cloning jutsu was necessary, but I didn't give up." Now Hyuga Neji asks you, are you going to sit there crying because destiny decided to give you a shitty life, or are you going to get up and forge your own path? Naruto said to the brown-haired boy. Neji's eyes widened. What the boy was telling him was true. That was his motivation to become stronger all this time. So when did that change? Was it after his father's death in the incident between the Hyuga and lightning? When did he blind himself to the point of giving up because he thought it was his destiny to lose? That wasn't him. Hyuga Neji, son of Hyuga Hisashi, would never give up on fate again. "I lost," said Neji with a smile and laughed a little. He felt lighter now, a great weight was lifted off his shoulders. Naruto bent down and lightly touched Neji's arm with his finger. After that the brunette felt that pressure was lifted and was able to move again. Naruto smiled and offered his hand. Neji took it and Naruto helped him up. The silence continued until a couple of claps were heard. Naruto turned his head and in the stands looked at Sakura, Shiho and Ino, clapping and congratulating him for winning the fight. Despite the fact that his friends were the only ones who clapped and congratulated him, he felt happy. In an area away from his group of friends he looked at Tenten. The girl applauded, although she felt somewhat distressed because her partner lost the fight, but she also felt happy for Naruto. The boy was impressive and never ceased to surprise her. She noticed that Naruto looked at her and Tenten greeted him with a smile. Naruto smiled at her and returned the greeting. A few seconds later, as they both exchanged glances, she saw a girl throw herself at Naruto and hang from his neck. The girl kissed the blonde's face repeatedly while Naruto was lying on the ground due to the speed with which the girl tackled him. Naruto felt the light weight pressing him down and keeping him on the ground, also the soft lips that repeatedly pressed against his face and sometimes against his lips. This girl would never change. In the few days he had known her, he had already gotten used to the idea that she would approach him in the same way always. What Naruto didn't know was that the girl's feelings were originally not those of attraction to the opposite sex, but those of a mother for her child, and it was a very great love that was impregnated in the chakra that leaked into the seal imposed by Minato. That changed when Mikoto's cheerful and bubbly personality mixed with the perverted and shameless personality of the blonde, which resulted in the girl's current personality. Apparently everyone underestimated Namikaze Minato since before dying the man had entered the realm of the Fuinjutsu masters and had reached level. Minato did not tell his teacher Jiraiya since he wanted to surprise him the next time they saw each other in person and not through a letter. The seal that resided in Naruto was not a simple 8 trigram seal, but that Jiraiya would discover during Naruto's training with the Toads and would later be discovered by Naruto in the not too distant future. The examiner separated Mikoto from Naruto and sent them to the stands with the other participants. Naruto apologized for the inconvenience with the girl, to which the examiner turned a blind eye and did not give it importance. Genma gave a short pause so that the other participants could get ready. In the stands, Sakura was angry. That clone, once again, was always shameless and would approach the blonde. Just like the clones who sexually harassed her during training, she would do the same to the blonde and it bothered her for some strange reason she didn't understand. Shiho laughed at the blonde's antics. Naruto explained to them the conclusion he came to after dealing with the defective clones. He told them that those clones were created without his consent because apparently they mixed with the personalities of people he knew and that was how they originated. It was strange, but apparently Naruto was not sure how it happened either. Those three were quite peculiar with their personalities, but again the three were special since their constitution was more durable than the other clones and apparently they would not disappear unless they ran out of the chakra they absorbed when they were summoned. The real problem was that at the moment it was not something that the blonde could control and that was why he was having problems with them. In the cage's box Orochimaru was beside himself with happiness. It was impossible for him to hide his excitement and his big smile that threatened to split his face. Luckily his Kazuki attire covered him very well. The Uzumaki boy was impressive. He increasingly desired a body like the blonde Uzumaki's. He was the key to his plan. Orochimaru would obtain his body one way or another. The problem was that from what he had observed of the boy, he was surely Jiraiya's student. If that was the case he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on the boy, although there were other ways to possess a body like the boy's. After this little invasion, that person would surely put the plan into motion. He couldn't wait for the game to begin, and surely those masters couldn't either. Naruto arrived at the participants area and was greeted by Shikamaru who smiled at him. "That was a good fight, Naruto, but were all those laps really necessary?" asked the lazy Nara. "You, like me, know that it is not enough to win the fight. The only way to achieve promotion is by showing skill in combat and strategy," Naruto replied. Shikamaru sighed tiredly. "How troublesome, and what's more troublesome is that my fight is next," he complained as always. "Just do enough to get the promotion. We can have our revenge another time. What intrigues me most is if you solved the little clue I gave you," Naruto said, observing Shikamaru closely. During that moment a small cough interrupted them. "Excuse me, but could you please stop pretending I'm not here?" a small, sweet voice asked. Naruto turned in the direction of the voice and looked at Mikoto who was still clinging to his right arm. Are you still here?" the blonde asked. A small drop of sweat ran down the back of the girl's neck in pure anime style. She couldn't believe the blonde's talent for ignoring her existence. She looked at the Nara waiting for the boy's response since he also pretended not to see her. "It's very troublesome so I decided to ignore it," the boy replied. After a few moments of silence, the three of them laughed at how ridiculous the situation was and how funny they found his answers. The next fight is about to begin. To the next participants, please come down to the combat arena. The examiner's voice was heard. Looks like it's your turn, give it your best, I'll be watching your fight with great expectation, said Naruto. Don't expect too much, I'm not even sure I want that promotion, said the Nara, but was interrupted by the two in front of him. It would be problematic, we know, the blondes answered. It seems that your opponent is already in the combat arena, you better leave now, unless you want to lose by forfeit, Naruto told him. Seeing that the Nara was thinking about it, the blonde grabbed him by the neck and threw him into the combat arena. After a few seconds of being in the air, Shikamaru crashed into the ground. It hurt him, why did he have to be friends with such a troublesome blonde? He turned his gaze in the direction of his opponent. Damn, why were all blondes so troublesome? These were the thoughts of the young Nara. The second match will begin, Nara Shikamaru vs Abaku no Tamari. Begin was the announcement to start the second match of the day. Chapter 18. The genius of the Nara clan. In the stands, a little brown-haired girl watched with great interest as her cousin, considered a prodigy within the clan and not just any prodigy, the greatest in the history of the Hyuga, faced off against a blonde boy known for being the village's biggest prankster. From what the little girl heard from her sister, the blonde boy had the lowest grades within the ninja academy and also a need for attention due to his constant rejection by the villagers. She was very surprised, in fact surprised was an understatement, even though her cousin was overwhelmingly strong for those of his generation, he lost to the blonde boy in what seemed like a close fight, but in the end, it was where the great difference in skill between the two was seen. Her father praised the boy, something strange about him. Little Hanabi had become interested in the young genin she defeated in combat, whom she respected even more than her beloved older sister. It still hurt her that her cousin tried to kill her sister in combat. This showed the great resentment he harbors for the main branch of the clan. Despite her and Hinata's efforts to live with him, they were never able to break the resentment and coldness that invaded Niji's heart. She looked at her father, who was frowning, apparently something was bothering him. Hanabi hoped it wasn't because of her cousin's defeat, as the punishment for dishonoring the clan was very severe, and that worried her. "Father, is something wrong?" the girl asked politely. He turned to look at the little girl who was looking at him with nervousness and concern on her face. "It's nothing, Hanabi, just there's something I have to talk to Niji about and it's very important," he answered seriously. She calmed down when she saw her father's expression. He wasn't upset, but there was definitely something bothering him on his mind. Maybe it had to do with the fact that he had to talk to his cousin. When she was calmer, she decided to ask something that interested her a lot. "Father, if it's not a bother, could I ask about that genin who fought Niji Niasen?" she asked with expectation, maybe her father would know about him. Ashi was surprised to see his daughter's expression, her bright eyes, and the anxiety with which she asked was something he very rarely saw in her. He only remembers one occasion, and it was when she observed Niji in his training. The girl was very impressed by Niji's ability, and from that moment on she began to treat him with great respect. Now she had the same expression as back then. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, he's an orphan, but from an extinct clan, so he's the last Uzumaki in the village. That's all the information there is on the boy, Hiashi explained to his daughter. At least what we're allowed to say officially, the Hyuga lamented. After all, he greatly respected the boy's father, as did the leaders of the great clans. He always regretted not being able to help the boy. Thanks to the laws imposed by the council and the Hokage, the man lost his spine and gave in to the desires of greedy civilians hungry for political power. In his time, the third Hokage was known as the Professor and the Shinobi God for his cold and calculating decision-making, but when he took power for the second time he came preaching peace and everything went to hell. Becoming a puppet manipulated by false peace at the expense of the childhood of a child who should have been given a normal childhood like any infant. Ashi snapped out of his thoughts. It didn't matter at this point in the game, he really wouldn't be surprised if the boy left the village or held a grudge against him. After all, what can you expect from a child who was ostracized and hated by an entire village? Hanabi turned to look at the blonde boy. The examiner intervened in what the girl was doing to the boy and separated them to start the next fight. It was a shame that her father had so little information about that blonde, but it didn't matter, she could meet him after the tournament. She was very interested in the boy who was capable of defeating her cousin in an even fight. The next fight is about to begin, stay and watch, maybe you'll learn something new, Hanabi. I'll go see Niji in the infirmary. I'll be back in a moment, Hiashi told his daughter. Yes, father, be careful, Hanabi replied to her father. She would watch these fights with great attention. After all, the first fight set a very high standard and without a doubt the blonde would participate again and she wouldn't miss it for anything in the world. Sakura was surprised by Niji's ability. He was able to maintain a hand-to-hand combat with Naruto, of whom Sakura knew a fraction of his strength, and without a doubt for her, the boy was the strongest genin of the tournament. Despite the fact that she did not see the others' fights, she could not imagine Naruto losing a fight after seeing his training. The boy's speed and strength were impressive. Shiho was excited. Her friend was someone extremely strong, and this time was different from when she saw him face his clones. Despite the fact that the blonde did not use all his skills, he showed his ingenuity and innate ability for combat, and for her who loved to read books about strategies and past battles, watching a fight between shinobi was very gratifying and exciting. Uzumaki-kun is really impressive. His ability to formulate a plan in the middle of a fight never ceases to amaze me, said an excited Shiho. I know, I still can't believe how much Naruto has changed and the speed at which he improves. I still remember the loud and hyperactive boy he used to be at the academy, Sakura said nostalgically, as she remembered that blonde who asked her out all the time. A smile appeared on her face at the memory. She had to apologize to Naruto for treating him badly, but she didn't know why it bothered her so much back then. She could still remember the first time she saw him. It was the first day of her senior year in class, and she entered the classroom feeling shy, but thanks to her friend and now rival Yamanaka Ino, she had gained some confidence in herself. The class was about to start, and she sat in her place waiting for the teacher to appear to start with her class. Thanks to her efforts, she was able to reach Ino's grades and improve. That rivalry that she imposed on herself for feeling in the shadow of her friend, which she passed off as a love rivalry, since she felt ashamed to admit that she felt inferior to Ino and wanted to be able to walk on equal footing with her, but also thanks to that they distanced themselves from each other. It was regrettable, and she regretted making that decision since she lost her best friend. Sakura stopped thinking. That only made her sad. She shook her head from side to side to erase those thoughts and patted her rosy cheeks. It was not time to get depressed if she wanted to be the best in the class, she told herself mentally. When the girl raised her face and looked ahead, the classroom door opened forcefully, followed by the noise. A blonde boy came running into the classroom. She watched him curiously. She had never seen such blonde hair that seemed to shine when the light touched it. She felt captivated by that blonde hair. When she saw him enter, the boy turned his head in her direction, and big blue eyes like the sky caught his vision. He seemed to notice her gaze since he did not stop looking at her for a few seconds, although he did not stop running, which led to the boy tripping and crashing into the teacher's desk. She couldn't help but laugh at the way the boy stumbled. She didn't do it to make fun of the boy, but because it reminded her of how clumsy she used to be, and she found it funny. The blonde got up, rubbing his head due to the blow he received. Again their gazes connected, and for Sakura, it was as if she had found something she had lost a long time ago. Suddenly an urge to run and hug the boy invaded her, but at that moment the teacher entered the classroom and classes began. Sakura's heart was beating strongly, and she wondered why she had that feeling of déjà vu. For the next few days she couldn't stop watching the boy, but the more she watched him the more disgusted she felt. The blonde was loud and annoying. Something inside Sakura repulsed the blonde's attitude, and she also felt very disappointed. It was very strange, since she didn't know why she had that feeling. It was as if she had known him for a long time, but he had changed, and she hated that change. Whenever he asked her out she felt disgusted, and it wasn't because the boy was ugly or that she didn't like him. It was simply something inside her that totally rejected that loud and even somewhat idiotic personality with which he behaved. Although she found it funny when he performed at Tsukomi, the boy followed her lead perfectly, taking the role of the boke, and that seemed to unite them to a certain point. It was a strange friendship with which they felt comfortable for the moment. For those who don't know what a Tsukomi is, Google it, that's what it was made for. Here I refer to what I mentioned in previous chapters where Sakura says she hit the blonde, which is an act of both of them to parody their actions. Ino, seeing her friend spaced out, decided to ask. Is something wrong, Sakura? Ino asked. You? No, it's okay, I was just remembering something, said Sakura, surprised at having gotten lost in her thoughts. It seems the next fight is about to begin. Next up is Shikamaru, right? Asked Sakura. Yeah, I hope that lazy bum wins his fight, Ino said, annoyed. Shikamaru will lose his fight, a voice was heard behind the girls. They turned to see who it was, and when they turned around they saw Choji standing with a large number of bags of chips of different flavors. Why do you say he'll lose? Asked an annoyed Ino. That's easy, knowing Shikamaru, he'll probably think it's too much trouble and end up giving up, said the chubby boy taking a seat next to Ino. I agree with Choji, that Nara is too lazy to win his fight. I'm surprised he made it this far, another voice was heard. Everyone turned to see who it was, and there they saw Kiba and Hinata taking a seat in the top row. Hello Kiba, Hinata. Are you feeling better, Hinata? Is it safe for you to be here? Sakura asked a young woman, since during her training one of the clones told her what happened to Hinata. Apparently Naruto's clones whenever they were created would have some trait of Naruto's personality somewhat enhanced and would make them somewhat peculiar with their behavior. Until now she had only seen 3 types, the perverted, the joker and the rebel. It seemed that this last group sometimes refused to follow the blonde's orders. Unfortunately it seemed that Sakura received more of the perverted type in her training, but during the last day she met the rebel who spent his time complaining about what Kiba had asked the blonde, so Sakura asked, and that was how she found out about Hinata's situation. "I feel better, Sakura-san, thanks for asking," the girl answered somewhat shyly, although Sakura could notice a slight change in the girl, since she didn't stutter like she did when they entered the academy. Without a doubt the young Hyuga was gaining confidence just like her, and that made her feel happy. "Did you see Naruto's fight?" Ino asked the group. "Yeah, I can't believe I beat him using strategies. I would never think that Naruto of all people was so skilled in battle," said Kiba in surprise, who foolishly thought during the second stage that Naruto would be someone easy to beat. No doubt the time Naruto spent with his team made him grow a lot and that earned him respect from the Inyazuka. "It's surreal, right? I wondered. How much is Naruto hiding?" asked a curious Ino, who turned to look at her pink-haired friend. "You? Why are you looking at my pig?" asked Sakura when she noticed Ino's gaze on her. "You're Naruto's partner and from what you mentioned, you've been spending a lot of time with him these days," Ino said mischievously to her friend, whose cheeks turned a light pink. "Don't say it like that, Ino. Naruto and I don't have that kind of relationship, besides it's not my place to say anything related to Naruto. If you're curious you can ask him directly," complained Sakura with her cheeks now a reddish tone. She crossed her arms and turned her head in another direction, showing her annoyance and wanting to hide her embarrassment. Ino sighed. If Sakura was going to tell them something now she had ruined her chance by wanting to joke with the girl. "Sorry, it's just fun to bother you in front of me," Ino apologized. Sakura turned slightly and opened one eye. After a few seconds she accepted the blonde's apology. "It seems the fight is about to begin. The blonde from Suna is in the arena, but where is Shikamaru?" Kiba asked, a little confused. As if he would summon him soon, everyone watched as a blonde man grabbed a boy with a pineapple hairstyle by the neck of his shirt and threw him over the railing straight into the stadium. Despite the great height of the place, the Nara fell in what seemed like slow motion, and when he was 1 meter from the ground, he collapsed as if gravity had returned. The boy complained slightly. A bead of sweat ran down the back of their heads. Yes, that was the only way the lazy Nara would make his entrance into the arena. Apparently, this was about to begin, was the thought on everyone's mind, unaware that they were about to experience one of the many battles the future held. Shikamaru watched the examiner and his blonde rival in front of him, even though his perspective from the ground gave him the feeling that they were both upside down, he couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. "Why are all my opponents women?" wondered the lazy Nara. "The second match will begin, Nara Shikamaru vs Ibaku no Tamari, begin," said Genma, starting the second match of the day. Once she finished her words, Tamari opened her fan and waved it quickly, starting the fight. A large gust of wind shot out in the direction of the prone genin. Dust rose as the gust of wind made contact with its target. She watched closely, hoping to end the fight quickly so as not to waste valuable chakra, which she would undoubtedly need for her mission. "You're a bit anxious, you remind me of a very problematic friend," a monotonous voice was heard to her right. She turned her face in the direction of the voice. "Are you calling me a troublemaker?" Tamari said, gripping her fan tightly. "I never said that, I just said that you look like my troubled friend, but let's forget that, okay? I have little time and I want that promotion to Chunin or he'll never leave me alone," Shikamaru complained. Tamari was now even more annoyed than before. She would show him how troublesome she could be. She opened her fan and waved it vigorously using her 3 moons. Now she would get serious. An impressive gust of wind was expelled after the blonde Kunoichi waved the large battle fan. "Ninja art. Wind scythe jutsu," Tamari said as she performed a powerful jutsu. The wind crashed at high speed, and many cuts in different directions tore the wall and the trees that were in the direction of the genin. She felt the boy's quick movement. Apparently he's fast, at least when it comes to hiding." The blonde smiled. "Damn, why am I doing this?" the Nara thought. "I wish I was a cloud right now, wandering around without problems or worries," Shikamaru thought as a smile spread across his face. "Well, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, right Naruto?" he said to himself. Tamari watched the Nara standing there watching her, a smile appeared on the boy's face, and that only pissed her off more. "He's making fun of me," Tamari thought angrily. "Well, I've already seen his strange shadow jutsu, he just wants to provoke me, so I come closer and catch me, let's play with him a little," she said to herself. "Ninja art. Great wind scythe jutsu," said the blonde and released another great gust of wind in the direction of the Nara, who began to run around her staying close to the shade of the trees. The boy began to throw kunes in the direction of the kunoichi, and she blocked them with her fan, showing a great level of skill with her large fan. He continued throwing, while he kept moving around the circumference of the stadium. Tamari, tired of this ridiculous game that clearly will not serve her at all, used another wind jutsu in that way. She repelled the boy's incessant attack. Once her attack made contact, another large explosion of dust rose up in the arena, the cloud of dust dissipated, and from behind one of the trees the boy emerged with a strange hand position that she immediately recognized. Her eyes shot to the shadow that was approaching her at great speed. Tamari cursed for falling into the Nara's game and began to retreat at great speed. After a few moments she succeeded as the shadow stopped advancing. The air left the girl's lungs, and she sighed in relief. She watched the boy click his tongue in frustration that his sneak attack wasn't having the desired effect. It seems that this is its limit. If I stay out of its reach I can be safe from its shadow. But I have to be very careful with the shadow of the wall, since it could expand its reach, or so I think it would be better to be cautious, Tamari said to herself. She stuck her fan into the ground and meditated a little. How can I beat him? If I use a clone, I could distract him and attack him when he lets his guard down. But it's very simple. In his encounter with that sound kunoichi, he proved to be agile in forming a strategy. I must be careful. The blonde kunoichi thought. Tamari was trying to form a plan since she was against time. With every minute that passes the shadow of the wall expands, and the boy would have a greater chance of catching it in his technique. Naruto watched his friends fight. That boy was truly a genius. It was a shame that he wasted his intelligence with his laziness. On the other hand, that girl caught his attention. She was very beautiful and very intelligent. She understood that she was in a bad situation and stopped to think of a strategy to fight her opponent. It was a real shame that the match was over. Makoto looked at the blonde next to her and noticed that sparkle in his eyes. She smiled playfully. You like that girl, right? She said to the blonde. Naruto turned to look at her for a few moments and soon returned his gaze to the battlefield. Yes, she does. She's pretty and very intelligent. Anyone would notice her. I really want to meet her, said the blonde nonchalantly. Hey. What's up with that pink-haired girl? She asked. Sakura. What's up with her? Naruto asked, feigning ignorance. You know what I mean, Naruto. I'm not stupid, and you know I still have some of your memories and therefore your feelings, and this isn't just some little romance you're having with her, Makoto reprimanded him harshly. Naruto sighed in resignation. Once she entered mother mode he couldn't win against her. Something inside him told him not to contradict her. I gave up on Sakura a long time ago. It's true that I'm still in love with her, but during my training with Hiro-sensei, I realized that I can't force her to fall in love with me. She and I have a good friendship now, and I really like her. I don't want to lose the little I have with her by being a greedy idiot. I decided to try to forget her and move on. Is that bad? Asked the blonde, crestfallen. Makoto stared at him for a few moments. He turned to look at her, and his sapphire blue eyes reflected how much that decision hurt him, but maybe it was the best for both of them. She gave him a warm smile and touched the boy's cheek, placing a tender kiss on his other cheek. You know we'll always support you in your decisions, darling, and we'll always be by your side. We just want you to be happy, okay? She comforted him as only a mother would know how. Naruto nodded and returned his gaze to the battlefield. Shikamaru stood still. It was time to put his plan into action. The moment of truth had arrived. He traced the hand seals at high speed and said the name of his jutsu. Ninja art. Shadow possession jutsu, Shikamaru said, and his shadow began to expand. Tamari felt a strange sensation and knew it. The Nara activated her technique again. Surely enough time had passed for her possession of the shadows to reach her. She immediately took her fan, and when she was about to start walking away she noticed something. The boy's shadow did not begin to follow her as she believed. Instead it began to form a circumference around her, staying within the range of the shadow that surrounded the walls of the stadium. It was the time of day where the shadow was conical. Tamari didn't understand why he did that, but after following the shadow for a while she noticed something. The path of the shadows was connecting by some kunai that were scattered in the circumference. In that way, she was able to form the circle around it. That was why he began to run around her during the beginning of the fight, and once he turned around she realized something else. She was inside another circumference formed by the weapons that she was blocking. That boy kept her distracted from the beginning. She was always in the palm of his hand. This ends here. Ninja art. Heart of Shadows. He said the name of the jutsu, and immediately the shadows began to connect with each other through the kunai, forming a large shadow matrix around the Suna kunoichi. Tamari cursed under her breath and spun around in a degree radius with her fan, creating a small whirlpool but with great power, trying to push away the ninja weapons around her. Once the wind stopped, her eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be, she said in shock. Around her the weapons were still embedded in the ground, they did not move even a millimeter, despite the great disaster around them, the weapons remained attached to the ground by means of the shadows. Suddenly she felt that her body was not responding, and soon she knew the reason, her shadow was connected to the great matrix of shadows. Shikamaru smiled and began to walk in the direction of the kunoichi. She began to move also in the direction of Shikamaru. This was bad, very bad, if she couldn't get out of the jutsu she would be finished. But no matter how much resistance she put up she couldn't get out of the jutsu. Once they were 2 meters away Shikamaru raised his arm, and one of the shadows moved throwing a kunai at his hand. Shikamaru held it in a reverse grip and approached Temari. She closed her eyes waiting for the blow that would end it all, but instead she felt his hand lift slightly and throw something to the ground in front of her. The kunai stuck into the ground in front of her. "I give up," Shikamaru said nonchalantly. She opened her eyes in shock after hearing the shinobi surrender. Genma watched him for a moment and then smiled, without a doubt that boy was a complete genius, he had no doubt. "The winner of this fight, Sabaku no Temari," said Genma. Temari was in disbelief, what had happened, how was it that she was totally cornered and he just gave up? "Wait a minute, why are you giving up?" she asked angrily. "It's simple, I'm just out of chakra." After Shikamaru's count his shadow possession broke and he released Temari. "Maybe I could have finished the fight, but I didn't have any chakra in case I couldn't finish it. It was a bad bet, and if I win this fight I'll have to face Naruto in the next round. Unlike him I don't have that much chakra in my reserves, so I would lose the fight. There's no point in continuing any further from here," explained the young Nara unconcerned. Shrugging his shoulders he began his ascent to the participants area. Both Temari and Genma were surprised by the boy's analysis, and he was right, he was definitely qualified for a promotion. Those were the thoughts of both. That was when something registered in Temari's head. The winner of that match will face Uzumaki Naruto in the next round. Temari's chest pounded hard, she turned in the direction of the participants area, and her eyes focused on a boy with blue eyes and blonde hair, their gazes connected for a few seconds. Temari's skin prickled at the boy's gaze, she could swear his eyes shone for a few moments, a blue so bright that it froze her blood and reflected a bit of the ocean that was his power. The great cold sweat ran down her back, but despite the fear that flooded her, she found herself looking forward to the fight with that boy who challenged her to a Futon showdown, where she would give her all to show who was stronger. Chapter 19. The beginning. Naruto watched the end of the fight between Temari and Shikamaru, without a doubt the boy was impressive. The Nara clearly solved the riddle he left for him to improve his control of the shadows. Naruto gave him the small clue to measure the boy's talent, and not because he didn't believe in Shikamaru, but he did it to make a point to an entity that had no confidence in his friend. "What do you think, Kurama? Is it worth showing him the secrets of the shadow assassins?" Naruto asked his tenant. "He has talent, I'll admit that, but we better keep testing him, since the secrets of those assassins are very deep and dark. That technique I showed you is only the beginning of their secrets, although it is also the strongest ability they possess," said Kurama, since he was truly surprised that in such a short time the boy could decipher one of the secrets to dominate the shadows, and that was only the use of the yin element. Once he begins to delve into the dark secrets of his ancestors, the boy would become one of the greatest forces to fear in the elemental continent. "Then I'll leave it in your hands," Kurama said Naruto and cut the connection with his tenant. Makoto turned to look at him since the boy was spaced out, the fight had just ended, but Naruto remained in the clouds, or he was talking to his tenant. "Did something happen, honey?" she asked once she noticed the blonde moving. "It's nothing, just chatting a little with Kurama. So he finally gave up like I assumed. I hope someday he'll put his laziness aside and focus on improving," said Naruto watching his friend leave the battle arena. Makoto watched a black-haired boy leave the stadium carefree and noticed how the blonde girl from Suna watched Naruto for a long time, in which both blondes exchanged glances. She noticing this lightly hit the blonde side with her elbow and gave him a mischievous smile. "Calm down Casanova or you'll scare her," she said in a playful tone. Naruto turned to look at her and sighed in exhaustion. That girl was something else, but it was fun to have her around. "It seems the fighting will continue, although I don't see Sasuke that sound mummy anywhere. I wonder if Orochimaru ordered him to retreat," Naruto said to Makoto, who was watching him curiously. "It seems the pervert was right and something big is about to happen. It would be better to keep an eye on those Suna children, and that Four Eyes dressed as Anbu," she told him in a low voice. "I'll keep an eye on him, in case he makes a move I'll put him into action," Naruto said in a serious tone. Makoto widened her eyes, the matter was really so serious that Naruto would resort to him, that made her a little tense, since they manifested Naruto never made use of it, and neither did he call her, which had her quite curious since those two also did not do much to appear again, apart from the first encounter with the blonde. Well, that relieved her a little, since at least she could stick close to the blonde without that girl beating her to a pulp. She was truly terrifying, just like she remembered from her memories. During the exchange between Naruto and Makoto, Shikamaru went up to the participants area with a furious Temari following him from behind. That girl gave off an intense killing intent, although he wondered why. Upon arriving at the participants area, he watched his blonde friend chatting with a blonde who looked identical to him in a strange way. They seemed like a pair of siblings chatting casually, but that wasn't important since at that moment the following announcement resounded in the stadium. Next participants Aburame Shino vs Abaku no Kankuro. Please bring both participants down to the battle area, said the examiner, and the audience was a little expectant about the next fight. After all, the first ones were better than they thought it would be. After the announcement, a slight silence fell over the stadium as they waited for the fight to begin. It was just that fight and the fight of the last Uchiha's hiding in Konoha, or at least the last one loyal to the village, would follow. After all, no one could forget the legend that Uchiha Itachi left behind, setting the standard very high for little Sasuke, since as it was rumored, he single-handedly killed his entire clan. A brief moment passed and a voice was heard in the stadium after the examiner's announcement. "I resign from my party," said the boy with a strange puppet on his back. Temari watched him for a moment and he shook his head. She understood immediately they were about to begin their assigned task, and she couldn't fight her match if she wanted to be in optimal condition for her mission. The examiner turned to look at the boy and asked him. "Are you sure about this?" said Genma. "Yes, here is Ainz from the party," Kankuro declared. People started booing the guy, although they were happy that the next fight was the one they were all waiting for. Genma looked at the cage box, where the third told him to proceed as planned. "The winner by forfeit is Aburame Shino. We'll continue with the next match. Sabaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Both participants please come down to the battle area," Genma announced. A moment later, a cloud of sand appeared in the combat arena and a red-haired boy was shown. Once the sand faded, after waiting a few moments and not seeing any movement from the other participant, everything began to get quite noisy. Genma turned to look at the cage box, waiting for a verdict to proceed. In the cage box were the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage. Sarutobi couldn't believe Kakashi was late even to such an important event. He turned his face to look at the Kazekage. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Kazekage Dono, but it seems Uchiha Sasuke is not at the stadium at this time," the Hokage reported. It doesn't matter, Hokage Dono, we can continue with the next fight, or we could face my son against that Uzumaki boy. He seems quite promising. After all, he already rested around and my daughter just finished her fight, so it would be counterproductive for her to face the boy so quickly, suggested the Kazekage. The third thought about it for a moment. "Are you suggesting that Uchiha Sasuke be disqualified?" the Hokage asked. "I imagine most of you in this stadium came to see the last Uchiha loyal to Konoha fight, so it would be counterproductive. I suggest we disqualify him, but once he shows up, we can let him have a demonstration match with the tournament winner," the Kazekage said calmly. Sarutobi thought about it for a bit and the idea wasn't bad and it could work. After all, they only wanted to see the Uchiha fight. There was no need for him to still be current to be promoted to Chunin. Sarutobi passed the information to Genma to carry out the task and continue with the schedule. Once Genma received the information, he proceeded to make the announcement to the public. "I've been informed that Uchiha Sasuke will be given a minute timeout to appear for the match. Otherwise, he will be disqualified from the tournament and the next contestant in line will take his place. Therefore, in the event of his absence, Uzumaki Naruto will take his place in the match. Please be prepared in case you have to participate," Genma announced. A huge commotion erupted in the stadium at that moment, with many shouts of protest and disappointment immediately following the announcement. Everyone had come to see the last Uchiha fight and now they were coming out with the idea that he was being disqualified, that this was complete bullshit. As the stadium descended into chaos, one person remained completely calm, or at least that's what he pretended to be, since in reality, after hearing the announcement, his thirst for blood shot through the roof and a great desire to kill began to flood him. Gaara was anxious for the Uzumaki to face him. His mother was begging him for the Uzumaki's blood. She wanted his blood. His mother was crying out for the blood of that genin, and he would give it to her. That boy would prove his existence. Naruto, upon hearing the announcement, went down to the combat arena and sat in the lotus position, beginning to meditate to pass the time while they decided if he would be next or not, although from what he felt it was very likely that this was getting very complicated. From what he felt, this was about to get very ugly. Naruto immediately felt an intense thirst for blood shoot in his direction. He raised his hand and with great speed, grabbed a small cork stopper. Naruto opened his eyes calmly and looked at the cork in his hand. He turned his gaze to the person in charge. "You're a little anxious, aren't you, Gaara?" The blonde asked calmly. He had already entered the trance he sank into before each battle, and his voice changed to a rather cold and emotionless tone. If they knew about cutting-edge technology, they would undoubtedly relate him to a machine since in that state, the blonde was a fighting machine. He would not hesitate to kill his enemies. It was something that ran in the family, or at least that's what his sensei Jiraiya said. Apparently his father Namikaze Minato could enter that same battle trance. It was as if it were a switch. Gaara held his head tightly and babbled unintelligible things. After a few moments where the red-haired boy continued doing the same, he once again became silent and his eyes focused on Naruto. A spark of sanity returned to his face, but it had a much more dangerous touch than before. Mother claims your blood, Uzumaki. I will kill you to prove my existence. You will be the greatest sacrifice with which I will prove that I exist, said Gaara in a rather serene tone, but filled with a madness that was worrying. Oh. Is that so? Gaara asked me about it, said Naruto in his cold and calm tone. As the duel of wills between Naruto and Gaara ended in the stands, the audience was in a silence induced by the auras of the two boys in the stadium. Only the experienced ninja and some of the genin who have already experienced death up close were able to remain calm, or at least could maintain their composure. Sakura, what's wrong with that boy and why is Uzumaki-kun acting so creepy? Asked a very scared Shiho. Sakura turned to look at her friend and noticed her trembling from the fear she was feeling. After seeing Shiho's expression, she felt a little depressed. Was that the same look she gave Naruto in the Forest of Death? She wondered subconsciously. Now she understood a little why Naruto avoided her for days. Without a doubt, it must have been hard for him to have his classmates give him those kinds of looks. Shiho-chan, Naruto only behaves like this when he's going to fight someone who has angered him or someone he thinks is a tough opponent. It's not that Neji isn't a tough opponent to beat, but Naruto had planned his way of fighting him in advance. I was also scared the first time I saw him in that state, but after training with him for all this time, I realized that it's a kind of switch that turns on once he feels threatened, Sakura explained to the girl. Shiho turned to look at her worried, but once she saw the soft look that the girl was giving her she calmed down a little. She also noticed another feeling in the girl's eyes. She felt guilt and remorse. Shiho wondered why. Is something wrong with Sakura? She asked, worried about her friend. Sakura rubbed her right arm and looked away from the girls. For some reason, the ground caught her attention at that moment and she felt guilty. I think I hurt him, Sakura said. Hurt? Hurt? Who? Shiho asked, confused and worried by Sakura's attitude. Naruto. He rescued Sasuke, Rock Lee and me during the second test of the exams, and instead of being grateful to him I got scared. I had never seen him act that way, so ruthless. After that our teammate challenged him to a fight and things got out of hand. Once I saw him act like that again I felt terrified. One thing was seeing him like that against an enemy, but now they were my teammates both fighting each other. I could only run and try to stop the fight. Now I can clearly remember his face. He looked devastated. I even noticed him trembling. Sakura, now that she remembered that event, she remembered those details that she didn't notice at that time, since she was overwhelmed by her emotions and the events that had occurred. It was now when she realized that she must have hurt him a lot. After all, it was well known how much affection the blonde felt for her, and that only made her feel worse. Shiho saw how hurt Sakura was, even her words were breaking a little, and a small sob escaped her lips. She placed her hand on top of Sakura's and squeezed it a little. Sakura, feeling her touch, turned to look at the girl. Shiho watched with tenderness as the pink-haired girl's watery jade eyes rested on her. Don't cry, Sakura. You just have to apologize to Uzumaki-kun. He doesn't seem upset. In fact, he seems quite comfortable around you. He always gives off that air of security and confidence around you. The first time I saw you, I thought you were a couple, the blonde girl giggled. Sakura dried her jade orbs with her arm, and a light pink adorned her cheeks. The girl's words made her feel better, and she would undoubtedly apologize to her friend. On the other hand, the girl's last comment embarrassed her a little. She never thought they would give that air of a couple when they were together. Ino watched the exchange between the two girls at her side and noticed that blush on her best friend's face. She understood something immediately, and a mischievous smile adorned her face. That was very interesting, and she never imagined things would be that way. She will undoubtedly have fun with that information. On the other side of the stands, a brunette was quite anxious to see that blonde boy fight again. For some reason, he really caught her attention. When she saw him re-enter the battlefield, she couldn't help but notice the change in his attitude. He was acting differently than he had during his fight with her cousin Neji. Now he had a rather dangerous air about him. The girl felt her blood run cold after seeing and hearing the blonde's cold words. The power he revealed behind his cold words and how he didn't even flinch at the madness unleashed by his opponent was simply magnificent. Hyuga Hanabi was captivated by that genin more than her father thought, but she would only discover that in the future. Tenten observed the blonde Uzumaki's different behavior. She remembered that side of him. During her stay in the Forest of Death, the blonde acted the same way. He became quite ruthless in that state. She felt curious about the boy's radical change in attitude, and although she was ashamed to admit it, it excited her a little. That power his words carried, and his gaze that made your skin crawl. She was truly attracted to the blonde's attitude, although during this time living with him, she also felt very comfortable around him. What his teammates took so long to achieve, that blonde boy achieved in a week, and that surprised her. Tenten was a girl with a bubbly and loving personality, although on the outside she appeared tough and cheerful, which gave her, according to what she heard from some, a manly air. I didn't know how to describe it well, hahaha, but it is understood I think. When she was by the blonde's side she never felt that way. The boy treated her like any kunoichi, and sometimes like a normal girl. That was something new for her, but it made her feel feminine. Somehow a strange friendship grew between them during his entertainment assignments. He even joked with her, and sometimes they exchanged somewhat risque verbal jokes, but despite that he always gave her space and never went beyond those double entendre jokes. She smiled as she recalled those weeks and found herself wishing they would resume training again. Tenten snapped out of her thoughts as the 5 minutes had passed and she was about to make the announcement and move on to the next fight. Naruto stood up and started heading to the contestant area. This was getting very troublesome to deal with, and it was time to start his preparations. Since Jiraiya would not be around Konoha at the moment, he told him that he had a mission to finish and would not be around during the exams. Gaara watched Naruto start heading towards the contestant area. "Where are you going, Uzumaki? Are you running away?" Gaara asked in his tone of contained madness. For some reason the air he gave off with that enormous thirst for blood and madness under control gave him a much more dangerous touch than if he were controlled by his madness. Naruto stopped and turned his face in Gaara's direction. Once his blue eyes rested on Gaara he spoke. "Don't worry Gaara, I give you my word that we will fight in due time. Your opponent has already arrived, that's all. By the way, when we face each other, there is only one thing I can assure you, Gaara, and that is that you will regret wanting our fight." Naruto finished with that cold tone and raising his chakra right at the end, his eyes seemed to glow a deeper blue, showing the power he was containing. That only motivated Gaara and Shukaku more, making him desire the Uzumaki's blood even more. That boy was not prey, he was a hunter just like them, and that made them desire the fight between them even more. Genma watched the exchange between the genin. Those boys were truly giving off an intense thirst for blood on the part of the red-haired man, and a drop in temperature on the part of the blonde. Genma saw Naruto's eyes for a moment, and a shiver ran down his spine as his body tensed in emotion. He would recognize that look wherever he went, that feeling that ran through him. He had felt it a great number of times, and that was when the fourth Hokage was about to face an enemy. Always before he was shown the abysmal gap that existed between an A rank and an S-ranked rank. Without a doubt that was the biggest gap in ranking. The difference in skill, strength and dexterity between an A rank and an S rank was simply ridiculous, so once you reach the A rank 3 classifications open up, which are lower, intermediate and upper. Once you reach the upper A rank you are given the opportunity to try to advance to the S rank, which very few people are able to achieve. For example, the Jonin rank is usually classified as a B rank, a higher Jonin is called a lower A rank. That's how difficult it is to rise in rank. Once Genma was about to announce the Uchiha's disqualification, a current of wind began to blow in the combat arena, forming a whirlpool and taking away the vision of the spectators. Once it calmed down, 2 figures appeared in the arena. Hada Kakashi was reading his book Uchiha, and his hand in his pocket. Behind him was an Uchiha Sasuke with a change of costume. Now black was the main color of his costume, and he added some bandages around his right arm. All the spectators in the stadium were moved by the impressive entrance made by both and prepared to witness the fight for which they were there. "I hope I'm not late," Kakashi said in his usual carefree tone. "Yo, sensei is actually just in time, a few more seconds and Sasuke would be disqualified," Naruto greeted. "Hey Naruto. How has your training been? I see you won your fight," Kakashi greeted, turning to his student. "Yes, I won the fight and moved on to the next round. I also had a lot of fun during the month of training. The last few weeks we had company during training," said Naruto in a cheerful tone like he did when he was at the academy. He couldn't help it since he had missed his sensei in a certain way. Kakashi smiled at how excited his little and beloved genin was. Lately, Kakashi began to see Naruto as a little brother, which he could never have, and in a certain way, that could be interpreted as such since he was the son of his sensei. On the other hand, there was the fact that Naruto already knew about his heritage, so it was much easier to show himself familiar with him without raising the boy's suspicions, and that reassured him, and he was also happy to be able to help the boy without having to measure himself. Kakashi stopped in front of Naruto, and with his hand he rubbed his hair like he did a long time ago, the first time he met the boy. Maybe Naruto didn't remember it, but he will never forget that day. He could also notice the growth of the boy. Without a doubt now he was taller than Sakura, and it could be said that he was no longer the shortest of the team. I'm glad you're having fun, Naruto. Now I'll go with the boys to the stands, we'll talk later, said Kakashi to his little genin. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya-sensei says to prepare, his next book will be out very soon, and a battle will be fought for it, Naruto told his sensei. Kakashi looked at Naruto and understood. He simply nodded and headed off with his fellow jonin, leaving Naruto to head to the participants area. Sasuke got into a fighting stance, Gaara kept watching the blonde, and once he disappeared from his sight, he turned his attention to the Uchiha. I just need to kill you and he'll come. It's just a matter of time before we face each other, I just need to get you out of the way, Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara said, and began to give small chuckles, a sign that his sanity was giving in to his bloodlust. Genma looked at both genin and raised his arm. The next fight will begin, Sabaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke, begin. Genma announced the start of the fight. Naruto arrived at the participants area and headed towards the blonde girl who, as soon as she saw him, ran in his direction. Makoto, it's time to move, I'll ask you to take Shaiho-chan away from here and to a safe place, Naruto said in a serious tone. Makoto, seeing Naruto's serious expression and realizing that he wasn't paying attention to the Uchiha's fight despite the noise the spectators were making about the fight, knew that everything was just beginning. Leave her in my hands, darling, no one will touch a single hair of the girls, Makoto told her in a serious tone. As those words left her mouth, bright feathers began to fall from the sky. She watched them for a moment and then turned her gaze to Naruto. The boy had a huge smile on his face, and it touched her. It's time for the game to begin, Naruto said with a big smile on his face, and began to mold a large amount of chakra. Chapter 20. The Last Uchiha. The invasion begins. Sasuke observed his opponent. The boy stood motionless, giving small laughs that were somewhat chilling. The boy's mental stability was worrying. The examiner raised his arm and made the announcement. The next fight will begin, Uchiha Sasuke against Sabaku no Gaara. Begin. The announcement ended, and immediately Sasuke grabbed a pair of shuriken and threw them in the direction of the red-haired man. Gaara continued to hold his head, his insanity on the brink, his mother's voice still clarified for blood. He had been hearing his mother's voice incessantly since the Uzumaki had shown up, but suddenly she fell silent, a silence that reassured him. In a way that relaxed him a little, his senses sharpened and he raised his sight. In the direction his eyes fell was a surprised Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara watched him for a moment and noticed the shuriken that his hand kept afloat. A huge smile formed on his face. It was time at last this began. He would unleash everything that had been accumulating during this stupid exam. Finally he could perform a bloodbath with that Uchiha, and then he would go for the blonde Uzumaki. Sasuke watched in surprise and curiosity at the strange behavior of the sand surrounding Gaara. That thing seemed to have a life and thoughts of its own. Apparently, the sand reacts to danger, but it wasn't what Gaara considered dangerous, but what the sand calls dangerous for its bearer. Just as Kakashi said, that was a rather unusual jutsu, and he was glad that the Jonin had told him about his opponent's abilities, or he would have a lot of trouble facing him without knowing anything about his ability. Sasuke focused his attention on the boy in front of him, and something caught his attention. He was no longer laughing and stopped muttering things, his eyes reflected lucidity, but an enormous madness remained there in the background. A huge smile formed on the boy's face, and a shiver ran down Sasuke's back. He could relate that shiver with what that guy in the forest of death made him feel. Luckily, that intense thirst for blood barely rivaled that of that chilling guy, and he prepared to begin his assault when he noticed a gleam in the boy's eyes. His sense of danger resonated like never before, and in a quick movement he slid to his left, turning his face to the place where he was a few moments ago. Some enormous sand stakes were sticking out. If he hadn't dodged in time, that boy would have impaled him without any mercy. Sasuke stopped thinking about it and decided to begin his assault, directing his chakra to his eyes. He clearly felt how everything around him became slower, and his level of visual processing became much faster than before. Things that he could not notice before were now visible to him. Nothing could escape his sight. He lifted his foot from the ground, and when he was going to take a step, he noticed how the ground began to show signs of ripples, as if it were water, and immediately changed its direction, moving at great speed. After Sasuke moved in a different direction, a sand stake came out from the place where the Uchiha would place his foot. That surprised him greatly. That boy was performing jutsus without even moving his arms, and that was extremely difficult to achieve. On the other hand, he was very fast with his information processing, and acted immediately and without hesitation in trying to kill him. The fight had barely begun, and Gaara had already tried to kill him twice with lethal precision. If he didn't have the Sharingan, the fight would have probably ended immediately. That alone made his blood boil with excitement in the face of such a strong opponent. Sasuke smiled. It was time to begin this fight and show how much he had improved during his training with Kakashi. He took the initiative again and began his attack. From one moment to the next, the Uchiha disappeared from his place and reappeared near the red-haired man, but once he was close, a huge sand stake shot in his direction. Sasuke quickly turned to his right and again moved at an impressive speed and reappeared behind Gaara. He clenched his fist and aimed a direct blow at the back of his opponent's head. Gaara didn't even turn to look at him, since his speed was such that Sasuke doubted he could keep up with him, which was a big mistake. His fist hit a small air of sand, but he felt like it hit a rock wall. A second later, a spike of sand shot in his direction. Sasuke jumped back and disappeared from the place again. He was running around the red-haired boy and noticed the boy's serious look, but a psychotic smile adorned his face. The boy's eyes followed him as if he were a hawk. Sasuke did not understand how Gaara could follow him with his eyes, and that bothered him greatly. As he ran, he began to see some ripples in the ground and prepared himself for what was coming and began to dodge the sand stakes that began to appear from the ground. Thanks to the Sharingan he was able to dodge, but soon he realized something terrifying. Right in front of him, more exactly in an elevated part about a meter from the ground, a small clump of sand seemed to be gathering and a sand stake was formed. Sasuke did his best and managed to dodge the attack. With each passing moment, the red-haired man became more problematic and difficult to face, not to mention the viciousness of his attacks. This was wearing on Sasuke's patience, so he started forming hand seals as he dodged all those sand stakes that were coming out of the air itself due to the small grains of sand left behind in the wind after the huge stakes returned to the ground. Once he molded his chakra and finished with his hand seals, he directed his jutsu at his red-haired opponent. Fire style. Great fireball, said Sasuke as a huge fireball was directed at his opponent, who was unfazed by the large amount of flames heading in his direction. The fire jutsu hit its target and a cloud of smoke appeared. The heat could be felt even in the spectator stands, and no one thought the boy would come out unharmed from an attack like that. Cheers directed at the Uchiha were soon present in the stadium. The civilians were excited, but anyone with ninja knowledge knew that you should never give up on your opponent for dead or defeated unless you see the corpse or the body of your opponent motionless and blocked to avoid unpleasant surprises. So Sasuke focused all his attention on his surroundings, waiting for some sign from his opponent. After a short time, a new sand spike formed and Sasuke dodged it by jumping onto the wall of the stadium. It was very difficult to face that red-haired boy and it was costing him a lot. Maybe it was time to put into practice the technique that Kakashi took the time to teach him during this month precisely for this confrontation. Sasuke began to perform hand seals at high speed, and once he finished he bent down a little, and the chakra began to accumulate in his right hand, forming a large amount of the Raiten element, and electricity began to crackle. The density of the elemental chakra was such that it was visible to everyone with the naked eye, and the power emanating from the technique was surprising. He leaned a little more and began his race directly to his opponent. Sasuke had problems since he had to dodge the multiple sand stakes that began to form from the ground and some from the air itself, so he had to destroy some with his jutsu. Once he was close to Gaara, a large amount of sand began to surround the boy, forming a kind of sand dome that soon hardened like a rock. Sasuke did not hesitate and struck the dome with all his power. At the moment of impact, some sand spikes formed in front of the dome and some grazed the Uchiha's limbs. Sasuke managed to dodge the stakes that almost impaled him when he hit the sand dome, but he felt his fingers hit something soft. Moments later, a sickening ripple began to sound from inside the sand dome. "Ah ha 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 ha, is this pain I'm feeling?" Gaara said between giggles. "I'm sorry, mother. Soon you'll have his blood. Soon we'll finish off the Uchiha and go for the Uzumaki. Yes, I know, I won't feel pain again. I won't allow anyone to hurt me again, I won't allow it." A scream came from inside the dome, followed by an intense thirst for blood that flooded the entire arena. Naruto stopped inside the corridor that led to the participants' area and remained still for a while. After a few moments in which he used his sensory ability at its maximum power to receive information from the entire area surrounding Konohagakure, he opened his eyes. "It's time, you have work to do," said the blonde. A moment later, a cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. "So you finally need me," Naruto said, a blonde-haired boy wearing a fox mask in pure Anbu style. "I'm sorry it's so soon, but that old pervert isn't in the village, and who better than you to keep all those guys in line? Don't worry, I'll take care of the Kazukige's children. You just have to take care of them," Naruto mentioned to his counterpart, another of those defective clones that started appearing recently. "Okay, I'll take care of them, just be very careful," the blonde told Naruto. "Don't worry, if I get into trouble I'll call her, I'm sure we can take care of each other, and I can also use that," Naruto mentioned. "Okay, once the commotion starts I'll get going," he told Naruto. "See you when this is all over, just don't overdo it, remember that you only have % of my chakra and you have to hold on until Konoha mobilizes," Naruto reminded the blonde. "I'll keep that in mind, but don't worry, it's more than enough," he replied in a carefree tone. In the stands, the three girls were talking about the fight that was taking place. "Wow, Sasuke is impressive," said a blonde girl with glasses and a somewhat scruffy appearance. "That's my Sasuke," Ino responded very excitedly. "I'm surprised by how much my teammates have improved in such a short time, but I don't think it's enough to face that boy from Suna. Even if Sasuke increased his speed, if he can't get through that sand defense, he won't be able to finish the fight. I'm also very worried about how Gaara attacks without restraint, it's as if he wanted to kill Sasuke." Sakura said worriedly. "Don't worry Sakura, Sasuke will most likely win the fight," said Ino very excitedly. Sakura was still worried, for some reason she didn't feel that was possible. Even Naruto was somewhat worried about facing the red-haired man in combat, so she made many plans in case they faced each other. This bothered her since for her Naruto was currently very strong, she even theorized that he could face her sensei for a considerable period of time, and that was a lot considering who her respective Jonin sensei was. Sakura watched the fight somewhat worried and with great interest since Sasuke's way of fighting was impressive. She never thought that the Uchiha would grow so much in such a short time, but then again he was an Uchiha, and even she began to grow quite a bit since her time as a fangirl at the academy. After a while where Sasuke dedicated himself to dodging those sand stakes incessantly and trying to hit the red-haired man, the fight reached a stalemate where Sasuke tried to use elemental ninjutsu, but again it was in vain. When everyone in the stadium was shouting praises to the Uchiha, the boy began to perform hand seals again, creating a jutsu that Sakura recognized or at least found familiar, since she remembers Kakashi using a somewhat similar jutsu during his stay in Wave. Sakura remembered that Kakashi called it Rikiri, but Kakashi's was a deep blue tone, while his partner's was a yellowish tone, and the purity of the lightning was lower than that shown by his sensei. Perhaps it was due to the amount of chakra that was used in the technique, so the elemental purity was higher in the one used by his sensei. She watched with concern as Sasuke began his run in the direction of the sand dome and how the boy skillfully evaded the red-haired boy's incessant attacks. She was very concerned for her companion's well-being, feeling uneasy seeing the vicious attacks implemented by the young Redeed. Once Sasuke was within range and used his jutsu on the dome, spikes of sand formed around the dome preventing Sasuke from advancing much further. He stopped in time to avoid being impaled by Gaara's defense after a few brief moments, a cackling laughter filled the place. "Ah ha 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 ha, is this pain I'm feeling?" Sakura heard the boy's voice from inside the dome. "I'm sorry mother, soon you'll have his blood, I'll finish off the Uchiha and we'll go for the Uzumaki." "Yes, I know, I won't let them hurt me again, I won't allow it." Gaara shouted, his thirst for blood being released in enormous quantities, making the three girls' skin crawl. Following Gaara's heart-rending scream, blue feathers began to fall in the stadium. A huge desire to sleep took over the three of them. Sakura felt her eyelids become heavy and a desire to sleep took over her body. She was about to fall asleep, but she felt a strange tug on her conscience and immediately knew what it was due to. She had already experienced a similar sensation before, yes, it was when Kakashi-sensei induced her to that genjutsu during her genin promotion exam. She mobilized a considerable amount of her accumulated chakra and began the release of the technique. For some strange reason, she had a very bad feeling about all this. Temari watched the scene in horror. She heard her little brother's heartbreaking scream and immediately understood that her inner demon had awakened and everything would go to hell in a short time. She turned to look at her brother who looked back at her and they both nodded. Seconds later blue feathers began to fall in the stadium and they watched as the entire audience began to fall into a deep sleep induced by genjutsu in a very wide area. She could assure that most of the village had fallen into a state of sleep, only the ninjas from Chunin onwards could stay awake and that gave them an enormous advantage that they had to take advantage of. When she turned to leave the place her eyes caught a look that was upon her and her skin immediately prickled. Cold blue eyes followed her without taking their eyes off her at any time. When the boy began to walk in her direction, an explosion resonated in the place and she turned her gaze, as did the owner of those blue eyes. They both saw how a column of smoke came out of the cage's box. That was the signal for her and her brother. When she was about to move she felt a hand grab her wrist and pulled her. That surprised her greatly. When she opened her eyes she was face to face with the blonde who had her quite anxious for a few moments. The power that hid behind those blue eyes was something that she had never felt. It was something totally ridiculous since the boy at no time let his chakra escape, so that she was so scared of a power that she had never felt, but that look was enough to make you want to run away without looking back. "Where are you going in such a hurry, Temari-tan?" the boy said in an extremely calm voice. She swallowed with difficulty because of the nervousness that ran through her. "That's none of your business," she replied in a challenging tone. "I don't think you understand your position at this moment," the boy said in a monotone. When she was going to answer the boy pulled her making her move to the right when Temari wondered what a kunai would do to her as it passed by her side right where they were moments ago. She took advantage of the moment to try to hit the boy. Naruto immediately stepped back releasing his grip on the blonde girl. When Tamari turned around she saw her brother and her sensei Baki right next to her. Tamari, you and Kankuro, take Gaara and get him out of the stadium. You know where you have to go, their sensei told them. But Baki-sensei Gaara has been very unstable for a few days and is about to get out of control, said a worried Tamari. That's exactly what we need, but you need to get him out of here before that happens or the plan will fall apart, he told them, their sensei told them. And what will you do? Asked Kankuro. I'll take care of the blonde brat, he told them. The two brothers nodded immediately and disappeared in a flash. I think he has the wrong idea, said Naruto. Is that so? Baki asked. Yeah, since the boss isn't here, I just had to distract them a little, the blonde mentioned, and a moment later he disappeared in smoke. Baki was surprised that it was a shadow clone. When he turned around he couldn't see any of the contestants in the area, he was so focused on the boy that he didn't notice when all the kids were taken away. No, that was impossible, he would never lose sight of a detail as big as that. A moment later he noticed something, and he began to accumulate chakra. The stadium was complete chaos, ninja fights were happening everywhere. Kakashi was being attacked by a group of shinobi from Suna and Odo combined. He was worried about his little genin, but he didn't have time to leave. Once he left the place his students would be unprotected. Luckily his self-proclaimed rival was with him. Both were keeping the enemies away from the audience and their respective genin. Kakashi cut the neck of one of his enemies with the kunai he had in hand. He turned the kunai and threw it to his right, embedding it in the head of one of his attackers, killing him instantly. He turned his gaze in the direction where his student was and noticed that she began to stand up along with her blonde friend. Both girls looked at the place in bewilderment. Kakashi, noticing this, headed in her direction and in a blink of an eye was in front of both girls. "Kakashi-sensei?" asked a confused Sakura. "There's no time for explanations, wake up your companions and begin evacuating everyone you can, take the civilians to the shelters, once you're done stay with the civilians and wait for new orders," Kakashi told them. "Kakashi-sensei, what's happening to Sasuke and Naruto? Where are they?" asked an anxious Sakura. "Listen to me, Sakura, the village is under attack and there is no time to give explanations, but don't worry, I won't let anything happen to them. Just concentrate on waking up all your companions and begin the evacuation," Kakashi ordered both girls. When Sakura was about to ask another question, a blonde appeared in front of them. "Hello, I came for Sleeping Beauty," said the girl very happily. Sakura immediately recognized her as Mikoto, one of Naruto's 3 defective clones. "Mikoto, where is Naruto?" asked Sakura. "My love is waking up the participants, or at least that's what he intended, but that lazy Nara was only pretending to sleep because everything was problematic," she complained about how lazy that boy could be. "Once he woke them all up he said he would start following the Suna children, since Sasuke went after them. He told me not to worry about him and to leave Gaara in his hands, and he also entrusted that girl over there to me, so I will take her immediately," she finished explaining. Sakura turned to see her blonde friend. The girl with glasses was still unconscious. The blonde touched Shiho's shoulder and the girl began to show signs of waking up. "Did he entrust Shiho-chan to you?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, he told me not to let them touch a single hair of the girl. You know Naruto can be a bit possessive," she laughed. Sakura knew what the girl was talking about more after seeing how angry the blonde was when he saved her in the forest of death, and a small sigh escaped her lips. "Okay, Kakashi, I'll take the girl. My love told me that Snake is the one behind everything and is probably behind that person, or that's what the pervert told her," she explained to Kakashi. The silver-haired man clenched his fists tightly. Now everything made sense, why it had been difficult to notice the invasion until it was about to happen, and also why the third did not take more drastic security measures. It was most likely that the old man wanted to put an end to Orochimaru once and for all, and if the Sannin saw strict surveillance, he surely would not attack so lightly. Everything was necessary to attract the snake. But that also put them at a disadvantage since only a few elites were on site and the reinforcements that the third surely had prepared would take time to take action. Damn it, everything was shit, he only left for a month and when he returns he has an invasion on his hands. It seems that life insists on giving him very bitter moments. "Okay, do what Naruto asked you to do, guy, and I will make sure that no one leaves the stadium." The other Jonin sensei are also taking action on the matter. Once Sakura finishes waking up her teammates, I will send her with Pakken to look for Shikamaru so they can organize a reinforcement team for Naruto, he said to the blonde named Mikoto. "Okay, I leave it in your hands, Kakashi. By the way, take care of yourself, Naruto. I'd hate for anything to happen to you. You're very important to him, even if you don't believe it." He also started evacuating civilians as soon as the invasion began. "There are about clones on the move. They all use henge to go unnoticed," she explained, but Kakashi knew the real reason why Naruto disguised his clones. You heard girls, you have to move quickly, and Sakura once everyone wakes up look for Shikamaru and go after Naruto, and Sasuke Kakashi told her, who began to make seals and place his hand on the ground, and moments later a small brown dog known as Sakura appeared. "Hi sensei," she nodded and both girls set off. Shiho woke up somewhat confused, rubbing her eyelids, careful not to knock over her glasses. "Hello sleepyhead, it's time to go, my love will never forgive me if something happens to you," the blonde said to the girl who looked at her in surprise. Once the blonde girl was completely awake, Mikoto took the girl in his arms, startled. "Hold on tight Shiho-chan, the trip could be turbulent," she told him playfully. Shiho was completely bewildered and moments later felt like everything was spinning due to the speed with which the blonde holding her in her arms was moving. Kakashi watched as the two blonde girls disappeared in a shunshin, and he turned his gaze to his self-proclaimed rival. "Aha, my youthful friend, are you ready for a competition like the old days?" said Guy with a good boy pose and his patented smile. Kakashi shook his head. This day was getting harder and harder. "Whoever defeats the most enemies buys the food," said Kakashi in his carefree tone, since he knew there was no way to escape from his crazy rival. Although he didn't mind playing along with his friend, he would never accept it since Guy didn't know what moderation was. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.